Memories of that same battle still haunt the hero. With a wound on his face, he screams in rage, his eyes burn with anger, and a dark, tense atmosphere reigns around him. He does not understand how it all happened. Everyone died in the battle except for the F-rank hunter, who miraculously remained alive amidst the bloody chaos, devastation, and unspeakable horror around him. The young man sees no way out, because the entrance to the dungeon has suddenly closed, and he cannot understand what these high-ranking monsters have forgotten here. Kang Hyun-jung has no intention of dying senselessly here, so he gathers his willpower, ponders an escape plan, and looks for even the slimmest chances of salvation. And if only he had that incredible strength, then at least there would be a tiny chance to stand against the monsters and escape from this deadly trap. Suddenly, the hunter hears a mysterious voice that informs him that his past life has gone beyond the permitted and has independently intervened in the current situation. This was Siden Miller himself, the last patron of the sword, whose fame had resounded for centuries and whose name had caused even the strongest warriors to tremble, who descended upon the hero, illuminating him with the presence of a majestic power that surpassed the limits of human understanding and gave a sense of hope amidst the darkness. This is exactly what happened in his dream, where the same figure with a sword descended from the sky and extended his hand, giving him a chance to change his own destiny. One of his past lives inside his body awakened, whispering memories and knowledge that could save him from imminent doom. That is, Kang Jong is helped by all 990,000 of his past lives, combining strength, experience, and knowledge to save him from inevitable death. Suddenly, the young man seemed to be snapped out of his memories. A strange whisper sounded in his ears. The voices coming from the darkness of the dungeon were both mysterious and familiar, as if someone was trying to reach him. They order him to wake up, making his heart beat faster and forcing him to open his eyes to an unknown danger. After coming to their senses, the two say that the hunter simply escaped while they were defending the dungeon and then fell asleep helplessly from exhaustion. The man explains that they don't have enough money to give it to such little scum as the young man, and if he's already woken up, let him go and not look for another team. Kang did not understand what not much money meant, thereby provoking the elder's anger and tension, which was felt in his every word and look. And he explains that the young man was wounded in the dungeon and then drank all their potion, leaving them without help and increasing his own anger. But later he hit a rock, falling unconscious and leaving everyone around him in surprise and irritation. And because of him, they spent a lot more time, and those potions weren't cheap. So Khan should understand why he didn't get anything, and why the elders were annoyed. They ask again what the boy was doing while they were defending the dungeon, trying to understand his actions and assess his role in the whole situation. The young man breaks down and replies that he provoked the monsters on their orders, and although he doesn't claim to have done everything right, refusing to pay him was against the law. The elder thinks that Kang lost all his brains after the impact, wondering how he could even say such things after everything that happened. He reminds them that it was the hunter who asked them to show what he was capable of, and therefore now he cannot understand how the hunter is offended by the well-deserved reward. These were his words before joining their team, when he himself insisted on testing and demonstrating his abilities. The guy said this when he was bait, and even then he couldn't handle it, and after they saved him from death, the hunter expresses his gratitude with these words, and adds that if he doesn't like something, he should go to the association. So, if he understands everything, let him quietly escape from under the eyes of the elder without exposing himself to new conflicts and unnecessary anger. They made sure that there was no need to take an F-rank hunter on the team because his actions only complicated the task and wasted unnecessary time and resources. Kang Hyun-jung simply expressed his gratitude for their work, acknowledging the effort and risk they took to save him. The world where raids, dungeons, and monsters appeared changed, and people whose abilities awakened became hunters defending the dungeons. Based on their level of ability and achievements, they were assigned different ranks, determining the status and power of each hunter. Kan is an F-rank hunter in a world where he decides everything, so interacting with lower-rank hunters like the masses was inevitable, and the young man was used to it. Because even someone like him had a ray of light that stood out amidst the darkness and weak abilities of the other hunters. And right now they were in a coffee shop, where the air was filled with the aroma of freshly ground coffee and the light buzz of patrons. Which was easy for Khan precisely because of this, because the atmosphere of the coffee shop relaxed him and temporarily distracted him from the constant tension of the dungeon and the battles. Also, his most beloved person, the girl Hyejin, was by his side, giving him a sense of calm and support even amidst the dangers of the hunter world. Kang says he's really happy to see her because it's been a long time and she's been so busy that they haven't even had a chance to date. Hyejin replied that it was better than being unemployed, and by the way, she was the only one who was busy while Kang had free time. The girl said that today was a year since they had been together, and the guy replied that he remembered, because you simply can't forget something like that. Yi Hyun prepared a gift for such a special occasion, trying to make the moment even more memorable for Hyejin. However, the girl said she had a meeting with someone else and immediately got down to business, leaving him surprised. She abruptly says that they need to break up, shocking Kang, as her words came across as ruthless and left little room for objection or doubt. Without explaining anything, she simply decides it's time for her to go, leaving the guy confused and without answers to his questions. The young man grabbed her hand and asked her not to leave, full of anxiety and hope that she would change her mind and stay by his side. But Hyejin ordered her to be let go and not touched, showing determination and steadfastness in her decision. She explained that a year ago they both had F ranks, and now she has S ranks, so she asks the guy not to make a hunter out of himself when he's not capable of anything, and to know his place, because Hyun is pathetic and the young lady can't be with him. Lady orders him to never call her again because she wants nothing to do with an F-rank hunter, and categorically rejects any attempts at contact. Her words echo in Hyun's head, because he thought that by working hard he would finally see the results of his labor and receive her attention and respect. But in the end, everyone sees him only as a worthless, incapable person, and his efforts seem futile, even to Hyun himself. So the hero sat, his head bowed in longing, and immersed himself in his thoughts, feeling the bitterness of disappointment and powerlessness. The comrade suddenly called his friend, who was sitting sad, hoping to distract him from his sadness and bring him back to reality. Seok-gu thought the young man was meeting his girlfriend today, but when he saw him upset, he realized something had gone wrong. Hyun explains that he had too much on his plate today, and he simply couldn't handle all the difficulties and disappointments at once. Sek asks if the young man really wants his friend to cheer him up or do something like support him at this difficult moment. But the hero just wanted to see a familiar face, because he can no longer get the gazes of people who constantly look at him with condemnation and contempt out of his head. Hyun explains that you have to work even harder, because only those who give their best and try their best succeed. The comrade realizes that his girlfriend has just dumped him, and Hyun is just sitting across from the river pouring himself soju, and the young man realizes that he is so poor that he doesn't even have money for a snack. Then Seok agrees to buy his friend something at a 24-hour store, because Hyun just wanted to see him and feel supported even in small ways. As he left, he asked the young man not to do anything to himself or even think about it, because the water was too cold and any careless action could be fatal. The comrade is sure that he feels worthless next to a full-time employee of the Hunters Association, so he asks him to relax and cry, because he is only a part-time F rank. Kang Hyun-jun understands that these words are a joke, but there is a grain of truth in them that hurts his feelings and emphasizes his imperfections. He always thought that everyone had at least one talent that made them special and gave meaning to their efforts in this world. And Hyun simply hasn't found his unique ability yet, which is why he feels insecure and doubts his own abilities. In the end, the hero would discover at least some hidden talent in himself, which could become his true strength and distinction among others. The young man doesn't understand whether all his efforts have made any sense, and begins to doubt whether he should just give up and give up the fight. But suddenly a man runs up to him like a hunter, surprising and making Hyun wary. He says that even though the young man is an F rank, he sees great potential in him. Just looking at his face is enough to understand his strength. He explains that it doesn't matter how he learned about everything and asks if the hero believes in past lives and their influence on the present. The elder says that he senses the past lives of incredible people inside the boy, and each of them has the status of the strongest, which makes his potential extraordinary. So he says if the young gentleman truly desires power, then he should have no problem accepting and using that power. Because even now, around the young man, a stranger sees past lives within him, feeling their power and presence next to him. He says that if Hyun doesn't believe him, he will soon see everything himself and feel the power hidden in his past lives. And that was all the elder could say to him. Having said that, he slowly turned away and walked away, leaving Hyun in thought. A comrade appears behind him, and Sek asks what the young man is doing, observing his behavior and trying to understand his intentions. Hyun was scared, but his friend said he had bought drinks and asked about the man who had just left, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. The hero said that he did not know him and asked his friend if he believed in past lives and their power. And then suddenly the boy hears that he has learned about the existence of past lives, and all his 990,000 lives begin to watch him, filling him with strength and tension. The hero asked Sek if he heard a voice, but his friend replied that he only heard a child crying, not noticing anything strange. But dropping the subject, Hyun asks if he's learned anything about the squad that needs a carrier, trying to focus on what's important. Sek didn't believe that this request was serious, because he didn't understand why the young man wanted to do such a difficult and dangerous job, but he still found everything he needed. Later, they walked down the hallway of the house, treading carefully and listening to every sound around them. Seok explains that they are already at Hyung's house and tells him to come in, showing him that he can relax and start resting. Everything started so well, so the young man offers to have some more drinks, but Sek reminds him that his friend has to go to work as a loader tomorrow and has already spent too much time on him. So he says he's leaving and will call later and tell him what time work starts, and if his friend is so grateful, let him earn some money and treat him to something. Hyun realizes that he only has one true friend, but he is the best friend of all, the one he can rely on in any situation. The door to the room slowly opens, creaking in the silence and attracting the hero's attention. Kang Hyun-jun says that he will give it his all and do everything 100 times better than anyone else, proving his own determination and willpower. But he is instantly blinded by a bright glow, forcing him to cover his eyes and lose orientation for a few seconds. The hero didn't understand where he was because he had just entered his home, and now everything around him seemed unfamiliar and strange. A man appears behind him and says that they have finally met, causing surprise and alarm. He watches Kang Hyun-jun closely and says his name as if trying to establish a connection or test his reaction. The young man doesn't understand how the stranger knows about him and feels a mixture of surprise and anxiety. Then the man says his name is Karzago, introducing himself and emphasizing the importance of their meeting. And he is the shield of justice, protecting the northern part of the kingdom, keeping order and punishing those who break the law. In his hands was a long spear, as if cast from gold, shining in the light and radiating a sense of power and majesty. And then, pointing his weapon at the young lord, Karzago explains that he is his past life, which has come to reveal the truth and pass on power, causing incomprehensible feelings in Kang Hyun-jung, making him feel fear, surprise, and a strange sense of connection to the past at the same time. The hero did not understand what was being said, and his mind was filled with uncertainty and slight anxiety. There was confusion in his eyes, reflecting an internal struggle and doubt about the correctness of his actions. He immediately remembered the stranger on the street and suddenly realized that those words made sense and were not nonsense at all. Karzago said it didn't matter whether he believed it or not, as he would soon feel it himself, especially now that he had drawn attention to it. Even if the hero's body is torn to pieces 1,000 times by his spear, he will still be able to instill his will into it completely. The young man shouts that he doesn't understand anything and begs to be given a chance to listen carefully to the explanation. But the man sees that even facing death, Hyun continues to evade and avoid a direct answer. And if he decides to mix their dignity with the mud, Karzago will mercilessly make his own hands dirty with the boy's blood. Hyun sees the thrown spear flying towards him, and his heart clenches with fear and tension. The weapon, which is in the air, strikes his body with a powerful blow, piercing the flesh and causing him to feel pain and shock. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, reflecting his astonishment and a sudden sense of anxiety and fear. And he immediately began to cough, trying to regain his breath, which had abruptly stopped due to shock and pain. Karzago said that he was pitiful because he could make such a pale face with just one blow, showing weakness. And such pain seemed to have become an old friend for this body, constantly reminding it of its fragility and vulnerability. Karzago sees that unnecessary thoughts are once again filling Hain's head, distracting him from the real danger and weakening his concentration. Having said that there is no need to fear death, because here the hero cannot die without his permission, even if he himself wishes it. The young gentleman did not understand what was happening and could not believe that he would really be tested for eternity. Suddenly, something unexpectedly caught his attention, making his heart beat faster with curiosity and tension. It was a door that had been standing in place since he first got here, silently waiting for his moment. So the boy decides to run away through that door, hoping to escape danger and find salvation. The man understands that he is running away again due to a lack of strength to protect himself, and that he does not even have the courage to face death face to face. And in fact, it's a pity, because losing your love and dignity at the same time is a great tragedy for any person. He says, let Hyun go, because someone like him can never become his vessel and bearer of true power. So the young man said that the man knew nothing about him and was unable to understand his true thoughts and feelings. Maybe he doesn't have the talent or skills, but there is hope that after long suffering, one day everything can change dramatically. But for those who have no strength, suffering remains just suffering, and no matter how bad it is, they cannot retreat. So he asks not to talk about it so lightly if he doesn't know what it means to be weak and powerless, forced to endure pain. Heng angrily says that Karzago knows nothing about him, so how could he have the audacity to say such a thing? The man finally saw the fire in the young man's eyes, which suddenly flared up and betrayed his determination and rebellious spirit. For before him stands his past life, which must pass on its will and power to the next bearer, so that no one can again take away from him what belongs to him by right and by force of will. And so that Kang Hyung-jung can rise to the top, overcoming all obstacles and proving his own strength and determination. Siden Miller conveys his congratulations to the young man, noting his courage and first steps on the path to strength. Hope and Romanoy also joined their predecessor, expressing support and a desire to share their strength. And all previous lives also enter this list to congratulate the hunter and pay due respect to his achievements. Then Karzago says that they will join forces and help the young man overcome all the difficulties on his way. But without trials, he cannot achieve results, so if he wants to gain strength to face fate, he needs to raise his shield and fight a man. Hyun said that he didn't fully trust him because previous experience had taught him to be wary of someone else's power and not to give himself up to someone else so easily. And he's not even sure that it's really his past life, but he feels that if he can really help, he can become much stronger. Karzago says that none of this matters, and they just need to realize that the boy is their reincarnation, a bearer of past and future power, and can only use any technique once to completely nullify his attack and neutralize the danger. He is only allowed to do this once, to completely neutralize the attack and defend his own safety. The young gentleman was confident that he could do it, relying on his skills and inner determination. The shield of justice abruptly pushed Heng's defense aside, demonstrating its invincible strength and absolute power. His gaze was resolute, full of unwavering confidence and readiness for any challenge. And the spear flew with incredible force, cutting through the air and leaving behind a sense of imminent threat. The young man realized that he had not even been able to notice the weapon, so fast and unpredictable was its attack. Carzago orders them to rise and fight, warning them not to let their minds be clouded by even just 2 attacks. The boy is losing his mind because for the 50th time nothing has worked and the spear has already struck him 100 times, exhausting his body and spirit. The man orders that even after 2,500 attempts, the boy still cannot use the shield, and for such a weakling, one more attempt will be unnecessary and useless. So he says he will kill him, leaving no chance for salvation or escape. When Hyun first defended himself, he felt only a strong emotion of fear that gripped his body and mind, paralyzing any confidence. After all, he still wasn't used to the disgusting, piercing sensation that shook his body every time and made him wince in pain. But what he had become accustomed to after endless encounters with death was the cold fear and pain that had become his constant companions. Yes, it's about the possibility of death, which he has already become accustomed to, feeling it as an integral part of his life and trials. Again and again, attacks were directed at the hunter, ruthlessly testing his endurance, reaction, and fortitude. But this time he realized that he was able to block the attack, feeling for the first time a taste of his own strength and control over the situation. Carzago said that his work was finished and the young man had done well, for the man had used 24 spear techniques, and the boy's body would remember them forever. When Hyun wakes up from this dream, many things will change, and his world will never be the same again. The hero picks up the phone, and on the other end, Sek announces that a new schedule has arrived that requires immediate attention. He asks if his friend will be okay, as this is a C-rank dungeon, known for its deadly dangers and unpredictable trials. Sek sent the address and all the necessary information, which you need to carefully review before going there. Hyun thanked him and promised not to be late, understanding the importance of the task and the seriousness of the situation. He remembered that in his dream he had been pierced by a spear, but now there was no wound, although the feeling of pain still remained in his body. Then, as he was getting ready, he was glad that the dungeon was only a 10-minute walk away, which gave him a feeling of convenience and ease. So it was time to leave, but his attention was suddenly drawn to a shield lying nearby, arousing curiosity and surprise, which he received when he registered as a hunter, becoming a symbol of his new status and responsibility. The young man stood in deep thought, not believing that this ancient shield had really always been in this place, and Carzago's mysterious words suddenly surfaced in his memory. Despite all doubts and circumstances, I still decided to take him with me, regardless of the consequences it might cause. Arriving at the entrance to the C-rank dungeon, I immediately realized that I had arrived first, as a deep silence reigned around, and only a cold wind could be felt in the air. The girl was surprised and asked what he was doing here, and why he had come to this dangerous place in the first place, because it had made her very wary. It was Hae-jin standing before him with an expression of utter confusion that showed her deep surprise. The guy was just as surprised by her appearance, because he didn't expect to see her in this place at all, which caused him mixed feelings. But the thought immediately crossed her mind that Hyun might just be stalking her, because his appearance in such a dangerous place was too suspicious. Another man approached her and asked in surprise if she knew the young man and why they were both here. Quickly calming him down, the young lady told Sang Chulyop not to pay attention to him, as he was just an acquaintance of hers who posed no threat. The boy could not understand why Heng had brought a shield with him, since his main task was to carry the mana crystals. The young man frowned as he realized he was being greeted by the mysterious Hasashin, the Master of Shadows, as the darkness within the hero grew. He apologized for his clumsiness and explained that this was his first experience as a loader, so it was still difficult for him to get used to it. Sang calmly stated that they needed to line up, and he would personally go first. The other members of the group also began to slowly approach the entrance, forming a small crowd in front of the dungeon entrance. They began to cautiously open the massive door leading to the dungeon, preparing for the unknown challenges that awaited them there. Hyun suddenly felt something was wrong, and the thought instantly made him wary, as his instincts had never failed him. This feeling reminded him of a dream in which he had almost been killed, and now he understood that it was not just an illusion, but a premonition of a real threat. Suddenly, a powerful attack flashed past Sang, causing him to stop abruptly and become alert as it almost hit him. It was so unexpected that she kept moving, but closer to Hye-jin, there was danger in the air. Hyung immediately reacted to what was coming and, trying to do something, shouted for everyone to immediately dodge the attack that was flying straight at them. The hunter threw the attack aside with such force that it flew past them, leaving tension and uncertainty in its wake. And then, in an instant, there was a powerful explosion that made everyone jump back and stunned them with its sudden manifestation. Karzago, the shield of justice, protects the young man from invisible threats, standing between him and the darkness that tries to swallow his world. As long as a fellow guard stands behind him, no danger will touch the hunter. Their unbreakable shield of devotion and determination is strong enough. Everyone came to their senses and immediately began to ask excitedly where the porter had gone, as if his absence threatened their peace and safety. Danger reappeared behind, approaching silently and inexorably, like a shadow patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. And they decide to stand in the front line, taking the brunt of the blow, to show courage and protect those behind. Because there could be another attack from the enemy, so we had to prepare for this action. Sang did not understand why they were attacked as soon as they entered, as if their very presence was a pretext for inevitable hostility. These were incomprehensible monsters whose twisted figures and non-human faces inspired terror, as if they had emerged from nightmares to join forces in battle. But then the young man saw that they were skeleton knights, clad in rusty armor, their bones rattling and dragging the shadow of ancient wars behind them, who suddenly appeared before them like ghosts of the past, ready to ruthlessly rush into battle and test their courage to the limits of humanity. The guy asks what he's waiting for, watching his movements and trying to understand the intentions hidden behind the cold gaze. Suddenly attacks the enemy, rushing forward with lightning speed, unexpectedly for everyone, and forcing the enemy to retreat. He orders everyone to fight back with all they can, pushing everyone to take decisive action and use all available means to survive. Sang looked determined, his gaze full of unwavering courage, ready to face any danger without a doubt. He was joined by Hye-jin, moving confidently and fearlessly, ready to support him in battle and repel the enemy's attack. The battle erupted instantly, engulfing everyone around in a flurry of blows, screams, and the flash of weapons, like a storm suddenly descending upon the battlefield. Later, their team stood at the entrance, tensely watching what was happening inside, ready to intervene at any moment. They didn't understand how the skeleton knights could end up here, since their place was in a B-rank dungeon, and part of their group had long since died. The girl thought that perhaps the dungeon administration had made a mistake, because such mistakes happen from time to time, even with the strictest rules. Most likely, that elite dungeon was ranked above C, and the porter was somehow able to deflect the attack, but with their strength, they wouldn't be able to advance any further. Sang-chul is right and they should just give up and go back, while Hyun realizes that he was saved by a secret voice that quietly intervened in the danger. But there is no guarantee that it won't happen again, and the shadow of danger still hangs over them, ready to return unexpectedly. Once inside and touching the door, the hero realized that it was closed, and a cold fear flashed through his heart, forcing him to look for another way out. The group did not understand what this meant, and their gazes met with anxiety, trying to understand the hidden meaning of this unexpected obstacle. Sang decided they had no choice but to clear it, as the dungeon closed after entering, leaving only the path forward. Hye-jin ran to him and said that she was scared, but the boy promised to protect her, instilling courage within both of them. Hyun didn't understand if the girl really had a new boyfriend, and his heart clenched with an unexpected feeling of jealousy and doubt. Sang suggested taking a little rest to regain strength and prepare for the next stage of the fight against the invisible threat. But suddenly another ordered the others to be silent, so that a silence so profound that even a rustle seemed like a threatening signal. They did not understand what it was, and their gazes were filled with surprise and anxiety at the unknown. Heng's gaze tightened, his eyes sharpened, sensing an invisible threat that could flare up at any moment. Because the skeleton knight appeared before the team again, his bony figure and the clanking of armor instilling cold fear into everyone's hearts. But the problem was that they couldn't see which way it would come, and every step could be fatal for them. So the monster attacked the young man, bursting out of the darkness with such speed that it managed to provoke an instant reaction from everyone around. Sang was shocked, as his comrade had died instantly, and a cold sorrow pierced his heart, mixing with rage and despair. His eyes lost their life, becoming empty and silent, reflecting the end of all hope and the moment of inevitable tragedy. And the enemy advances further, relentlessly and confidently, like the shadow of death, ruthlessly consuming everything in its path. Hyun sees a skeleton sergeant standing ahead, his figure and weapon looming menacingly, preparing to attack. The girl started screaming, and then Sang stopped her, because her scream suddenly scared him and broke his concentration. However, Hye-jin understood that they had no choice, and if they didn't fight, everyone here would die, leaving no chance of salvation. The hunter saw that the enemy was advancing, his gaze tightened, and his body instantly prepared for a decisive defense. But he realized that he could defend himself and anticipate their movements, because the enemies turned out to be simple and predictable in their attacks. Karzago's training makes itself felt, skillfully parrying blows and aiming precisely at the enemy's bullseye, using skills and reflexes honed in advance. The enemy was weak, and even minor attacks forced him to retreat, demonstrating the clear superiority of the heroes. So Hyun could strike against him, taking advantage of every opportunity and increasing the pressure on the weak enemy. So he did so, striking decisively and accurately to save himself and ensure a chance for survival for everyone on the team. Having instantly eliminated the skeleton, he felt a rush of adrenaline, and the team was able to breathe a sigh of relief from the danger. He killed monsters one by one, moving quickly and relentlessly, like a storm that sweeps away everything in its path. Sang's face froze with an expression of shock, because the enemy, like his comrade, had suddenly taken his life. The enemies became fewer, and each destroyed skeleton added hope and confidence in their victory. The girl could not believe that Hyungjung was standing in front of her, because his courage and skill in battle exceeded all her expectations. Ignoring the command, the hero looked only at the enemy, completely focusing on the opponent's attacks and movements, because he understood that he could deal with them, using his experience, skills, and sharp mind for precise and effective strikes. So he did so, eliminating all the skeletons one by one and clearing the battlefield of danger. Hye-jin couldn't believe that the young man was really the same F-ranked Hyunjung, as his skill and courage seemed almost unbelievable. The boy asked how the others were doing, but in response he heard that they were the only ones who survived, and this news chilled his heart. The lady asks how he, with an F rank, could defeat C rank monsters, not hiding her surprise and doubt at his incredible abilities. The hero told her to just be glad she was alive, emphasizing that survival was more important than any explanations or surprises. The girl extends her hand and says she's sorry for being so harsh during their last conversation in the coffee shop. So, with a trembling voice, she asks if the hunter will leave her here because they love each other and will be able to go through everything together. Hyun replies that he certainly won't leave her here, promising to be by her side and protect her from any danger. But he mentally realized that even in such a situation, Hai was only thinking about himself, and this made him feel a slight irritation along with concern. They set off, moving cautiously forward, ready to face new dangers and challenges on the dungeon path. A new door appeared before them, and no one knew where it led, which caused both anxiety and curiosity. The hero began to open them, and Hai asked him to be careful, worried about their safety from the unknown. But in her mind, she thinks he's a jerk and wants to take away his shield to protect herself from possible dangers. The young lady wants to use her ex-boyfriend to survive and get out of the dungeon alive, relying on his strength and skills. A bridge appeared before them, hanging over the darkness of the abyss, causing them to be anxious and cautious. Hei suggested that Hyun go first because something might attack from behind, and she would follow to protect them from an unexpected threat. But in her mind, she realizes that something might jump out from under the bridge, and her heart contracts with a premonition of danger. So she decides to use the young man as bait, hoping that it will give her a chance to react in time and avoid death. The boy cautiously walked forward, peering intently into the darkness under the bridge, ready to react to any threat. Saying that everything is fine, the young man invites the girl to come to him, trying to calm her down and instill confidence. And she agrees, cautiously approaching him, as if trusting his word and support. Hei believes she doesn't need to worry because she can rely on Hyun, who will do everything he can to save them until they find a way out. She decided to put all other thoughts aside for later, because first she needed to get out of here alive. While Hae-jin was lost in her own thoughts, she didn't notice someone's eye opening just below her. The girl moved confidently forward, not paying attention to the obstacles that could arise in her path at any moment. She was already thinking about what she would do when she crossed the bridge, carefully considering each step and the possible consequences. Suddenly, she mentally called out to Hyun-jung, hoping that his presence, at least in her thoughts, would give her a sense of support and strength. And the mouth, huge and terrible, opened before her, threatening to swallow everything around with its dark and boundless interior. It was a shark that had opened its eyes beforehand, watching her closely, as if sensing her every movement and mood. She grabbed the girl, and he only begged for help, feeling helpless and terrified in front of the powerful creature. The young man rushed after her, his heart beating wildly, and every step was filled with determination to save the girl. He tried to do something to help, looking for any way to stop the terrible creature. However, it all happened in an instant, and there was no option for salvation left, leaving only a sense of hopelessness and fear. The shark dragged the young lady to the bottom, and the water around her rose into a violent whirlpool, swallowing her screams and hopes. He was told that he would never get out of here if he remained so silent and let fear guide his every step. Karzago and Siden Miller believe that being morally stable is the only way to survive and confront the dangers that loom over them. The boy continued on, stepping forward firmly, despite the fear and chaos that reigned around him. He understood that he was still innocent, and with this there would inevitably be certain difficulties that he would have to overcome. Karzago said that it would be fun to spoil the hero, but now he had to go, leaving the intrigue and mystery behind. So the hero confidently stepped forward, feeling determination and inner strength that did not allow him to stop. The young man's eyes narrowed, full of tension and determination, ready to meet any danger in his path. And then they widened in confusion when I suddenly encountered something I didn't expect to see at all. Hyun did not understand where he was, feeling disoriented and afraid of the unfamiliar and threatening surroundings. He couldn't figure out where Hae-jin had disappeared to or why the back door had suddenly been closed, increasing his panic. Turning around, he listened intently, trying to detect any movement in the darkness around him. He also saw that the skeletons were standing ahead again, like silent guards waiting for his every step. They were ready to attack at any second, filling the air with a sense of deadly threat and inevitability. The young man was confused, his heart was pounding, and his mind was trying to find a way out of the suddenly dangerous situation. But then he pulled himself together, pushing away his fear and focusing on finding a way forward. Deciding to see which of them could win, he tensely watched every movement of the skeletons in front of him. And the battle began, breaking the silence around, and every blow and movement filled the air with adrenaline and danger. The hero moved confidently, his every step precise and decisive, as if he knew that he could not make a single mistake. He relentlessly struck at every enemy, deftly dodging attacks, combining strength and precision in every movement. But one of them got too close, and his presence instantly made the hero tense up even more. That the blade of his sword had cut off the tip of a lock of Heng's hair, leaving a feeling of danger and imminent threat on his body. The boy swam back, pushing off sharply from the ground to avoid the next blow. Chaos ensued as the opponent's movements mixed with screams and rumbles, creating a sense of complete hopelessness. Sparks flashed in the enemy's eyes, betraying his hidden rage and thirst for the coming battle. Hyun fell to the floor from the impact, feeling severe pain and losing his balance, but his eyes remained alert. He began to slowly get up, carefully feeling the ground under his feet and preparing for another blow. Not understanding how this had come to be, he paused for a moment, trying to make sense of the chaos and danger around him. After all, everyone died except him, Rangu thought, feeling heavy loneliness and shock from what he had experienced. The young man saw no way out, and the entrance to the dungeon suddenly closed, leaving him alone with darkness and danger. And I wondered what these high-ranking monsters were doing here, feeling doubt and fear before their incomprehensible power. Kang Hyun-jung did not understand all this, feeling completely disoriented and unable to predict the next events. But he knew one thing. If he had that incredible strength, there would be at least one chance to survive amidst this deadly danger. Siden Miller, the last patron of the sword, seeing his incredible thirst for life, intervened in the situation, seeking to save Han from death. And now he was in Hyun's body, feeling his fear, determination, and new possibilities all at the same time. The skeleton warriors were ready to attack, filling the air with a sense of imminent threat and deadly danger. Their determination was strong, like an unshakable wall, not giving the heroes even the slightest chance of retreat. Each pointed his sword at his opponent, preparing for a fierce duel where strength and endurance would be decided. But the young man stood confidently, feeling the strength and determination that fueled his courage in the face of his enemies. His eyes instantly lit up with blue flames, radiating incredible and unwavering determination. And the strength was incredible, enveloping his body with powerful energy that could change the course of the battle at any moment. After all, how dare the monster point its weapon at his body, provoking in him rage and determination to defend himself at all costs? It was a great audacity that deeply outraged him and made him feel the full force of his power. The enemy's eyes lit up, showing rage and dark energy within them, ready to destroy everything in its path. But the young man confidently followed the enemy's every step, preparing to instantly respond to any threat. When directing attacks against the enemy, he combined speed and accuracy, striving to gain an advantage at every moment of the battle. His eyes remained an unusual color, radiating mysterious strength and unwavering determination. Hyun himself did not understand what was happening, feeling the chaos around him and his own helplessness in the face of overwhelming force. Siden Miller appeared and said that they would see each other again, leaving behind a sense of mystery and inescapable fate. So he left the hero's body unconscious, feeling the power and control of Siden Miller completely overwhelm his body. Past lives sat at a round table, discussing past events and plans for the future in silence and thoughtfulness. Karzago shouted why the man had gone first, because it was his turn, and breaking the rules caused anger and irritation. Miller responded that this was a critical situation that required immediate action and left no time for reflection or rules. The other one couldn't stand by and watch either, so he apologized for his rudeness, acknowledging the emotional tension of the situation. Karzago explained that right now he is the only one who needs him, and if he always helps, the hero will not be able to grow. He needs training and independence. The woman asked if she could go too, because she wanted their reincarnation to hear her singing and feel her presence. She wondered if Kang Hyun-jung had any chance, hoping for his survival despite the unlikely danger. Then she suggested simply giving up and singing, hoping that the melody could influence the course of events and save him. The man believes that they should give this reincarnation a chance, allowing it to show its strength and potential at a critical moment. Miller sees that the hero has a fairly strong fighting spirit for a child, but disagrees with Karzago's words about training and independence. Hope ran away from them, her heart beating wildly, and her legs carrying her faster and faster, thinking about something. Because she understood that these fools could talk forever, and she was incredible, Hope decided to resolve everything peacefully, avoiding conflict. However, before she could go out the door, a hand stopped her, making her heart tremble with surprise and tension. Karzago pulled the woman back, leaving her in the room, as if ordering her to freeze in surprise and confusion. And he explained that now it was his turn, reminding us of order and the need to follow the rules even in a difficult situation. So he resolutely stepped out into the light, feeling the energy and confidence that filled his every step. To meet the hero, he stepped forward with firmness and determination, ready for any challenges. So he carefully closed the massive door behind him so as not to attract unnecessary attention and not to listen to other people's opinions, because he had decided everything himself. Meanwhile, the young man recovered from the shock he had experienced, trying to gather his thoughts and understand what was happening around him. He didn't know if this was the same place he had been before, because everything around him looked different, as if it had changed under the influence of time or sleep. Karzago appeared before him, enveloped in a strange radiance, and in a calm but penetrating voice asked if his reincarnation had already reached this world. Hyun, confused and scared, abruptly asked what the hell was happening to him because everything seemed surreal and completely incomprehensible to him. The man calmly informed him that this was not the right question to ask, and that it would be much more appropriate to ask what the hero should do next. So, overwhelmed by uncertainty, he asks again what exactly he needs to do to finally understand his role in everything that is happening. Karzago calmly explains that his goal is to become stronger than anyone in this world, to withstand the test and fulfill his destiny. The boy reports that he only has an F rank but has already become stronger after their training, although he understands that this is not enough for the upcoming tests. The man asked him to watch carefully, emphasizing that every detail in the training was of great importance for the hero's further development and success. The strength in his hands was incredible, capable of destroying even the strongest obstacles and impressing everyone around him with his power and confidence. The young man's eyes widened sharply in shock, conveying his surprise and fear, because what he saw was completely unexpected and impressive. Because he was like lightning, radiating incredible speed and strength, which made everything around him tremble from his energy and power, which cuts through the sky, leaving behind bright trails of light and a menacing roar that echoed far into the distance. Karzago explained that Hyun can stand on top of this world if he puts in his best effort and doesn't stop there, overcoming all obstacles. A mana crystal appeared before him, glowing with a bright blue light and radiating powerful energy that was both alluring and awe-inspiring. It was the core of monsters, and the people in the young man's world used it as valuable fuel to power their powers and technology. But you can also do things with it that go beyond its usual uses, opening up new possibilities and powers that few people know about. Karzago changed instantly, his face and posture becoming stern and unyielding, as if a gigantic power had suddenly awakened within him. A figure appeared before the young man, radiating a new power and mystery, evoking a mixed feeling of fear and admiration. It was a large and sturdy troll with rough skin and powerful muscles, inspiring fear with its immense presence and strength. The man said it didn't matter and asked for close attention, emphasizing that it was now important to focus on learning and understanding the point. Hyun still didn't understand anything, feeling confused and doubtful because there was too much information and it seemed too complicated. Karzago reported that this is only the second training session, and even greater challenges lie ahead that will help him become significantly stronger and more powerful. And now it is important for him to survive against the troll, because this test will show his true strength and readiness for further difficult tasks. Heng was confused, but quickly gathered himself and got into a fighting stance, ready to fight for his survival against the troll. The Justice Shield reported that this was not an advantageous position, as it left Heng vulnerable to the troll's strong attacks and could lead to a quick defeat. The hunter is one step behind, which makes his defense weak and opens up the opportunity for the troll to strike unexpectedly. He met his opponent's gaze, feeling tension and determination in his heart, ready for the inevitable confrontation. But the troll immediately launched an attack that exploded with powerful force and forced Heng to react instantly to avoid serious injury. The young man was wounded, feeling a sharp pain running through his body, but without losing his determination to continue the fight. 5 times each blow brought sharp pain, but he continued to stand, not giving up even in the most difficult moments. And then he lost 20 times in a row, each defeat teaching him endurance and forcing him to become stronger with each new fight. It even reached 50 defeats, but despite this, the young man did not lose faith and continued to train hard to become better. Attacking with a shield requires a large swing, which makes it difficult for him to quickly injure the enemy, and the hero finds himself in a hopeless situation. The troll is much stronger than him, possessing immense physical strength and endurance, making the battle extremely difficult for the hero. And he changes the trajectory of his attacks very quickly, so if Hyun doesn't kill him with one precise blow, he himself will turn into a corpse the next moment. Although this will be weaker than Karzago's defense, it may be enough if he can use his power accurately and without hesitation at the crucial moment. But perhaps this attack will work if he times it right and puts everything he has into the blow, leaving no chance for a response. Against a great troll whose strength and endurance surpass anything the young man has seen before, even the smallest mistake could prove fatal. So the hero takes a swing, investing all his determination, the pain of defeat, and the hope of victory into this movement, because he may not have another chance. He flies through the air with a blow aimed straight at his target, and every moment seems like an eternity while fate decides whether he can defeat the troll. Looking confident and collected, he races through the air with his shield raised, ready to deliver a decisive blow that could change everything. He charged at his opponent, concentrating all his strength into one precise movement, hoping that this would be enough to overcome the giant before him. And this blow worked, eliminating the troll in an instant, as the shield with a loud crack pierced the creature's defenses and stopped its movement forever. Hyun landed on the ground, breathing heavily after the grueling battle, but relieved to finally have his first real victory. Then he realized that he had done it, and a fire of pride and confidence lit up in his heart that he was now capable of overcoming any challenges. Karzago was amazed to witness the strength and determination of the reincarnation, which surpassed all his expectations and doubts. The young man could not understand one thing. It was this thought that kept bothering his mind and constantly floating before his eyes. Why does the man help him? Because he did not understand either the motivation or the true intentions of his mysterious mentor. Karzago replied that in time the hero would see everything, as he went through trials and learned the true essence of his destiny and calling. The hunter's eyes opened, filled with alertness and cold calculation, ready to notice the slightest movement and instantly react to danger. He didn't understand if he had isolated himself in the dungeon because the world around him seemed alien and strange to him, as if he had woken up in a completely different dimension. Touching his body, he tried to understand whether he was really here, and whether it was all just a dream or an illusion that had clouded his consciousness. Then he saw that after that injury, his body was intact and undamaged, which caused him even more surprise and questions about the reality of what was happening. Before him was the monocrystal of that skeleton, emitting a cold light and reminding him of the dangers he had just encountered. For it, Hyun will receive a large sum of money, which will be an important step towards achieving his goals and strengthening his own power. He was already confused about what was happening, but he understood that he needed to survive first to have a chance to figure everything out later. A door appeared before him that looked very much like the boss's room, majestic and mysterious, as if leading to the next stage of his trials. The hero gently opens them, listening to the silence behind them and preparing himself for what might wait inside. He understands that everything is clean and calm inside, feels a brief moment of relief, but remains alert and ready for surprises. Ahead, large yellow eyes flickered, watching the hero intently in the darkness, creating an atmosphere of threat and uncertainty. Heng didn't understand what the noise was that was making around him, as if something large and dangerous was approaching from the darkness. But when he turned, he saw its source, a huge shadow with shining eyes, slowly approaching, filled with menace and mystery. It was a huge skeleton champion with strong bone armor and a terrifying appearance, radiating a cold and deadly aura. The administration definitely made a mistake by underestimating the danger of this dungeon and not taking into account the true power of its inhabitants. After all, The enemy looked too aggressive and experienced, which clearly indicated his ability to adapt quickly and attack brutally without any mercy. Hyun didn't know if he could defeat him as doubt and fear filled his thoughts, questioning his own strength and skills. Karzago said that we need to stop being afraid and doubting ourselves, because only faith in our own strength will help us overcome the strongest enemy. And may these thoughts never occur again, because they are what hinder development and prevent you from revealing your true potential. Karzago's defenses were activated at full power, creating an impenetrable barrier around him, capable of withstanding even the strongest blows from the enemy. And Hyun felt it with his body as a wave of powerful energy coursed through him, giving him confidence and strength for the battle ahead. So the hunter began to attack the champion, focusing all his strength and agility on each blow, seeking to find a weak spot in his armor. His face was concentrated, as if he was immersed in his own thoughts, cutting off the world around him and focusing only on what was inside. He understands that fighting the enemy at close range is simply futile, so he chooses to retreat to regroup, revise the plan, and prepare a more intelligent attack. The skeleton watched the young man closely, its empty eye sockets glowing with ominous fire, as if it was waiting for the right moment to strike. Hang knew he had to keep a safe distance between them, watching his enemy carefully so that he would open up, waste his strength, and make a mistake to strike. Thoughts swirled in his head, mixing into a chaotic stream, making his heart beat faster and his hands tremble with tension and uncertainty. When the opponent struck, the young man realized that the attack radius was too large, so he should stay away to avoid the inevitable weapon damage. However, the shield was like an assistant that tirelessly protected the young man from the enemy's devastating blows, instilling confidence and giving a sense of reliability and strength. After all, the battle was fierce, and every blow, every movement of the opponent made the heart beat faster, and the body tense to the limit. The skeleton delivered extremely powerful blows that cut through the air around him, frightening even experienced warriors and forcing the young man to seek every opportunity for defense. Hyun was losing his balance, his legs were shaking, and his body was barely able to stay on its feet, as if the ground beneath him was becoming more and more unstable and dangerous. It was unfair that the forces were different, because the enemy seemed extremely powerful, and the hero had to fight, using all his tricks and skills to survive. But no one paid any attention to this. They were absorbed in their own struggle and the danger that surrounded them on every side, leaving little things unnoticed. The hero's mana was running out, and he could only withstand a few blows, feeling his strength melting away and his body barely obeying at the critical moment of the battle. It was necessary to pull ourselves together, strain all our muscles and willpower to withstand the next blows and not let ourselves be defeated in this dangerous battle. The enemy gave no chance, relentlessly attacking with incredible speed, forcing us to react instantly and look for any opportunity for defense. His attacks were super powerful, flying through space with incredible force, making the air tremble. Hang understands that each attack is deadly, but manages to dodge at the last moment, feeling adrenaline and acute tension running through his entire body. The monster looked terrifying. Its bony arms and empty eye sockets inspired fear, and every movement reminded everyone of the imminent threat to everyone around it. The fight was gaining momentum, the blows were getting faster and harder, and the air around them was cracking with tension, making hearts beat faster and sharper. However, in the hunter's head, there was a plan, carefully thought out, and hiding every step that could help him outwit. But it was necessary to act now, without delaying for a moment, because every second of hesitation could be a fatal mistake amidst the chaos and danger. He launched an attack, not understanding if it worked, tensely watching the reaction, his heart pounding and his thoughts mixing into a chaotic flow. The skeleton continued to stand, motionless and ominous, its empty eye sockets watching Hane's every move, showing no weakness. Heng realized that he wasn't taking damage, but rather was prolonging the battle, and it wasn't profitable for him, so he urgently needed to find a weak spot or a new strategy. The young man thought that the man could at least pretend to be in pain, to show a little weakness, but the man remained indifferent. The attack began to become stronger and stronger. The blows flew faster and more powerful, forcing the young man to constantly dodge and strain all his strength to defend. The enemy was ruthless. His gaze and blows knew no mercy, every movement filled with a cold determination to destroy Heng without any hesitation. It was impossible to even predict how this fight would end, because the situation remained mysterious, and every step could change the course of events forever. The hero defended himself with his shield, repelling strong blows, feeling each assault transfer power into his hands, keeping his life on the edge. His face was already covered in wounds, blood mixed with sweat, and scars and scratches bore witness to every dangerous attack he had barely withstood. And the enemy did not give even a moment of peace, continuously attacking with incredible speed. Each time using new skills, the hero adapted to the enemy's attack, quickly reacting to changing situations and trying to find a tiny advantage in battle. The skeleton was getting faster and faster, its movements were gaining unprecedented speed, its blows were flying like lightning. But if you compare it to Karzago's spear, it looks tolerable, because even with all the enemy's speed and strength, his attacks seemed smaller. The guy decides to pierce it through and through, concentrating all his strength and precision into one decisive blow, hoping to finally defeat it. The enemy watched, unmoving and alert, his empty eye sockets following every movement, as if anticipating the next step. Meanwhile, Hyung was deciding how to properly execute the attack, considering the angle, force, and timing of the strike to pierce the enemy and avoid a counterattack. His fists clenched, as if all the nerves and strength of his body were concentrated in his hands, ready for a decisive blow that could change the course of the battle at any moment. Before launching a counterattack, he paused for a split second, assessing the enemy's position, the force of the blow, and the possible consequences of each move. It was this attack that knocked the monster off its feet, causing it to lose its balance and momentarily leaving it open to Heng's further attack. He was left lying on the floor, helpless and stunned, while the hunter carefully watched his every move. As the exhausted Hyun stood over him, his body shaking from fatigue and adrenaline, but his eyes remained alert, ready for any surprise. Realizing that it was all over, he slowly lowered his shoulders, feeling relieved and tired, realizing that the danger was finally over. Outside, at the entrance to the dungeon, an agent stood, because it had been 3 days since the gates had opened, and given the lack of news about the purge, he was coming to the conclusion that all the participants might have died. He says on the phone that if this is really the case, the monsters could come out, so everything needs to be prepared, and the caller on the other end says that a special rapid response team will arrive soon. But the agent saw a shadow moving quickly near the entrance, causing him to become alert and instantly grab his weapon, preparing for a possible threat. And he reported that someone had most likely just cleared the dungeon, which could explain the lack of enemies, but the situation remains tense and unpredictable. The young man went outside, breathing in the fresh air after the fight, feeling tired but also relieved that the danger was temporarily over. His body was riddled with wounds, and he generally looked exhausted, with heavy breathing and a gloomy look that reflected the terrible battle he had endured. The agent asked where the other hunters were, looking intently at the young man and trying to assess the situation, because the safety of the entire area depended on their fate. Hyun replied that everyone had died, his voice trembling and full of sadness, and his eyes reflecting the pain of loss and the severity of the tragedy he had experienced. Pak Jong from the dungeon administration asked the young man to show his hunter's ID, carefully examining it and verifying the authenticity of the document before taking further action. Then Hyun held it out, and the man couldn't believe that the young man really had an F rank, looking at him with doubt and surprise at the same time. There was a silence that hung like a heavy blanket over the city, only a light breeze swaying the empty streets, creating a sense of unsettling foreboding. In the office, the manager savored a snack, chewing leisurely, while his gaze ran over the documents and the monitor. When suddenly Park ran up to him, his face showing alarm, loudly announcing an emergency that required immediate attention. He didn't understand what had happened, and it could have spoiled his enjoyment, causing mild irritation and anxiety. Since he had just recently sent a squad to clean up and it had already returned, this was surprising, because the outcome of the operation should have been completely different. Pack reports that a hunter appeared and was able to reawaken, causing concern, as such an event was extremely rare and dangerous. The manager couldn't believe his ears, his eyes wide open in shock, trying to process what was said and understand. He asked if it was serious, his voice trembling with doubt and excitement as he tried to grasp the scale of the extraordinary event. And he held out a map, which indicated that F-rank hunter Hyung-jun was the only one who returned alive from the elite B-rank unit, barely standing on his feet from exhaustion and wounds. The manager says that even among the C ranks, only a few could reawaken, so he ordered Pack to return to work, emphasizing the need to strictly follow procedures. After all, he doesn't even realize how much it costs to reawaken the hunter, and whether he can even take responsibility for such words and the consequences of this decision. Instead of making useless efforts, you just need to do what you are told, following orders and not wasting your energy on questionable actions. Park realizes that if this isn't a reawakening, then all of this makes no sense, and instead of trusting the manager, he'd rather take matters into his own hands and do it himself. The hero lay, thoughtfully watching as soft light slowly seeped through his open arms, enveloping him in warmth and peace. Not believing his own eyes and not knowing how he had survived that dangerous situation, he decided that he urgently needed a quiet rest to regain his strength. But as he was leaving, the boy noticed a strange man in front of him, who greeted him politely, smiling and radiating goodwill. He realized that this was not Karzago, and cautiously asked the man if he was his past life, trying to find out the truth. However, the man calmly replied that it didn't matter, because the hunter could already be dead, and the past would no longer change the present. The young man could not contain his curiosity, so he asked again who was standing in front of him, trying to solve the mystery of the stranger. The man noted that he may look like a weak reincarnation, but he certainly doesn't lack courage and determination. And it became clear why Karzago had shown interest in him, because his indomitable courage and determination stood out among the others. It seemed that it was not in vain that he had come here instead of Siden Miller, introducing himself as Kasashin, ready to fulfill his secret mission. He chose a shortcut to quickly meet with Hyun and reported that other lives were also eager to see him first, showing impatience. But when the real danger comes, Kasashin will prove that only he is truly useful, so he wants to start the lesson immediately to prepare everyone. His form instantly changed, acquiring new features and powers that immediately impressed those around him and demonstrated his true power. And this instantly raised a multitude of questions in the young man, forcing him to try to understand the nature of such an unexpected transformation. The Hasashin aimed for the boy's heart, and if he could avoid the attack at least once, the lesson would be considered complete and would show his skills. And he became extremely curious to see how many times Hyun would be defeated before he could escape the deadly attack. After finishing, the man laughed and calmly announced that the lesson was over, leaving the young man with mixed feelings. And the stronger the hero becomes, the more often he will be caught in more heinous and complex actions, testing his morality and endurance. For example, the director of the Shadow Guild, who watches every move, becomes one of those who catches on to dark and devious deeds. Later, Hyun stood in the bank, carefully scanning the premises around him, trying to anticipate possible threats and dangers. The cashier cautiously asked what exactly brought him here, observing his behavior and trying to understand his intentions. Then the hunter handed her a small bag, holding it carefully in his hands so that she could accept it without undue suspicion. And from the bag, sparkling crystals of various shades poured out, attracting her attention. Hyun said he wanted to sell the crystals and find out the value of his shield, to which the girl replied that it looked like he had cleared the B-rank dungeon and there would be over 20 million won. The appraisal fee was 1 million won, and there was currently no free expert who could appraise the shield, so the girl asked if the hero would be willing to wait, even though he understood that it was too expensive. The cashier cautiously asked Hyun for his hunting license to verify his identity. She thanked Hunter King Hyungjun for his cooperation, politely throwing it to him and saying it out loud. So she asked if he could sit down and wait a bit, promising to let him know when everything was ready to evaluate and sell the crystals. The girl began calling, telling the caller that this was the hunter they had been talking about earlier, drawing his attention. On the other side, a man sat in a chair, visibly nervous and constantly glancing at his watch, waiting for important news. After all, Haya Jin hadn't responded to his messages for a long time, which only increased his anxiety and sense of tension in anticipation. He asked Assistant Hyun Seok to check what happened to the dungeon she went to, seeking any information about the condition and danger. And Hyun Seok sent a message to the dungeon administration describing the situation in detail and requesting a quick response regarding the condition of the place and safety. The guild director sat in his office, feeling anxious and uncomfortable, out of sorts, and constantly glancing at the door, waiting for news. When Hyun Seok addressed the man in an anxious voice, the director stood up abruptly, feeling tense and preparing for possible unpleasant news. He spoke bitterly that all the hunters who were there had died, and this news deeply affected him. Jong's face was confused and at the same time filled with rage, reflecting shock and non-acceptance of the terrible news of the girl's death. The aide added that among the dead there was one survivor, and this came as a surprise to Jeong. And they were absolutely certain of this, feeling a certain relief, although the situation remained extremely tense and dangerous. Someone called out to the young man who had been patiently waiting his turn, causing him to stand up and walk forward with a slight excitement. It was a man from the administration who approached Heng to give him instructions and inform him of further actions. Mr. Jong said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and his voice sounded both surprised and warm, reflecting fond memories of past encounters. He announced that he had something important to say and asked if the hero would mind meeting somewhere else for a more private conversation. Later, they sat outside, carefully discussing the events that had occurred and exchanging ideas about further steps and plans. Park said that with this they are concluding the investigation and sincerely thanked the hero for the help and support provided during the case. He quietly put his hand in his pocket, remaining calm and relaxed during the conversation, while simultaneously considering his next steps. He handed the card to Hyun so that he could receive it with truthful information and new skills. The guy noticed that the hunter's license had a C rank, indicating his extraordinary skill and high status. The man thought that Hyun was much stronger than what was written, but at the same time he realized that this was all Park could do for now, and would have no further impact on the situation. The guy realized that this was enough for now and decided not to take any risks for now and accept the situation as it is. He thanked them for their concern, expressing sincere gratitude for the attention and support he received in this difficult situation. On the other side, the guild director said that he hated losing what belonged to him the most and asked Hyun Seok again if there was really a survivor. His voice sounded serious and powerful, conveying determination and a deep inner strength that compelled listeners to listen. When the man asked to bring this hunter to him, his tone was commanding and unquestioning, forcing immediate action. In a small restaurant on the outskirts of town, meat sizzled deliciously on a hot pan, filling the air with the appetizing aroma of spices and smoke. Comrade solemnly congratulates Heng on his new level as a hunter, sincerely rejoicing in his achievements and emphasizing the significance of this victory in the hero's life. The young man didn't understand how he could know about this, and then Sek patiently explained to him that such information was already quite well known among the dungeon administration. Everyone around him speaks with admiration and anxiety about the sole survivor, a simple F-rank porter in a dangerous elite C-rank dungeon. The hero didn't understand what was so special about this, because to him it seemed like just an ordinary adventure, not a big event that everyone was constantly talking about. Sek says that there was a case very similar to his and explains that this happens extremely rarely, only to those hunters who have awakened, the most famous among them being SS rank hunter Han Jin-woo. Now voices everywhere speak of Asura, and people begin to think with fear and admiration about the country's powerful supreme guild. but it was founded by Han Jin-woo, the sole survivor of the dungeon, called the Awakened Hunter, and the first and only SS-ranked hunter in their country, who helped the guild become famous. The guild is now called the Diamond Sphere, and it seems like they really take good care of him, as he has never left its walls. Sek asks if the administration has already contacted his friend. He was supposed to receive a special job offer that could significantly change his fate. Hyun replies that he has not received anything like this, and does not know why the administration has not yet sent him this important proposal. The friend explains that scumbag manager has absolutely no manners, and usually someone in his place would have received a message from the administration long ago. And the guy shouldn't have to put up with that kind of treatment, especially after Han Jin-woo survived. He was promoted straight to A rank, changing his life forever. After all, the hero has already suffered so much, starting with being left without parents, and fate constantly threw new trials and difficulties at him. The comrades sat side by side, calmly chatting and exchanging thoughts about the events that had recently taken place around them. Hyun asked to change the subject of conversation and not mention it again. He didn't like to return to those memories. Later, they found themselves outside as their gatherings were over, and the evening city greeted them with silence and coolness. Hyun accompanied his friend to the car, carefully making sure he got in safely and didn't have any problems along the way. Then suddenly, Sek touched his shoulder, drawing Hyun's attention and causing him to be slightly surprised by such a surprise. He said that from now on, everything would be fine with his friend, reassuring him and giving him hope for the future. And the young hunter stood, gazing into the distance, contemplating the future challenges and opportunities that lay ahead of him. Watching the taxi, he silently watched as it disappeared into the night streets of the city, leaving behind only the dim light of its headlights. He realized that now he too needed to rest, to regain his strength after all the adventures and trials that had exhausted his body and mind. So I headed home, walking through the quiet streets and feeling slightly tired, but at the same time inner peace from the day that had just ended. But he noticed that two people were following him, their silhouettes moving quietly in the shadows, never letting him out of his sight. The hero spoke out loud so that they would no longer hide, demonstrating confidence and readiness for any development of events. His eyes clouded over, reflecting the sudden surge of emotion and the inner tension of the dangerous situation. Kasashin suddenly appeared in his head and said that the two of them should appear immediately, making him feel a strange presence and the pressure of the situation. One of the two told the other that Hyun didn't look like an ordinary guy at all, noticing his special aura and confidence in every movement. The assistant director ordered the hunter to go with them, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the lack of alternative options. The hero could not understand why he was being forced, because to him it seemed unexpected and without explanation. Then he grabbed his sword and warned that everything would end badly if the hero did not agree to act voluntarily and kindly. Hyun said there was no need to take out a weapon and asked where exactly he needed to go, trying to avoid unnecessary conflict. Then Hyun Seok realized that the young man was a good thinker, assessing the situation with cold logic and making informed decisions. And a smile appeared on the young man's face. He said that they were all scum, expressing his disdain and contempt. Today they made an incredibly serious mistake that could have had unpredictable and dangerous consequences for all participants. Seok calls his partner Chen Ho, drawing his attention to an important situation that requires a quick response. And he says that it would be better if the guy went with them, hinting at the possible consequences of refusing. He takes up arms, preparing for a possible fight, and demonstrating his willingness to defend himself or act decisively. And he tries to be ready for an attack, tensing his muscles and focusing all his attention on the potential threat in front of him. Chen Ho was sure he had wounded Heng, but the knife met no resistance and received no recoil, which surprised him and made him think. The young hunter stood motionless like a statue, demonstrating complete control over himself and the situation. Chen says that even though the guy is an F rank, he knows a few moves, which shows his hidden skills and unexpected potential. So the attacks continued, every move and blow filled with tension and testing the agility and endurance of both sides. Chen didn't understand what was happening because each time his blows hit his opponent, but he remained steadfast and did not react to the damage. Hyun was already standing behind him and asked where he was looking, causing the enemy to turn sharply and sense an unexpected threat. The hunter's hand flared up with purple flames, radiating unprecedented power and frightening the enemy with its might. Hyun Seok didn't understand how an F-rank hunter could have the ability to use aura. It seemed like an extremely rare and unexpected phenomenon. The force continued to envelop the hero, filling his body with energy and emphasizing the growing power that distinguished him from others. And then he delivered a fatal blow that broke through the enemy's defenses and ended the fight with one precise and powerful movement. The enemy's face turned gray, reflecting shock and fear at the sudden force he faced. The young man said that he would borrow the knife for a while, taking it in his hands with a slight smile and confidence in his own actions. Then he approached the assistant director of the guild, moving confidently and demonstrating readiness for conversation or action. And he realized that he was not an ordinary guy, noticing confidence, strength, and unusual skills in his gaze. But in a real battle, a man could defeat him because the experience and strength of his opponent far exceeded the young man's capabilities, and will not give him any chance to strike a suitable blow, controlling the situation and using the advantage of experience and strength. So he tried to somehow cope with this fight, using speed, agility, and wit to maintain the advantage, at least for a moment. Hyun was confident, holding his head high and displaying composure even in a tense situation. When fear appeared in his opponent's eyes, the young man felt even greater confidence in his own abilities and determination to prove his superiority. Kasashin, the master of shadows, helped him, invisibly supporting his movements and enhancing his agility at a critical moment. And the young man was extremely fast, striking only at the sore points to neutralize his opponent as effectively as possible. Heng loomed over him and asked who sent the man, while also informing him that he would let him live if he got an honest answer. And he decided not to tell, keeping it a secret and relying on his own prudence in a critical situation. The hunter expected this, anticipating such a reaction, and remained calm, ready for any development of events. And he simply asked out of politeness, maintaining a calm tone, even though he knew that an answer might not come. It would be a bit embarrassing if any evidence remained. It could give away the truth and create unnecessary problems. The darkness of the Hasashin consumes everything around them, erasing all evidence that could betray their presence or actions. The hero walked on and felt that it was easy for him to handle it. His confidence and skills gave him an advantage in any situation. His gaze was deep and confident, radiating a determination and calm that left no doubt about his strength and control over the situation. When he approached his door, Hyun didn't understand how he ended up at his apartment so quickly. The day flew by unnoticed amidst events and clashes. But if it arrived intact and undamaged, it meant everything was fine, and you could finally rest a little and gather your thoughts. And he realized that he was very tired again, and he urgently needed to rest to regain his strength after all the trials. In the morning, he was awakened by the ringing of the telephone, abruptly breaking the silence and forcing him to immediately pick up the phone. The comrade asked if Sek had gotten home safely, concerned for his safety after the previous incident. But the friend replied that he had already found a group for him that could help or support him in his future endeavors. He also added that we need to arrive right now, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the lack of time for delay. The phone went off without saying anything else, leaving his friend in uncertainty and slightly anxious anticipation. The young hunter hurriedly gathered, trying to quickly prepare for the upcoming tasks. Along the way, he grabbed his shield, preparing for possible dangers and ensuring his own protection. The hero ran out into the street and started calling a taxi, trying to get to the right place as quickly as possible. Already halfway through the trip, the guy was reflecting on the day, pondering the events and consequences of each encounter. Suddenly, the driver's eyes widened, reflecting unexpected surprise or shock at what he saw ahead. The hero was also confused by what had happened, not understanding how to react to the unexpected situation. Since it was clear that their car had caught fire at the beginning of the journey, they felt very anxious and tense, not knowing what to do. Instantly, the young hunter opened the door, feeling his heart pounding in his chest from tension and anticipation of what would happen next. Jumping out of the flames, trying to save himself from the scorching fire that was rapidly consuming everything around him and leaving only smoke and heat. Behind him, an explosion ripped through the taxi, sending debris flying in all directions and causing the ground to shake with the force of the impact. There was smoke and dust all around, enveloping the space with a thick curtain, blocking the view and making you suffocate from the pungent smell of burning. Ahead, Hyun saw the shadow of someone whose figure was barely visible, making his heart beat faster with anxiety. It was an orc sorcerer emerging from the darkness, his eyes glowing with ominous fire, and in his hands he clutched a staff filled with dark power. With his subjects emerging from the mist and smoke, he stood like a dark lord, ready to order them to attack at any moment. The guy could not believe his eyes, because the sight seemed so incredible and terrifying that his mind refused to accept what he saw as reality. Did they really pass through a gate that was considered impregnable and protected by a force that kept enemies at bay? The orc's eyes glowed red, like embers in the darkness, radiating hatred and powerful magical power that threatened to destroy everything around. They communicated with each other in a low and stern whisper, passing on orders and strategies that felt dangerous even from a distance. But this language was indecipherable, complex, and foreign to the ear, like an incantation of ancient magic, carrying within it a threat and a mystery. All around, the orcs were wreaking havoc, destroying everything in their path, scattering debris, and breaking any obstacle that stood in their way. Hyun understood that at this pace he might be late for the meeting. Everything around him was rapidly increasing, distracting and threatening to delay. There was nowhere to go. Every path around was blocked by horrific action, leaving only a dangerous choice between fear and risk. So he decided to deal with their leader as quickly as possible. His survival and chance of reaching the meeting on time depended on it. He delivered blows one after another, moving quickly and decisively, each movement honed, and his heart beating to the beat of a dangerous battle. Eliminating those who came across his path, he ruthlessly cut off any threat, moving forward with determination and fearlessness. There was no end to these little midges. They relentlessly attacked from all sides, creating an endless stream of danger and chaos all around. Finally, the main one appeared before the hero, majestic and terrifying, his figure radiating strength and threat, which forced him to stop. His power enveloped the environment, imbuing the air with a heavy tension and causing every movement around him to tremble with invisible magic. But without wasting time, Hyun began to attack, moving quickly and decisively, each blow full of determination and the desire to defeat the enemy. Using the entire sword, he delivered powerful blows, combining strength and precision, trying to overcome the huge enemy without a single mistake. To defeat this monster, the hunter concentrated all his strength, choosing the enemy's most vulnerable spots and making every move precise and deadly. The residents watched this closely, and their faces reflected confusion and fear as the battle was extremely terrifying and unpredictable. However, at that moment, the orc leader was already lying on the floor, powerless and defeated, and his gaze had lost its previously ominous strength and confidence. The guy understands that if he continues like this, he will definitely be late for the meeting, and he will have to look for a way to speed up the movement. He was called out by a girl who said that she saw that the hunter had not joined any guild, and her words made him stop and consider the situation. And his abilities were too good to waste, so Hwang realized he had to choose carefully when and how to use them. They had little time, so the lady decided to get straight to business without wasting a single minute on unnecessary words or conversation. So she offered to join their guild, explaining that it would provide him with protection, resources, and the opportunity to develop his abilities faster. Since he needed to think about this decision and contact her at the number on the card the girl gave him, the hero read it carefully, thinking about the future. Without wasting time, the young lady ran forward, leaving a light trail of movement behind her. Heng looked up that it was the Ace Guild and realized that they were quite well known, with a solid reputation and numerous successful operations under their belt. But first, he knew he had to go to the meeting because his next step and future opportunities depended on it. However, as people began to run screaming into the street, panic spread quickly and chaos engulfed the surrounding area. Because they did not want to die, they rushed in different directions, looking for a safe place and trying to escape danger. Seeing this, Hung realized that the monsters had also appeared in the shopping mall, threatening the crowd and creating a new center of chaos and panic. Although there is a mandatory clause, as if all hunters are obliged to intervene if the gate opens, the young man hesitated, trying to assess the situation. No matter how strong he was, fighting all these orcs face to face was very risky. Their numbers and organization exceeded any expectations. He recalls Seok's words that Han Jinwoo was promoted to A rank as soon as he returned alive, demonstrating unprecedented strength and skill in battle. And the thought crept into his head that perhaps in order to survive and cope with this situation, he would have to act cunningly and cautiously. Therefore, if he can do this, the hunter will be promoted to A rank, just like Han Jin in his time, opening up new opportunities and recognition among others. So he quietly entered the room, stepping carefully so as not to give away his presence and carefully examining every corner for danger. Everything around was on fire, thick smoke obscured visibility, and heat sparked from debris and collapses, creating a real nightmare all around. Hyun asked warily if anyone was here, his voice sounding cautious, trying not to attract unnecessary attention and to sense any movement around him. And the fact that there is not a single orc in the mall alarms him. It is a deviation from what is expected and may hide a hidden danger. It was as if someone had gotten rid of all the corpses lying in the hall, leaving the room strangely clean and leading to suspicions of a sinister plot. Could someone really do such a terrible thing, destroying the traces of the victims and leaving behind only emptiness and a sense of fear? The young gentleman stood and considered all possible scenarios, intently analyzing the dangers and strategies to make the right decision. And suddenly he heard a sound that cut through the silence, making his heart beat faster, and he listened warily to the source of the noise. A man approached him and told the young man to run away, because it was too dangerous here, and any delay could cost him his life. This sudden opening of the gates was different from those that usually occur in the world. Most likely, it was someone's direct intervention and design. The sound of footsteps approaching them could be heard, creating a sense of approaching danger and forcing Hyun to tense all of his senses. The man asks Heng if these are his allies, closely watching their movements and ready to respond to any threat. The hunter carefully examines the environment, listening to every sound and assessing the situation. When answering no, his voice is calm but firm, making it clear that there are no allies nearby. Already turning to strangers, asking who sent them, trying to quickly figure out the source of this unexpected situation. The chief ordered that there was no need to know this. Since the young man would soon die, his words sounded cold and ruthless. The man noticed that this was a special echo unit, their figures radiating discipline and dangerous skill. He ordered his men not to leave any alive, and his words were stern, emphasizing ruthlessness and determination. They prepared for the fight, displaying their weapons and strategy in a concentrated manner, ready for any development. Using their skills, they moved forward, each movement precise and coordinated, seeking to overcome the enemy with maximum efficiency. They began to attack the young gentleman, leaving him no room for maneuver and forcing him to defend himself from all sides at the same time. But he was able to dodge, moving quickly and deftly, avoiding blows and maintaining control of the situation. His body glowed with a purple light, and the enemy realized that Hyung had used an aura and was quite a formidable opponent, possessing extraordinary strength. So they started to press him twice as hard, increasing their aggression and attempts to break his defense at any cost. The opponents used swords, delivering quick and precise blows, trying to exploit every weakness. Heng realized and analyzed that these mercenaries had killed someone before, judging by their cruelty, experience in combat, and ruthless execution of orders. So he took a step forward, preparing for a decisive blow and assessing every move to find the slightest vulnerability. As the attacker leapt to attack, the hunter reacted instantly, ducking and preparing a counterattack to seize the moment. The young man held out his shield for protection, skillfully blocking the blow and keeping the enemy at a safe distance. In this way, he blocked the attack, reliably intercepting the enemy's blade and not giving him any chance to break through the defense. Confidently asking his opponent if he had finished his work, the hero demonstrated control over the battle and did not let the mercenary relax. The attackers discussed a cunning and meticulously thought-out plan among themselves to carry out their attack as effectively as possible. They consulted for a long time and finally decided to attack simultaneously, synchronously coordinating their actions for greater efficiency. But Heng reacted instantly, raised his sword, and skillfully repelled the attack of one of the attackers, preventing him from striking a single blow. After that, he quickly pulled a shiny knife from under his cloak, clutching it in his hand, now preparing to use it for self-defense. Suddenly, he made a sharp move forward and stabbed the unfriendly enemy with his knife, decisively stopping his threatening attack and saving his life without hesitation. Then, in a calm but confident voice, Hyun turned to the one standing aside and asked if he was going to attack him. But the mercenary, who had been hesitating until now, stood tense and seemed to be gathering all his strength, preparing to rush into battle. And after a short delay, the mercenary abruptly rushed forward, starting to attack with all his fury, as if trying to immediately defeat his opponent. The mercenary didn't even have time to realize what had happened when the young man struck with lightning speed and thrust the sharp sword straight into his body, taking away his chances. Heng's confidence was so incredible that it seemed as if no threat could shake his determination and indomitable fighting spirit. He stood calmly in the middle of the battlefield, staring intently ahead and patiently waiting for the last enemy who had not yet dared to attack. When the last enemy finally realized that he was facing a real monster in human form, his heart shuddered with horror and helplessness. His identity has been fully revealed, and now even the powerful guild will no longer be able to provide him with any protection or cover from his enemies. And since events had turned out that way, he resolutely decided to take the hostage with him, dragging him away to use for his own purposes. A heavy canister was suddenly thrown in front of the young man, which flew straight towards him with a roar, forcing him to instantly react to the danger. Hyun instantly realized it was a smoke grenade and predicted that the battlefield would now be filled with thick smoke, making visibility and movement difficult. As the enemy rapidly approached the man, Heng tensed, ready at any moment to intervene and protect him from imminent danger. There was obvious fear shining in his eyes, reflecting his inner turmoil and awareness of the danger that loomed over him. But before he had even moved a few meters away, danger had already caught up with him, forcing him to act instantly and instinctively, because his body was suddenly pierced by the same sword that Hyung had used in a flash, leaving the enemy with no chance of escape. The hero calmly reported that he had long been accustomed to this kind of danger and attack and no longer felt fear of them. So, decisively and without any hesitation, he finally eliminated the enemy, ensuring complete safety for himself and those around him. The man was surprised to realize that this young man had single-handedly dealt with an entire Special Forces unit, demonstrating incredible skills and fearlessness. He sincerely began to thank him for his rescue and asked with interest if the young man was an A-rank hunter, marveling at his incredible abilities. Hyun just shrugged in surprise, not understanding whether it was really that important and whether it was worth giving it any importance. The man denies it and then politely asks the guy to give his name and tell him who he really is. The young man said his name was Hyung Jung and was about to leave, but the man stopped him, explaining that the cleanup team would be arriving soon. The hero shrugged in surprise, not understanding what he had to do with it and why he needed to wait for the others to arrive. The man explained that although he may look weak and defenseless right now, he is actually the head of the guild's department and holds considerable power. He added that he would personally see to it that Hen was duly rewarded and therefore asked the young man to accompany him to the guild. Finally, he said that his name was Kim Taemin, and he sincerely hoped that Hyun would accept his invitation. Later, the boy decided to approach them because he believed he would truly be rewarded and therefore saw no reason to refuse the offer. His gaze was firm and confident, reflecting the determination and inner strength with which he accepted any challenge. When the young hunter stopped before the entrance to the room, he carefully looked around, preparing to meet new challenges. Quickly dialing the number, he held the phone to his face, preparing to communicate important information and receive instructions. Kim Taemin instantly recognized the voice calling as Hyun Jung and felt a slight sense of relief and pleasure at the familiar tone. The man said that he would go downstairs now and meet him personally to guide him further. Once they were seated, Kim asked if the young man wanted anything else, carefully watching his reaction and ready to fulfill the request. The guy calmly reported that this was quite enough, not needing anything more, and feeling satisfied with the situation. Suddenly, the head of the department remembered that he had forgotten something important, and his face expressed a slight concern and surprise. He quickly pulled a bag out of his pocket and handed it to the hero, wanting to convey something important and valuable. It turned out to be a special type of travel bag that had unique properties and could become an indispensable tool. Hyun was surprised and could not understand how the Bronze Guild could entrust such an important and valuable thing to an ordinary hunter without doubting his readiness. But Kim explained that after seeing his incredible abilities, he decided that Hyun was worthy of having this weapon with him at all times for any challenges. It was for this reason that Kim proposed to Hyun, believing that the young man fully deserved such an honor and responsibility. So the man decided to get straight to the point without wasting time on unnecessary conversations and formalities. He asked Han to help him, but not personally, but for the entire guild, counting only on his skill and determination. Hyun was surprised and couldn't understand how this was supposed to work, because he himself was a C-rank hunter and was used to acting independently and at a high level of professionalism. The elder calmly said that it was no problem at all, and everything could be organized so that Hyun could help effectively. Since the young man had already demonstrated all his abilities, the chairman was confident in his strength and willingness to cope with the task at hand. Therefore, bowing his head, he once again solemnly asked Heng to help the Lays Guild, emphasizing the importance of his participation. Suddenly, an inner voice sounded in the young man's head, firmly ordering him to fulfill the request, leaving no room for doubt. Hyun was surprised and could not understand these words, because the timbre of the voice was different from any other he had ever heard. He turned back sharply, but there was no one around, and the emptiness only emphasized the mystery of the voice he heard. Having sat down more comfortably, the guy calmly prepared to listen attentively to his interlocutor, showing his readiness to talk and understanding of the situation. Kim announced that they would soon begin an unofficial war with the Echo Guild, and that they should be prepared for difficult trials. This meant that a battle would soon take place between the special units of both guilds, where each participant would demonstrate their skill and strategy. But Kim explained that unlike official war, where there is a judge, in unofficial war there are no rules, and participants can kill their opponents without consequences. Reaper advised the hero to accept this offer, emphasizing that it was a chance to show his abilities and gain significant benefits for himself and the guild. Suddenly, Hyung firmly said that he was refusing this offer, not wanting to participate in an unofficial war and risk his life. He realized that a traveling bag was a great benefit, but accepting the offer would mean putting his own life on the line as a target for his enemies. Kim was a little alarmed, but accepted Hyun's answer with restraint, understanding his reasonable caution and respect for the decision, and suggested that their squad provide assistance to Hyun whenever needed, providing support without coercion or obligation. The hunter cautiously asked if the interlocutor was sure that he trusted so much, carefully observing his reaction and tone of voice. Kim calmly replied that the guildmaster had already given his consent, and therefore Hyun could be confident in the reliability of this proposal. Then the young man smiled sincerely, feeling relieved and confident in the correctness of his decision. He murmured that he would gladly accept such an offer, showing his willingness to cooperate with the guild. The guy came back to the administration, asking something of the employee and looking carefully around at everyone around him. She explained that it would be difficult for him to get into the C-rank dungeon due to the long waiting list, and he inquired about the possibility of visiting a higher one. The worker replies that according to the rules, Hyun can only enter a high-ranking dungeon as an A-rank hunter, or higher, or as a member of a professional group. The hero thought about this professional group, realizing that without it, his path to high-ranking dungeons would be closed for a long time. But he remembered that he had a business card from the Ace Guild in his pocket, which could be the key to quickly solving the access problem. Later, he met a girl who was waiting for him in the city center, and when she saw him, she smiled and said hello. She was friendly, greeted him with warmth and a slight liveliness in her voice, as if they had known each other for a long time and were just continuing their conversation, adding that she was waiting for the moment when the guy would finally contact her, because she had an important conversation and several proposals to discuss. Heng got straight to the point and asked about the professional group's raid schedule, wanting to find out when he would have a chance to join them. The young lady thought he wanted to join the guild, and her eyes shone with surprise and slight admiration for his determination. But when she realized that wasn't quite right, she agreed that a hunter should first try his hand at it before finally deciding whether to join. Their group is planning a raid on a B-rank dungeon and asks him to join, saying they are leaving tomorrow morning. So the day came and Heng was lost in thought, contemplating the upcoming raid and the possible dangers that awaited him in the dungeon. He waited for them to finally come for him, noticing every sound of footsteps in the hallway with impatience and slight excitement. A car pulled up, and a man peeked out of its door, asking loudly if a hero named Hyun Jung was present, drawing attention. The driver kindly asked him to sit inside, explaining that he was already expected, and carefully opened the door, inviting him into the car. The guy understands that in professional groups, everything is completely different, and the rules, discipline, and interaction between members are significantly different from what he has seen before. The girl sitting next to him asked if he wanted to join their group as a hunter after what he had seen, carefully watching his reaction. The car moved faster and faster, passing through the city streets with a loud roar of the engine and leaving clouds of dust and noise behind. Finally, they arrived, and the young man was already feeling tired from the long journey, breathing heavily and rubbing his shoulders from the strain. He saw before him the people from the Ace Professional Group waiting for him at the entrance, positioned confidently and ready to meet. And among them was Ni Choi Han Seok, a hunter of A-Rang, known for his skill in using magic and his stern but fair gaze. His figure was confident, with a straight back and a firm gaze, which immediately evoked respect and a sense of strength among those around him. The young lady called him Appa, smiling gently and looking at him with a slight warmth and trust in her eyes. Ni Choi seemed to recognize the voice, stopped for a moment, and listened intently, as if memories had suddenly emerged from his past. And then the brother and sister united in an embrace, holding each other tightly, conveying warmth and support after a long separation. He extends his hand to Hyun and says that he heard about him from Yeo Sil, carefully watching his reaction and waiting for an answer. Then he also explained that he was the leader of the Ace Professional Group, and it was nice to meet you, extending his hand for a friendly shake. Choi thought the hunter already intended to join their group, studying his behavior with a certain anticipation and interest, telling his sister that they would have to try their best to convince the hunter to join their team and show all his abilities. Someone called for Hyun to come closer, the voice sounding friendly, but at the same time full of confidence and a slight commanding tone. And the group commander noticed this, carefully watching the young man's movements and assessing his reaction to the call. Hyun stood next to the stranger, feeling slightly anxious and carefully watching his behavior. And he spoke up, hearing that this would be the first B-rank dungeon for Heng. It was all quite important. And in such a place it is difficult to attack using conventional weapons, because narrow corridors and traps limit movement and opportunities for effective strikes. He holds out a magic sword and explains that it's better than what the hero used before. And Hyun doesn't understand why they're doing this for him. Then the group member replied that they had received the order, and now they were a team, emphasizing the need to support each other. Hyun thanked him and promised to try his best, feeling at the same time a responsibility and a desire not to let the new team down. Choi shouted that if everyone was ready, then they needed to go through the final briefing, paying attention to each member of the group. Their formation will look like this, with Kang Hyung-jun taking the rear, providing security and support from behind during the raid. And in case of danger, everyone must listen to the orders of the senior, because the success and safety of each member of the group depends on it. Hyun realized that he had now become Yu-sil's personal bodyguard, realizing the importance of his role and the responsibility for her safety. So now Choi began, after a detailed explanation of raid tactics, role distribution, and the specifics of the B-rank dungeon. Hyun stared at his magic in confusion, trying to understand how it worked and what power it could provide in battle. As the power that belonged to A-rank magic opened the entrance to the cave, the young man was left amazed by the scale of his new team's capabilities. Once inside, the commander began to recount the plan of action, clearly explaining the group's location and strategy for overcoming the dangers in the dungeon. First of all, the group must start by clearing, carefully checking every corridor and room for monsters and traps. Before them stood monsters, menacing and aggressive, with a gleam in their eyes and teeth ready to attack. The young hunter realized that these were monsters with a spiritual realm, feeling their energy and realizing that ordinary weapons would be ineffective. Choi immediately used his powerful magic, releasing bright spells that instantly struck the monsters and forced them to retreat. And then his blue aura mixed with the energy of the monsters, creating a magical vortex that dispersed the dark force around. Hyun saw the commander destroy a B-rank enemy with a single blow, leaving him amazed by Choi's incredible strength and skill. And it seems that this is what angered the monsters, who now attacked even more aggressively, feeling a threat to their dominance in the cave. Choi said that the time had come and they needed to gather themselves, preparing for the next stage and focusing on team interaction. To defend and strike back, each participant had to take designated positions and follow the group's tactics. Everyone was extremely focused, carefully monitoring the movements of the monsters and ready to react instantly to any threat. Suddenly, the commander shouts for everyone to be careful, his voice echoing throughout the cave, causing the hunters to instantly tense up. For his incredible power has taken over the dungeons, instantly eliminating enemies and forcing their opponents to retreat in fear. Hyun watched with his mouth open, realizing that he was seeing with his own eyes the true power and organization of a professional group. It was incredible, and the young man could not imagine that they could be so professional and coordinated in battle. The A-rank hunter watched him with a keen eye, assessing Hyung's every move and his ability to react quickly. Another participant warned that it was a small dungeon and everything would be fine if they just moved forward, following the plan and interacting. It was indeed short, but defeating the boss will be much more difficult, as his strength and tactics far exceed those of ordinary monsters. The boy heard the older man explain that it didn't matter, and that they would manage by relying on teamwork and their own abilities. As they approached their destination, they noticed that there was absolute silence around them, and even the breath of air seemed too tangible and tense. There was complete silence outside the door, no footsteps, no rustling, not the slightest hint of any sound or movement. Even the candle went out, leaving behind only the faint smell of wax and darkness that engulfed everything around without the slightest light. The commander emphasized that it is necessary to be extremely careful, carefully monitor your surroundings, and not take any rash steps. The monster's eye opened wide, its glow warming the darkness, radiating a cold and frightening gaze that pierced everything around. It wounded Kwang Bai, leaving a deep and bloody wound that sent pain coursing through his entire body, causing him to tremble. These were incredible nightmares that filled his mind with fear and hopelessness, making his body tremble with terror and tension. Choi ordered everyone to line up, and the soldiers instantly formed into a strict line, awaiting further orders with tense discipline. There were 12 enemies, and although they were B rank, The number was too great to easily deal with without careful planning and caution. They were like ghosts, silently flying around, their shadows gliding along the walls, creating an eerie sense of danger. The elder looked at the injured participant with deep concern, carefully assessing his condition and considering how to provide assistance. He begged Kwang Bei to hold on a little longer, gritting his teeth in anxiety and hoping that the wounded man would be able to endure the pain. His hands clenched with anger, his tendons tensed, and his fingers turned white from the force with which he tried to contain his emotions. He used magic, directing powerful energy flows at the enemy, attacking mercilessly and leaving him no chance to defend himself. But thanks to Choi Han, the number of monsters decreased, and gradually the surrounding space became a little less threatening, although the danger was still palpable. And the elder breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the tension gradually subside and the anxiety recede a little, leaving behind a faint calm. But all the hunters were already on the verge of exhaustion, their bodies groaning in pain and their minds barely holding on, fighting fatigue and fear. Heng could see that they were tired, and it was no wonder, because the constant struggle with danger had exhausted their bodies and minds to the limit. Without it, they would have had to survive in extremely difficult conditions, facing danger and pain that threatened their every step. Danzig incarnated in him to strengthen the young man's resolve, filling him with energy and confidence in the face of danger. Choi shouted for Hyun to stay in line, reminding everyone of discipline and the importance of strict order among all participants. These words were incomprehensible to the young man. He could not grasp their meaning and felt a slight surprise and confusion, because there wasn't even time left for such thoughts, because the constant threat forced us to act instantly and without hesitation. The guy actively launched attacks, moving quickly and decisively, leaving no chance for his enemies to counterattack. The attacks followed one after another, like a continuous flow of force, giving the enemies no chance to breathe or defend themselves. He used the shield as protection, blocking the blows of enemies and covering himself from danger on all sides. Seeing this, the commander decided to help the young hunter by intervening in the battle and covering him from enemy attacks. Hyun understood that such skills were expected of an A-rank hunter because only a high level of skill allowed for effective resistance. He asked to cover him so that the young man could focus on the other monsters and protect the team from the numerous threats around. His strength was also not much different from the team's strength, so he could effectively support others and defeat enemies together with them. And his confidence and determination may have been a bit exaggerated, but it helped him act boldly even in the most dangerous situations. Having eliminated all the nightmares, the group realized that an even stronger boss awaited them ahead. The tension from the upcoming battle increased noticeably. And then Hyun saw something approaching quickly. His heart beat faster, and the silence in the air increased dramatically. An incredibly powerful attack slammed into his shield, which he activated just in time, feeling the impact with all its force that nearly broke it. Choi couldn't figure out if the rookie had really blocked the attack or if it was really an aura shield protecting him from the incredible force of the blow. The boy gritted his teeth in pain, trying not to show weakness, and continued to fight despite the suffering. And I realized that it would be difficult to continue using my left hand, as the tension significantly limited my movements and the accuracy of my attacks. But Danzig's power grew. All of the boy's physical abilities and regenerative abilities increased significantly, giving him strength he didn't have before. The hero understood that he felt an unknown force and could not miss this chance, because he could change the course of the battle in his favor. The chief watched him closely and asked how long Yeosil would be able to cover the young man, considering a strategy in case of new enemy attacks. The lady was embarrassed and said that she would only be able to cover for 5 minutes, but that was already the maximum limit of her endurance. Hyun reported that this would be enough, confidently calculating the time and preparing to seize the opportunity. So he began to move forward against the monster boss, gathering all his strength and determination for a decisive attack. Protecting his body with a shield, the hero blocked the enemy's blows, feeling how each blow transmitted force and tension throughout his body. Because the attacks were too strong, each blow almost pierced the shield and threatened its safety. Sounds erupted from it, expressing the pain and tension that gripped the body from the incredible force of the monster's blows. However, the confidence was powerful, filling him with determination and courage, allowing him to continue the fight despite the pain and fatigue. Heng found out that his opponent was too strong, and that to win he would have to act with utmost caution and use all his skills. And it was necessary to stop extracting its mana crystals and strike at the core, because that was what could quickly break the enemy's defenses. So the young man carefully acted on his plan, considering every step and striving to use the enemy's moments of weakness as effectively as possible. He found the main core of the monster, concentrating on it and preparing to deliver an accurate and powerful blow. Then Hyun gathered all his strength, prepared to unleash a powerful attack that could decide the course of the battle once and for all. The hunter made a final attack that destroyed the enemy's defenses and finally eliminated him, ending the fierce battle. His face showed no emotion at this time, remaining cold and unwavering even after defeating the enemy. The senior watched this closely, observing every move and assessing Heng's actions with professional vigilance. I realized that this was perhaps the power of a hunter who had awakened, displaying incredible power and control over his abilities. And he thought that Hyung-jun might have wanted to join their guild, realizing his potential and strength. Later, when it was all over, the commander approached Quan Bei and said that he would soon call a medic to provide the necessary assistance. The young man understood that he would now be asked to join the group, so he needed to go immediately, without wasting time on doubts. He told Choi that he was no longer needed here, so he wanted to leave, and asked him to make sure he was paid for the work he had done. Finally, the hero was already lying in his room. He received a notification on his phone about the receipt of funds, 50 million won, which significantly exceeded his expectations. Hyun realized that he had become very tired during this time, so he completely surrendered to sleep, plunging into a deep and peaceful rest. Then he heard a voice that spoke of the last sword waiting for him, perhaps having some secret dealings with the young man. Entering the room, Hyun cautiously looked around and saw who was patiently awaiting his arrival, and felt a slight excitement. His face looked confused, his eyes involuntarily darting around the room, trying to understand what was happening around him. Then the hero noticed that the holy sword looked quite good, shining with a slight light and attracting his attention, and the object's hurrah unfolded in a blue flame, gently illuminating the space around it and creating a feeling of extraordinary power. The voice spoke, urging the hero to take the sword and experience its true power, which awaited its owner. And then, coming closer, the hunter wrapped his arm around him, holding him tightly and not letting go for a moment. After trying the blade and carefully examining the weapon, the young man felt its balance and readiness for battle, appreciating every detail. Having concluded, I realized that the sword was simply incredible, combining immense power and perfect craftsmanship. The footsteps were quiet, but the one who entered said that for a newcomer, Hyun had an unusually sharp and attentive gaze. He introduced himself as Siden Miller, explaining that he was a holy sword and one of the past lives of reincarnation. The hero realized that he looked familiar, as if he had met this figure before in his memories or dreams. Siden asked if the hunter was capable of using the sword's aura, curious about its skills and potential in battle. And it reminded him of the times when he was in the boy's body, experiencing the same emotions and experiences as back then. Hyun also remembered this moment, feeling excitement and nostalgia that seemed to take him back to the past. He suddenly, sharply pointed his sword at his opponent, feeling a surge of determination and tension in the air. Siden spoke so that the hero would remember this feeling, because the flow of power was felt right now, filling every movement with energy. The sword took on an even greater glow, brightly radiating energy that enveloped Heng and the space around him. As if the young man was using the aura of the shield, his movements became more confident, and the surrounding space seemed to be protected from any threat. Siden was surprised that Karsogo had taught him better than he had expected, noticing Heng's rapid progress and skill. The young hunter continued to hold the sword, feeling its weight and power and preparing for the next step in the battle. It felt different than a shield, because this aura was much more difficult to control, requiring more concentration and willpower. The Holy Sword, realizing that he could do nothing on his own, decided to intervene and help the hero with his power. Touching the young man's back with its limb, the blade gave him a wave of energy that strengthened his confidence. Siden asked to remember this flow of his magic so that the hero could feel its power and learn to control it on his own. Heng's eyes opened wide, reflecting surprise and admiration at the power and radiance emanating from the sword. His body was barely holding on and twisting from the tension, trying to adjust to the powerful flow of energy. Siden ordered not to resist and to accept his energy in order to fully feel the power of the sword and learn to control it. This is a magical resonance, and in the real world, reincarnation would have already died, unable to withstand such powerful energy. Hyun understood that the aura was completely different, full of power and a sensation he had never felt before. The hero immediately told the man that he didn't care and asked him to repeat it again, wanting to feel the flow of power again. So, touching their backs, they decided to repeat it, focusing on feeling the flow of magic and controlling it. Siden understood that this was not bad, and past lives confirmed the correctness of his choice and actions. Hyun was truly good and worthy, his determination and integrity shining through any trials. And it seems that he will soon be able to become a master who confidently uses the sword's aura and controls its power. Having taken the sword into his hands and feeling its weight and strength, the boy was ready for the next stage of training. Siden Miller decided to show what he was capable of, preparing to demonstrate the full power of his aura and sword mastery. The man calmly asked to watch carefully so that the hero could remember his every move and technique during the fight, and he began training. The past life instantly ran away, gaining speed and preparing for a swift and powerful strike. So he jumped into the air, rising high and preparing to deliver a precise and powerful blow like lightning in the sky. He showed off all his skills, performing complex sword moves, demonstrating mastery and control over energy. Hyun watched him closely, unblinking, trying to remember the master's every move and technique. The last patron of the sword demonstrated all his experience, performing precise and impressive movements that amazed the young lord. The sword seemed to be chained to his hand, accurately repeating all movements and emphasizing the mastery of the wielder. The weapon's aura sliced through the air, leaving behind bright blue trails that emphasized the speed and power of the movements. Striking a pose and pointing his sword forward, Siden Miller completed his demonstration of skills, showing all the skill and power of his aura. The tip of the blade almost touched the student's face, making Han feel the tension and danger in the air. Then the man asked if he could repeat the same thing, curious about the young man's willingness to reproduce the master's movements. The guy understood that he had coped with Karsogo's training, feeling confident in his abilities and skills. And this one, moreover, he will perform without hesitation, completely confident in his abilities and control over the sword. Our hero replied that he would try, that he was ready to make every effort to reproduce the movements shown. Later, the sword patron concluded that it was not bad and even exceeded his expectations, noting Heng's progress. And on this note, they decided to end their first training session, feeling satisfied with the progress they had made. The hero asked if they would see each other again, and the man replied that the meeting would take place when the reincarnation was ready. So as he left the room, Hyun said his farewells and said goodbye until the next meeting. Siden Miller watched the door close and thought that maybe this time everything would go as planned. Closer to noon, the young hunter walked through the forest, feeling the coolness and noise of the trees around him. He wanted everything to happen away from human eyes, so he chose paths deep in the forest, where silence and peace reigned. Thinking about this, the hero doubtfully asked himself whether this would really be enough to achieve the goal. His training with the sword continued, each movement becoming more precise and his control over his aura stronger. The guy understood that he needed to remember all the techniques and movements again to consolidate the acquired skills. So he closed his eyes, absorbed in memories, the moment when he had previously trained with his mentor, and the feeling of those emotions, namely the way Siden Miller wielded the sword, reproducing his precise movements and aura control as he was a seasoned master. The young man's eyes suddenly opened, filled with determination and the desire to apply everything he had just remembered. The movements became similar to the teacher's movements, repeating his every technique and precision of actions, with caution and determination. The aura of the sword ran through all movements of the blade, emphasizing the precision and power of each blow. Hyun knew that the unofficial guild war was approaching, and he needed to continue training relentlessly in preparation for the trials. Since this was the only way the boy could become even stronger, he devoted all his energy to training and improving his skills. Finally, the day has begun when a secret and tense unofficial war will be waged, full of unexpected events and dangers. Hyun asks Kim intently what their chances are of winning this difficult and unpredictable battle that is about to begin. The man coldly replies that they have 2 B-rank and 4 C-rank hunters, including him, and according to intelligence, their fighters don't stand a chance against the enemies. As he said earlier, without the help of a hero, they cannot cope with their opponents because the opponent's strength far exceeds their capabilities. Hyung was deep in thought at this time and carefully analyzed the situation, trying to find the slightest chance for victory amidst the chaos. Kim seriously said that they were in an extremely bad situation, and all they had to do was trust the guy completely. Hyun replied that it sounded good and calmly asked if they could give him a change of clothes, since he had come here right after a grueling workout. Upon arriving, the young man had an unsettling feeling, as if a carefully prepared ambush had already been set up for them, waiting ahead. It all looked like it was a well-staged performance, and he was not at all happy to find himself in such a strange and suspicious situation. The man, wearing a mask, calmly asks if Kang Hyun-jung is ready, because once they enter this place, there will be no chance of retreat. So the long-awaited, major, and at the same time dangerous unofficial war will begin, which will decide the future fate of each of the participants present. The boy looked closely at the fist and could not understand whether he should test its strength, risking defeat or pain. So he instantly rushed forward, without hesitation and with complete determination to overcome the obstacle before him. Because he initially planned to eliminate those hiding in the ambush to ensure the safety of himself and his allies before the main battle. He advanced on the enemy with complete confidence, keeping his sights firmly on the target and leaving no room for doubt. At that time, those who stood before him trembled with fear, feeling the imminent danger that came upon them with every step. And instantly the hunter destroyed all enemies, acting with lightning speed and ruthlessness, leaving behind only chaos and emptiness. The man realized that the young man had instantly eliminated 2 enemies with one precise and powerful blow, which amazed him with its speed and strength. And it seemed that he would be the one to save their guild from inevitable death, taking on the burden of responsibility and risk. The opponents noticed that Kim had chosen a fairly capable mercenary, and this forced them to be more cautious in assessing their chances of success in battle. But even such an advantage will not be able to save their group, as the enemy's strength far exceeds their capabilities and strategy. So he ordered his participants to attack decisively, urging them to move forward without any hesitation or doubt. At that time, Kim Taemin also sent his 2 hunters to provide Hyun with the necessary support in confronting the enemies, so that they can eliminate all enemies without a trace, displaying their skill and strength, protecting Heng, and ensuring an advantage in battle. Incredible chaos erupted around them as screams, blows, and explosions of magic mixed into a single vortex of destructive energy, engulfing everyone present. The battle was fierce and merciless. Every blow and every maneuver determined the fate of the participants in this chaotic and dangerous conflict. Then the chief of the enemies noticed that his group was not coping with the situation and began to feel unexpected anxiety and worry about their defeats. And he firmly stated that he would take everything into his own hands and do everything himself, not trusting weak allies in this critical situation. Hyun saw their commander also entering the battle and realized that once they eliminated him, the other enemies would leave them no chance of survival. So he set out to fight with all his might, resolutely rushing into battle, ready to confront any enemy that stood in his way. He began to actively attack the enemy commander, ruthlessly breaking through his defenses and demonstrating extraordinary skill in battle. When the latter, in turn, rushed towards the young man, an instant and intense duel broke out between them, full of strength, speed, and dangerous maneuvers. Their fight was incredibly powerful and brutal, every blow and maneuver echoing around, filling the air with danger and tension. Hyun thought so too. The enemy was significantly different from ordinary enemies, demonstrating unprecedented strength and agility in every movement. The enemy realized that the mercenary was using his aura even at such a low level, which surprised him and forced him to rethink his attack strategy. The battle continued, and their swords clashed in a powerful clash, sparks flying all around, echoing from the force of the blows and the determination of both warriors. The team members watched them in amazement, not understanding whether these warriors were even human, so incredible was their speed and strength in battle. Heng noticed that the enemy was trying to push him out of position and instantly began to adjust his movements, preparing for a decisive counterattack. The opposing commander shouted loudly for his members to continue the battle, because without this young man, the Lays Guild would be completely powerless and worthless. But suddenly, someone directed a powerful stream of fire magic at the enemies, which instantly covered the battlefield and forced them to retreat. The magic instantly flared up in bright flames and headed straight for Heng, lighting his path and threatening him with danger. However, the young hunter managed to raise his shield and protect himself, repelling the fire magic and avoiding serious injuries. He couldn't understand what had just happened, because events had unfolded so quickly and unexpectedly. Instantly, his opponent rushed at him from above, launching a lightning-fast attack that required maximum concentration and quick reaction. The sword flew just a few centimeters from the hero's body, almost touching him and forcing him to strain to the limit. But the hunter reacted with lightning speed and was able to block the blow with his weapon, deflecting it and preventing serious danger. The enemy, with cold confidence, ordered Hyun to surrender, convinced that the young man was already losing and had no chance of winning. His gaze quickly swept over everything happening around him, assessing enemies, allies, and every detail of the battlefield. He saw that the opponents had already eliminated his team and understood that the end of the battle was predictable in advance, so there was no chance of survival. The opponent calmly asked to surrender, assuring him that this was the only way for Hyun to save his life and avoid inevitable death. The guy looked at him, and in his eyes you could read that he was considering his plan, trying to find the slightest chance of victory. He said that the enemy was right and that he himself was already feeling tired from this exhausting struggle which had taken a lot of strength and energy. Hearing this, the man smiled, feeling relieved and confident that the situation was starting to turn in his favor. But Hyun further explained that he was tired of constantly running away and instantly struck a powerful blow, leaving no chance. Then the commander resolutely ordered his subordinates to destroy this young, daring youth who challenged their authority and power. And everyone abruptly rushed to attack the young man, trying to simultaneously destroy him and crush his determination. A powerful explosion occurred that could have seriously injured the boy, sending debris and flames flying around, creating a deadly danger. But he stood firm and confident, holding firmly in his hands the shield that protected him from everything that was happening around him. And in the next moment, he resolutely decided to go on the attack, rushing at his enemies with full confidence and strength. After that, the hero looked tired and exhausted. His movements became slower, and his face reflected the severity of the battle. His mana gradually ran out, and he began to invoke Reincarnation, calling for help from Karsago, Hasashin, and Siden Miller. Opponents were sure that he had already lost his mind after all his comrades were eliminated, and saw no other reason for this. Hyun couldn't understand why no one from his past lives was responding to him, leaving him alone with his own thoughts and doubts. The enemy coldly announced that no one would help him, because this place was not chosen by chance and was prepared specifically so that no one would be there. However, the young man continued to call out, hoping that at least someone from past lives or allies would answer him and support him in this fight. After all, help was incredibly needed right now, at the most critical moment, when his life and the outcome of the battle depended on it. And then the thirst for blood awakened the Reaper. He had clear intentions to kill, and his presence filled the air with deadly threat. He said that the boy's cry was so loud and piercing that it could be heard even in hell, and ordered him to raise his sword to destroy everyone present, leaving no one alive, and to hear their last desperate cry. Heng realized that the Reaper had become much more dangerous and ruthless since then, watching his every move with cold precision. And suddenly, his mana was fully restored, filling every internal energy reserve and granting incredible strength for the coming battle. It would be enough to continue the battle without stopping, supporting every move and attack with incredible precision and power. In the hunter's eyes appeared clear hope and unwavering self-confidence, ready to overcome any obstacles in his path. So he began to deliver quick and precise attacks, each blow landing with incredible force and skill, leaving his enemies no chance. The hero eliminated each enemy mercilessly and instantly, moving forward, leaving behind only silence and traces of battle. The sweet smell of blood awakened the Reaper even more, and this instinct turned the young man into a ruthless killer who only craved new drops of blood. The man understood that after so many years he had again smelled this familiar and disturbing smell, which awakened old memories and instincts. We'll tell reincarnations about every weak point of the opponent, so that the upcoming battle is precise, effective, and ruthlessly deadly. Each time the Reaper repeated that the young man should mercilessly kill all enemies, leaving no chance of survival. And now, in front of him, a red dot glowed on each opponent, clearly indicating their weakest spot for an accurate strike. Hyun understands that in any case, this battle will not be easy, because they are cunning and dangerous and every move will require maximum concentration. So he began to strike precisely on the marks, each movement quick and precise, leaving his enemies defenseless against his attack. Not giving his opponents any chance of victory, he mercilessly continued his attacks, destroying anyone who dared to stand in his way. Only 2 remain, and with the Reaper's incredible power, he will quickly deal with them, leaving no chance for resistance. The commander could not believe that such a thing was even possible, observing Heng's incredible strength and skill in battle. He orders his participants to quickly gather and attack, trying to regain the advantage in the battle. But at this time, Hyun instantly protected himself with his shield, repelling the attack and maintaining control of the situation. The young man understood that the opponents remained the strongest, and their every move could become deadly dangerous. But through all these attacks, he could spot their weak spots and predict the enemy's next move. And this gave him an incredible advantage, allowing him to control the fight and deliver strikes with maximum efficiency. Therefore, he began to press them decisively, combining quick and powerful blows, forcing the enemies to retreat and lose any initiative in the battle. Having thrust his sword into his opponent's body, he heard him menacingly warn that he would break the blade into pieces, but Heng did not stop and continued to attack. But before he could carry out his intention, he screamed his last, giving up his voice in a desperate attempt to warn of danger. Heng didn't understand how anyone could think that by grabbing the blade of an aura sword, they could remain normal, because such an action was incredibly dangerous and could cost their lives instantly. The enemy leader rushes to the rescue, seeking to turn the tide of battle and support his subordinates with strength and strategic skill. By shouting that the mercenary was a scumbag, the hunter was trying to stir up anger and fear in his allies before the battle. Hyun takes out his shield and demonstrates that he possesses not only a sword, but also reliable protection, ready to withstand any enemy attack. So the commander flies a certain distance away from the impact, trying to recover from the impact and find the strength to rise. The participants did not understand how their leader, Ju Hyun Seok, could be knocked down with one swing, observing the incredible power and accuracy of his blow. The young man realized that the man was most likely an A rank, as the leader could not be defeated so easily without extraordinary strength and skill. The opponents think they need to flee from here immediately, because continuing to fight against Heng meant inevitable defeat and death. Hyun doesn't understand if he really wants to leave his guild, leaving his allies in danger and betraying his comrades' trust. The Reaper said that he was watching everyone, and one of the enemies was still alive, so they had to kill everyone without a trace, leaving no chance. In an unofficial war between guilds, the battle continues uninterrupted until one side is completely destroyed, leaving behind only ruins and defeat. So Hyun has to kill everyone, but the enemy himself has already lost the will to fight, surrendering positions and feeling the hopelessness of his situation. And indeed, the enemy barely managed to stay on his feet, not to lose consciousness from pain and exhaustion after the ruthless attack. The Reaper screamed for the reincarnation to cut his throat, prompting a merciless massacre without any doubt or regret. After all, this isn't the first time he's done this, so why is he suddenly trying to look innocent, hiding his true, ruthless nature? From the very beginning, the hunter did not want to do this, struggling with inner doubt and striving to avoid a ruthless massacre. At midnight, when it's all over, a wounded Kim asks if the war is finally over, observing the silence after the battle. He wonders if they had any chance of winning, because everything looked so hopeless under the pressure and his incredible strength. Hyun replies that there were chances, but he took them away, leaving the enemies without any chance of salvation or victory. Behind him, a fist clenched, filled with anger and determination, ready to act at any moment. Kim knew before that Kang Hyung-jun was extremely skilled, but what he saw today exceeded all expectations. And in any case, 6 people remained alive, surviving despite the chaos and destruction after the ruthless battle. Does this mean that the young man will destroy them all? Because although Kim had such an idea, he could not imagine that Hyun would be so strong and ruthless. So he shakes his hand and thanks him for everything, acknowledging the hunter's support and courage during a dangerous battle. He says that there is no need to regret the murder, because thanks to it many people remained alive, and his actions made sense in saving the lives of others. The man looks at the phone and reports that now that the war is over, the payment should be in the account, asking Hyun to check on it. He sees that the funds have arrived, but decides not to do such dangerous work anymore, realizing the risks and his own limits. Hyung-seok runs into the director's office and reports that he was unable to contact manager Ju Hyung-seok, explaining the reason for his appearance. Jong Seok-min turns his head in his direction and asks questions, trying to clarify the details and understand what exactly happened. Not understanding whether he was unable to contact just him or someone else, he carefully watches his response. The assistant lowered his head and quietly said that he could not contact any of them, admitting the complete impossibility of communication. The director understands that they didn't send the best people, but he still can't believe that they could all just disappear without a trace. Hyun-seok talks about the only mercenaries hired by the Lace Guild, explaining that they were the ones who participated in the dangerous mission. Then Seong-min orders to immediately find out the name of that scumbag so that appropriate measures can be taken without any delay. Because they cannot disappoint their patron, they must take careful care of him and provide all the necessary safety points. The next morning, the hero carefully reviews the payment of 150,000 won for his service in the war, pondering its meaning and future expenses. He lies on the bed, thinking deeply about all his previous actions, mistakes, and the possible consequences of each of his steps. He knows well that for the sake of this significant sum, he had to risk his own life, weighing the price and danger of his actions. But it doesn't matter, because he knows that this money will go to an orphanage and help many defenseless children. For their sake, he feels capable of much more, ready to overcome any difficulties and take risks for their good. There was silence and peace at the entrance to the shelter, only a light breeze gently swaying the branches of the trees around. The boy carefully carried the gifts in his hands, hoping that they would bring joy and satisfaction to all the children. So he knocked loudly on the door, attracting the attention of everyone inside and expecting a joyful meeting. He opened the door himself and announced that he had come to visit the director, hoping for a warm welcome and a pleasant conversation. There was a girl in the room who was the first to notice the young man and watched in surprise as he appeared. Hyun was incredibly happy to see Seo Jin-nuna again after a long time, feeling excited and warm from the meeting. She reported that the director has been feeling unwell lately, so the young lady is helping her with all her chores and care. Jin explained that the woman was no longer young, and it was at this moment that the director heard these words, raising her eyebrows in a little surprise. The woman entered screaming, saying that she was healthy and feeling fine, trying to calm those present with her voice. The director asks the girl not to worry because she needs to focus on her job as a support hunter and fulfill her duties. She also asks if Hyun is okay, worried about his condition and making sure of his safety. The young man replied that he was doing well and advised the woman to take better care of herself so as not to worry about him. He asks Nuno how she is doing and if she is busy participating in raids, taking an interest in her affairs and occupation. The woman sighed and also spoke about it, explaining that thanks to her help, the young lady was able to become a C-rank hunter. Hang understood that combining helping at the shelter with hours of training and participating in raids was extremely difficult and exhausting. He asks Nuno not to overwork himself and to carefully monitor his own strength to maintain health and energy. And she agreed with a smile, feeling Hyun's support and care, which gave her confidence. The hero announced that he had brought gifts, and the woman was shocked by their number, not expecting such a generous gesture. But the hunter explained that these were various snacks for the children, and he wanted to give them a pleasant surprise so that they would feel joy. The principal realizes that the student has gone too far again, and, smiling, thinks about his excessive generosity and care. But Hyun shrugged it off and said everything was fine, assuring that his actions only brought benefit and joy to the children. He reported that he had been promoted to C rank and given good pay, which was a well-deserved reward for his efforts and courage. The director was extremely proud of the young man, admiring his achievements, courage, and care for the children at the shelter. Then the boy neatly packed the box for convenience, arranging the gifts and preparing them for distribution to the children. Nuna asked if he was doing anything wrong, worrying about the possible risks and consequences of his actions. The young man replied that he had not, and assured her that she did not need to worry, because he was acting carefully and with good intentions. He explained that he doesn't do anything like that, so Nuna can rest easy and not worry about him. Then he asked if the children were already outside so he could give them gifts and make them happy. So the principal watched as the doors closed behind the students, filled with warm feelings and excitement for their joy. I understood that once Hyun was a little boy, but now he has become a real man, responsible and caring. She remembers how the boy once sat on the steps of the shelter, quietly watching the world and dreaming of the future. And then he played with his girlfriend Nuna, laughing happily and forgetting about all the worries around him. Moments of them taking pictures together and spending time enjoying childhood moments. They had fun and played, knowing neither troubles nor bad deeds, completely immersed in happy everyday life. He also remembers how, as teenagers, they celebrated receiving an F rank, rejoicing in their achievements and feeling proud of their successes. Hyun was quite happy despite growing up without parents, appreciating friends, support, and moments of joy in life. The director mentioned that they say that with age, people start to stick their noses into other people's affairs more, observing those around them more carefully. On the street, Jin asked what the woman was talking about and if he was really okay, worried about his condition and well-being. The young man said that he would take care of the shelter's debts himself, taking responsibility and striving to help the residents. Suddenly, the children called out to the boy, joyfully running towards him and waiting for gifts and attention. They were incredibly happy that he had come and brought something, glowing with happiness and delight. They began tugging at his jacket and impatiently asking about the gifts, happily waiting for a surprise. The children opened the box and chose whatever they wanted, with joyful exclamations and a sparkle in their eyes from what was there. Hyun said with a smile that the kids were more pleased with the gifts than with him, rejoicing in their sincere joy and enthusiasm. Then they thought about it themselves, smiling and feeling warm from the attention and care. But they assured him that this was not the case at all, and that, in fact, they loved him immensely, sincerely appreciated his kindness and generosity, and noted how he was always ready to help. The principal went outside and called everyone to the pizza that the hunter had brought, happily announcing a delicious surprise. Then they dropped everything and ran inside the room with incredible speed, happily rushing towards the pizza and fun. And Hyun realized his defeat because he lost the pizza race, laughing with the kids and enjoying the moment. He called Nuno to sit at the table as well, inviting him to join the fun lunch with the children. Later, everyone savored what Hyun had brought and sincerely thanked him for the gifts and the visit. The children were incredibly happy, beaming with joy and gratitude for the gifts and attention from Hyun. The hero said that if it wasn't enough, he would buy more, so he asked them not to rush to eat and to enjoy the food. Kasashin's voice suddenly announced that someone was closely watching their reincarnation, causing surprise and concern. Then the boy instantly focused, tuning his attention to detail and preparing for possible dangers. He shouted for everyone to quickly get under the table. They needed to prepare for an unforeseen threat. Sharp and dangerous attacks began, and the hunter instantly blocked each blow with his sword, resolutely protecting the children and everyone else nearby from danger. After that, there was an explosion that enveloped everything around in bright light and power, creating a wave of chaos. A strong and loud explosion raised thick dust and covered everything around, but the hunter stood firm and confidently defended himself with his shield. Since he was an experienced B-rank warrior, however, even for such a level, the situation seemed extremely difficult and unprofitable. The boy's eyes clearly reflected a noticeable confusion, revealing his insecurity and internal struggle at that moment. However, Karzago's righteous shield flared with light and began to protect him from danger, creating a reliable barrier against enemies. Also, at the decisive moment, Siden Miller's brave sword joined in, merging with the hero and becoming one with him in battle. And even then, Hyun began to feel an unusual self-confidence, as if a new force had ignited in his heart, ready to lead him forward. Nuna shouted loudly that she would definitely help her friend. Her words sounded sincere and full of determined devotion. But he firmly replied that the girl should help the children and the headmistress, understanding that even though she had a C-rank hunter, her healing magic was much more needed. Hyun remained the only one who could truly protect everyone, because it was on his shoulders that all responsibility for people's safety lay. The enemies quickly realized that the young man was using an aura, confirming that the information from the report was true, and that he was at least a B-rank. At first, everyone thought the intelligence corps had gone crazy, but when they saw it with their own eyes, they realized that they were mistaken and that they themselves were wrong. To capture the C-rank hunter, they dared to send as many as 20 armed men, hoping to outnumber him. The main opponent stated that although they did not know exactly how strong Hyun was, the young man had already chosen the wrong opponent, and their boss was after his head. The hunter replied that it was enough to carry nonsense, and called for the battle to begin, preparing to fearlessly meet the enemies in open combat. So the senior ordered his group to advance without hesitation and carry out orders in a coordinated manner to break through the enemy and ensure a quick victory with honor. Those enemies began to simultaneously use various body acceleration magic and fiery spheres that tore through the air and mercilessly threatened the surroundings. And all these dangerous attacks simultaneously rushed at the young hunter, trying to break through his defenses and subdue him by force of numbers. Hyung was trying hard to block all the attacks, deflecting them with his shield and using quick movements to not give his enemies any chance. But at the same time, he responded with precise strikes, using his skills and strength to repel enemies and inflict damage on them. The hunter eliminated enemies, moving cold-bloodedly and relentlessly. Every blow was precise and deadly because his goal to protect the innocent would not stop. His sword aura brightly illuminated the entire room, filling the space with powerful energy and causing enemies to feel fear and awe before him. And the enemy simply stood still, taking a deep breath, preparing for his last breath. The entire group watched in shock, unable to believe their eyes and realizing that they were facing an extremely strong and unpredictable opponent. Then the elder cold-bloodedly ordered his men to target women and children, ruthlessly using fear and numerical superiority to pressure without mercy. The hero instantly realized that his family was in mortal danger, and his heart was filled with determination to protect them at any cost. But he doesn't have time to reach them to save them, because the enemy is already preparing to strike, leaving minimal chances of rescue. Then he resolutely decided to throw down his shield, hoping to distract his enemies and create a chance to save his loved ones. And he covers the girl with the children, standing between them and danger, using his body as a living barrier from enemy attacks. The opponent realized that the hunter would now be unable to use his shield because it had been knocked back, and decided to take advantage of this vulnerability. So they saw this as their chance and immediately launched a new attack, hoping to gain an advantage over the hunter. But the young man gave them no hope, resolutely countering every attack and showing incredible strength. He blocked every blow without a single mistake, calmly controlling the fight, demonstrating skill and unwavering determination. So the enemy was eliminated, and his fall finally forced the opponents to retreat, recognizing the invincible power of the young hunter. The young man's eyes betrayed deep fatigue, reflecting all the physical and emotional burden, and the cut on his arm testified to a difficult battle, leaving visible traces of the struggle and danger he had gone through. Barely able to stand, the boy forced himself to stand, gathering all his strength to save everyone who depended on his determination. There were 11 opponents left, and the chances of victory looked extremely small, almost impossible for the young man to do it alone. So Heng called out loudly to Reaper, his cry coming out strong and confident, hoping to get help at this critical moment. A bloodthirsty entity has awakened, filling the space with eerie energy and causing enemies to feel fear and terror before its power. A part of the hunter, filled with a thirst for killing, burst forth, his blows becoming cruel and incredibly deadly to his enemies. And then the opponents did not understand at all what was happening, watching the incredible strength of the hunter and his ruthless attack. And the boy seemed to breathe new life into him. His strength was restored, and his determination and energy became even stronger, ready to continue the fight. The senior cold-bloodedly gave the order to finish him off quickly, hoping to solve the problem without delay and show tough determination without mercy. In their opinion, the young man's strength was almost gone, and he could barely maintain his defense, teetering on the brink of exhaustion and collapse. The battle became increasingly fierce, the blows became stronger, and the tension grew, forcing all participants to mobilize all their strength. However, suddenly, the head of the opposing team signaled the beginning of a new attack that fell on the young man with incredible speed and force. The guy instantly understood that the situation was extremely bad, and any mistake could cost him his life or endanger his loved ones. His body gradually lost its balance, swaying from exhaustion and the powerful blows inflicted by his enemies, threatening to fall. Eventually, Hyun fell to the floor unconscious, completely exhausted, and his mind plunged into darkness after the fierce battle. Nuna instantly rushed to him, her heart beating fast with fear and anxiety, trying to save her friend at all costs. She begged and at the same time commanded him not to die, her voice trembling with fear and determination, trying to keep him alive. The young lady used her healing magic, but nothing worked, and her attempts to save Heng remained futile, causing despair. Nuna tried her best, trying to do something, her every move and spell filled with determination and desperation. Then Hyun slowly opened his eyes and felt weakness take over his body, making his heart beat hard and uncertainly. He understood that everything was floating before his eyes. He realized how bad the situation was and how little time was left for action. The voice of the past life said that he needed to stand up and protect those important to him without doing anything he would later regret, and promised to give him the power of reincarnation. The hero stood in front of the old house, carefully examining its facade and doors, preparing for what might await inside. So, opening the heavy old door, he didn't know whether he was opening a memory of a past life or a new secret. What he saw ahead shocked him to the core and made his heart beat faster with unexpected fear and surprise. Since Hyun didn't understand what it was, he stood frozen, trying to make sense of what suddenly appeared before him. The man reported that the young man arrived on time and without any delay, causing a feeling of confusion. The hunter's face betrayed shock, reflecting his inner turmoil and lack of understanding of what was happening around him. The elder said that his name was Danzig, and with a heavy heart he realized that he had not been able to save everyone, ultimately losing them forever. He didn't want Hyun to repeat his fate, so he watched him closely and tried to warn him of the dangers that lay ahead. So he says that if reincarnation can withstand the pain he felt, it will give him the strength to protect all his family and friends. The young man said that he didn't care what it would be, and he would cope without hesitation and was ready to accept any trials of fate. At this time, he clenched his hands from the tension that gripped his entire body, feeling his heart beat faster from anticipation. He shouted that he was ready to do anything to save them all, and his voice sounded determined and full of courage. Danzig agreed to show his past, revealing to the young man the dark and difficult moments he himself had gone through. You need to endure the hell that a man went through, feeling all his pain, fear, and suffering in order to become stronger. So Hyun's ordeal began, plunging him into a dangerous and painful experience that would test his endurance and fortitude. He was transported to a picturesque place where nature shone with bright colors, and the air was filled with peace and unusual energy. But suddenly the young man realized that he could not speak, and his voice died away in the depths, leaving only a feeling of powerlessness and surprise. Danzig explained that in this place one could only observe without interfering, and that everything that happened was to teach the young man important lessons. Ahead, he saw the legs of a little girl appearing in the grass, causing him surprise and slight fear, who happily ran to her daddy, laughing and waving her arms, radiating pure childish joy and carefreeness. The father called his daughter a little princess, smiling and hugging her tenderly, radiating love and pride. Asking who she was growing up to be so charming, he smiled, looking at her with warmth and tenderness in his eyes. The woman approached and said that the child did not like being touched on the head, explaining this with tender care and attention. But at the same time it was said gently and kindly, with warmth in the voice that evoked a sense of calm and trust. The man asked why Anna was always on the girl's side, watching their interaction with curiosity and slight surprise. Looking at this picture, Hen realized that this was the Danzig family and felt the warmth and closeness that reigned between them. And he realized that they had to be safe and that his job was to do everything he could to protect them. But suddenly the silence was broken by the voice of the assistant, who reported the alarm, abruptly changing the atmosphere of calm to tension. The man immediately looked at him with curiosity, trying to understand the reason for the disturbing message and its importance. Vi asked Craig what had happened, watching him closely and waiting for a clear answer to the alarming situation. He explained to the commander about the invasion and preparations, noting that their goal was the kingdom and that they needed to act quickly. The hunter looked at it with wide eyes, unable to hide his shock and surprise at what he saw. And from that moment on, hell begins, engulfing everything around with chaos, fear, and unpredictable trials. The commander sat in the pantry with his hands tied, calling out to Craig and Ronnie, who were lying in front, trying to get their attention. Realizing that his enemies were scum, he felt anger and determination not to succumb to their intentions. Heng sees that this is exactly what Danzig was talking about and realizes that the ordeal is taking on real, dangerous dimensions. D. Ali continued to closely monitor events, trying not to miss a single detail and to anticipate the enemy's next moves. Anna and Irina lay motionless. Their bodies did not move, but simply froze in one position, leaving this world forever. The man called out to his wife and daughter, begging them to get up from the floor, his voice filled with anxiety and despair. He looked up at the sky and asked someone to tell him that it was all just a dream, hoping for an impossible salvation. Even his eyes spoke a prayer without breaking the silence, conveying despair and hope without a sound. And even then, bitter tears flowed from them, revealing the full depth of pain and helplessness that gripped their hearts. The young man thinks about what will happen if he cannot save the shelter, feeling fear of the consequences and responsibility for others. But then he asks to pull himself together, trying to gather strength and not give in to despair at the crucial moment. Because he knows that all this is not really happening, and he tries to separate fear from reality, keeping a cool head. The man continued to scream and cry, releasing all the pain and despair that had gripped his heart, finding no relief. Saying that he would never forgive those scumbags, he clenched his fists in rage, promising himself revenge for everything he had experienced. Lying on the floor, He felt every jolt of pain as someone quietly approached him. The man asked why all this was happening to him, searching for meaning in suffering and trying to understand the reason for the trials. Then the one who came explained that it was an order, and no importance should be attached to it, trying to calm his mind. After those words, an incredible desire flared up in him to kill the one who had said it. His heart clenched with rage, his mind fell silent under the pressure of hatred. But the stranger, raising his sword high above his head, said coldly and confidently that he was looking forward to it, and was ready to meet fate without hesitation for a moment. After which he instantly ended the captain's life, leaving only silence and a cold emptiness around him. Danzig asks if Heng now understands that his power has been transferred to reincarnation, watching the young man with seriousness and expectation. And the hatred he feels right now makes him stronger, filling his body with energy and determination to act. The boy sees this force, feeling its power and understanding that it is now a part of him, ready to help in trials. He knows that he can win and overcome difficulties, feeling confident in his new strengths and determined to move forward. Danzig ordered him to go and show them all, demonstrating his strength and proving that reincarnation had given him incredible abilities. This could be their shared power, he imagined, feeling that together they would become invincible and capable of overcoming any battle. Lightning suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, which instantly flashed with bright light, illuminating all the objects and shadows around, creating an incredible atmosphere. The opponents stood bewildered, not understanding whether they had truly witnessed extraordinary high-level magic capable of changing the course of the battle. But suddenly, Hyun appeared before them, his figure emerging from the shadows, radiating a strength and confidence that took the breath away from everyone around him. They saw that he had become completely different, his gaze and demeanor radiating a new strength and indomitability that no one had noticed before. The determination of Danzig, a man who had lost everything, did not allow him to give up, because as long as he had at least one person left to protect, he continued to fight. Siden Miller's Sword of Courage had the power to protect him from any damage, maintaining the integrity of the weapon even in the fiercest battles. Opponents shouted that the hero should have been dead by now, marveling at his endurance, and with horror called him a real monster on the battlefield. At these words the boy only smiled, his smile calm and confident, like a ray of light amidst the darkness of chaos around him. The Reaper's bloodthirsty essence awakened, and part of his thirst for murder broke out, enveloping everything around him with cruel energy. So the hunter instantly began to attack, his movements quick and ruthless, as if each blow was a planned deadly threat. Using his sword and incredible strength, he attacked his enemies with such skill and precision that every move seemed invincible and deadly. Then he said it, so that the enemies would not even think about survival. His words were cold, ruthless, and shattered the last drops of hope in their hearts. The bald man said that for a corpse, Hyun was talking too much. His words sounded mocking, emphasizing the cruelty and irony of the situation. Strictly ordering his subordinates to kill him without hesitation, his cold order echoed through the hall, robbing every heart in the room of hope, forever without mercy. The boy watched all this carefully, his gaze calm and alert, as if he had already anticipated the enemy's every next step. When the opponents used thunder magic, the air was filled with crackling and lightning, and light flashed, emphasizing the dangerous power of their attack. They knew that now only the smell of gunpowder remained, reminding them of the hunter who had already become a legend and a shadow of the past. His name would live on forever. But they saw that he had withstood high-level magic despite his weak body, which only increased their fear and amazement at his invincibility. It turned out that the young man was much stronger than intelligence had reported. His strength and skills exceeded all expectations and made his enemies tremble. Hyun stood still, his aura radiating incredible power, surrounding him with an invisible force that made everyone around him feel awe and respect. His eyes reflected only victory, unwavering and bright, indicating his determination to achieve his goal at any cost. So he began to attack them all one by one, moving quickly and ruthlessly, as if each blow he struck was inevitable death for his enemies. The hero, using his sword to the last drop of strength, ruthlessly cut down his opponents, investing unbridled determination and cold skill in each blow. The main enemy sternly asked what their magicians were doing and ordered the hunter to be killed immediately, sparing no one until the threat was completely eliminated. Mercilessly, they began to chant their spells, releasing powerful magical energy that enveloped the space around them with terrifying lightning and flashes of light. But at this moment the young man could block them. His movements were quick and precise, as if he had anticipated each attack in advance. So instantly attacking the elder, his blows were precise and ruthless, leaving the enemy with no chance of defense or retreat. Asking if he really thought he could trick him, he looked his enemy straight in the eye, radiating cold confidence and unwavering determination. He understood that the enemy was not retreating at all, despite the defeats, and his determination only increased the tension and danger of the battle. He looked at him with wide-open eyes, full of surprise, fear, and undisguised curiosity, as if trying to understand the impossible. Suddenly lost his balance, staggering and barely able to hold on, creating a vulnerable moment in the midst of battle. Nuna carefully watched her comrade's actions, analyzing his every move, and was ready to intervene instantly if the situation became critical. As soon as she saw this, she began to scream and worry even more, her fear and anxiety reflected in every cry and movement. Danzig strictly ordered everyone to be protected. His voice was firm and unappealing, forcing his subordinates to act decisively and quickly. So the boy was convinced that nothing could break him, and his determination and fortitude were unshakable, like a rock in the middle of a storm. And knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands, his movements were precise and ruthless, leaving the enemy confused and defenseless. He accurately thrust his sword into the enemy's body. His blow was swift and relentless, leaving the enemy with no chance of escape. Thus, he ruthlessly eliminated the enemy, inserting a sword into his body, destroying the enemy's last hope for salvation, who last said that their patron would never leave Heng alone, and these words sounded like an ominous prediction of future trials. The hero calmly watched him, his gaze calm and unwavering, as if he had already foreseen all possible actions. And he reported that they had chosen the wrong enemy, his voice calm and confident, emphasizing their mistake and unpreparedness. His strength was almost exhausted, his body was trembling with fatigue, but his will remained unwavering, ready to fight until his last breath. 2 more men trembled ahead, their gazes filled with fear and doubt as they felt Heng's relentless power. They begged for mercy, praying and holding their hands up, whispering pleas for him to spare their lives and let them leave alive, sobbing in terror. But Heng understood that this did not change the fact that they were trying to kill him, and his resolve remained unwavering despite their pleas. After no enemies remained, the young man looked at the girl and calmly announced that it was all over, his voice radiating relief and peace. And after these words, the weapon fell from his hands, and he himself slowly fell after it, tired, but full of relief and inner peace. Barely opening his eyes, Hyun saw that he was in a hospital, his gaze meeting the bright light and sterile silence of the ward for the first time. The man and the young lady immediately asked about his well-being, their faces full of concern and anxiety for Hyun's condition. The young man saw Kim Taemin and Nuna standing before him, their faces expressing relief and sincere concern at the same time. The director apologized for not arriving on time, even though the hero had saved their guild, his voice filled with remorse and sincere regret. Hyun asked the girl if she could bring him some water, his voice quiet and tired, but filled with restraint. Then Kim ordered the guards to be left here, his voice stern and determined to ensure safety and order in the chamber. And now most of the guild guards the hospital, ensuring the safety of all the patients and ensuring that no one attacks them. The young man asked to tell him what had happened while he was unconscious, his gaze full of curiosity and slight concern. He replied that initially Jin was questioned by the police, and she reported the attack by hunters, but unfortunately, no evidence could be found. It was difficult to save them, as everyone was busy protecting the family from the shelter, trying to keep the innocents out of danger. Hyun thanked them from the bottom of his heart for this, his voice warm and full of gratitude, his eyes shining with sincere recognition of their efforts. The young man asked how the director and the children were doing, his gaze full of concern and sincere interest in their well-being. Kim replied that they were currently at the guild office, where they were being provided with security and the necessary support after the recent events. The hero did not understand how the Echoes had obtained information about him, but he suspected that among them there might be someone who would betray everything to the enemy, which made him wary. Then the young man asked the man to protect his family, his voice serious and full of anxiety for the safety of his loved ones. Kim replied that they had been assigned security to ensure their safety and peace of mind, and now they could not worry. Hyun decided to join their war with Echo as well, his determination unwavering and his intention to protect his friends and destroy the threat. The man was pleased and promised to provide him and his family with everything they needed, his voice sounding sincere and confident, assuring them of support. The young man asked if he could spot a rat among them, his gaze serious and wary, ready for any consequences. Taemin agreed and added that they would teach him a good lesson, his words full of action to emphasize the seriousness of the situation. Now, Hyun asked to leave the room because he wanted to rest. His voice was quiet and tired, and his gaze was full of a desire for peace. Later, the assistants reported to the director that they had found the spy, their faces full of seriousness and anxiety about the consequences of this discovery, and he ordered them to be brought to him. His voice was stern and unappealing, understanding what actions awaited the one who betrayed the chief's trust. The car slowly parked near a warehouse, which was carefully guarded by armed mercenaries, closely watching every movement around. The director came out in a strict suit and slowly pulled on his gloves, peering intently into the courtyard surrounding the building. And then he turned to the guard, calmly asking him who exactly they had brought inside the warehouse under close surveillance. So the man slowly entered the warehouse, carefully examining the young man who was in custody and not taking his eyes off him. He was sitting on an old metal chair in the middle of the room and screaming loudly from the unbearable pain that tore through his body and mind. The young man, with tears in his eyes, said that he had made an irreparable mistake, begging to be forgiven at least this time and given a chance. But the director replied in a cold tone that if he was really so afraid of death, then why did he commit such a reckless act in the first place? And he added that if nothing else helps, he suggests enjoying this time slowly, confidently, and inevitably. Then deep fear was reflected in the prisoner's eyes, mixed with helplessness and the realization of the inevitability of what was happening. On the other side, Hyun stood in the middle of the room, carefully looking around and trying to notice any details that might betray danger or threat. The hero quietly concluded that this room reminded him of a past life, full of shadows of memories and unresolved issues that weighed on his memory. Kasashin unexpectedly appeared before him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and added that the young man was clearly not sitting idly by, preparing for action. The hero firmly said that he needed his strength to overcome the obstacles that were coming and to accomplish a task that he could not accomplish on his own. Kasashin asked if he should be taught the technique of disguise as thoroughly as the technique of assassination, so that he would become a reliable and loyal tool even more. He agreed, and this skill would teach him to hide in the darkness, to conceal his body and presence, making him almost invisible to enemies, becoming a shadow as well. Heng didn't believe that such a thing was possible. Even some C-rank hunters didn't have the strength to match this. And so a cold doubt grew in his chest, and he trembled. The master strictly ordered not to compare him to those scum, emphasizing that ultimately he has unique abilities that make him truly special. Without wasting time, they immediately got down to business, and the technique that Kasashin was to demonstrate was based on ancient magic that combined shadow and movement and silence. Explaining it differently, the man said that it was the same as hiding behind a curtain. This ability consumes a large amount of mana, just like any other high-level technique. Now he appeared in the midst of complete darkness, his figure merging with the shadows, making him almost invisible in this impenetrable gloom. To conceal himself, Hyung had to become one with the darkness, as this was a prerequisite for mastering this powerful technique. However, being in the dark could make the young man lose his mind, so Kasashin asked him one last time if he was really willing to take such a risk. Without a doubt, the hero announced that he had made a final decision and was ready to begin training without hesitation or looking back. And then the master quietly wished him luck, watching as the apprentice plunged into the darkness, ready to test his limits. Suddenly, the boy found himself completely enveloped in darkness, and his eyes could no longer see anything, leaving him alone with nothing and his own fear. If you stay in this state for too long, you can completely go crazy, losing the line between reality and the darkness that consumes consciousness. The hero could not understand how much time had passed. His consciousness was blurring into darkness, and the sense of reality was gradually disappearing. He kept asking himself when this would finally end, feeling fear and darkness weighing on his mind and will. He began to scream, feeling as if his soul was being torn apart from the outside, and his mind slowly drifting away, plunging him into a chaos of fear and despair. Then he quietly begged to be released, his voice trembling with fear and helplessness, barely audible through the thick darkness that engulfed him. He didn't understand why this was happening or how long it would last, feeling an endless darkness that swallowed up every thought and sense of time. His thoughts were filled with only these questions and the fear that Kasashin was deliberately trying to drive him crazy, testing the limits of his intelligence and endurance. The young man sat there, completely absorbed in the darkness and his own thoughts, losing track of time and the boundary between reality and imagination. Finally, he asked himself, barely perceptibly, if this was really the end, feeling fear and darkness squeezing his consciousness. But suddenly, he saw his own copy in front of him, like a shadow, repeating his every movement and reflecting his inner struggle. Who said he was weak and tempted him to leave his soul here in the darkness, giving up on struggle and hope? Regardless, the hero knew he needed strength to protect his family, and this motivated him not to succumb to fear and darkness. Then, when they became numerous, they continued to mock, claiming that Hyun was weaker than a newborn, trying to break his will and confidence. And in this they whispered in his ear, increasing his fear and doubts, as if trying to penetrate directly into his mind. Suddenly, the hero abruptly declared that this was not true and ordered everyone to stop playing with him, demonstrating determination and willpower. Kasashin said that the young man looked too helpless, so he decided to help him, and if it offended him, he apologized. He congratulated Heng on mastering one of his hidden techniques, capable of making others tremble with fear, acknowledging his progress and power. Although his control over darkness was not yet perfect, almost no one in this world could defeat him. So powerful and unpredictable was this power. So now it was time to say goodbye, and each of them felt the weight of the moment and the invisible bond that had formed between them. The hero rose from his hospital bed, screaming from his sleep, his body shaking and his mind trying to make sense of the nightmare that had just passed. Picking up the phone, I realized that not even a day had passed, although in reality it felt like a whole year had passed, and the memories still gripped my heart. There was a knock on his door, and someone asked if they could come in, causing the hero to pause for a moment and gather his strength. Kim approached the boy, who in turn asked what brought him here, trying to understand the visitor's true intentions. Then the director explained that they had taken care of the spy, and now he was gone, trying to calm them down and explain the situation. It happened too quickly, because only a few hours had passed, and the boy barely had time to recover from the events that had happened. Then I asked what the Echo Guild was doing at the moment, and heard that they were preparing for a second attack, which caused anxiety and tension. It is urgent to gather all the guild hunters. The director has ordered everyone to be summoned immediately, to prepare for defense and the next battle without delay. Kim did not believe that the hero was really planning to attack their main office, because such straightforwardness seemed dangerous and unthinkable to him, and it scared him. After all, even for a man of his caliber, to undertake such a desperate and risky undertaking would be sheer madness that would rob him of peace. The hunter replied that he wanted to take care of their soldiers. If this had happened yesterday, he wouldn't have been able to handle it, but today was a different day, and he was ready to act quietly. Leaving the chamber, the leader asked the man to look after his family, entrusting them with the protection and safety of their loved ones. Late in the evening, the boy was already standing in front of the enemy's main office, which was a huge high-rise building towering over the city, causing fear and tension. The ruthless darkness of the Hasashin was now with the hunter, and while they were one, that darkness hid them in the shadows, making them almost invisible to their enemies. Hyun understood that now he was like a ghost, silently walking through the corridors of the building, invisible to anyone who might notice him. His eyes burned with a purple light, clearly signaling that the Shadow Master was now one with him, and that the darkness obediently obeyed his will. So the hero mentally said that today was the last day for the Echo Guild, feeling determined and ready for the decisive battle. The security guard inside stood by the window for a long time, staring intently at the dark sky, trying in surprise to understand why it looked so ominous. His comrade firmly ordered him to immediately stop thinking about this nonsense and to concentrate completely on security, without being distracted by anything else. But suddenly he heard something, even though there was a magical barrier around it, which firmly protected the building from any threats and dangers. If someone broke inside, an alarm would instantly go off, alerting all guards to the danger and intrusion. One of the guards suddenly saw the body of his comrade on the floor, overcome with shock and a sense of deep loss and horror. There was only silence around, but he instinctively felt that they were being attacked, and his heart clenched with a premonition of danger. Before he could utter a single word, his body suddenly found itself next to the body of another, drowning in the chaos and fear of the moment. Hyun smiles, feeling a strange pleasure and realizing that this is what it feels like to hide behind a curtain of shadow, watching the world like a ghost. Even with a small tuna, he could completely hide his presence. So isn't this real magic, capable of misleading those around him? Everything should go much easier than the hunter expected, leaving him surprised and a little confused by the surprise. Kim Taemin explained that the nighttime perimeter guards are part of their special forces, and if that's true, the hero would have the right to kill them for attacking his family. The young man listened attentively as the workers talked about him as a mercenary from the Lays Guild who had destroyed all the Special Forces hunters, and realized that most likely they had only sent weaklings. Hyun understands that if he is going to defeat all his enemies, he must carefully strategize and put himself in the most advantageous position. Thanks to Hasashin's training, he copes much better in the dark. His movements have become faster. His sense of space is subtle, unmistakable, and invulnerable. Finally, he approached the electricity meter he had been searching for a long time, carefully touched its casing, and felt relieved that the search was over and felt empowered. The hero turned off the lights and told himself that his show would begin now, feeling a surge of adrenaline and excitement for the unknown. The workers instantly realized that the electricity had suddenly gone out throughout the building and began to panic, trying to figure out what had happened. It may have been an intruder, but no one would dare to enter the Great Echo Guild, for fear of its power outweighed any courage. The guard said he was uneasy, so he decided to go check it out, even though his heart was pounding with fear and a sense of danger. And at that moment, a strong blow pierced his body, which forced his partner to retreat with a scream, seized with horror and surprise. Because an unknown person appeared out of nowhere and suddenly dealt such a powerful blow, causing everyone around to shudder in surprise. After eliminating the enemies, Hyun heard that the office was on the 4th floor, and his mind instantly began to plan his next steps. He mentally asked them to wait for him, knowing that it was then that the hunter would be able to destroy all enemies with one decisive blow. The guild director, sitting melancholy at a large wooden table, was immersed in deep thoughts about the future and his responsibility to his subordinates. He realized that the electrical repairs would take significantly longer than usual, and this forced him to quickly adjust his plans and strategy. But no matter how long it took, he ordered Hyun Seok to start the auxiliary generator to provide minimal lighting and support for the systems. The assistant could not contact that part of the building, and there was a sudden feeling of isolation and helplessness in the face of the situation. Jung Seong-min noticed a strange situation. The lights were on in the neighboring buildings, and there was a suspicious silence on the lower floors of this building, which made him anxious. He ordered everyone to immediately take up arms, line up in battle formation, and stand ready, because there was a possibility of an attack on them at night. Suddenly, attacks began to fall on everyone, forcing everyone to react instantly and try to escape the deadly barrage. The director noticed that the attacker was using stealth techniques and ordered that at least some light be turned on immediately to gain an advantage in the fight. More than half of the guards were destroyed in a matter of seconds, leaving the rest in a state of shock and panic in the face of an invisible enemy. The director reported that 2 C-rank guards had been eliminated, and due to the hidden equipment used, they were unable to identify the exact location of the intruder. Seong Min didn't even notice someone breaking in, but he wondered why someone with such skills would be here in their office. Hyun analyzed the situation and realized that this loud man, the leader of special forces, whose presence immediately increased the threat level. If this is indeed the case, he will first focus on eliminating the annoying hunter mage, carefully and ruthlessly neutralizing the threat of his presence. Those present noticed that the enemy was attacking the magicians, and the director ordered them to stand behind them, ready to cover and protect their subordinates from danger. He reported that their enemy was hiding in thick darkness, so he ordered the urgent launch of light drones to illuminate every corner of the building. They decided not to leave him any shelter or hiding place and to turn on the light immediately. But Hyun coped with this task precisely and tirelessly. He realized that all their actions were simply useless against him, and no strategy or force could stop his ruthless offensive. So the hero relentlessly continued to knock out everyone in the room, leaving behind chaos and fear among those left standing. Finally, he realized that there were only 3 left, and his heart sank with anticipation of the final confrontation. The director could not understand why the stranger was doing all this, feeling a mixture of surprise, fear, and confusion at his actions. The guards then informed Seong Min that this hunter was A rank, and his skills far exceeded anything they had encountered before. The man realized that he was facing a real monster, whose strength probably belonged to C rank, and that it would be extremely difficult to resist him. Suddenly, without even having time to blink an eye, the 2 guards were instantly destroyed, leaving everyone around in shocked fear. And the guild leader realized that only one was left, and his internal organs thumped loudly from the foreboding of imminent defeat. He shouted at the young man, ordering him to come outside and stop hiding, trying to take control of the situation. The man swung his weapon in the hope of hitting him, making several sharp swings that echoed loudly, increasing the fear and chaos in the room. Then Hyun took a cautious step forward. Not even a single noise could be heard around him, as if the hunter was moving through the air. I asked if the man really thought he could harm his family and survive, since he was trying to take everything of value, so let him prepare to experience the same. He wondered if the enemy had any last words before heading off to meet his dead comrades, smiling hollowly. And then Jung Seong-min saw who was standing before him. It was Kang Hyun-jung, whose presence immediately inspired fear and respect at the same time. The hero expected this and understood that the other already knew about him, anticipating that their meeting would be decisive and inevitable. The man replied that it was Hyun who killed Hee-jin, so how could he forget the one who was in the same dungeon with her and was the only one who survived? The young man did not understand what nonsense this was, and was shocked to realize that it was he who allegedly killed Hee-jin. He said that if you think back, the day she left him seems significant, and now takes on a different meaning. Because it was Seong-min who was in the car with her, and now his role in those events was becoming clear, causing surprise and tension among everyone present. So the young man's feelings had long since passed, and he coldly asked why he had attacked the shelter, seeking to understand the motives for such a cruel act. The elders said that the girl was an S-rank and died, and the only survivor was the young man. Even if he had S-rank skills, he would still destroy him. Hyun reports that he is here solely to avenge his family, determined to punish the guilty. The guild director abruptly jumps up, calling the hero a scumbag and exuding rage and despair at the same time. The young man realizes that the attack on the shelter was most likely carried out because of him and feels a heavy sense of guilt and responsibility. And the unofficial guild war became the catalyst, so Karzago's shield began to protect him, and Siden Miller's sword took his side, and Reaper joined them. The guy understands that as long as the Echo Guild exists, without his decisive action, it poses a serious threat to his family. So he had no choice but to kill the scumbag who stood before him, taking away the final verdict and ending the threat to his family. The enemy instantly noticed that the hero had activated his powerful aura, but he understood that he had recently been promoted to a new rank, which was a real shock and surprise for him. Haye Jin kept talking only about these ranks, so it was enough for the boy to understand the seriousness of the situation and feel the tension. Right now, the man was fighting a C-rank hunter, whom he looked down on as if he were a tiny insect not worthy of attention. Seong-min already understood that Hyung was not that simple, but at the same time he realized that he should not be underestimated because he could surprise with dangerous abilities. He uses the deadly flame fever attack, which ignites a burning element around him and is capable of burning everything in its path. Strictly orders the hero to watch carefully so as not to miss any important movement or signal during a dangerous fight. After all, these were the impressive skills of an A-rank hunter, capable of surpassing an ordinary opponent and making anyone appreciate their strength. Heng said that it was a pitiful sight, expressing complete contempt for what was happening before his eyes and feeling contempt for his opponent. Although a man and an A-rank hunter, he is able to dispel his abilities with one powerful blow, demonstrating incredible strength and skill in battle. The director understood that this was simply impossible, and his mind was filled with disbelief and shock at what was happening. And it was a fatal blow to him, which someone had told the boy about in advance, warning him of the danger. Hyun knows that he has stood on the border of life and death about 100,000 times in his past lives, so the current situation is still bearable for him. And if this man is so shocked, then more time has passed than he expected, and his surprise has only grown from the delay in events. The guy delivers a powerful attack, directing all his strength and concentration towards defeating the enemy. And he understands that he has to hurry, because every second can decide the outcome of the battle and change his fate. He would have liked to play with it for as long as possible, but he understood that time was constantly slipping away and would inevitably run out soon, ruthlessly pushing him towards a decision. In addition, the hero has many grievances against Seong-min, which only strengthens his determination and anger in this dangerous situation. Therefore, he swings at him, preparing a powerful blow that could decide the outcome of their fight. And the opponent suddenly loses his balance and falls to his knees, feeling control of the situation slipping out of his hands. The man, holding on to his entire injured side, tries to gather strength and not let the pain completely paralyze him. He finally says that Hyun doesn't even suspect about his guild sponsor, leaving him in the dark about the enemy's true strength. The hunter makes a final attack, asking him to be quiet, trying to end the fight without unnecessary words. But then a thought about this very sponsor suddenly flashed through his mind, causing a wave of surprise and caution. He knew that if he continued, his family would be in danger, and ruthless pursuers would surely begin searching for him, stopping at nothing. So Hyun decides that he must become stronger to protect himself and his loved ones and not give his enemies a chance. The past life in the young man's head said that if they shared their strength, then the young man must respond in kind, leaving no chance for his opponent. So he orders that Hyun must bring him what is rightfully his, forcing him to obey his demands without any hesitation. The Reaper sent a light that indicated what needed to be found, as if guiding the hero to the desired goal without fail. The hero wonders if the master helped him just for this reason, causing doubt and slight disappointment in his heart. So, opening the nightstand in the desk of the former guild director, he hopes to find something that can change the course of events and give him an advantage. He takes out a box containing an ancient dagger and a necklace that seem to hold secrets from the past. Having captured him, the hunter realizes that he needs to get out of here and use the power of the Hasashin to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. At that time, the man himself begins his plan, and his shadow erases all traces from the face of the earth, leaving behind only emptiness and mystery. And a moment later, the building bursts into flames, engulfing everything around it in hot flames and smoke. Hyun sees that she is gone, so there is no evidence left that he did it, and the situation becomes safer for him. For a while, his family will be safe, as long as the danger temporarily recedes and no one threatens them directly. Residents heard an explosion and watched in the streets as flames engulfed every part of the high-rise building, turning it into ruins. The little boy pointed and asked his mother to look there, drawing her attention to what was happening before their eyes. Since a special police unit was there, the situation caught their full attention, and they immediately began to intervene. The officer closely monitored everyone present, trying to spot any suspicious actions or behavior among the crowd. He approaches the woman with the boy and says that he needs to answer a few questions that will help with the investigation, so she explains that she heard an explosion at that company and ran out. The police officer asks if the woman saw anything unusual, and the resident replies that she wasn't sure because she wasn't paying attention to other details. The officer runs up to the senior officer and has something to say, providing important information about the situation at the scene. After all, it turned out that there was absolutely no one inside the building, not even any bodies left, which made the situation even more mysterious and disturbing. The man realizes that there was an explosion, but there was no one in the house, not even any bodies, which causes him surprise and anxiety. Without a doubt, it's too suspicious, so he wonders what could have happened and who could be behind this mysterious event. The guy behind the house listens carefully to what is happening there, trying not to miss any important details. And as he thought, there was no evidence left, so he could relax a little. But if he left right now, his burnt clothes would give him away. And that was a risk. The phone rang. It was Kim Taemin, who had seen the news and asked the hunter what had happened, and he replied that he would tell everything in detail later and asked him to come to the place he had mentioned earlier. But suddenly the hero's eyes became cloudy, and he felt a weakness that made him lose concentration for a moment. His gaze is unfocused, and something inexplicable is happening to his body, as if an internal force is spinning out of control. On the other side of town, an assistant knocks on a massive black door, trying to get the attention of those inside. The chief was sitting in a chair and asked what happened, as he immediately came to him without delay. The worker replied that the Echo Guild had been completely destroyed, leaving behind only ruins and emptiness. The gray-haired man asks if they have been attacked, filled with surprise and anxiety at the same time. It was as if they had invested a lot of money in them, because he was told that the number of soldiers had increased many times over, which made the guild extremely powerful. He replied that their business had not been going very well lately, but they had skillfully hidden it, preventing outside observers from noticing their weaknesses. The elder wondered if they really said their last battle was against the Lays Guild, trying to clarify the details of the events. That was the case, and the only problem was that the Lays Guild didn't have enough strength to win, but the mercenary was on their side and changed the tide of the battle. Was this really his move? They didn't know for sure, but they felt they could guess his intentions. Considering he's strong enough to defeat Jong Seong-min, the question arises as to whether he will be able to defeat the Echo Guild itself, and Osang Company is definitely involved in this. Apart from them, there are no other possible sponsors capable of such a thing, unless he thinks so, suspecting a hidden force behind all this. So he puts the glass on the table and asks his assistant to connect him with the Silver Rank Guild, giving the assignment without delay. The leader strictly ordered them to immediately deal with the Lays Guild and this insidious, cursed mercenary, destroying any of their resistance and leaving them no chance of salvation. The boy was in a spacious room, the walls of which were densely filled with books on shelves, old volumes and manuscripts, which created a special atmosphere. He looked around thoughtfully and wondered if this was another of the mysterious rooms of his past life, which was returning in memories through time. The man stood in a dark cloak, his silhouette lost in the shadows, patiently waiting for the hero, as if fate itself had ordered him to be here. This was the same Reaper, whose presence always reminded of imminent danger, and his figure in the air carried the chill of imminent death. As he waited for his belongings, which the hunter had found in the abandoned halls, his gaze shone with impatience and hidden hope. Hyun slowly held out the box, looking into his eyes, and asked with a slight doubt in his voice if this was really the thing he had been waiting for. He simply nodded silently, his movement full of restrained confidence, and in his eyes shone a fire of determination that needed no words. Slowly opening the lid of the box, he saw what was hidden inside, and the tension of that moment seemed to freeze in the air. The hero was sure that a dagger lay inside, but his eyes stopped in surprise at an ancient necklace that glowed with a soft glow. This piece of jewelry was the last thing that belonged to the woman whom Reaper had once truly loved, and his memory of her filled his heart with sadness and longing. He plunged into memory and saw his lady crying like a child, feeling some ancient loss because they had not seen each other for too long. It was the incredible Florian, the same girl who once unconditionally captured his heart and left a mark in his memory forever. She said quietly that she had dreamed of finding him, her only one, for a very long time, and her every breath was filled with sincere longing and hope. Her name was forgotten, her body had long since rotted, but her soul still found its way back, reaching out through time to the one she loved. The woman was able to find his reincarnation and firmly decided to thank the young man for giving her this unforgettable and long-awaited moment of meeting. They expressed their gratitude for the young man's relief from the Reaper's torment, and at the same time their sympathy for past lives only grew, intertwined with memory. The boy woke up abruptly and instantly jumped out of bed, his heart pounding from the surprise and the impression the dream had left. Tears flowed from his eyes, perhaps due to his growing sympathy for the man and the strength of emotions that overwhelmed him after the dream he had experienced. Deep compassion blossomed in his heart for the past lives and fates of those he would never forget, those who were with him now. When you enter the past life room, you feel its power slowly permeate your body and mind, filling you with the wisdom and emotions of previous existences. Walking through these rooms, you get the opportunity to more deeply feel the emotions of your ancestors and increase your sympathy for their experiences and stories. And as you persevere and improve your coordination, your strength gradually grows, becoming stronger and more influential with each step. This was exactly what Hina expected, as he had to go through trials that tested his perseverance, coordination, and ability to grasp the power of past lives. Even the emotions felt by the previous inhabitants of these lives could pass on to the hero, enveloping his heart and changing his perception of reality. So, wiping away his tears, he whispered to himself to stop crying, trying to stay calm before anyone noticed his weakness. There was a box on the table, and inside, instead of a necklace, lay only a dagger, perhaps once given to him by the Reaper himself, who kept the secret of his past. If the Echo Guild director kept him separate from everyone else, it meant that there was something special hidden within him that made him different and potentially dangerous at the same time. So the guy decided to go to an appraiser, hoping to learn more about his worth and what exactly was hidden inside him. But a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, making his heart beat faster and raising a wave of unexpected, anxious foreboding. Kim quietly walked up to Hyun and asked how he was doing, carefully watching his reaction and trying to sense his mood. The assistant explained that his family was currently resting at the guild's main office, and therefore he was left alone, but under the supervision of friends and mentors. The hero asked what happened to the Echo Guild and sincerely thanked his loved ones for their help, feeling grateful and relieved at the same time. Kim explained that it was a heavy blow to the guild, even though it had only been a day and people had started to leave, leaving behind a void and anxiety. The police began an investigation, but were unable to find any evidence, and the case was shrouded in mystery, which only increased tensions among everyone. Heng asked to be notified if the situation became clearer, hoping to obtain any information that would help understand the fate of the guild and loved ones. And he asked if the man could find him and his family a safe and comfortable home where they could settle in peace. Kim agreed to help, and then the hero asked if there was any unofficial information regarding the Echo Guild, hoping to learn the truth not available through official channels. Then the interlocutor bowed his head and sadly admitted that this was all he knew, and he could not reveal any more details. Hyun explained that he had been informed that someone was behind the attack on the Echo Guild office, and this made him anxious and wanted to uncover the truth. Kim asked not to worry, assuring that he would do everything possible to track and intercept the movements of enemies and protect their loved ones. Finally, the boy reached the appraiser to show the dagger, hoping to learn its true value and hidden properties. He asked if he could examine this thing and tell him about its true value, properties, and possible secrets it might hold. Then the worker carefully took the dagger in his hands, carefully examining its every curve and surface, trying to discover hidden details and features. The weapon seemed to glow in his hands, emitting a subtle, mysterious light that gave it a sense of living and mysterious power. He remained silent, carefully examining the dagger, and Hen, noticing the pause, asked anxiously if there had really been any problems or unexpected complications. The man explained that it was a rather unusual thing, and he was genuinely surprised by its properties because he had rarely encountered similar objects with such energy. It turned out to be a sealed weapon, hidden under an invisible layer of magic that hid its true power from prying eyes. To put it literally, some important abilities of the weapon were sealed, and the worker had only heard of such a phenomenon once, but it was the first time he had encountered it in his life. The guy asked for more details, hoping to understand what abilities were hidden in the sealed weapon and how powerful they could be. He said that sealed weapons come in different types, and usually the true power of a dagger is revealed gradually, step by step, only when certain conditions are met. That is, as the hunter understood, the weapon was currently inactive, and its true power had not yet awakened, waiting for the necessary conditions to be met. The evaluator disagreed, stating that there are methods of absorbing strength and improving the user's physical condition that can activate the weapon. Heng had heard that absorbing power greatly increased its effectiveness, and then this dagger could become extremely powerful, changing his fate forever. According to the description of this sealed weapon, its real name is Butcher, and its identity is unknown to anyone. Not knowing how much needs to be figured out to remove the seals from him, or whether it can even be done, if the last seal is removed, then Hyun can get a minimum S-level rating. Additionally, the dagger had a recovery function. When someone uttered the word of recovery, the blade would instantly return to the one who shouted the spell. So the man finally completed his evaluation of the weapon and asked Hyun to look at it carefully, waiting for his reaction and impression. And he carefully held out a thin sheet of paper in front of the thinker, hoping that he would carefully consider every word on it, not missing a single detail. Hyun read that he was being offered 1,000,001 for this dagger, and so the question of whether the rest of the weapons should be valued remains open. He understood that no other weapon could surpass this dagger in its incredible properties and value. The appraiser carefully asked if the young man would like to arrange an installment plan, offering a convenient way to gradually pay for the valuable dagger. The guy handed over the card, at the same time asking to make the full payment in one single payment, without any terminations or installments. He stood outside and thought that if the seal was not removed, the dagger would at least be S-rank, as predicted from his previous life. I wondered in disbelief if they were actually planning to use it to settle old debts and outstanding bills. Kim called him and said that he had found a suitable house that fully met his needs and expectations. I asked if Hyun would like to join me in viewing the premises to personally assess its convenience and renovation. A car stopped in front of a beautiful and quite attractive house, carefully parked on a wide driveway in the sunlight. The hero went inside and looked around carefully, noticing every detail of the interior, from the arrangement of the furniture to the light that penetrated through the windows. Kim and the stranger greeted him, exchanging polite smiles and friendly words, creating a pleasant atmosphere of the meeting. The broker warned that the house is new and moving in right now would be problematic, as it is not yet ready for full occupancy and requires additional preparation. Heng explained that he didn't care what the price was, because the priority was to have the space ready as quickly as possible without any delays. Then the man said that within a week everything would be ready for arrival, and the hunter would be able to bring his family without any delays or problems. Hyun had always thought that money solved everything, so he mentally thanked his past life for being able to influence events so easily now. Past lives watched their reincarnation, carefully examining every step, as if seeking to find in it the imprint of their own destiny. Their faces were shocked, as if the world around them had turned upside down, leaving only astonishment and trembling in their eyes. After all, they said that they would definitely be able to win, putting unshakable faith in these words, as if they were the only truth that held their hearts. The man was thinking about himself, imagining how great it would be to pump up even more muscles today, to feel the strength in every movement of his body. At that time, the incredible Hope looked at it as if her heart was breaking from the powerlessness and bitterness that gripped her soul with cold chains. Karsago was in despair and announced that they would only be allowed in the event of force majeure, and from now on, any training by Heng was strictly prohibited. Because they made a fool of him for a couple of dollars, and with such actions, their carefully laid plans will inevitably go to hell, destroying everything around them. The hero arrived at the office of the Lace Guild, where the air was filled with tension and mystery, and every glance from the employees pierced him through and through. Where the boy from the shelter greeted him sincerely and joyfully, his smile shone like a ray of sunshine breaking through the gloomy clouds. The child told how the hunter uncles bought him sweets, and the boy's eyes shone with happiness as if he held a whole world of joy in his hands. A girl appeared before him, her gaze full of mystery and slight fear, as if she carried secrets within her that could change everything around her. She asked where her friend was, her voice sounding anxious, and her eyes showing a persistent curiosity and a slight anxiety that kept her awake. Hyun wonders if they can discuss something. His voice sounded calm, but an invisible thrill flashed in his eyes, betraying genuine excitement. He announced that he had actually come from the house where their family would live, and his words conveyed genuine concern and a desire to protect their loved ones. Nuna replied that he couldn't just buy a house because he just wanted to, emphasizing the importance of rules and responsibility for big decisions. The young man explained that he had a good income when he was a mercenary for the Lace Guild, and most importantly, that he wanted to spend this money on protecting his family, ensuring their safety. The girl, taking his hand, thanks him because she knows that this will bring joy to the children and warm their hearts with the warmth of care and attention. But she was also worried because it seemed like her friend had gotten into something dangerous. Perhaps that was why he had chosen a new home, but the young man reassured her and asked her not to worry. After all, he was thinking about hiring a security guard and installing an unmanned security system in the new house, and the Lace Guild promised to send guards, so everything would be fine and the family would feel safe. He just wants to be happy with his family, so he is ready to protect them at any cost, giving all his strength and determination for their peace. He added that he was very embarrassed to say this, but he had to go, leaving behind a slight sadness, and at the same time a warm feeling of duty accomplished. The girl grabbed his hand and asked him to stay the night. Her eyes begged not to refuse, but her heart sought closeness and support. Her large eyes looked straight into Hyun's, full of sincerity, anxiety, and an undisguised desire to understand his true thoughts and feelings. The young lady explained that she felt relieved when he was here, because his presence gave her peace and the feeling that all dangers could be overcome together. At that moment, the boy agreed to stay, realizing that his presence would bring harmony and joy to those who were truly important to him. Then Nuna suggested we have ramen together for dinner, her voice sounding warm and welcoming, inviting us to spend the evening in comfort and pleasant company. But as he left, the hero explained that he was very tired today and needed rest to regain his strength for the next challenges. So at the end, he said he would go to bed first, wanting to rest and gain strength, leaving behind the silence and peace in the room. The young lady was lost in her thoughts, reflecting on everything that had happened today and feeling a combination of emotions of anxiety, joy, and hope for the future. Because she knew that Hyun Jung wanted to take care of everyone in the shelter, giving them warmth and protection, without even thinking about her own fatigue or discomfort. Because it was the only place where he was accepted without his family, he felt a special peace and belonging there that he had never known before. That's why he does so much for his family, putting all his energy and heart into ensuring their safety, happiness, and a sense of true home. But Nuna doesn't want him to lose himself carrying all this blood on his hands, and fears that his thirst for protection could destroy his soul. The guy lies on the bed and thinks that he has never seen Seo-jin so sensitive, sincere, and open about everything. Her emotions deeply move him. He remembers how she suggested they eat together, and his heart is filled with warmth from the simple gesture of care and attention that means so much to him. The hero didn't understand why he was talking to himself now, and maybe he just needed to agree to eat, allowing himself some normal warmth and peace. The sergeant's sly laughter warns of danger because someone has aimed straight at the hunter's heart, and every second of delay could be fatal. The boy heard this voice, not understanding who had entered, and his heart beat faster from an unexpected feeling of threat and anxiety. The blade appeared next to him in that very second, flying through the air like lightning, and a cold fear ran down his spine, warning him of danger. It was good that his room was closest to the entrance, giving him a chance to react quickly and hide from a dangerous attacker. There were only 3 people, and if they all were taken away quickly, the family would be safe, but the enemy used the magic of cutting wind, which threatened instant death. Heng sees 1 mercenary and 1 mage ahead of him, but he never catches the third, his presence remaining an invisible and dangerous shadow. The enemy advanced further, moving relentlessly and swiftly, like the shadow of death, ready to attack at any moment without warning. But the hunter was ready and confident, his posture radiating determination, and his eyes shining with cold concentration in the face of danger. He understood that the speed of the spell was high, so he wouldn't have time to draw his sword, and decided to push the enemy with his shield, hoping to deflect the blow and buy time. He acts according to his plan, moving decisively and precisely, his every step considered to make the most of the moment and advantage in battle. And he strikes with a dagger, moving his hand quickly and confidently, striving to strike his opponent with an accurate and strong blow. The battle grew fiercer, blow after blow, and the air filled with the sounds of clashes and magical explosions, raising the tension to the limit. But at that moment, the enemy flew away and hit the wall with a dull thud, leaving behind debris and a cloud of dust. Blood flowed from his mouth, drops of which ran down his chin, emphasizing the force of the blow and the severity of the defeat. Another opponent approached and did not understand where the young man got such strength from. His eyes were full of surprise and slight fear of the invisible power. The guy, without wasting any time, attacks, moving lightning fast and accurately, seeking to defeat the enemy with 1 decisive blow. He only manages to say something, but the words are lost in the air, not having time to complete the thought, as the attack approaches. As his life ends in an instant, the world around him falls silent, and memories flicker before his eyes like fragile flashlights, fading in the unyielding darkness. Hyun is sure that there were 3 people. He felt the spirit of death enveloping the most precious thing to him, the spirit of someone who could not protect what was dear to him. And suddenly, he runs into Nuna's room and sees the enemy there. His heart beats wildly, and his eyes instantly focus on the threat before him. His dagger almost touched her heart, and time seemed to stand still as a cold threat hung over life, filling the air with tension and fear. The boy shouted for him not to move, his voice resolute and menacing, filled with authority and uncompromising threat. And then he spoke in a voice that wasn't his own at all, forcing his opponent to step back and take his hands away, as if an invisible force had penetrated his words. The daggers met in the air with a loud clang, sparks flying in all directions, emphasizing the power and precision of both strikes. The opponent could not believe that the hunter had already defeated his friends. His eyes were full of shock, and his mind refused to accept reality. Siden Miller's brave sword was with him and would not break until his courage broke, reflecting fortitude and determination in the darkest moments. So the strength was even greater, growing with Heng's determination, his every blow and movement gaining power, as if courage itself fueled his body. Attacking the enemy, moving with lightning speed and precision, the hunter's blows were full of determination and unwavering fortitude. His sword sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of speed and power that could be felt with every movement and every blow. Having eliminated the enemy, the young man thanked fate that Nuna was not injured, feeling relief and warmth filling his heart. They didn't wake up even from such a noise, and Hyun wondered in surprise if they had been fed something that allowed them to sleep so soundly and peacefully. Also realized that he hadn't seen anyone from the Laz Guild anywhere, so he wondered what they might be doing and where they might be. Understands that he needs to contact Kim Taemin to get support and advice that will help him cope with the danger and protect those who are dear to him. After calling, the leader heard that his subscriber was unavailable, which added to his anxiety, because help could be needed at any moment. The operator asks to leave a message after the tone, and Hyun hesitates, trying to decide what is more important to say in this critical situation. But if he doesn't pick up the phone, you can contact the Special Police Department and see if the people of the Laz Guild will react to this somehow. Before the police arrive, it is up to Hyun to defend the place, drawing on his experience and determination to keep everyone there safe. A major destruction occurred in the Ace Guild, leaving behind chaos and ruins, causing irreparable damage to all buildings and property. Kim did not understand how enormous and irreparable the damage caused by the events that had taken place and how serious the consequences were for everyone around him. He informed Hyun that the guild leader had died, conveying the sad news and realizing the full gravity of this loss for the guild members. I guessed that they wouldn't shoot at him, but the guild leader was indeed wounded, which was unexpected and alarming for all witnesses. The hero understands that even though he is not a member of the guild, he is saddened by the state of affairs and feels deep sadness over the events that have occurred. So, most likely, Kim, who had always loved her, was heartbroken and could not hide his deep sadness and heartache from the loss. But the man suddenly asks the young man to listen to him carefully, emphasizing the importance of what was said and hoping for his full understanding of the situation. Because he wanted to say something very important, something that could change the understanding of events and had great significance for everyone present at that moment. I have already thought about the person who will become the next leader of the guild, considering their qualities, strength, and ability to lead the members through difficult trials. He asks if Hyun remembers the day the unofficial battle took place, trying to reconstruct the events and understand their impact on the guild. Watching him risk his life to save the guild reminded me of his courage, dedication, and true commitment to the cause. I thought that Hyun was not just a strong person, but someone who combined strength, intelligence, and devotion, capable of influencing the fate of the guild and its members. He also never abused a person's trust and always behaved honestly, sincerely valuing relationships and responsibility to others. And all the guild members agreed with his statement. So he asked the young man to become the new head of the group, recognizing his dignity and leadership qualities. The shocked hero mentally asks himself whether he should accept this offer, remembering the events of his past life and the weight of responsibility that falls on him. The young man still couldn't believe that Kim had offered him such a responsible role, feeling a mixture of surprise, excitement, and uncertainty. He thinks that if he becomes the head of the guild, he will be able to receive help from subordinate hunters and even better ensure the safety of his family and all members of the organization. Kim admits that he really has no other candidates, and that's why he relies on the hero, because he saw him as the only hope for the guild. Besides Heng, the other leaders died, and now he has become the main person who makes all the important decisions for the guild and its future. And he wants to put Kang Hyung-jung at the head of their guild, confident in his abilities and leadership qualities needed for leadership. At that time, the young man agreed to this offer, realizing the responsibility and importance of the role entrusted to him for the future of the guild. And to begin with, the chief wanted all the documents relating to the guild prepared for him so that he could have a complete picture of its condition and internal affairs. The Black Mafia, the leader of the criminal organization, content with his ruthless grip, sees through the guild's lies and easily manipulates the situation. Reading the documents, Hyun analyzes that the guild's financial condition is quite good, and this was its only source of pride, but the number of permanent members remains small, and the size of the executive body does not seem large, which makes us think about the effectiveness of the leadership and the ability to manage the guild. Kim says that the guild was originally founded by the previous head to gain all the benefits of the magic crystal, so the Hunter Corps was created relatively recently. Heng saw that the calculation coefficient followed by the leaders increased depending on the guild's level, reflecting its growth and influence in the world of hunters. Every time a guild member attacks dungeons and sells magic stones, they pay an additional tax, which becomes part of the organization's financial system. The risk of being taken over by another guild must also be considered, as this could seriously impact the security, resources, and stability of their organization. So they decide to change their political course, and now the guild is moving to an aggressive strategy, and judging by the raid, the people behind Echo are going crazy. Since assassins were immediately sent, the situation escalated, and tensions between the guilds rose to dangerous levels, forcing everyone to be on their guard. Heng reports that there are no guarantees that what happened today will not happen again, and warns of possible dangers in the future. But there is something that needs to be done first, as it is critical to the stability of the guild and the safety of its members. After all, they have to capture Echo and cannot sit idly by, simply watching silently as the situation escalates and threatens their safety. Kim wasn't sure if they had any chance, but the young man explained that it could be done through an official battle, which provided a legitimate opportunity to act. According to the rules, 9 representatives from each guild compete against each other in one-on-one duels to decide who will win. And if one of the participants wins and does not announce a replacement for another participant during the battle, he can continue fighting the next enemy on the battlefield without a break. He will only win when he defeats all his opponents, proving his superiority in every duel and gaining complete control over the battle. The hero decided to defeat all 9 together with Kim, planning to approach each fight strategically and use all his abilities. The man was shocked by the news, not expecting such a turn of events, and feeling a sudden wave of surprise and anxiety at the same time. But the hunter asked not to worry and ordered Kim to defeat at least 2 opponents, and then the hero would cope on his own, relying on his own strength and strategy. But before this begins, you need to discuss the composition of the guild, define roles, and prepare all members for the upcoming trials and battles. To begin with, he reminds us that he has a C rank, assessing his capabilities and potential in future battles against strong opponents. Kim says that there is no reason to declare war, emphasizing the need for caution and adherence to guild rules. Echo was successful, as they killed their leader and caused significant damage to the Hunter Corps. But Hyun replies that this is only half a success, although he called the Special Police Department before they destroyed the evidence. Among the corpses found at the scene, there must be at least one belonging to the Echo executive body in order to prove their involvement and start the case. He believes it would be wise to file a lawsuit for compensation for all damages suffered in order to legally seek reimbursement and justice. Perhaps due to the large amount of compensation, Echo will never want to accept their terms, and in that case, war will be declared, since there is obvious evidence the head of the Bureau has also given all the necessary permissions. Then Kim wonders when to take action to properly plan the strategy and coordinate all the guild's further steps. And Hyun replies that we need to act right now, and immediately, without delaying a single minute, to seize the favorable moment for the guild. Laughter and noise came from the family's home, filling the rooms with life and creating an atmosphere of joy and warmth. Inside, happy children played with each other, laughing and rejoicing, creating an atmosphere of carefree childish happiness. They noticed that a guest had entered their home and welcomed him with joy, showing curiosity and admiration for the new presence in the room. Kim reported that he brought many gifts, causing them to be delighted and happy with unexpected surprises. So the children immediately began unwrapping the gifts, enthusiastically examining each item and rejoicing at the unexpected surprises. The man asked the boy where Hyun was, and he replied that he was in his room, pointing in the direction and smiling a little confusedly. Then Kim stroked his hair, thanking him for his answer and showing a warm, friendly attitude towards the boy. Sitting at the table, he reported that the Echo had refused to pay compensation for the damage caused, causing irritation and tension among those present. For the young man, this was understandable, because they simply requested an incredibly large sum, which far exceeded their capabilities and expectations. And now you need to act further according to their plan, carefully following each step to achieve your goal. The head of the Echo Guild, Choi Na-young, sat at his desk, carefully reviewing documents and planning the organization's next steps. Reading the documents, the leader saw that this was completely unwise and reckless, as such actions could lead to serious consequences for the guild. He was so angry that he broke a wall, because he couldn't understand how this information had reached the Special Police Department, causing a storm of emotions in him. His assistant watched this, surprised and alarmed by the guild leader's outburst of anger and his unpredictable actions. He says that there is another not-so-pleasant piece of news, preparing those around him for even more disturbing information. Na-en didn't know what could be worse than this, feeling a sudden anxiety and a foreboding of even more complicated problems. And then the assistant says that Ace declared a guild war on them, causing the leader to be shocked and urgently need to make a decision. Did the General Bureau agree to this, giving official approval for the start of the conflict and legitimizing the guild's actions? This was so because the evidence was clear to everyone, clearly confirming the correctness of the actions and leaving no doubt about the situation. Na-en sees that these scum have been taking money from them for so long, but there was no point. Ace has suffered great damage, but whether they will have enough strength to wage war remains a question. The assistant replies that they still believe in the mercenary who participated in the old unofficial battles, hoping for his experience and ability to influence the battle. But mercenaries cannot participate in war, and perhaps he temporarily joined the guild as a regular member in order to legally participate in the conflict. He asks himself how incredible this mercenary is, how he can do it so well and everything works out so effectively and unexpectedly. The interlocutor is not sure, but replies that he heard he had an A rank. Considering that Ace won, this information does not seem false. Na-yeon understands that there is no problem because they can allow both of them to use A-level hunters as mercenaries to strengthen their forces. So, having received the list, the assistant reads from it that among them there is one person of B rank, and all the others have C rank, determining the level of their capabilities for future actions. The leader realized that there was no need to mobilize the last remaining A-rank hunter, as they already had the current squad. Then he orders him to be sent to conduct raids, and his assistant instructs him to mobilize only 5 B-rank hunters to support the operations. The chief smiled insincerely, hiding his true intentions and emotions behind a mask of politeness. Echidno says that victory is already in their pocket, confidently demonstrating self-confidence and a premonition of success. The large shopping mall was extremely noisy, as all the patrons were lively discussing the latest news, despite their surroundings. The two old comrades had a lively conversation about whether, no matter how outdated the Echo Guild was these days, it made sense for Ace to declare war on it. Another replies that before all this, their leader only had an C rank, and he was extremely lucky that he managed to raise his level above normal. But isn't this complete nonsense? Because every now and then, there's bound to be some guy who's risen through the ranks solely through his own luck and chance. Not only did he manage to move from F rank to C, he also dared to seriously consider taking the honorable place of head of the entire guild. S-rank hunter Lee Jin-ah, who was the second daughter of the influential head of the powerful jail corporation, listened intently to the gossip spreading around. Her interlocutor asked if this girl was interested in the mysterious young man, and she replied that just because everyone was talking about him, it would be interesting to see him in person. Seok-hyun, the manager, was absolutely certain that the young lady actually had a hidden and greatly heightened interest in the mysterious hero. But Jian explained that she wasn't at all interested in bronze-tier guilds like Echo or Ace, but simply attracted attention by the unusual rank increase and the position of guild leader. She asks if this hunter Hyunjung really had an F rank in the beginning, because it's hard to believe such a rapid increase in his abilities and status. It was true. He had indeed become a C-class hunter, gaining a unique bonus to rebirth, which greatly affected his abilities and status. Sok thought that she did indeed have some curiosity about this matter, and this confirmed his previous guesses about her interests. He continues that during the attack on the B-rank dungeon, the entire group was completely wiped out by him, leaving behind only ruins and shocked witnesses. The information provided by the dungeon administration turned out to be almost completely accurate, confirming most of the details of the events and attacks that had occurred earlier. The girl listened attentively with obvious delight to this fascinating story about the unknown young man, trying to imagine all the details of his exploits and actions. Sok adds that the Hunter Department reported that his rank was so serious that they didn't even consider him to be the second awakened, which surprised everyone. Jin asks manager Seok Pak what his personal thoughts and assessments are regarding the situation, seeking to understand his perspective in more detail. He replies that in his opinion, most likely, this hero really became the second awakened, and this explains his incredible abilities and rapid rise in rank. And this is a fairly rare occurrence, so they cannot draw a final conclusion based only on the information that is known at the moment. The head of the second department, who determined the rank of Hyung, made a lot of noise, which is why the hunting department will not be able to fully take action on this matter for a long time. Jin asks if other guilds share such thoughts, and at the same time wonders what will happen if the young man is not actually the second awakened, and if their predictions turn out to be wrong. So this is a real guild war, and for Jin, it's a unique chance to finally find out if this guy is really the second awakened. The girl said that as soon as the inspection was complete, they should immediately begin to act without any delay so as not to lose important time. Park reports that few people know about Hyun's existence yet, but they are no longer the only ones who are closely watching his actions and the development of his abilities. The lady agrees with the manager and asks to find a way to contact Hyun before the guild war ends in order to get the necessary information in time. 10 days have passed since the announcement of the war, and the same number of days since the young man's life appeared before everyone's eyes for the last time, leaving many questions. The hero trained hard in the middle of a dense forest, improving his skills and strength, ignoring fatigue and external obstacles. He did not understand why they did not appear before him, and this caused him a feeling of surprise and some anxiety. After all, winning the guild war was extremely important, and the reputation, influence, and future of his own guild depended on it. Using such force would make the situation extremely dangerous, endanger lives, and seriously damage their reputation. No matter how much he practiced Siden Miller's magical technique, his past life never appeared in his dreams, which made him anxious. When it was convenient for them, they came both in dreams and in reality. But as soon as the boy needed it, they suddenly fell silent, leaving him incomprehensible. The hero mentally asks them, at least one of them, to appear before him, hoping for some kind of answer or sign that will dispel his doubts. And how could they mock him like this, leaving him in waiting and uncertainty without any answer or sign? A young man delves into his childhood memories, delving into past moments of joy, fear, and important lessons that shaped his character. Understanding the reason for his passionate desire for the power of previous lives, he realizes that this desire is dictated not only by ambition, but also by deep personal needs and fears. And the point was to never repeat the painful or tragic moments from the past that had left a deep mark on his soul, and to protect those who stayed by his side day after day and gave him the strength to endure all the difficulties and problems that fell on his shoulders. The little boy had eyes full of hope, peace, and sincere faith in a bright future that he dreamed of seeing with his own eyes. That is why Hyun felt true happiness when the awakening occurred again, because it gave him hope for new opportunities and the strength to achieve his goals. Despite only having an F rank, he felt an inner strength and confidence that exceeded any external assessments of his abilities. The young man thought he would finally be able to thank his family for their care and at the same time ensure their protection from any dangers that might arise. The hero sincerely believed that you need to try your best, sparing neither time nor energy, because only in this way can you achieve real results and change your life. And if he continues to work as hard as he has done before, over time he will be able to overcome any obstacles and achieve the desired level of strength and skill. Even a person like him can achieve significant growth in strength and skills if he doesn't stop in the face of difficulties. But whether Hyun would be able to protect everyone without the power of his past lives remained an open and complex question that deeply troubled him. The young man remembered how everyone put pressure on him, calling him a loser and pointing fingers at him, which left a deep mark on his memory and emotions. So he wondered if he should return as the same loser with no skills or talents, completely ignored in this harsh society. He thinks, what if all this really happens, and he finds himself powerless and invisible to everyone around him again? Then he decides to sit quietly and wait for all this to happen, trying to prepare himself for the possible consequences and survive them. The guy continued to train with such thoughts, combining physical activity with reflections on his past and future. In a fit of rage, he cut the tree in half with one powerful blow, pouring out all his accumulated anger and frustration into each split piece. Suddenly, he threw his sword out of his hands, feeling an explosion of emotions and an inability to contain the internal tension with any force. He lies on the ground and looks up at the sky, reflecting on his life and dreaming of the future possibilities that still await him. The young man raises his hand up as if trying to reach the moon, as if for his dreams and hopes, feeling strength and determination in every gesture. He thinks that if his powers awakened from previous lives were just like this, he would be able to overcome any obstacles and protect everyone he loves. If the opportunities he had were so limited, he wonders if he will be able to cope with everything he has acquired so far and use it correctly. If he can't progress just because his past life doesn't appear, doesn't that prove that in the end, Hyun will remain the same low-ranking hunter he was before? He pounds his fist on the ground and says that he cannot go back to that time, feeling angry and powerless in the face of the circumstances surrounding him. It was already late at night outside, and darkness enveloped everything around, creating a feeling of silence and loneliness that intensified his thoughts. When the hero returned home and climbed the stairs, he felt tired from training and at the same time the heaviness of thoughts that did not give his mind peace. The girl fell asleep in the living room, relaxing after a long day, and the soft light of the lamp barely shone in the room, creating an atmosphere of peace. Suddenly, coming to her senses, she realized that Hyun had arrived, and her heart trembled with surprise and curiosity at the same time. Nuna noticed that he was coming home later and later every day, and this made her anxious and wanted to know the reason for his absence. The young lady looked at him with eyes full of pity and tender love, trying to convey the full depth of her feelings with just one look. At that time, the hero had already gone into his room, closed the door behind him, and plunged into silence to contemplate everything that had happened during the day. Realizing that there had been no progress today either, he felt disappointed and slightly sad, realizing that his efforts were not yet bearing fruit. And to describe it in other words, he takes a step back, feeling that his development has temporarily stopped and progress is delayed. He didn't understand what to do, since he was participating in a guild war and felt the pressure of responsibility and expectations from all sides. He thinks how wonderful it would be if at least one of his past lives came back, giving him strength and inspiration for further actions. Closing his eyes, he begs them to take him to one of the rooms, hoping for new skills and the opportunity to increase his strength. The boy dove under the water, feeling the cold waves around him as if the whole world had disappeared, leaving only silence and deep darkness. Suddenly opening his eyes from the change in his environment, he felt how everything around him had become different, as if a new reality had suddenly surrounded him. He was seized with panic because the hero did not understand why he was there, and felt as if he was entangled in his own thoughts, with no way out. He also didn't know the reason, but if this continued, he would die. So he had to get out of there, because he felt the strength leaving his body. I had been at the bottom for about 5 minutes, feeling a searing pain filling my lungs and my body becoming heavier and weaker. He understood that he was really almost at the very bottom. He felt the pressure of the water on his body, as if the abyss itself was trying to swallow him up forever. But he instantly realized that he could breathe, and this opened up in him a new sense of freedom and strange peace amidst the boundless depths of the water. Could it really be someone's room from a past life? Because everything looked familiar, like a memory that had long been dormant in the depths of his consciousness. At any given moment, one of them appears, and one thing is for sure, Hyun can breathe underwater and seems to be truly inside a dream. He knows there is no time, he just watches it, and therefore asks someone to appear before him, hoping for an answer in this strange reality. But suddenly, a light came on at the bottom, and his body itself began to move towards him, as if an invisible force was guiding his every movement in the darkness of the water. This warmth didn't seem familiar to him, but at the same time, it felt as if something long forgotten was trying to return to him. And quite the opposite, the hero is overcome by a feeling of longing that is pulling him down, as if the heavy chains of memories are not giving him freedom. In the room, the sun was already rising towards the mountain, so the morning was greeted with warm light that slowly filled the space with soft golden rays. Getting out of bed, Hyun couldn't figure out what kind of dream it was, which left a strange combination of anxiety, surprise, and memory in his mind. And why this time the body moved on its own, as it wanted, I couldn't understand, feeling a strange sense of control and at the same time complete helplessness. Suddenly, he felt a blow to his back, a sharp pain that went through his entire body, making his heart beat faster and cold at the same time. Rubbing it from the shock, he turns his head back, trying to understand what caused the blow and who was behind him. Nuna was there, saying that since the guy had just finished his studies, he would sleep until noon, but Hyun replied that today was Sunday and there was no work, so he could rest. The girl grabbed him and dragged him along, explaining that today was the day when something incredible was going to happen. But the young man didn't understand what nonsense she was talking about or why she was in such a hurry. Nuna, taking his hand, asked him to follow her, and he felt a strange combination of curiosity and anxiety, not understanding what lay ahead. When Hyun, holding the girl's hand in his, took his first steps, memories began to play in his head, one after another, as if an old film came to life before his eyes. The corridors of the orphanage, which were stuffy in the summer through the small windows, brought back memories to him, and it had been so long since he heard the words she had spoken when he woke up, calling the 20-year-old who had already grown out of them. Usually Nuna was calm, but today she looked excited. When she approached the door, the young lady asked her to first close her eyes and only then enter, making her feel both curious and slightly excited. So, taking her hands, she cupped them around Hyun's face, and so they cautiously entered, feeling the strange warmth and closeness of each other in the silence of the room. The boy did not understand why he had forgotten a precious memory that was to protect him all his life, and which under no circumstances should be erased from his memory. So, upon entering the room, he began to be greeted with the awakening of an F rank, and Hyun felt both surprise and awe in front of everyone around him. The hero realized that this was a piece of his past that unexpectedly returned, awakening memories and emotions long hidden deep in his heart. Although they say that good memories are erased from memory first, he felt how this return of the past filled his soul with strange warmth and sadness at the same time. But still, he did not understand how he could live, forgetting this moment, which seemed so important and vital to his existence. And it was definitely one of his favorite memories in life, one that evoked warm emotions in him and a desire to return to that time again. But while underwater, the hero didn't understand why he felt so anxious, as if an invisible force was pressing on his heart and making him panic. He tried to find an answer in his head, going through memories and thoughts, but each subsequent idea only increased his sense of uncertainty. When something suddenly swam near him, the young man felt a slight chill and surprise, trying to understand what it could be in the depths of the water. It was a huge, powerful shark that swam silently nearby, evoking both fear and admiration for its grandeur and power in the dark waters. Hyun sees that now, before all this, a demon appeared before him, and perhaps it was a nightmare in which he is being held, making him feel terrified and helpless at the same time. But it was clear that this monster was looking at him, its burning eyes arousing fear and making his heart beat wildly fast. And if this continued, he would definitely feast on Hyun, and the thought of imminent danger gripped him completely, leaving him no peace. At that moment, his body was already in another place, and the young man felt a strange split in reality, as if time itself was moving around him. But it was still water, only red in color, which enveloped his body, creating a feeling of fear and unknown danger around him. Then, opening his eyes, the young man took a deep breath, lying on the floor, feeling his heart beat fast and his mind gradually returning to reality. Subconsciously, he realizes that this is another dream, and at the same time feels a strange mixture of anxiety and peace, knowing that everything around him is unreal. He had itching and severe pain all over his body, as if invisible needles were piercing his skin, making every movement difficult and painful. And before him stood terrible people who threatened him, their gazes full of fury and dangerous evil energy that made his heart beat faster. And even Nuna's back, which, in order to protect her family, blocked all approaches to them with her body, was tense and ready to fight, radiating determination and strength. The hero remembers that day well, as if it happened yesterday. Every detail is etched in his memory vividly and for a long time, leaving no doubt about the reality of the events. When the man reported that if they took the money it had to be returned, the hero felt a sense of tension and responsibility for past actions. That there are always people who completely forget about their duties, and this causes irritation and misunderstanding among those who follow the rules and responsibility. But the director interrupted him and grabbed his leg, kneeling down, demonstrating determination, and at the same time a strange softness in her actions. The woman asked for a little more time, because what would happen to their children, and her voice trembled with anxiety and fear for their future. And then the man simply kicked them with his foot, calling the old woman crazy, and the situation instantly escalated, filling the air with tension and chaos. Nuna agreed that she would repay the debt at any cost, feeling determined and willing to do everything possible to protect herself and her family. Then Hyun was watching it when the girl said that she was a C-ranked hunter-healer, so she made a good living, and her confidence and professionalism caught his attention. The man understood that the conversation with them was not going well at all, and he felt irritated and helpless because of the inability to find a common language. But suddenly he was interrupted by a boy, and everyone present felt an unexpected change in mood and tension in the air. Who said that he was also an F-rank hunter, and his words aroused surprise and respect among everyone present in the room. The lady promised to pay off the debt as soon as possible, so she asks the creditors to wait a little longer, demonstrating the seriousness of her intentions and responsibility. The man couldn't believe that this pupil was talking such nonsense, and that he was really mocking him, claiming his rank, causing doubt and tension among those present. And what could he possibly do, the man thought, feeling helpless and confused by the young man's unexpected courage. After all, he was a low-ranking scumbag who couldn't even be an errand boy, and who knows how many mouths were in his shelter, doubting his ability to change anything. The enemy says to first understand the problem properly, to understand all the details and find the right solution before moving forward. Pushing Hung to the ground, he ordered his subordinates to search for any money that might be hidden somewhere, filling the atmosphere with fear and tension. Later, when everyone had left, the girl healed her wounds and gave thanks that the children and the principal remained unharmed, feeling relief and gratitude in her heart. The only problem was that the room was an incredible mess, and every corner resembled chaos left behind after panic and haste. But together they will slowly be able to restore order, joining forces and gradually restoring peace and cleanliness in the room. First, She has to heal Hyun's wounds and asks if he can turn his face towards her, seeking to establish contact and provide care. However, the young man sat there, not moving, and the young lady was agitated, feeling anxious and uncertain about his condition. At the same time, the friend explained that he felt completely useless, as if all his efforts and hopes had no meaning and were leaving him in a void. When he woke up, he thought for the first time that he would finally be able to protect his loved ones. And although he was only an F rank, he believed that by trying his best, he would greatly increase in strength and abilities. At the moment when the uninvited guests arrived, the boy was unable to do anything, feeling helpless and confused in the face of an unexpected threat. And it seemed that someone as low-ranking as he was incapable of anything, and the thought of his own weakness oppressed him, making him feel useless and sad. Perhaps it was the helplessness of that day that still kept him moving forward. Hyun believed that he had no right to keep the happy moments in his soul because they seemed too fragile and unattainable. And all the time he pushed himself to the edge of the cliff as if searching for the limit of his capabilities to understand whether he was able to change his own fate. But now everything was different. He felt new possibilities and powers slowly filling his body and consciousness, opening the way to change. Now what drives him doesn't feel like the helplessness of that day. Instead, he feels a courage that drives him forward. Like the strength and confidence that the hero will be able to protect everyone, which fills his heart with determination and a sense of duty to his loved ones. He decides to no longer stand still, but to become even stronger, filling his every step with determination and the desire to reach new heights. His eyes slowly open, and the world around him gradually fills with light, awakening awareness and new sensations in his mind. And the hunter is already standing, not deep underwater, feeling the solid surface beneath his feet and the clarity of reality around him. Ahead, Karzago reported that he thought the hero would be telling everyone left and right about having gained a little power, eliciting a slight smile and surprise. His aura was powerful, encompassing everything around him, radiating strength and confidence that was felt by everyone around him. Then the boy, turning to the voice, realized that before him stood the shield of justice, majestic and unwavering, ready to defend justice at any cost. The man did not think that, having allowed the young man to gain some strength, he would himself see his senseless chatter and unexpected actions. He feels like they did him a favor when they decided to grant him such immense and unexpected power. Hyun realizes that they too were watching his dream and knew everything that was going on in his mind, leaving nothing hidden. But the opponent at this moment remained completely silent and did not make a single sound, carefully observing everything. The guy thought he had imagined everything about himself and was too self-confident, because he, who had never succeeded in anything, finally had the strength to change something. But now he had seen the light and understood the reality of the situation. He understands that for such great power there is always an extremely high price to pay, and the consequences can be unpredictable. And now, because of these skills, his family is in mortal danger, so he can no longer sit idly by and watch their suffering. Now that he has the strength and confidence, he is ready to protect everyone and confront any threat that may come his way. The hunter strives to become even stronger, constantly training and looking for new ways to improve his skills and power. Then those who are now threatening him, so that no one can threaten his safety or the safety of his loved ones anymore. Karzago sees that their reincarnation is now in deep despair, helplessly struggling with their own fears and insecurities. The man ordered him to raise his weapon, insisting on determination, fearlessness, and swift action to save his family and confront the imminent threat. He will teach him martial arts and defensive counterattacks, honing his technique and speed so he can repel attacks and protect his family. The guy asks what it is and hears in response that the technique will be different from a simple hit on the shield. It requires precision, timing, and determination. He believes that from his point of view, this counterattack skill is the most powerful because it combines accuracy, strength, speed, and the ability to change the course of the battle instantly. And if a young man tries this technique on himself, practical experience will be much more convincing than any verbal explanations. He orders to unleash his most powerful attack technique, to unleash all the destructive power and break the enemy's defenses in one move, without hesitation, now. So Hyun began to do what he was asked to do, immersed in the exercise with concentration and without hesitation, honing his movements to master the new technique as quickly as possible. Attacking with all his might, Karzago launched a ruthless assault, directing each blow precisely and relentlessly, giving the enemy no chance. The training was extremely serious and grueling, forcing Hyun to give all his strength and endurance without any rest. The hero sees that the man hasn't even taken a single step from his attack, remaining motionless and calmly watching the onslaught. Karzago understood that the young man's skills remained only at this level, and from that moment on, he ordered him to observe carefully without interfering in the events. Hyun noticed that he was now absorbing the blow, withstanding the full force of the attack without any sign of pain or weakness, as if he had become invulnerable. But this cannot be called a simple takedown because it combines force control, precision of movements, and instant counterattack at the same time. The man asks if Hyun noticed everything down to the last second, explaining that absorbing an opponent's blow allows him to release double the amount of powerful energy. And there is only one way to master this supreme skill, to experience it firsthand, through testing and mastering the power. Everything around him shone like an echo of his strength, emphasizing the greatness and power of the man, who seemed to radiate a current that captured space. To fully withstand this energy without feeling any lack of strength and maintaining complete control over every movement and breath during the fight. Dust rose all around, rising into the air from the intense movements and impacts, filling the space with a thick and trembling haze. Karzago understood that, most likely, the vessel was not yet ready to withstand such a huge force, and premature loading could lead to unpredictable consequences. But in their past lives there is no time to wait, so they have to act immediately, risking everything to achieve their goal. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise when he saw something completely unexpected and incredible that completely turned his ideas upside down. Because Hyun appeared ahead, although his appearance was not very impressive and indicated fatigue and inexperience in combat. The young man thought that he had withstood all of Karzago's martial arts, using his full power, and now everything would be different. So he watched him carefully, noticing every movement, every gesture, and trying to understand the essence of his actions and true power. The man says his congratulations, realizing that his eyes have not failed him, and now the best counterattack technique belongs to Hyun, who has mastered it skillfully. Finally, the day of the Guild War arrived, with all preparations complete, and the participants gathered for the decisive battle, full of tension and danger. In the Ace Guild's waiting room, the group was already gathered in place, tensely preparing for the battle to begin and discussing the latest strategies. Kim suggests breaking things up a bit by organizing something for the team to relieve tension and stop worrying. Because the guild leader will take care of all the details, ensure security and strategic planning, allowing members to prepare for battle with peace of mind. It seems that after what was said, the atmosphere became even more oppressive, filled with tension, anxiety, and uncertainty among everyone present. Hyun thinks that if you look at the situation from these people's perspective, this is the only possible reaction, because they believe that the guy who appeared out of nowhere is behaving like a true guild leader. But suddenly, they heard footsteps echoing through the room, causing everyone to become alert and listen intently for their approach. A man walked in, talking about the wonderful atmosphere, smiling, and observing the reactions of everyone in the room. And there was a feeling that they were in mourning, so it was unclear where the fighting spirit and enthusiasm that had not been there from the very beginning had gone. Hyun realizes that this hunter belongs to the Echo Guild, immediately recognizing him by his manner of movements and the logo on his clothes. He asks Kim not to be nervous and steps forward himself, taking the initiative and responsibility for the situation. The leader ordered the latter out of their room, firmly pointing out the boundaries and demonstrating control over the situation. He explained that entering an opponent's waiting room before a guild battle goes against all common sense and can lead to unnecessary risk. He replies that he is a member of the Echo Guild, but he is also assigned the duties of an assistant for organizational matters in this war, so he has only come to check on their readiness. Hyun was already on the verge, so he announced in a voice that was not his own that he was only speaking once now. If the enemy continued to explain such nonsense, the hero would not sit idly by. Participant Echo doesn't think that a C-rank hunter with a captain's armband can show him anything special. The opponent just started laughing in the middle of the room, and the sound was so horrible and disgusting when he said that he had a B rank. Suddenly, deadly energy began to fly around the room, filling the space with tension and threat, making everyone wary and feel in danger. It emanated from Commander Heng, carrying his resolute and powerful aura, which immediately made those present feel his authority and strength. The hero ordered his opponent to know his limits, demonstrating determination and willingness to act against any violation of boundaries. He wondered if the young man really had a C rank because his strength and confidence exceeded all expectations. The Reaper's bloodthirsty essence awakened, and part of his thirst for murder broke out, filling the space with rage and danger. The enemy did not understand what was happening, his surprise and fear mixed, leaving him helpless in the face of the unexpected force. He felt as if something was crushing him, squeezing his mind and body with an invisible force that limited every movement and thought. And it was the same destructive energy that permeated space, radiating deadly force and ruthless power. So he fell to his knees before Hyun, feeling utterly humiliated and realizing the superiority of his incredible strength. His breathing was labored and sweat was pouring down his face, indicating extreme physical and emotional stress. When the guild leader ordered the enemy to leave in an angry voice, he felt fear and was forced to obey, unable to argue. And he, unable to bear it, ran out the door with incredible speed, trying to leave the dangerous place as quickly as possible. And the hero just calmly watched this, watching the enemy retreat, not interfering and maintaining his confidence. He realized that even for a split second, he thought about whether he should have killed that enemy. But he immediately rejected the thought, maintaining control. The higher the levels of sympathy for past lives, the more desensitized he became to the murder, feeling less compassion and emotional pressure. The leader returned to his team, demonstrating determination and readiness to lead them into further actions and combat missions. And then he saw that they were all watching him with shock and confusion on their faces, not believing their eyes and his incredible strength. Hyun replied that everything was fine and everyone just needed to stop worrying, stay calm, and focus on future actions. The group started to smile, and the situation was already improving with every second, leaving unnecessary emotions behind. Then suddenly, they all exclaimed together that they believed only in their guild leader, thereby supporting the boy before a difficult battle. The manager entered their room. His gaze skimmed over their faces, and he put his hand under his chin, thinking. And then we will inform everyone present that in 30 minutes the guild war will begin, and the participants should move to field number 4. The group began to follow the man's instructions, moving towards the exit, maintaining a good mood and friendly atmosphere. The leader looked at his team standing before him, and there was confidence in his eyes. He knew they had prepared thoroughly, and he believed they would be able to execute everything flawlessly. All participants entered the arena, where the bright light of the spotlights illuminated each of them, emphasizing the majesty of the moment and the solemnity of the event. The chief, walking confidently and slowly, moved forward, as if each of his steps had a special meaning, full of inner strength and deep determination. Looking at everyone present before him, he felt hundreds of gazes on him, as if penetrating his soul, giving the moment majesty and tension. Heng realizes that this is not a big battle between guilds, but the audience is much larger than he expected, and this surprises and excites him. Everyone was talking about the C-rank guild leader, discussing his strength, abilities, and rumors that made his figure even more mysterious and influential. Kim looked at everything, realizing that the chief was right, and in his eyes appeared recognition mixed with respect and a certain sense of relief. So he asked if he had already sensed it, because the current situation only proves that the hunting community has finally turned its attention to the hero. And his family also came to support the young man, sitting among the spectators and giving him the warmth of their sincere smiles and proud looks. Nuna shouts words for everything to go well today, filling the arena with her voice, which sounded sincere, touching, and inspiring to the young man. Hyun understands that he must win at least for the sake of his family, feeling a sense of responsibility and strength that motivates him to move forward despite the difficulties. They announce that the official war between Echo and Ace will take place soon, so they ask the first participants to take to the field, causing excitement among the spectators and participants. Everyone was trembling with excitement, their hearts beating faster and their eyes wide open, watching the events in the arena with tension and impatience. Kim turned to the leader and said that he would definitely win, knowing that he would need to overcome two opponents at the same time, demonstrating determination and confidence. The hero sees that the man is too passionate. His emotions and determination radiate a force that can affect the course of events and the tension in the arena. The first members from the Ace Guild appear in the arena. B-rank combat hunter Kim Taemin, whose presence immediately attracts the attention of all spectators and increases the tension in the hall. And his rival from the Echo Guild, a B-rank hunter using magic, Seo Jin-soo, emerges, radiating strength and confidence, ready for a fierce confrontation. The man says, "Isn't that a living shield for that worthless C-rank hunter?" his words sounding with contempt and causing surprise and tension among those present. The tension is felt even before the start, because from now on, Guild wars will be held under the strict control of the Dispute Resolution Committee of the General Guild Bureau, which adds formality and seriousness to the event. After these words, the battle began, and the arena filled with the sounds of blows, magic, and screams, creating a tense and exciting atmosphere for all present. Jin-soo tells the enemy that he won't be able to withstand his magic with those small daggers, his voice full of confidence and menace, emphasizing the danger of his attacks. And he began to smile, his smile cold and confident, conveying a sense of superiority and relentless determination in battle. But Kim charges into the attack, moving quickly and decisively, his actions full of courage and unwavering determination to overcome his opponent. The man fends off his opponent using quick and precise movements, demonstrating fighting prowess and unwavering concentration on victory. His gaze was serious, his eyes radiating determination and attentiveness, reflecting a deep concentration on the events unfolding in the arena. The opponent uses shield magic, creating an invincible protective barrier wall that shines in the light of the arena and deters every attack from the enemy. Blocking the blows in front of him, he stood firm, each defensive move reflecting the opponent's strength and demonstrating his mastery of shield magic. The tension was incredible. The arena seemed to be holding its breath, and the hearts of everyone present were beating fast, feeling every movement and every blow of the combatants. The enemy used magic again, and this time his attack turned into a fiery sword that blazed brightly, radiating danger and power capable of breaking through any defense. But Kim realized that he was too late and instantly seized the moment, preparing to strike before his opponent had yet to fully realize his magic, and rushed at him with daggers, moving with lightning speed and fearlessness, his attack full of precision, determination, and an unwavering determination to win. Delivering a devastating blow, he channeled all his strength and skill into every movement, striving to break through his opponent's defense and achieve victory at any cost. Then the opponent shouted, his voice sounding confused and forced, defeated by Kim's confidence and persistence. The referee walked over and blew the whistle, declaring the official victory, and the sound rang out loudly, filling the arena with a wave of excitement and tension. But the man continued to advance, and then he was ordered to stop. The judge's stern voice forced him to stop, increasing tension and order in the arena. Kim ordered the enemy that anyone he found outside would be killed by him without any mercy or hesitation, and the punishment would not be delayed for a moment. The man realizes that this is a victory and feels a mixture of relief, pride, and admiration for his own skill and determination that led him to success. Hyun wonders if he spent too much energy at the beginning of the fight, realizing that he still has many challenges ahead of him and needs to conserve energy for the next attacks. The second battle will begin very soon, and participants from both sides are asked to take their positions, preparing for a new, fateful confrontation for all. Blood dripped onto the floor, leaving dark stains that emphasized the brutality of the battle and heightened the tense atmosphere in the arena. The enemy was eliminated, and his fall created a sense of final battle, emphasizing victory and the seriousness of the confrontation. The referee asks if Kim will be able to continue the fight. His voice sounds tense because the further course of the competition and the results of the arena depend on it. He looked at him, his eyes full of determination, willpower, and willingness to continue the fight, showing no weakness. However, the judge explained that the participant's wounds appeared very serious, warning of a possible danger to his health and the need for caution. At that time, Kim looked to his leader, seeking support and reassurance, feeling the power of mentorship and moral support before the next round. And Hyun thought that no more was needed, feeling that his determination and strength were enough to handle the next challenges in the arena on his own. And due to an injury, another participant, Kang Hyung-jun, will replace Kim in the third fight, ready to continue the fight and show his skills to the audience. The hero asks him not to be disappointed because everything is going according to plan, trying to instill confidence and support his allies' fighting spirit before the next fight. He will do everything else and asks the man to shoot a good video for social media to show the audience every moment of the fight and convey the tension of the arena. So the second contestant from Ace, Hyun Jung, and the third contestant from Echo, Hunter Choi Hye-jin, were announced, and the arena was filled with anticipation and excitement from the audience. They were asked to step onto the field, preparing the arena for the start of a new match, while the audience intently watches the participants' every move. The young man understands that he still cannot correct the list of participants, so he will have to show everything he is capable of, demonstrating his skill and determination. Viewers see the C-rank hunter using an aura and realize that all the gossip about his power has turned out to be true, causing admiration and surprise. So it looks like it's going to be fun. As the tension is building, the participants are ready to fight, and the audience is expecting a spectacular and exciting confrontation. Jin-ah watched the fight, her eyes carefully following every move, her face reflecting interest and excitement at the events in the arena. Then the third battle began, and the arena filled with the noise of the spectators, the anticipation and energy that is palpable in the air before a new confrontation. Hyun compares his training with past lives and realizes that this fight is almost an ease for him, because the acquired skills make his actions precise and confident, as if everything is going according to plan. Participant Hyung-jun, with incredible abilities, immediately begins the fourth battle, impressing those present with his speed, accuracy, and unrivaled mastery of combat techniques. The boy understands that he must win so that no one can threaten them anymore, and his determination strengthens every movement, giving his fighting spirit unwavering strength. The fifth duel has finally begun, and if it wins, the Ace Guild will gain the long-awaited final victory, causing excitement and incredible anticipation among the audience. The referee asks the fifth contestant from Echo, Ka-han Sang-hyun, to come onto the field, and the arena fills with tension and anticipation for a new confrontation. Who could not have imagined that someone would be able to use their aura, marveling at the strength of the opponent and the scale of the events in the arena? So he looked at his opponent, assessing his strength and movements, preparing for battle with attentiveness and strategic caution. The fifth bout was announced to begin, and the arena exploded with a wave of anticipation, adrenaline, and tension among the spectators and participants. The enemy understood that no one could defeat his sword, and his confidence radiated strength and menace, forcing opponents to plan their actions carefully. But suddenly, Hyun was gone from him, and he watched in surprise as the young man appeared in a new position, ready for a lightning-fast counterattack. And from the other side, the young man touched him on the shoulder, unexpectedly approaching and forcing the enemy to instantly react to the new threat. flipping over an enemy in the air, performing an incredible acrobatic maneuver that confused the opponent and opened up an opportunity for a counterattack. Preparing his attack, he focused on adjusting his body position, tensing his muscles, and with confident movements preparing the fatal blow that would decide the fate of the battle. Their battle was powerful, every blow and move radiating strength and skill, and the arena was filled with the sounds of clashes and tension that kept the audience enthralled. The enemy said that Hyung had impressed him and asked if he really thought he could win with such strength, his words full of surprise and arrogance. And then the Karzago guard leads a fair counterattack. The unwavering shield turns into a sharp spear that accurately aims at the opponent, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The boy laughs at his words, his laughter full of confidence and ease, showing that he is not afraid of threats and is ready to continue the fight. He replies that he doesn't know how to fight at all. The guy's voice sounds calm, but at the same time with a slight challenge, emphasizing his confidence and steadfastness in the face of the enemy. But when Karzago helped him, Heng looked powerful, his movements confident and precise, and the strength of his ally emphasized his invincibility in the arena. There was fear in the enemy's eyes, reflecting his awareness of the danger emanating from the hunter and his foreboding of possible defeat in battle. When the young man delivered his blow, his movement was swift and precise, and the force of the strike made the enemy feel the full power of his attack. The opponent fell to his knees, feeling the force of the blow, his body trembling with pain, and his gaze radiating shock and confusion before the winner. The opponent reported that he seemed to be begging to stop, his voice trembling with fear, and his body showing complete acceptance of defeat. All the spectators held their breath as they watched the climax of the battle, their hearts beating fast, and their eyes glued to the arena in tension and excitement. Jin Ah watched with a smile, her face radiating pleasure and admiration as she watched the young man's skill and determination. Then the judge approached them, his steps confident and his face serious, ready to officially assess the outcome of the fight and announce the winner. Saying that the Echo Hunter had surrendered, the judge announced that the Ace Guild was the winner, causing an explosion of joy and excitement among its members and spectators. This angered the opponents, their faces filled with anger and discontent, and their movements became more intense, reflecting a desire for revenge and competition. And the chief could not contain his emotions, calling them bastards, his voice trembling with anger, and his face expressing deep indignation and rejection of their actions. And then, after breaking the table, he walked away, leaving behind a sense of completion and defeat on their part. Hyun saw that the Echo Guild had been defeated, so he understood that there should be no problems with the takeover, and this gave him confidence in his future plans. He realized that he needed to speed up, realizing that time was limited and every second mattered to achieve the goal. The boy descended the stairs, carefully placing his feet on each step so as not to slip, and looking around cautiously. The man stops him and, looking him in the eye, says that he tried hard and deserves praise for his perseverance and diligence. He was the head of a special unit, strictly examining the situation and holding himself confidently, showing authority and experience in all his actions. The leader asks if he has received his medical attention yet, closely watching his reaction, to which Kim replies that Hyun is already expected, confirming his readiness for action. The young man was surprised, his eyes wide open, and he stepped back slightly, not hiding his unexpected surprise and disbelief at what he had just heard. Suddenly, his team appeared before him, standing focused and ready for action, demonstrating unity and strength that inspired him to take further steps. They were shocked by the leader's actions, saying it was incredible, their faces glowing with admiration and respect for his determination and courage. Hyun thanked everyone sincerely, raising his head and smiling, expressing deep gratitude for the support and help he received from everyone. The group peppered him with their questions and words about how they had the best guild leader, creating a sense of pressure and complete interest in his reaction. Kim asked everyone to be quiet, sternly raising his hand and looking around to get the full attention and concentration of those present. The hero asks if the commander could give him a little attention, looking at him with hope and a slight excitement in his voice, waiting for an answer. But the team dragged him along, leaving no time for conversation, moving quickly and decisively so as not to lose a single moment and not to distract the hero. Later, the young man still asked if the man had filmed the video, looking at him with curiosity and slight excitement, expecting an honest and detailed answer. Confirming this, the man showed that he had already uploaded the video to the platform, demonstrating calm and confidence in the work he had done. Tube was a video hosting service often used by hunters, uploading and viewing videos to plan their actions and share important information. They upload all kinds of videos, from recommended weapons for raids to types of demonic monsters in dungeons, to prepare and share useful information. It's impossible to film properly in dungeons, so hunters post numerous videos to promote guilds, share strategies, and attract newbies. The man said that the video was from a leader, so the reaction to it would be incredible, and if this continues, it would only be a matter of time before the guild grew stronger, emphasizing the significance of this moment. Suddenly, someone approached them, moving quietly and cautiously, creating a sense of surprise and tension among those present. This was a manager who took an interest in Hyun, observing him closely and asking questions to learn more about his abilities and actions. Kim asks for his reason for coming, looking at the manager warily and expecting a specific answer. The hero realizes that he is facing an A rank, feeling respect and slight excitement due to the high level of skill and authority of this person. He just stood there and smiled, calmly observing everything, showing no excitement or tension, radiating confidence and ease. He tells them that they have nothing to fear, smiling calmly and radiating confidence to reassure those present and relieve tension. The man asks Chief Pak not to talk nonsense, looking at him sternly and trying to maintain the seriousness of the situation. When he said that his lady really wanted to see Hyun, there was excitement in the air, and those present carefully watched the hero's reaction. She was S-ranked, and if a battle began now, it would be extremely difficult, causing anxiety and tension among everyone present. The girl says that she is pleased to meet Hyun, and in reality, he looks even more interesting, causing slight excitement and admiration among those around him. She calls herself Hunter Lee Jin Ah, introducing herself confidently and demonstrating her high status and skill among those present. The guy realizes that this young lady is the same daughter of the head of the jail corporation that he read about in the news, feeling surprised and slightly excited by the unexpected meeting. This very lady stood before him, radiating confidence and authority, which forced him to carefully observe and evaluate her every move. The young man says that he has heard about her and extends his hand, demonstrating politeness and a desire to get to know her better. He asks if they have any business with him, not understanding the reason for their arrival, and watches the reaction with cautious excitement. The young man understands that the corporation has no guilds under their direct control, realizing that the corporation's power is limited and does not affect all aspects of the hunter's activities. Jin says that she didn't see much need for this before, but if a guild is needed, it's easy to create one, demonstrating confidence and authority in decision-making. This shocked Hyun, as he did not expect such determination and confidence from Jin, feeling a mixture of surprise and admiration. So the lady explained that she was offering him a leadership position in a guild that would be under the exclusive control of the corporation, emphasizing the importance and privilege of this offer. The boy rethinks these words, pondering the meaning of the proposal and the opportunities opening up before him, feeling excited and hesitant at the same time. He hears a voice saying that if the guild leader accepts this offer, then now, barely standing on his feet, he doesn't understand who it is in his thoughts, feeling a mixture of surprise and anxiety. The absolute Emperor Romanov orders this proposal to be rejected, warning that if Heng goes against the will of the Supreme Emperor, he will not receive any protection, causing the young man to feel pressure and fear. The boy realizes that a new past life is in his thoughts, causing surprise and a feeling of a strange connection with unfamiliar events. And it was Romanov whose word and presence immediately imposed authority and forced the reincarnation to listen to his every thought. So he declines the offer, mentally realizing that he does not want to lose the protection of one of the lives in this war, while remaining cautious and strategically prudent. Park asks about the reason for the refusal, watching Hyun closely and trying to understand his true motives and reasoning behind the decision. The hero explains that he does not like it when someone directs his actions, emphasizing the desire for freedom and independence in making decisions. And at that moment, Kim realized that choosing Hyun as leader was the right decision, because his determination and independence demonstrated true strength of character. Puck was furious, his face blazing with anger and his eyes shining with indignation, showing that he was not used to refusal and disobedience. The young man explains that if he were offered the position of guild leader, he would accept the offer, emphasizing his desire to have full responsibility and control. Jin said that the hero valued himself too highly, smiling with a slight exaltation and demonstrating her confidence in her own authority. Not understanding, Kim shouted, how the girl could dare to say such a thing, his voice sounding sharp and his face expressing shock and surprise. The guy stopped the fight and said that it really wasn't that expensive right now, calmly reducing the tension and showing restraint in his behavior. But he asks how long they think this will continue, watching the reaction and expecting an honest answer. Jin sees that Hyun is really cocky and seems completely confident in his abilities, appreciating his determination and inner strength of character. And the hero confirmed this, showing through his behavior and words an unwavering confidence in his own abilities and a determination to act independently. He concludes by saying that today and tomorrow will be different, hinting at the changes and new challenges that lie ahead. Kim watched the leader, closely following his actions and reactions, assessing his determination and ability to manage the situation. The young lady and her husband stood in silence, exchanging glances and observing everything around them, without uttering a single word. But suddenly she smiled, and her smile lit up her face, creating a feeling of warmth and unexpected friendliness. And then her ringing laughter echoed through the corridor, filling the space with energy and lightness, forcing those present to pay attention to her. Jean realizes that this is all very interesting, feeling fascinated and wanting to learn more about the events unfolding around him. Reassuring herself, the girl decided that she would watch Hyun, meticulously following his actions and deeds so as not to miss a single detail. Orders Puck that they are returning home, strongly emphasizing that further action will be postponed until a safe time. He wonders if the girl is okay, because their goal today was to lure Hyun to their side, and he is worried about possible complications. But the young lady understands that they can't do anything, and the only thing left to do is abandon the idea, accepting the inevitability of the situation. Although the second awakened one can reach S rank, they face immense trials and dangers that require endurance and incredible effort. Questions were visible on the man's face, his gaze expressing surprise and an attempt to understand the situation unfolding around him. And Jin explained that, in other words, no matter how hard the boy tried, he could only stop at S rank, emphasizing the limits of his capabilities and the strength that needed to be gained. She promised that she would definitely make Hyun regret his decision, demonstrating determination and unwavering confidence in her actions. The sheet of paper suddenly slipped from the boy's trembling fingers, spun in the air in a light dance, and quietly fell to the ground, as if fleeing from him. His body sagged weakly in the chair, his arms hung down powerlessly, and his head fell heavily on the table, like a stone that had found rest. Today he received messages from 3 different places on the silver layer, and each carried a shadow of danger and mystery. So the man carefully handed it to the leader, avoiding eye contact, as if the piece of paper itself carried the weight of decisions that could change their fate. Hyun reflects that if he truly wanted to move to the silver layer, he would have accepted Lee Jin-ah's offer without hesitation, leaving no room for doubt. He asks if there has been any news from Jail Corporation yet, and is told that they have never contacted them. The hero had no intention of becoming the guild leader himself, but he was quite willing to accept any unofficial sponsorship that could strengthen his position. After all, if they conduct S-rank raids with the support of the jail corporation, the reward that awaits them will be incredible and will exceed all expectations. Hyun asks how long it will take, shrugging impatiently because he wanted to know the results sooner. So Kim replies that it will take a little time, and if the dungeon administration changes the rank, even Lee Jin will be forced to change his mind. The young man wonders if anything will change if his rank changes, watching the reactions of those around him and waiting for an accurate answer. But the man notes that it's not just about rank, and according to him, the changes will affect much deeper aspects of the system. The boy closed his eyes, clenching his jaw, as if trying to escape his own thoughts and focus on the future. This was the reason why the Gold and Platinum guilds did not take any action. The official guild leader rank remained only C, limiting their capabilities. But despite the outward image, very few people happened to be surprised when a hunter of a lower rank than themselves was hired as a guild leader or manager. As Heng thought, he wasn't strong enough yet, and if his rank changed, even guilds above the gold layer would start to take action. Kim says that his video has received a lot of positive feedback, so he will have to wait a while before taking the next step. Although this is just his prediction, he thinks that the administration will contact him during the day, and all eyes are on him, so the verification department will definitely pay attention to him. And if they react quickly, they can even establish communication within 1 hour, without wasting time on unnecessary delays. The hero smiled softly, feeling a slight relief and hidden joy from a small but important victory. The man had to answer his phone call and then return, without distractions and keeping his attention on the main thing. Later, Kim loudly shouts that the guild leader has a visitor, causing everyone in the room to look up warily. But Heng replied that he had no plans to meet with guild representatives at this time, refusing any premature contact. However, such a case could be called an exception, because usually such situations occur very rarely. He asks which unknown guild this visitor comes from, trying to assess his significance and possible influence. The man replies that he is from the Diamond Layer Guild, of which there are only 15 in all of Korea, emphasizing its rarity and prestige. Shock was visible on the young man's face, his eyes wide open and his lips trembling slightly, as if he had just learned incredible news. So he agreed without hesitation, feeling that there was simply no other choice in this situation. The hero decided to meet him, feeling both curiosity and slight anxiety about the unknown. The stranger sat in the hall, calmly waiting for the leader, carefully examining the room and assessing the situation around him. When the hero entered, the man said pleasantly that he was pleased to meet him, smiling and maintaining a friendly tone. His name was Lim Dong-hek, a human resources manager at Innovation Company, and Hyun noticed that his rank was B, which immediately caused surprise. In response, the hero also shook his hand, demonstrating politeness and readiness for further communication. He would never have thought that the personnel manager of the Diamond Layer Guild could start acting directly on him, forcing him to reconsider his own plans. He was also greeted by the commander of the special unit, Kim Tae-min, after which they immediately moved on to discussing the case. The guest said that he could not have imagined that he would personally meet super rookie Kang Hyung-jun, and for him it is a great honor. The hunter felt embarrassed, looking away and feeling a warm blush spreading across his face. Lim said that this is indeed the case, as high-ranking guilds regularly exchange news with each other, maintaining close contacts. And when I was at the last joint meeting, everyone called Hyun a super rookie, emphasizing his unusual level of ability for a beginner. Also, if someone represents a guild that is very interested in discovering new talent, then they have definitely seen Kang Hyung-jun's video and were familiar with his abilities. The guy thought that when the takeover and merger with Echo happened, the number of guild members would increase, and that would be a good thing because his popularity would increase significantly. Lim says he doesn't like to exaggerate, so you can trust him and rely on his words without a doubt. So I decided to suggest getting down to business right away, without wasting time on unnecessary formalities. He holds out a sheet of paper detailing all the terms offered by their company, Innovations. Heng reads that if he joins the guild, there is a reduction in taxes related to magic crystals, and he is also given the position of leader. The guest asks what the conditions are for him and notes that if he signs, he will be able to immediately take a leadership position in their guild. It was a really interesting offer, but there was one but, because even though the conditions were really good, he had doubts. In the end, Hen realized that if he signed the contract, he would simply become a servant of the guild and could not receive Romanov's patronage. Then he says that he is very sorry, but right now he doesn't think he can give them a final answer. Kim was shocked at this time, realizing that this decision by Hyun was made for the sake of their guild. Lim replies that it is actually extremely difficult to get such a chance, and it is worth cherishing it. The guy smiled slightly, feeling quiet satisfaction and hidden confidence in his decisions. He said that he was aware of this, but his decision would remain unchanged, firmly standing his ground. Later, the leader sat at his desk in his office, contemplating the events and next steps with a measured and calm demeanor. The leader quickly realized that he had finally completed all the work, felt relieved and slightly proud of his own efforts. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from his thoughts, unexpectedly breaking the silence and concentration. The light suddenly blinded the hero, causing him to cover his eyes and feel temporarily disoriented. So he closed his eyes, trying to recover from the bright light and focus on his own feelings. But a moment later, he opened them to see everything that was happening around him, trying to quickly get his bearings. Hyun stood before the massive, enormous golden doors, feeling the grandeur and significance of what lay beyond them. Realizing that Romanov was in front of him, his heart began to beat faster from the unexpected meeting. So he opened the door slightly, carefully peering inside to assess the situation. A pile of gold and precious jewelry appeared before his eyes, sparkling in the bright light. Not understanding how much all this could cost, he stood, fascinated by the grandeur and wealth before him. The past life with the rings on his fingers ordered the reincarnation to come to him, his voice sounding authoritative and unquestioning. The guy was shocked by such a rapid change of events, not having time to comprehend everything that was happening around him. Romanov asked him not to be afraid and to approach him anyway, speaking calmly but majestically, instilling confidence. The hero looked at him carefully, trying to read his intentions and understand the true essence of the situation. Still taking a step forward, overcoming the fear and doubts that held him back. So he drew closer and closer to the emperor, feeling the growing tension and grandeur of the moment. Hyung fell to his knees before him, his thoughts confused and his emotions radiating fear with a mixture of respect. And Romanov replied that he had made a slight mistake, smiling slightly, as if correcting a misunderstanding. Slowly bowing his head, the hero tightly clasped it with trembling hands as if trying to hide. The great hall fell into complete silence as the immortal emperor, addressing him, uttered his name with such solemnity and authority that it made the addressee hold his breath deeply. In a split second, almost instantly, he found himself right in front of Hyun, whose face expressed deep shock at such an unexpected appearance, and quietly but firmly said that he had been watching him closely. He then continued to tell that when Karzago first appeared, most of them were against it, causing the hunter to be misunderstanding. After a short pause, he added to his words that almost immediately after this event, Siden Miller and Kasashin personally made a frank admission of it. The past life room was just a special space, so he never imagined that Hyun would be able to absorb their teachings so quickly. Although inside he strayed a little from his marked path, in the end he was able to achieve what he wanted, thanks to the fact that he has some abilities. The man confidently explains that after all the recent events and testimonies, he has also become quite interested in his person, noting his extraordinary skills. Heng asked if that was why the emperor had ordered him to refuse the offer to become a mercenary for any guild, and the man answered in the affirmative. Having said that reincarnation should represent his will, how long he practiced without hesitation, so could the emperor think that the young man was willing to accept him? The hunter agreed, but replied that for the sake of his protection, he refused all offers from other guilds. Romanov said that someone under his protection could not be someone else's mercenary, so he had to swear that this would never happen again. At this moment, holding the young man by the shoulder, he said that it was then, in such a case, that the immortal emperor would become his deputy, as he had promised before. His hand seemed to burn with hellish fire, causing the space around it to shimmer and radiate a terrifying, magical energy. The man said firmly that even if the hero was in incredible pain, he still needed to gather his strength and endure to the end. A bright, magical glow enveloped Heng's body, pulsing around him, filling the air with amazing energy. The boy stood bewildered, not understanding what was happening around him and why everything had suddenly become so chaotic and strange. It felt like he was being torn into countless pieces, and the pain and tension pierced every cell, forcing him to scream in a soundless scream. The pain was so unbearable that it felt as if my entire body had been pierced with numerous sharp needles, tearing it apart from the inside. Taking his hand away, the emperor announced in a cold voice that this was the end, and his words conveyed an unbreakable sentence for everyone around him. He looked at the reincarnation with a slight smile on his face, as if he saw something amazing and mysterious in it. He thought that Hyun had gotten used to the pain and no longer felt it so acutely, but deep down he knew that this was far from the case. He replied that it was a little different from what he had felt before, but now he perceived it as something normal and familiar. Romanov further ordered his mind to be cleared in order to fully concentrate and use his magical power as effectively as possible. The guy realized that he needed to fully concentrate, gather all his thoughts and strength so as not to lose control of the situation. However, suddenly his eyes caught something unexpected, which instantly caught his full attention and made his heart beat faster. An unknown piece of gold ingot lay before him, and the hunter could not help but reach out and touch its shiny surface. So he carefully stretched his hand forward, feeling the tension in every muscle and waiting to see what would happen next. When this thing suddenly began to emit powerful force, the air around it trembled, and the light blinded his eyes, enveloping everything around it with incredible energy. The boy saw real chaos in front of him, where everything around was burning with hellish fire, and the air was filled with smoke and terrible heat. It resembled a real battle, where ruins and fire mixed, and screams and the roar of destructive power raged all around. Knights stood behind the door, their armor gleaming in the light, their gazes filled with determination and readiness for battle. When they were ordered to flee from this place, the knights instantly rushed forward, feeling fear and tension squeezing everyone's hearts. After all, whoever said this was firmly determined to defend the imperial palace, ready to face any danger for its preservation. The knights turned to the chief, saying that this was unacceptable and he should first hide, and they would defend the city at the cost of their own lives. But the emperor did not agree, and coldly said that it would be enough for him to die alone with this country to save honor and traditions. So he shouted for them to leave the estate immediately, and this became his master's last order, full of determination and tragedy. After that, everything around began to collapse. Buildings collapsed, the ground cracked, and the air was filled with chaos and dust. The man thought that in a pinch he could take a few companions with him to face the danger together and survive. And then he confidently took his sword in his hands, feeling its weight and strength, ready for any trials that lay ahead. With a mighty cry, he abruptly rushed forward, attacking his enemies with incredible fury and determination in every movement. The actions were lightning fast, and the confidence in every move was incredible, as if he already knew the outcome before the battle began. As he advanced, the man loudly declared that everything was over, and his words sounded like a sentence from which there was no turning back. His gaze radiated incredible courage and strength, penetrating the hearts of those around him and inspiring both fear and respect. And in the next moment, the head abruptly rolled across the ground, leaving behind a chain of horror and shock among the witnesses. When he came to, Hung was screaming in horror, unable to hold back his screams at what he had just seen before his eyes. Romanov asked if the hero now understood how to properly use his intercession, but he sadly replied that he hadn't yet and needed more time. The emperor realized that the hero's mind had taken him to a completely different place, so he decided to explain himself and asked him to listen carefully. The way to activate his support was quite simple. One only needs to focus the magic in his eyes on a specific person, and everything will be completed without any additional effort or restrictions. Heng asked what would happen then, full of curiosity and anxiety, for he did not understand all the consequences of such use of magic. The man replied that then the hero would be able to see the person's true name, revealing their essence and hidden secrets. In other words, it is what reflects the true nature of that person, their essence, and all the hidden traits that define their true self. Thanks to this support, he will be able to identify people who are worth keeping close, feeling their significance and potential impact on his affairs. And he was sure that this would bring incredible benefits to reincarnation, making it much easier to control events and protect it from dangers. Then, after listening to everything, Hen thanked Romanov for this help, feeling grateful and at the same time a new responsibility for the knowledge he had gained. Then the man thought, because he had not been called by that name for too long, and old memories and emotions awakened in his heart. He ordered the young man to go and to remember that as long as he served him faithfully, the Emperor would remain at his side, providing support and protection. But he asked us to remember well that the opportunity to learn one's true name could also become a curse, carrying dangerous consequences. So the hero cautiously walked out the door, feeling simultaneously tension, determination, and the shadow of future trials. Morning greeted the house with soft light and peaceful silence, filling the space with a sense of peace and a new beginning. Nuna sat in the hall, calmly sipping coffee, enjoying the morning comfort and the light aroma of the drink. She noticed Hyun approaching and asked if he was awake yet, watching his movements with slight anxiety. The young man asked how the young lady was doing, inquiring about her condition and trying to maintain a light conversation. Looking at the girl, he realized that this was a chance to test Romanov's defense, to check his strength and reliability in action. So the Emperor looked at her, and his gaze, full of absolute insight, seemed to penetrate the essence of all beings around. Hyun notices a sign above Nuna, stating that she is a loyal assistant, immediately understanding her role and loyalty. I realized that I was gradually beginning to understand the meaning of my true name, realizing its power and influence on the essence of a person. Sitting on the sofa, he asked about his schedule for today, eager to plan his time and prepare for future tasks. The girl replied that she had agreed that a representative from the Dungeon Administration's Hunter Department would come to see him at 3 o'clock, and since she had a lot to do today, she would have to go to work earlier. The guy looked at her carefully, trying to read her intentions in her eyes and understand how seriously she took the matter. He reiterated that he was truly grateful to her for taking on the duties of his secretary and for always being there to support him. The young lady replied that there was nothing special about it and that she was doing it simply because she wanted to help him for a while, and then she would leave. On the street, the men discussed that after winning the Guild War, merging with Echo would become a decisive matter that would determine everyone's future. But suddenly they noticed Hyun walking through the area, and his appearance immediately attracted attention and changed the course of the conversation. Kim finished his morning coffee, savoring the last drops of the drink and observing the events around him. He abruptly jumped up and announced that he would accompany the leader, resolutely preparing to fulfill his mission. The gate slowly opened, creaking under the weight of the metal and revealing a path into the unknown. The hero stood, wondering whether he should check the real name of the Special Forces commander, hesitating between curiosity and caution. So I finally decided to act, gathering all my determination and readiness for the consequences. He saw that Kim was a blindly loyal knight, ready to follow orders without question and stick to his faith. Hyun didn't understand what this meant and felt a mixture of surprise and uncertainty about what to do next. The man watched him intently, studying his every move and trying to understand his intentions and thoughts. Having announced that the car is already waiting, ready to take him where he needs to go without any delay. They arrived at the office, where a working atmosphere and important matters that required immediate attention awaited them. Kim reported that the guest was already on the first floor and that preparations for the meeting should be made immediately. Then the leader asked to tell him that the man should come up to them and receive them in his office. He stood up from his seat, demonstrating respect and confidence, and addressing the stranger, said loudly and sincerely that he was extremely glad to meet him. Maintaining a formal tone, he turned to the man who had just crossed the threshold, and looking him straight in the eye, clearly asked if his name was Park Kyung-ho. The guest announced that he was indeed a representative of the second team of the Dungeon Administration's Hunter Department, looking friendly. Asking to sit down, the guild leader asks if that's why he came to discuss the issue of rank increase. Ken Hosey looked a little alarmed, answering that the promotion was indeed the main issue, but he was worried about something else. Because the representative came to his office like this in person just because he has a proposal for Hyun. Hearing this, the young man asked, a little louder, to wait, causing mixed feelings in his interlocutor. The young man had been waiting too long for his official promotion to rank A, unable to wait for this day, so he first asked to be given a new ID. Then Ken Hosey realized what was going on, and returning to his briefcase, he apologized and said that he would give it all back now. With trembling hands, he placed the ID card on the table and handed it to the young hunter, who was already in A rank. As Hyun thought, his level had already increased significantly, and it gave him a feeling of new strength and confidence at the same time. The representative reported that the information has already been updated, so now you can use the ID card without any problems. The hero asked if the man wanted to make him some kind of offer, awaiting the answer with slight excitement and curiosity. He said that they wanted Hyung to become a national hunter, emphasizing the importance of his role for the entire society. That is, if he agrees, he will be able to work not only in the Dungeon Administration, but also in other national organizations, and that is why he is here to make this offer. The boy thought and remained silent, lost in his own thoughts, trying to consider all the possible consequences. Then he said that if Ken was making such an offer, then they really had good conditions that were worth considering carefully before making a decision. The representative thought about his scumbag department head Lee, considering his expectations and the possible consequences of his actions. After all, how he could convince the hunter under such conditions remained a mystery to him, requiring careful consideration of strategy. Still, he held out a sheet of paper, demonstrating determination and trying to convince his interlocutor. Heng carefully read all the details, trying not to miss any important information and understand the true meaning of the document. I realize that even though I don't know much about this issue, it's immediately clear that these are too low standards for hiring. So I asked Kim to look at it too, to get a second opinion and make sure the assessment was correct. The commander's eyebrows furrowed as he read, expressing his dissatisfaction and concern with the document's contents. Then the man said that it was an absurd contract if you look at it from the perspective of the guild's ratings and potential. And where is it seen that working conditions corresponding to rank B were offered to an A rank hunter, because this is clearly unfair and illogical. There was silence in the office, filled with tension and anticipation of further words or actions. Everyone was in their own thoughts, lost in thought and contemplating the possible consequences of the situation. Then Kim asked if Park Kyung-ho really introduced himself that way, trying to clarify the reliability of the information. He agreed, confirming what was said, and did not object to the clarification because he was already on the verge of burning with shame. The man added that yesterday, a human resources manager from the innovations company came to them to discuss potential vacancies and terms of cooperation. The representative opened his mouth in shock, realizing that this was the Diamond Layer Guild and realizing the importance of the moment. Bowing his head, he apologized and said that he was not sure whether there could be more favorable terms than these. After all, he does not have the power to influence the decisions of higher authorities or change the conditions at his own discretion. And in fact, from the moment he watched the video, his attitude towards the situation changed and he became more understanding. The thought had already occurred to him that he wouldn't be able to hire Hyun for the job, and it left him feeling frustrated and powerless. Although, after seeing the hero defeat a B-rank hunter while being just a C-rank hunter, the representative really wanted to recruit him as a national hunter. His hands clenched into fists, reflecting tension, determination, and readiness for action. Then he said that he never intended to force Heng, agreeing that the current Dungeon Management Administration was not good enough to accept such a hunter. Kim realizes that Ken doesn't seem like a bad person, and this gradually arouses in him a certain trust, curiosity, and even a slight sympathy that he unexpectedly feels. He says that before becoming a permanent employee of the Dungeon Administration, he will always support it as a citizen of the Republic of Korea. The guest mentally wanted to leave here as soon as possible because he was extremely ashamed of the situation. So I sincerely apologize for taking up the leader's time, sincerely admitting my guilt and hoping for understanding and patience. He left and closed the door behind him, leaving the room in silence and peace for those who remained in it to contemplate this situation. The boy was still sitting at his desk in his office, lost in thought and contemplating the events that had just occurred. Realizing that there was little time left until the merger, it gave him a sense of urgency and tension. Nuna was next to him and said that the end was very near, adding that she felt as if everything would be done within the next week. Hyun suggested they have a cup of coffee together, and she agreed, smiling back, while being shocked by the offer. Saying that she would quickly go get a drink, the young lady left him where he was, briefly disappearing from sight and leaving a slight hint of anticipation. She saw Kim ahead and quickly apologized, feeling slightly embarrassed by the sudden and unexpected encounter. The man approached the leader and said he had an urgent message that required immediate attention. In the process of accepting documents from the Echo Department, they confirmed the existence of secret funds belonging to guild leader Choi Na-yeon. So he brought a set of documents that would be canceled as soon as the hero confirmed their authenticity. Heng understood that if we were talking about secret funds, then he wondered how much money had been accumulated there. With such funds, you can start one small guild and still have enough resources left over for other expenses or projects. Kim sees that the leader looked at it just once and immediately understood everything as expected from a leader of his level. He remembered the previous day and thought that if it had been about such funds, even he would have been shocked by the scale. The commander wonders what the boy is going to do, watching him carefully and waiting for his answer with quiet but noticeable tension. Heng didn't understand what it meant, and he concentrated on trying to grasp the true meaning of what was said, listening to every word and nuance of tone. The man can report this to the head office, explain the current situation, and try to do everything possible to resolve the problem. To settle this matter without too much fuss, he carefully plans to act cautiously and diplomatically, considering every step and word. Heng asks if this is even possible, expressing sincere skepticism and finding it difficult to imagine that such a solution could actually exist. The man said that there were few internal documents left, but it would not be difficult for him to ensure that the information was not disclosed. The leader understands that in this case, there is no need to notify the head office because the situation can be resolved without external intervention. As the commander clears everything in a safe manner, Barris, a spirited negotiator, applauds the young man's progress and his successes. Kim stood in the middle of the building, waiting for someone, filled with patient tension and observation. Hearing footsteps, he asked if it was John So, trying to recognize a familiar person by the sound. The man saw someone suddenly step forward out of the darkness and focused his gaze intently on him, preparing for any development. And it was indeed a B-rank combat hunter whose presence caused a sense of serious threat. Who says that he has conducted an investigation and is ready to share its results with everyone present. They still haven't figured out who's behind it, but the target's current security status leaves much to be desired, and it seems the mysterious customer has completely moved away from her. Kim realizes that he would have done the same thing if he were in his place, so he asks if they can work things out. The hunter responds positively, confidently confirming his willingness to take decisive action and resolve the situation without delay. The Echo leadership has been completely disbanded, and now only a handful of guards remain in the target, so this matter can be resolved without any problems. The commander grabs his subordinate by the shoulder, demonstrating determination and persistence in his intentions. He orders everything to be cleaned up so that no traces or evidence remain, and to act carefully for the good of their entire team. He asks if there were any instructions from the guild head, trying to clarify the procedure. Kim said that nothing happened, and they were acting for the leader, so it would be enough for them to get their hands dirty to protect his honor and interests. He understood him, realizing that he would have to act independently, taking full responsibility for the leader's safety and the outcome of the case. So I set out on the task, determined to complete it quickly and safely, without being distracted by trifles and keeping my thoughts clear. Leaving the commander of the special unit alone to do everything unnoticed, hiding the traces and protecting the commander from risks. Then the man lit his cigarette, and his thoughts were too loud, reflecting inner excitement and tension. Since he didn't want the guild leader to deal with such matters, he decided to take responsibility for resolving them himself. A heavy downpour was falling through the city, and torrents of rain flowed down the narrow streets, washing away dust, pounding noisily on roofs and sidewalks, and flooding the roads. Somewhere between the houses, a man's voice could be heard, echoing through the narrow streets, bouncing off the walls, and getting lost in the noise of the rain, who begged for mercy on his knees, raising his hands to the sky and calling for mercy in a trembling voice, while an oppressive silence stood around. But his enemy said it was useless to ask, looking coldly down and clutching his weapon in his hands as if the final decision had already been made. The kidnapped man said he would give up all the secret funds for his protection, promising wealth and power to those who would spare his life. But if only his life would be spared, he promises to give up the last hidden treasures to save himself from the imminent threat that looms over him. He looked with eyes that begged for help, full of despair and fear, as if they reflected all his hope for salvation from a cruel fate. Ultimately, it dictates that his high-ranking patron has considerable power and strength, capable of changing the course of events and influencing the decisions of his enemies. And if he spares his life, then he will definitely benefit, because he will give up all the hidden treasures and use his influence to protect himself. The mercenary understood that if he left him alive now, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he wouldn't sneakily stab him in the back at the right moment. He said that he thought the man had misjudged the situation because they had already taken possession of his secret funds and now had complete control over his resources. He ordered everyone to calm down, loudly and confidently demanding that everyone around him stop panicking and obediently carry out his orders without objection. Eliminating the enemy after these words, he instantly fired, and the bullet mercilessly shattered the silence, putting an end to the conflict and fear around him forever. He mentally understands that this may have been the end of the Echo Guild, because the loss of an enemy and the events of the last few minutes could have forever changed the balance of power in their world. The elder said that he would get rid of all evidence and ordered the hunter to return to everyday life, leaving behind the dangerous intrigues and secrets of the past. Having done everything they had planned, he could now retreat peacefully, knowing that all tasks were completed and nothing threatened their plans for the future. But first, everything needs to be cleaned up thoroughly on site, removing any traces and remains so that no one can ever recreate the events or find evidence of his presence. At the office, Ace Kim received a notification from the head office about the completion of the merger process, confirming the successful completion of all legal and financial procedures between the companies. Hyun folded his hands as if in prayer, pressing them to his chest and closing his eyes, as if seeking protection or support from a higher power in this moment of tension. Realizing that the Echo Guild had now ceased to exist, he felt a deep sense of sadness and loss, realizing that the past was forever left behind with no possibility of return. It was quite good news, bringing relief and hope for a peaceful future, leaving behind all the fears and dangers that had previously hung over them. But the guild members slowly began to leave, and it seemed they didn't like it, as the atmosphere of tension and hidden hostility became more and more palpable. Kim understands that the head office has also reported that the number of layoffs is increasing, and this indicates large-scale changes that could seriously affect the stability of the company. They stood in the office, pondering the situation, silently assessing all the possible consequences and considering their next steps in the face of uncertainty. The leader knew that nothing could be done, and that most of them would leave anyway, leaving behind an emptiness and a feeling of loss of control over the team. It turns out that their guild really isn't that big, and its influence is limited, making the loss of members even more tangible and critical to future plans. Heng says that the core team of dungeon raiders will also be leaving, but they are quite useful personnel, capable of carrying out complex tasks and providing a strategic advantage in future operations. I believe that even for an attack on the tunnels, it was necessary to prevent key people from leaving, so it was worth renewing some of the contracts to preserve the personnel. The man mentioned that the only A-rank hunter from Echo is Baek Han-soo, and Kim confirmed that he was a hunter and leader of the invaders' team, able to influence the course of events in their operations. The number of attack teams and regular guilds is small, and the size of the executive apparatus is several times larger, so it is possible that Echo used it to carry out dark deeds and covert operations. Hyun asks if he can arrange a meeting with this hunter, Baek Han-soo, and the man agrees to call him, setting up a time for the near future immediately. The guest was already waiting for the meeting, sitting calmly and attentively in the office, carefully observing his surroundings and preparing for the conversation. Kim entered the room and greeted, smiling softly and extending his hand as a sign of courtesy, making the first contact with the guest. Han-soo said that he had heard about him, nodded his head slightly, and watched carefully, assessing Kim's presence and intentions. Hyun immediately decided to use his new skill, applying it carefully to gain an advantage in the conversation and understand Baek Han-soo's true intentions. Carefully following the hunter with his eyes, he noticed the slightest movements and reactions, trying to predict his thoughts and next actions. I saw that he was truly a vanguard commander of desperate great deeds, capable of leading a team through dangers and strategically planning complex operations. At the same time, they shook hands, demonstrating mutual respect and willingness to cooperate, despite past disagreements and tensions. The man sees that the guest does not think of Hyun as a leader at all. His gaze is cold and appraising, as if he is considering the situation for his own benefit, not submission. Then he orders him to sit down, loudly and confidently, demanding that the guest take his seat, demonstrating control over the situation and authority in the room. So I propose to get straight to the point, leaving the formalities aside and starting to discuss the main issues without unnecessary delays and distractions. Han-soo agreed because he also didn't want to waste all the time on empty talk, wanting to quickly move on to discussing the main issues and matters. Hyun said he wanted the hunter to remain in the guild, emphasizing his value to the team and the importance of retaining an experienced cadre. He replied that he had signed a contract with Echo, not Ace, and asked what the benefit would be, doubting the merits of the new offer. The leader understands that if the hunter has come here, he is already hoping for something, and offers to improve the conditions to encourage him to stay and cooperate more actively. Han-soo seems to like it, but says it's not enough, hinting that he expects even more favorable terms or guarantees. The young man is ready to write a new contract as fully as possible, taking into account all the conditions and guarantees in detail in order to convince the hunter to stay in the guild. He stepped forward and announced that he wanted to enter the S-rank dungeon, showing his ambition and desire to test his skills in the most difficult trials. Although a normal attacking team or group consisting of only members of one guild could challenge a dungeon one level higher, Han-soo of Echo had never had any experience attacking such a dungeon. The hero's eyes widened, reflecting surprise and excitement as he realized the scale of the new challenges that lay ahead of him. Han-soo was too involved in the subject, his thoughts and emotions completely absorbed by the details and risks, making him tense and focused. The guy said that in the end, a hunter is someone chosen by power, and a group that walks the unknown world and destroys monsters determines its value by its ability to survive and win. There is nothing left in his life except dungeons, so he drags on this fate that was written for him, accepting dangers and challenges as an integral part of his existence. But due to the policy of the past leader, who was unwilling to take risks when it came to this topic, many opportunities remained unused, and the team lost the chance to develop and experience. Han Su kicked the table, angry at those cowards, and his face filled with anger, and the sound of the kick filled the room, reflecting his irritation. Hyun understands that this man is fascinated by dungeons. His eyes shine with passion for dangerous adventures, and his thoughts are completely focused on the trials and achievements within them. Finally, the hunter sat down, relaxing a little, but remaining alert and ready for further conversation or action at any moment. He quietly said that he couldn't stop where he was now and had to attack further, because each battle pushed him to a new level of growth. The leader understands that Ace's current ability to attack an S-rank dungeon is impossible, as the resources and experience are insufficient to successfully carry out such a complex operation. He said that to go on such a raid, a hunter must be A-rank, and only the two of them met these strict requirements and were willing to take the risk without hesitation. However, Hyun does not want to deny this fact, recognizing the correctness of the words and understanding that their further strategy and the ability to act decisively depend on this. But the combat hunter said that he had seen everything that day in the Colosseum, describing in detail the events and actions that took place, and emphasizing that his testimony was true. The blow the hero struck was so strong that even he himself could not follow its trajectory, feeling only the powerful impact and force that erupted outward. And it was an incredible attack that made it clear that Hyun was indeed an awakened hunter, displaying immense strength, agility, and control over combat skills. Although he doesn't really know much information about it, he understands that the young man has a high growth rate, which makes him potentially very strong and promising in future fights. And I am sure that the leader will soon receive an S rank, because his skills, strategic thinking, and rapid development make him capable of reaching the highest level of mastery. And when that day comes, he will join Han Su in raiding the dungeon, taking part in dangerous battles and proving his strength and skill in action. Since he needs to develop further, he constantly trains, gains experience in battles, and looks for new ways to improve his skills and become stronger. Memories of past battles flash before the hero's eyes, recreating moments of danger, triumph, and loss that shaped his character and fighting skills. He quietly said that he was giving his word, seriously and sincerely promising to fulfill the promise, not reneging on this obligation. And if the hunter remains in their guild, they will retain their position and be included in the list for the first dungeon attack, guaranteeing participation in key operations. Kim holds out a sheet of paper on which all the terms of the contract, deadlines, guarantees, and strict sanctions for violations are detailed in black letters. Han Su, who likes everything, agrees to sign it, demonstrating his agreement with the terms and willingness to fulfill the obligations without objection. After which the contract between both parties was left lying on the table as if a symbol of the agreement and the beginning of a new cooperation between the guild and the hunter. Hyun and Kim were pleased with the outcome, feeling relieved and confident that they had reached a mutually beneficial agreement and laid a solid foundation for future action. The hunter said that he would now rely on the guild leader, trusting in him and hoping for support in all future trials. Several months have passed since then. Events unfolded quickly, leaving a deep mark on my life and thoughts. Kim says that about half of the workers from the Echo Guild signed a contract with them and stayed, demonstrating their loyalty and willingness to work together on future tasks. Hyun realizes that there were fewer people who were released than they thought, and this gives him a sense of relief and unexpected satisfaction with the situation. The man thinks that all this happened because the guild head became an A-rank hunter, and now he receives much more respect and influence among the other members. Heng says it has made the job easier and asks how the recruitment of additional guild members is going, curious about their successes and challenges in the process. The man replies that the size of Choi's secret fund turned out to be larger than they expected, so now they can turn on advertising and attract additional resources to develop the guild. Some time ago, I requested data from the executive department that will be used to promote the guild, and the previous figures can be used for the merger, so it seems that the invader team will have to be reorganized. He agreed to explain everything in detail again so that everyone would understand the situation and be able to act correctly in future guild tasks. Guild performance is mainly assessed by dungeon clearing by the guild's rating team or by their raid protection score, which allows for a precise measurement of their effectiveness in various aspects. They decided that the most effective way to increase productivity right now was to organize a large-scale dungeon raid to polish their skills. Hyun understands that the reorganization needs to be carried out as soon as possible and asks how long it will take to effectively plan the guild's next steps. Kim replies that Han-soo is not feeling very well right now because of the interview for the new team of invaders, but it will take no more than a day to reorganize the guild so we can plan our next steps. The leader smiled, feeling a certain satisfaction and confidence that events were developing according to plan and everything was going right. He ordered to immediately begin dealing with this issue, striving for all actions to be carried out quickly and without unnecessary delays. Later, Kim came in and said that it was time to go on a raid, informing the team about their readiness for action and preparation for the dungeons. Han-soo appeared, asking if they really should go to the B-rank dungeon, expressing his doubts and caution about the upcoming dangerous mission. The leader explains that there are many newbies on the second team, so it's better to start with B-rank dungeons at the beginning of the test to gradually increase the difficulty and ensure the safety of all participants. The hunter agreed with this tactic and also thought that if his team attacked A-rank dungeons, the guild's productivity would increase significantly and bring more experience and resources. Heng understands that it is better to activate the second team first and then combine it with the first to increase the effectiveness of the raid and ensure coordinated work of all participants. Han-soo also finds this effective, understanding that gradually connecting teams will allow for better organization of actions and maximum results in the dungeon. For the B-rank dungeon attack, only one A-rank hunter was needed, so he was asked to stay in the office and start organizing a third team. The leader of the invaders agreed and asked to rely on him, assuring him that he would cope with all the tasks and ensure the successful work of the team. The leader realizes that it is time to set off, gathers his people, checks the equipment, and finally approves the route before departing. Kim had also already called him, as the second group was already waiting, ready for the raid and impatiently awaiting the signal to enter the dungeon. And the car was waiting in the yard, ready to quickly take the team to the dungeon site and ensure a safe and timely exit. So they approached it together, walking in sync and preparing to begin the raid with full concentration and determination. The driver asked us to get inside, pointing to the prepared seats and emphasizing that everyone quickly take their positions before departure. Hyun suggested that he try to smoke less, as it would negatively affect his health and could reduce his stamina. But then he explained that it was a joke, smiling to diffuse the tense atmosphere and cheer up the team before departure. Footsteps were rapidly approaching the car, creating a sense of urgency and emphasizing the team's readiness to leave immediately. A female voice called out to Hyun, catching his attention and forcing him to stop to listen to an important message. It was Sister Nuna, who had come to give him important information and make sure he was prepared for the upcoming events. She cleared her throat after a quick run, trying to catch her breath and cope with the physical exertion before talking to Hyun. The hero asked what happened to her, expressing concern about her condition and seeking to understand the cause of her discomfort. But the young lady replied that it was nothing, trying to calm him down and not bother him with unnecessary details. However, she asked to take her with her, wanting to be there and participate in future events with the team. He understood that she had made this firm decision, realizing her determination and willingness to act regardless of the circumstances. After all, she wants to be useful to her friend in the future, striving to support him in important tasks and strengthen team cooperation. And she needs to go into the dungeons to increase her rank and gain the experience needed to complete more difficult tasks in the future. The young man watched her closely, analyzing her actions and behavior to understand her intentions and assess her readiness for the upcoming trials. I asked Kim if I could take Nunu as a healer, hoping to provide the team with additional support during the raid. The man replied that such decisions are made by Hyun himself as the head of the guild, emphasizing his authority and responsibility for personnel matters. Then the guy invited the lady to sit inside, suggesting that she take a comfortable seat before the trip began. She looked at him with eyes full of hope and thanked him sincerely, showing her gratitude and trust in him. Then the car set off, smoothly gaining speed and heading towards the dungeon to begin the raid. They arrived at their destination, which was located in front of the entrance to a B-rank dungeon, preparing to begin a dangerous and difficult raid. They were already approaching the other participants, intently preparing for joint actions and checking the team's readiness for the raid. Kim said he would be waiting for them nearby, ready to provide support or intervene if necessary during the raid. Then Hyun replied that they wouldn't have to wait long, assuring the team that they would quickly launch the raid and immediately begin completing the tasks. A hunter was waiting ahead of him, ready to lead the group and pave a safe path through the dungeon. This was Choi In-ho, the leader of the second team of invaders, who led the preparations and supervised the actions of his group before the raid began. The leader said that he was counting on him, and with the help of the skill, noticed that he was a fairly ordinary guard, without any special combat abilities, but ready to carry out the task. He announced that they would have an addition in the form of one person who would join the team and help complete tasks during the raid. Introduced Nunu as a C-rank hunter-healer, noting that she doesn't have much experience yet, but she has great potential and is willing to learn. Choi affirmed that they would have no problems with him, expressing confidence in his reliability and ability to carry out the team's tasks. Then, Heng ordered the capture to begin, giving the signal to the team to begin the raid and active operations in the dungeon. Everyone headed forward to the entrance, moving in an organized manner and ready to begin a dangerous raid into the dungeon. Looking confident, they decided to go inside a minute later, preparing to meet dangerous challenges. Everyone walked quietly through the cave, treading carefully on the damp, rocky floor, trying not to disturb the deep silence around them. It was very dark inside, and even eyes accustomed to twilight could barely make out the outlines of the stone walls. Then Choi ordered drones to be launched to illuminate the dark corners of the cave and check every passage. They slowly rose into the air, gliding over the surface of the dungeon and creating a quiet flicker with their light sensors. Lighting the way for the group, the drones dispersed the darkness in front of the researchers, casting long shadows on the uneven walls of the cave. The hunters decided to move on, treading carefully on the slippery stones, carefully examining every turn of the dark cave. Suddenly, the leader thought he heard a sound, and his heart beat slightly faster, filling him with anxiety. As if someone was approaching them, the leader listened to a soft rustling sound that echoed between the stone walls of the cave. Indeed, this was the case, as the faint echo of footsteps echoed off the cave walls, confirming his suspicions. Large feet and sharp eyes appeared nearby, barely visible in the dim light of the drones, causing excitement and fear in the groups. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and fear as he noticed strange shadows moving nearby in the darkness of the cave. He said that the enemies were here, his voice trembling with tension and his heart beating wildly with fear of the unknown. Suddenly, the drone illuminated the monsters' faces, revealing their terrifying features and fierce eyes that gleamed in the darkness of the cave. The hunters all assessed the situation together, exchanging quick glances and preparing for a possible attack. Discovering that they were orcs, 5 berserkers, and as many ordinary warriors, the hunters instantly understood the seriousness of the danger that loomed over them. The opponents began to scream, trying to scare the hunters with loud and fierce voices that echoed in the dark halls of the cave. Then the team moved forward, moving cautiously through the dark corridors, ready for any surprise. The orcs also began to advance, loudly rattling their weapons and moving up the dark passages of the cave towards the hunters. Choi used fire bombardment magic, releasing burning projectiles that tore through the darkness and set the ground ablaze before the orcs. And streams of fire began to scorch the monsters, forcing them to retreat and let out loud cries of pain amidst the cave's echoes. Scaring them away and signaling them to retreat, Choi waved his arms, directing the streams of fire straight ahead, preventing them from approaching. Orcs were evil and powerful, their muscular bodies and fierce gazes inspiring fear in even the bravest hunters. Hyun sees that one is moving towards him. His heart beats faster, and his hands grip his weapon tightly, preparing for the encounter. So he strikes, swinging his weapon sharply to repel the attacker and protect himself from the formidable orc. Using his skills and experience, he precisely directs the blow, bypassing the enemy's defenses and inflicting maximum damage. The hunter eliminated the powerful enemy, and his body fell to the ground, causing a wave of shock among the other orcs nearby. He understood that he needed to deal with the others as quickly as possible, as long battles were draining and increased the risk for everyone in the group. He used his shield as cover, blocking the deadly blows of his enemies, pushing them away and creating space for counterattacks and a clear retreat. So he throws it in front of him to knock him out of the attack, knock out the opponent, and open the way for a quick counterattack by his comrades, saving them. He spun, honing his techniques from the lessons of past lives, repeating movements to automatism, relying on the memory of bodily memories. He raised his weapon, realizing that this would be the final blow, and gathered all the determination within himself to end the battle with one ruthless move without any hesitation. He performed it with unwavering confidence on his face, which was reflected in every movement, gesture, and look, as if it were his natural state. He eliminated all his enemies, and a stony determination froze on his face, which spoke more than any words or explanations. The hunters understood that the leader had left them absolutely no chance to squeeze into the battle, because his every step and action outpaced any of their attempts. Choi saw that the boy was on a completely different level, so high that any comparison with him seemed useless and humiliating to others. So who is he anyway, this figure who appeared out of nowhere and made everyone doubt their own strength, abilities, and significance? Heng said that we must move on, his voice firm and confident, as if he could see the way forward and had no doubt. Ending the battle with those who remained, acting relentlessly and swiftly, as if fate itself were guiding his movements to inevitable victory. They gathered everything they needed and moved on, leaving behind the battlefield and the silence that had hung over the site of the former brutal clash. A mighty door appeared before everyone, shining with grandeur and mystery, as if hiding behind it another world full of dangers and mysteries. The leader said that up to this point they had all worked well, and if they continued like this, they would be able to capture the dungeon without hesitation, overcoming all obstacles. Everyone is a little tired, so he suggests taking a little rest to regain strength before the next challenges and avoid making reckless mistakes. Suddenly, a door slammed behind them, and a dull sound echoed down the corridor, causing everyone to turn sharply and listen warily to the silence. The young man realized that they had closed and remembered that he had already been through a similar situation when he had to act quickly without panicking. Then I turned to the leader of the second group to agree on further actions and find a way out of this difficult situation without unnecessary risk. He replied that it seemed to be a hidden dungeon, and its dark corridors and unknown passages loomed like a trap, ready to test their skills. They were in despair and confusion, not knowing where to go next, and feeling the pressure of the unknown squeezing their hearts. The hero didn't even know if the team had enough experience in capturing dungeons, and this made him worry about their every step and decision. Everyone was silent, listening intently to the surrounding silence, as if waiting for a sign or clue that could determine their next actions. The leader reported that everything was fine and ordered to accept the situation as a given, focus on the plan, and prepare for a quick, coordinated attack. The administration reported that the dungeon was B rank, but in appearance and complexity, it more closely resembled at least A rank, which caused surprise and caution among everyone. Hyun said that no matter what, the team should take a risk, gather together, and try to capture the dungeon, planning every step despite the dangers. Choi was shocked by this turn of events, not expecting everything to change so suddenly, and it forced him to reconsider his further actions and strategy. He understood that with the move to A rank, the complexity of the attack would increase dramatically, increasing the risks, causing more casualties, and requiring impeccable planning. And if they're unlucky, they might stumble upon an S-rank dungeon, where danger and trials will surpass the imagination of the bravest, and death. The leader said that first they needed to reorganize, align forces and resources, so that the team could act effectively in future challenges. Choi agreed because he understood that if they were to clear the dungeon, the team would need to be in top physical shape, ready for any challenges in order to survive. Everyone sat quietly in front of the door, listening to every sound around them, tensely awaiting the moment when they would have to act without a single mistake. The young man approached Nuna and quietly called her to discuss something important alone, avoiding the attention of the rest of the team. She looked up at him, full of curiosity and caution, trying to understand his intentions without words. He said that in about 30 minutes they would invade the boss's room, and since they were in a hidden dungeon, she should stay close to Choi as much as possible, staying safe. Hyun will inform him about the young lady so that he is aware of the situation and can act cautiously, given the presence of another person on the team. The girl was worried and scared, her eyes wide open and her heart beating fast, sensing the impending danger. But the young man touched her hand, trying to calm her down and instill a sense of support and security amidst the general tension. He reminded her that she was a healer, and therefore her skills could be crucial to the team's survival in future dangerous battles. And he knows that he must stay alive until the very end, because the lives of the entire group will depend on his skills and determination. Tears welled up in Nuna's eyes, reflecting her fear, anxiety, and hesitation about the unknown that lay ahead. She quietly bowed her head to the hero, showing respect and gratitude, while trying to hide her emotions as she did not want to bother her friend. And she thought that this time she was confident that she could be useful to him, fulfilling her role in the team as effectively as possible. Hyun shouted that we had to continue and called on everyone to gather to coordinate their actions and move forward with maximum concentration. He ordered everyone to be very careful as they entered the dungeon, where every step could become dangerous and unpredictable. Opening the door, the boy was in a belligerent mood, ready for any confrontation and determined to overcome all obstacles in his path. The elders looked inside, assessing the situation, investigating the dangers, and preparing for the possible challenges that awaited them further. And in the young man's head, the insidious laughter of the Hasashin sounded, announcing the ambush and the hidden blade aimed directly at his heart, forcing him to instantly tense up. The hunters looked up, carefully observing the events unfolding above their heads, trying to understand the hidden meaning. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared before them, as if cutting through the air from another world, and froze in an eerie silence. Hyun manages to defend himself and jump up just as the monster strikes, trying to break through his defensive position. Choi shouts that the enemy is attacking, his voice echoing around, forcing everyone to be alert and prepare for battle. So you need to use a magic circle that shines with a strange light and raises streams of energy around it that can change the course of a fierce battle. They also took on the wind spell, which unfolds in a whirlwind of air, raising dust and leaves around them, as if the sky itself were helping them. Later, the leader used a wall of flame, which rose up in a tall wall of fire, stopping the enemies and cutting off their path forward. Everything around was on fire, blazing tongues of flame devouring trees, earth, and air, creating a hellish atmosphere of imminent doom. The dust was so thick that nothing could be seen. It covered everything around with a thick veil and made people lose their orientation. The team looked exhausted, their faces filled with fatigue and despair after the long battles and constant danger all around. But in the man's eyes there was hope for victory, shining amidst the loss of strength and fear, like a ray of light through the darkness. The orcs stood like stone statues as their leader stepped forward, surveying the battlefield and preparing to give orders to his warriors. Then Choi turned to the leader, informing him that a military leader stood before them, ready to lead his warriors into battle. The hero immediately realized that this was the dungeon boss, but realized that he most likely would not have ended up in a B-class dungeon due to his strength and status. The high-level A-rank orc exuded terrifying strength and confidence, his appearance striking fear into even the bravest warriors. Carzago's shield of justice protects the young man as long as he is not in danger, and Siden Miller has joined him, ready to bolster his defenses and support him in battle. So the young man decided to try to win, gathering all his courage and strength, and rush into battle, despite the danger and fear around him. His aura burned around his body with a bright light, radiating incredible strength and determination that caused enemies to retreat in fear. The orc's face was hideous, distorted by deep scars and evil expressions, inspiring fear and disgust in everyone at the same time. When he instantly disappeared from his place, his body shuddered and his eyes opened wide with unexpected fear and pain. And then he appeared behind the leader, quietly and imperceptibly, ready to strike before anyone expected his appearance. Their battle began, the clash of forces exploding all around, radiating energy and destruction that engulfed the entire battlefield around them. Hyun realized that his opponent was moving quite fast for such a monster. His reactions were lightning fast, and his attacks were unexpected and extremely dangerous. But he was still much slower than him, and Hyun could predict his movements and easily dodge most attacks. Carzago counterattacked, his shield transforming into a sharp spear, gleaming and deadly, ready to cut through any obstacle in his path. So the boy launched attacks decisively and relentlessly, each blow precise and full of power, trying to find his opponent's weak spot. The enemy's body shattered the ground beneath him, scattering rocks and dust in all directions, creating a large crater from the force of the impact. The young man wanted only one thing: for him to die, his eyes burning with hatred and cold determination that left no room for doubt or silence in his heart. The orc was already exhausted, his movements had become slow and chaotic, and his breathing heavy, as if each step required incredible effort. But suddenly he rushed forward, as if he had awakened again. His eyes lit up with rage, and his blows became even faster and stronger. Directing his powerful blow against the leader, the young man concentrated. The space around him narrowed to the point where it was as if the whole world had stopped. It was incredibly powerful, radiating such force that the air around it trembled and the ground cracked under its impact. The hero was thrown several meters, his body hitting the ground with a thud, leaving a trail of dust and debris behind him. Hyun realized that this was the first time he had seen such an attack, its speed and power surpassing anything he had encountered before, causing surprise and alarm. The enemy stood before him, majestic and menacing, radiating strength and confidence, ready for the next sudden strike. Suddenly he said that he wished the man dead, his voice cold and ruthless, filled with rage and dark determination. The young man's eyes widened in fear and surprise. His heart beat faster, and his mind struggled to comprehend the impending danger. He could not do anything. All his attempts were in vain, and the blows bounced off the opponent, leaving no trace of damage. As the orc was about to crush his body, a gloomy silence fell around, and every breath seemed like a verdict that inevitable death was near. The young man understood that now everything was over. A cold emptiness grew in his heart, and his gaze faded under the weight of inevitable defeat. But suddenly, the voice of a past life in his head ordered him to defend himself, awakening instincts and strength that seemed lost forever. And in that same second, the hunter swam away from the blow, his body instantly reacting, dodging the deadly flow of his opponent's power. Realizing that he had to come to his senses, he thanked Danzing, feeling deep gratitude for his timely help and support. After that, he rushed forward towards the enemy, running like an arrow, rushing into a frontal attack with all the determination and rage that boiled in his chest without hesitation. The hero understood that he needed to deal with him as soon as possible, to act decisively and without delay, otherwise the enemy would gain the upper hand and control the battle. Therefore, if things continue like this, everyone will suffer, and he sees how a peaceful life is replaced by pain, loss, and inevitable destruction. The boy crept up to the monster from behind, like a shadow, wanting to deliver a precise blow to a vulnerable spot, eager to end the fight quickly, without thinking about the danger. And he saw that it had opened up, its defense had weakened, and the young man had an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow that he could not miss. The hunter then prepared his strike, gripping his weapon and concentrating, preparing to unleash all his strength in a precise and deadly attack, which struck the mighty orc, which was incredibly strong, piercing the enemy's defenses and causing the ground to tremble from the force of the collision. He saw that everything worked, the blow hit exactly on target, and the powerful enemy suffered serious damage, unable to resist the force. Carefully looking at everyone on the team, he assessed their reactions, readiness for battle, and fortitude before taking the next step. Choi opened his mouth in shock, his eyes widening, and his heart froze, unable to believe his own eyes at what had just happened. He told Han that they would take care of everything else, allowing him to focus on the fight and not worry about the rest. At this time, the young man's thoughts were about a monster that could talk, and about the suspicion that there were many varieties of these animals, but in any case, it deeply impressed him. At that time, the entire group completed clearing the area, tidying up the battlefield, and making sure that no more threats remained nearby. A door opened before them, creaking slowly, and a dim light flickered behind it, promising new dangers and secrets. Perhaps there was a way out of this place, opening the way to freedom and further adventures, although danger remained nearby. But from there flew a dagger. Its speed was lightning, and almost instantly approached the target, threatening a fatal blow. And then the weapon struck the body of one of the hunters, piercing his armor and causing sudden pain and shock throughout the entire team. The participant was terrified, and blood was flowing from within. His body was shaking with pain, and fear permeated every movement and breath. They quickly called for Seo-jin to heal, hoping that her abilities could stop the bleeding and save the injured man's life. And the girl ran over, peering intently at the wound, her hands ready to instantly cast healing spells to stop the bleeding and ease the pain. She began to treat him immediately, concentrating magical energy to stop the bleeding and restore the injured man's strength as quickly as possible. Hang could see that the wound was mortal, and he understood that all of Nuna's skills and abilities would only be able to sustain his life for a short time, without eliminating the real threat. Then Kasashin warned the hero about the danger, because someone was lurking in the shadows, preparing to suddenly strike him straight in the heart. The guy didn't feel anything, but he ordered the participants to look around, because they didn't know from which direction enemies might appear and attack suddenly. A few minutes later, someone eliminated their hunter again. His body fell, and the team found themselves in a panic from the unexpected loss. He fell to the ground, screaming in pain and shock, his voice echoing over the battlefield, filled with fear and despair. Then the team heard a loud bang that echoed around, causing everyone to become alert and search for the source of the sound in the darkness. A giant orc appeared before them, his huge body towering above the ground, his gaze radiating fury and invincible power. Heng, his jaw dropped open in shock, realized that this was an orc swordsman whose strength and skill in battle far exceeded anything he had seen before. The new enemy stood opposite the leader, his gaze cold and determined, ready for any battle that might come. His gaze was like a scanner scanning everything, carefully examining every corner of the room and noticing the smallest details that might matter. Without waiting a moment, he rushed into the attack with incredible speed and determination, ready to overcome any opponent in his path. Scattering the hunters across the area, he skillfully coordinated their movements so that each occupied an advantageous position and controlled all approaches to the territory. Hyun realized that he was more than sure that it was over, and his heart was filled with relief, but now he was only confused. Because now they were faced with an S-rank enemy whose reputation and strength made everyone feel fear and respect at the same time. His eyes glowed with a red glow, radiating rage and dangerous energy that could frighten even the most experienced warriors. It scanned where the hero was with incredible accuracy, catching every movement and reacting to the slightest signal of his presence. Then the boy saw it and realized that the situation was bad. His heart was beating fast, and his mind was trying to find at least some way out. The enemy was closing in on Nuna, and the young man shouted to her, trying to warn her of the danger and get her attention at the last moment. But the girl seemed not to be listening to what was happening around her. She was completely focused on the treatment, not noticing the rapidly approaching threat. Then an enemy appeared before her, greeting her with a cold smile and clearly wanting to harm her, not hiding his sinister intentions. But at that moment, someone used magic, creating a powerful explosion of light and energy, and shouted for everyone to step aside. His voice sounded menacing and forced everyone to react immediately, saving themselves from danger. The young lady fell to the floor, losing her balance from the impact or shock, and her body lay helpless amidst the chaos around her. As Choi grappled with his opponent, his body tensed and his eyes shone with determination, preparing for every possible strike and counterattack. But the monster was unwavering. His powerful figure and iron will left no chance for weakness or retreat, striking fear into the hearts of everyone around him. Enraged, the opponent threw everyone away with incredible force, creating chaos around him and forcing everyone to keep their distance. Hyun shouts that he will try to stop him and orders everyone to retreat, relying on their own strength to hold off the enemy for as long as possible. The hunter took Nuna in his arms, protecting her from danger and preparing to quickly flee the battlefield where the enemy was raging. And together they were going to flee, moving slowly through the chaos, trying to avoid the deadly danger that was looming. The girl shouted that he was wounded, her voice breaking with fear and anxiety, trying to draw the attention of everyone around to his condition. But the participant understood that now was not the time to think about it, and despite the pain in his body, he had to save himself, slowing down the enemy and focusing on escape. The hero suffered defeat, feeling a heavy blow to his spirit and body, realizing that the enemy was stronger than him in this battle. And at that moment, the young man who was holding Nuno in his arms lost his life, his body falling helplessly, leaving the young lady in shock and despair. The girl fell, and an orc approached her, his heavy footsteps echoing on the ground and his gaze full of rage and bloodthirstiness. There was fear in her eyes, reflecting the hopelessness of the situation. Her heart was pounding and her body was trembling from the approaching danger. But at that moment, Hyun appeared and shielded them with his shield, risking his own life to protect the girl from a deadly threat. The young lady thought she was completely useless, not realizing that her actions and decisions could affect the lives of others and change the course of events. The leader sees that the enemy is not pressing on vital points, but only injuring the team so that the leader is distracted, using them as bait to achieve his goals. By calling the enemy an annoying creature, he tried to belittle his strength and keep his cool, not letting fear or anger take over. The comrade begged the girl to save him, his voice breaking with pain and fear, and his eyes pleading for help, hoping for her decisive action. And in a second, without wasting time, Nuna began to heal him, concentrating all her magical energy to quickly relieve the pain and save his life. Everyone else also asked for her help, their voices simultaneously ringing in the air, full of despair and hope for her strength and skill. At that time, Seo Jin begged them to be patient, trying to calm and support the team until the situation stabilized and the danger passed. Hyun understood that he should have eliminated the enemy sooner to take care of the girl, and his heart was clenched with regret and determination, so he chose risk and action. But first he must drive him as far away from his sister from the shelter as possible, ensuring her safety and time for recovery, and preventing him from getting any closer. The guide tried to act decisively, understanding that the fate of the entire group would depend on his actions, and his every step could decide their life or death. Each of his assaults was swift and ruthless, aimed at quickly breaking through the enemy's defenses, once again leaving chaos and despair behind. At the same time, the orc called him a dirty rat, because that's how he moved, quietly, quickly, and cunningly, trying to avoid direct attacks and find weak spots. The enemy grabbed the hero by the face, squeezing it tightly and demonstrating strength and control, while simultaneously radiating threat and danger. Hyun realized that it was absorbing his strength, feeling the energy drain from his body, leaving weakness and fear of an unknown outcome. He knew if he didn't end this immediately, the girl would get worse, so first he needed to quickly break free of his grip and distract her. Therefore, he acted instantly, without even thinking, rushing into danger with lightning determination, squeezing out the last of his strength for the sake of salvation. When attacking the monster, he acted quickly. Each of his blows was precise and aimed at weakening the enemy, leaving him no chance of retreat. Their battle was powerful and mighty. Every blow and maneuver was met with a burst of energy, and neither of them was willing to give in or admit defeat. Hyun understood that things were going badly. His heart was clenching with anxiety, and his mind was trying to find even the slightest chance of getting out of the dangerous situation. As the enemy came at incredible speed each time, Hyun barely had time to dodge, feeling like each attack threatened his life. And then he said what he saw. The hero had mastered special sword techniques that even highly skilled masters do not know about, causing surprise and alarm at the same time. And he asked if the young man was a swordmaster's student, and the young man hesitated, not knowing whether to answer, because every word could affect his fate and the course of the battle. But the orc said that it was necessary to answer. His voice sounded menacing and left no room for doubt, forcing the young man to obey. The boy remained silent, holding his shield in front of him, intently watching the enemy's every move and preparing for any attack. He realized that he needed to act immediately, because every second could cost him his life and the lives of those he was trying to protect. Then, with incredible force, he threw his opponent away, lunging forward and using his shield as a springboard to create distance and save his comrades. Nuna continued to heal, directing all of her magical energy towards the wounded, not stopping even for a moment to save each of the team. The young man thanked her for her help, his voice full of gratitude and relief, as her efforts had saved his life at a critical moment. He saw the young lady and realized that her mana was depleted, and she was already at the limit of her strength, barely maintaining control over her magic and fighting for survival. However, Nuna called out to the young man, her voice resolute and full of hope, urging him to come and help at a crucial moment. Blood flowed from her nose and mouth, but the girl said she would help him, showing incredible resilience and devotion despite her own weakness. The boy was also exhausted and covered in wounds. His every movement required enormous effort, but he continued to stand, fighting for his life and his friends. Finally rushing into the attack, he shouted with his last strength for the enemy to die, putting all his rage, despair, and determination into this decisive blow. When he delivered super powerful blows, the earth trembled, the air was torn apart by explosions of energy, and the enemy felt inevitable death, and there was no hope. There was chaos all around. Only the sound of a sword cutting through the air could be heard, breaking the silence and reflecting the incredible power of the battle. Hyun looked exhausted but confident, his gaze focused, and every movement showing determination and willingness to see the fight through to the end. However, not even a minute had passed before the enemy launched an attack, every movement swift and precise, reflecting experience and determination. Calling the young man a human, he spoke with a slight mocking tone, belittling his abilities and demonstrating superiority over his opponent. Blood spurted from the man's jaw, a red stream spreading, emphasizing the force of the blow and the consequences of the ruthless attack. And at that moment, Nuna watched her comrade with pain in her eyes, feeling helpless and afraid for his life while he fought the enemy. Hyun lay on the cold floor, feeling nothing, while the young lady quickly ran to him, trying to help. She tried to heal him, but she understood that he had lost too much blood, and if the situation continued like this, his condition would only worsen. The young lady sat on the floor, clasped her hands together at her chest, and prayed, asking for strength and protection for him. Her voice sounded tense and hopeful at the same time, conveying the depth of her concern and desire to help. She prayed with all the strength of her heart that her friend would recover and become healthy and strong again. But all her prayers and efforts proved futile, and no hope could change his condition. She already felt like she had lost all her strength, and every movement was extremely difficult for her. She didn't understand how her mana could run out at such a critical moment when his life depended on it. And while Hyun suffers from pain, Nuna desperately stands by, unable to do anything to help him. Suddenly, the enemy sharply lifts the hero up, forcing him to struggle for balance and resist with all his might. The girl looks at him intently, her eyes full of fear, anxiety, and boundless concern all at the same time. At that moment, the enemy releases the leader's body from a height, and it falls to the floor with a loud thud, causing everyone to be horrified and surprised. And then he laughs at it sinisterly, enjoying the fear and helplessness of those around him. A shiny dagger suddenly appeared in front of the young lady, threatening her with danger and making her heart beat faster. Then she asked with anxiety in her voice if Hyun-jung remembered everything that happened before, hoping for an answer. Since she couldn't do anything that day, the feeling of helplessness and disappointment consumed her completely. Remembering how they had sat together under the window, she felt a warm nostalgia and longing for those peaceful moments. Although she understood that he needed support more than anyone else at that time, her heart ached from the realization of his loneliness and inner struggle. But the sister could not find the words to comfort him, feeling powerless in the face of his pain and wanting to ease his suffering at least a little. After a desperate search for herself, she finally saw him, and her heart was filled with both joy and anxiety. Hyun didn't think about that day and tried to focus on the future, continuing to move forward despite all the difficulties. But this does not mean that the young lady will stay away. She has firmly decided to support him in any way she can. Since family members would never act in this manner, she felt obligated to act responsibly and decisively. And from the moment the girl decided to become strong, she constantly thought about it, strengthening her determination and will. As long as Nuna can protect her friend, and if she sees a tomorrow, she is willing to sacrifice herself for it. Suddenly, Romanov's voice sounded in her head, saying that the young lady had sacrificed herself for the sake of a dear person, which is why she was forced to miss the paladin exam with the highest imperial authority. Nuna thought she was hallucinating, but then the emperor said she had received the being of a noble paladin, and it changed her entire perception. She had to use the sword she had been given as a gift to become a shield for her family without hesitation and give everything for them, even her own life, to the last. Her hands are visibly recovering mana, filling her with strength and confidence in her actions. So, if she gained this power, she could use it to resolutely protect her loved ones and change the course of events. And she must protect his people at all costs, entering the battle without sparing herself, because their lives are more important, and she is ready to give her life to save them. Her light suddenly illuminated the entire room, dispelling the darkness and filling the space with warmth, hope, and a sense of security for everyone present. Choi regained consciousness, and sensing a bright light, covered his face with his hands, trying to protect himself from its blinding glare. He understood and wondered with doubt whether this was truly a second awakening, feeling both surprise and anxiety at the same time. Heng barely opened his eyes, feeling weakness throughout his body and struggling to maintain consciousness. Standing up, he looked cautiously at Nuna, his eyes full of gratitude, surprise, and genuine warmth all at the same time. Seeing that a powerful force was hovering around her, Hyun felt both admiration and slight fear at the same time, which the girl directs at the enemy, radiating all her power and determination to protect those dear to her. It was the spell of the Holy Spear, radiating incredible power and light, ready to destroy any threat before it. An incredible number of weapons struck the enemy's back, piercing his defenses and causing him to feel unbearable pain. Hyun understood that he had to rise, gathering his last strength to confront the danger and not give up. So he loudly called out to the Reaper for help, hoping that an ally would quickly come and support him in battle. And then the bloodthirsty Reaper creature awakened, and part of its insatiable thirst for killing broke out, covering everyone around with fear. The hero understood that he needed to act now, without hesitation for a moment, to save himself and those who depended on him. The orc angrily called him human scum, expressing contempt and hatred for his appearance and actions. The guy wasted no time and instantly rushed into the attack, using every opportunity to gain an advantage over the enemy. Using all his skills, he attacked accurately and quickly, applying his accumulated experience in battle as effectively as possible. Hyun asks if Nuna is okay, looking at her carefully and noting her renewed strength and confidence in her actions. The girl replied that she didn't know where it came from, and suddenly her mana began to regenerate, overflowing her and bursting over the edge. The young man understood that this was a true awakening and left the healing entirely to her, trusting in her strength and control over magic. Watching him closely, she tracked his every move, ready to intervene at any moment if anything went wrong. She immediately set about healing him, focusing all her power and magic on restoring his strength and health. She persistently helped the young man regain his health, directing all her magical energy towards his treatment. At that time, the enemy smiled sinisterly, enjoying the chaos and fear that reigned around. He said that all their efforts were in vain, expressing confidence in his own superiority and contempt for his opponents. The leader sharply ordered him to shut his mouth, demonstrating authority and demanding immediate submission. Finally, he said that it was time to die, emphasizing the relentlessness of his threat. The impact cracked the floor, sending cracks flying, testifying to the incredible force and destructive impact of the attack. The orc, kneeling, watched intently with his scanning gaze, as if analyzing his opponent's every move and weak spot. Nuna didn't understand how her opponent was even still alive, looking at his injured body and incredible stamina. Her gaze was intense and determined, reflecting a willingness to act without hesitation and fight to the last. The young lady prepared her new attack, concentrating and gathering all her strength for an accurate and powerful blow. Using the holy spear, the young woman directed a blinding light at the enemy, piercing his defenses, igniting hope, and giving him a chance for salvation. When all the weapons rushed into the enemy's body, piercing his armor and causing irreversible damage, leaving him stunned and doomed. The opponent fell to the ground, and Hyun quickly checked his pulse, worried about his opponent's condition and the possibility of his survival. He looked at his sister, letting her know with a look that everything was over and the danger was over. Nuna quickly asked about her friend's condition, worried and hoping that he was alive and well. And he, answering that everything was fine, asked Nuno to heal everyone on the team, worrying about their health and safety. The young lady realized that now she too could be useful, feeling confident in her strength and the opportunity to help others. So, using her power, she immediately began to heal everyone, directing her magic to restore their health and strength. Slowly, the participants came to their senses, feeling their strength and energy gradually returning after the battle. Rising to their feet, they carefully regained their balance, preparing for further action and feeling a surge of strength. Each hunter looked at each other and felt confusion and relief, realizing that everyone was alive and the danger was over. There was a tense atmosphere in the air that everyone present felt, as if an invisible weight was hanging over everyone and making their hearts beat faster. The group members couldn't believe that the two of them had managed to defeat a terrifying S-rank monster, as such a thing was considered impossible. And now was not the time to sit idly by, because danger was raging all around, and every moment wasted could cost them their lives. So he called upon his leader, hoping that his wisdom and determination would help him find the right path in this difficult situation. The hero saw Mr. Choi running towards him, waving his arms and shouting something alarming, as if he wanted to warn of the danger ahead. Asking if they were okay, he approached them with genuine concern in his voice, looking closely at each of the wounded fighters. To which the young man responds positively and asks about the others, trying to find out if all his teammates were able to survive after the brutal fight. Since it was thanks to him that they returned from the other world, everyone looked at him with gratitude, realizing that without his intervention they would have perished forever. The commander's eyes widened in shock and surprise, as he had never expected to hear such words and understand the full depth of the situation. And after all, he called it simply a miracle, finding no other words to describe the incredible event that almost turned their lives upside down forever. A gate opened before them, majestic and mysterious, emitting a bright light that beckoned everyone to enter and discover what lay behind its walls. Finally, the team can return home and have something to eat, feeling incredibly relieved after long trials and dangerous adventures. Hyun suggested that the girl go with him, looking intently into her eyes and hoping that she would agree to leave the dangerous place behind. Nuna understood that it was time to return home, feeling a slight longing for the adventures, but at the same time a desire to find herself safe within her native walls. And she smiled, rejoicing at this, because the thought of returning home filled her heart with warmth and peace after all the hardships she had experienced. Outside, everyone was already waiting for the team, worried about each of them and trying to hide their own excitement so as not to show it openly. When the hero came out, he was immediately called. Voices echoed around, and the eyes of everyone present were filled with hope and impatience. Kim was very alarmed by the situation, feeling the tension building, and every wrong step could lead to unpredictable consequences. Speaking about the scumbag bureaucrats and how they dared to misjudge the dungeon, he expressed anger and discontent, not holding back his emotions in front of everyone. The leader asked where the other guild members were, carefully surveying those present and trying to figure out who had not yet returned from a dangerous mission. Kim informed them that everyone had been taken to the hospital and asked if they wanted to be tested as well, demonstrating concern for the safety of each team member. The guy understood that it was better to rest in his bed than to go to the hospital because his body required rest after exhausting adventures and dangerous battles. And then the man decided to walk them to the car and take care of the rest himself, taking on all the worries so that they could rest peacefully and not worry. As he sat inside, the door closed behind him with a soft click, and he felt silence fill the cabin, leaving behind the hustle and bustle and danger. Kim asked the leader to get a good rest, assuring him that a full report on all the events and actions of the team during the mission would be waiting on the table tomorrow. Hyun thanked and smiled, feeling sincere gratitude in his heart for the care and support he received from Kim during this difficult time. The house was completely dark, and the silence of the night enveloped everything around, creating a sense of mystery and unease in the air. The young man was already lying in his room, feeling the long-awaited peace and warmth of his own bed after an exhausting day full of adventures and dangers. He understood that a few hours earlier there had been incredible chaos, and he felt surprise and relief as he observed the calm and quiet surroundings. And this means that there is only one place he should go, because only there will he be able to find peace and regain strength after all the trials. Closing his eyes, the emperor appeared before him, majestic and incomprehensible, radiating an authority and power that immediately attracted attention and caused awe. Who sat majestically in his place, radiating undeniable power and dignity, making everyone around him feel respect and fear at the same time. Opening the door, the hero shouted at him, trying to attract the emperor's attention and convey an urgent message about the situation. The man asked what happened, because when he was controlling it, the boy felt its mana during battle. He tried to understand the reason for the changes and assess the danger that could lie ahead. Romanov replied that nothing special had happened, trying to hide the real events and not cause the hero unnecessary anxiety. And inside that dungeon were already his forces, ready for action, which made him confident in his ability to control the situation and confront the danger. I just intervened a little in the situation, carefully directing events to avoid unforeseen consequences and help others without unnecessary risk. In order to help the subject discover his potential, Hannah carefully intervened, providing support and guiding his actions in the right direction. The hero shouted that Nuna was not his subject, asserting his own boundaries and trying to prevent misunderstanding among those present. But it was not so important to the emperor, because he was more interested in the general situation and the outcome of events than in the personal relationships between the heroes. More importantly, his forces and defenses accepted her as his subject, demonstrating the inner harmony and mutual affection between them. The guy didn't ask for this and asked on what basis the decision was made, trying to understand the logic and motives behind the emperor's actions. The emperor remained silent, looking intently at the boy, as if weighing every word and giving him time to understand the situation. But then he announced that this information would only be revealed when the right time came, forcing everyone to wait with impatience and caution. And is there anything else that the reincarnation is interested in, or does he want to get additional information before making a decision and acting further in this difficult situation? Heng asks if there are other actors besides Nunu, trying to understand the full scope of possibilities and limitations in this situation. Someone Romanov recognized had official status and the right to interact with his forces, making him an important participant in the events. The man confidently replied that he was, demonstrating determination and knowledge of the situation that left no doubt about his words. But he cannot name specifically who they are, as the details of their identities remain hidden and protected from prying eyes. However, he pointed his finger forward, showing that it was not the end yet, and that important events lay ahead that everyone would still have to experience. He said he could name a number, and so far, apart from Paladin, there is only one, leaving the intrigue as to the identity of the other subject. There is no need to be disappointed, as over time there will be more of them, and then the young man will be able to establish a monarchy, gradually strengthening his power and influence. So he asks if Hyun hasn't already received a subject with special loyalty, trying to test the level of his abilities and the strength of his attachment. The boy remembers a blindly believing knight who always followed his orders and trusted every decision implicitly. And that's exactly what his Special Forces commander, Kim Tae-min, was like, combining dedication with strategy, always leading the team to success. The Emperor sees that the hero understands who he is talking about and tells him to use it well, emphasizing the importance of the subject for future events. After all, the young man knows his real name, which makes the connection between them especially strong and significant in future events. The guy listened carefully and memorized everything, trying not to miss a single detail that could be useful in future situations. Deep night covered the city. The streets fell into silence, and the shadows of the houses created a sense of mystery and unease. A car stopped in front of the entrance to the dungeon administration office, its brakes squealing softly, and its light reflected off the walls of the building, emphasizing the importance of the moment. Lee Jin-hyung, head of the 4th Brigade of the Investigation Bureau, came out and asked the assistant if he had processed the data of the dungeon and whether it had been cleared of dangers. And in response, I received that the Ace Guild worked there, which successfully coped with the task and ensured the safety of the dungeon. He noticed and was surprised that there was only one A-rank hunter for the entire team, but they were still able to clear an S-rank dungeon, which impressed him with their skill and coordination. I asked again if the assistant was sure the data was accurate, and he confirmed it in a trembling voice, showing his uncertainty and anxiety over the importance of the information. They decided to go up to the office to double-check everything, making sure the data was accurate and the procedures were performed correctly. And if this is true, then big questions may arise, and the Ace Guild still needs to be re-evaluated to understand their level of effectiveness and competence. Entering the room, someone stands in front of Jin, silently watching him and creating a sense of surprise and tension. His eyes frowned, and his gaze wandered over everyone present, assessing each one and trying to understand the true intentions and emotions of those around him. It was the head of the 3rd Brigade of the Bureau of Investigation for the Management of the Dungeons, who calmly but carefully assessed the situation and those around him, who heard that Jin had just finished investigating the dungeon, and he needed him to provide all related materials for further analysis and verification. The man said that his team was dealing with this, and that everything should be as usual, emphasizing that there was no need to interfere with the usual work order. However, the head of the 3rd Bureau said that this was confidential information, so nothing could be explained, and the only thing to know was that these materials were needed by the Bureau. So he held out his hand in anticipation of the papers, preparing to accept them and check all the necessary documentation. I sincerely hoped that high-ranking official Lee Jin would not become an unforeseen obstacle to the prompt and unquestioning fulfillment of all official requirements of the main bureau. Finally, he quietly asked his interlocutor if he fully agreed to cooperate on the proposed terms, after which both parties immediately concluded a final agreement. The new day began in the guild office, where employees gathered to start work, discuss plans, check tasks, and tune in to productivity. Kim asks the leader about Han Seo-jin's condition, wanting to know details about her well-being, recent events, and possible changes in the worrying situation. The young man replied that she still needed time to recover, but after a short rest, she would be able to return to her usual state and feel much better. Nuna is exhausted after a sudden surge of strength. Her body is weak, and her thoughts are confused, but she tries to remain calm and regain her balance after what she has experienced. Right now, everything is confusing her. She is trying to understand what is happening, sort out her own feelings, and organize her thoughts, which are intertwined chaotically. Therefore, it will not be easy for her to understand where this power came from, to realize its nature, and at the same time to bring her own thoughts into order in order to restore inner peace and control. Hyun asks about the leader himself, asking about his condition, current affairs, and whether any important news has emerged that could affect the guild's further actions. He is silent, and this confuses everyone present because his silence seems too tense, as if there is something important or disturbing hidden behind it that he does not want to voice. The leader realized that something had happened when he sensed a change in the atmosphere and tension in the behavior of those around him, which immediately caused him concern and anxiety. And the man confirmed it, nodding and silently confirming Daiger's suspicions, thus finally convincing him that the situation was indeed serious and required immediate attention. He handed me a thick folder that I had to read carefully to understand the whole point of the case, study the details, and prepare for further decisions and actions. Hyun understood that these were the results of the investigation that had come in the morning, and he carefully examined the folder, which indicated that the dungeon was officially considered S rank, which caused him anxiety and serious concern. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Not believing it, his heart began to beat faster, and his mind tried to comprehend the suddenness and seriousness of the situation. He saw that the investigation indicated the presence of a secret dungeon, and that extreme caution was required when attacking it, as any carelessness could have serious consequences. I asked Kim if this was true, seeking confirmation of the information and understanding how serious and reliable the revealed detail was. And whether the Bureau really knew about the existence of such a place where they were, he clarified, trying to find out whether this was secret information and how much its concealment would affect further actions. Kim was actually convinced of this, confirming with his experience and facts that the information about the existence of the dungeon was indeed reliable and raises no doubts about its correctness. And this means that everything is happening exactly as the leader thought, confirming his previous suspicions and predictions about the seriousness of the situation and the need for cautious action. It turns out that someone intentionally falsified the results of the previous investigation, misleading everyone involved and creating a serious threat to the guild's plans and security. Hyun clutched the folder in his hand, feeling tense and anxious, his fingers white with effort, his heart beating faster due to the unexpected revelations. He thought about who could have done this, and most importantly, who dared to take such a step, trying to understand the motives and consequences of the act for all participants in the situation. The leader did not have a specific answer, but most likely believed that this was the work of the sponsors of the former Echo Guild who could be acting secretly, guided by their own interests and plans. And I would never have thought about it until I contacted the Bureau, because only through their information did I get a true picture of what was happening and who was behind it. The boy sat and smiled nervously, trying to hide the excitement and confusion that reigned inside, although his eyes betrayed real emotions. The leader thought about what needed to be done first, carefully weighing all options to avoid mistakes and choose the most effective plan to resolve the situation. However, he decided that immediately, with the help of the money received from the mysterious fund, they would strengthen the power of the executive and intelligence departments, increasing control and ensuring stability in the guild. And this needs to be done as quickly as possible to prevent possible threats, consolidate positions, and ensure the safety and efficiency of all guild units. Since they must be ready when the enemies decide to attack, it is urgent to prepare a defense strategy, fortify positions, and ensure the full readiness of all units. Kim agreed and will get down to business right away, taking responsibility for implementing the plan to immediately begin the necessary actions. But Hyun stopped him to first discuss the details, make sure the plan was correct, and avoid rash steps that could endanger everyone. I also asked what the man knew about hidden dungeons. trying to get accurate information, assess the risks, and understand how much this data could affect their further actions. And I wondered if it wasn't a dungeon where you could get hidden rewards that could significantly enhance the abilities of anyone who got them. And that was important. The man did not understand why this question was asked, because to him it seemed indirect and strange in the context of the serious situation being discussed and the threats that loomed over them. But perhaps the young man received this mysterious award, which caused additional surprise and interest because its presence could change the course of events and provide an unexpected advantage. Rare materials or perhaps rare equipment that could significantly increase the effectiveness of the guild's actions and provide unique opportunities for completing complex tasks. Hyun said that Nuna had received a secondary awakening, which would greatly increase her powers and abilities, opening up new opportunities for fighting and completing important missions. When he took his head, he immediately remembered the battle in the cave, memories of the danger, tense moments, and risks they had experienced then instantly flashed through his mind. Kim thought the hero needed to strengthen the security of their home to prevent surprise attacks, ensure the safety of the residents, and protect important resources from potential enemies. Since they might become a target once rumors spread about receiving the reward from the hidden dungeon, the boy agreed with this and supported the need to strengthen the defense. Kim decided to hire proven armed guards and place key hunters around the house to ensure reliable protection from all threats. He also considered assigning the leader a personal bodyguard to ensure security during visits, movements, and possible threats. Opening the door, the hunter entered the room and politely asked if he could introduce himself, wanting to state his identity and affiliation with the security service. The young man immediately decided to use the Eye of Romanov to examine the true name of the one who had come, seeking to learn his true identity and intentions. And I saw that Ha-jong Seo, the head of the intelligence agency, was not entirely clear. His intentions and true role remained vague and caused some concern. It was about this person that the table showed as the slippery shadow, raising surprise and suspicion about her true intentions and possible secrets. Heng knew that this was the one who moved silently and left no trace, possessing the skill of stealth and observation that made him extremely dangerous. Kim explained that Ha-jong would be responsible for the security of the house, as he was a B-rank hunter with extensive experience and a high level of skill in strategy and defense. So he can be relied on, and he said that he would not let the leader down, promising to perform his duties conscientiously and ensure the complete safety of everyone present. Hyun listened intently, concentrating on every word, trying to understand the details, assess the seriousness of the situation, and prepare for the next steps. The man reported that if news of the hidden dungeon's defense came out, they would not avoid battle, and should immediately prepare for battle and gather. Since he is still weak after the bell, the head asks not to worry, because he is determined, and defeating him will be very difficult, even for strong opponents. When the enemies start attacking, they will immediately show what they are worth, demonstrating strength, strategy, and a firm willingness to fight to the end without retreating. They will simultaneously punish the attackers, demonstrating their power to the entire country to intimidate opponents and consolidate their authority forever. He turned to Kim and said with cold confidence that soon everyone would see the consequences, and in the future no one would be able to resist them forever. Late in the evening, the head of the 4th Brigade sat over a glass of drink, reflecting on the events of the day, planning his next steps, and assessing the situation with calm but focused attention. I still couldn't believe that the Ace Guild had cleared an S-rank dungeon, as it was an extremely difficult task that required incredible skills and courage. And indeed, this was the case, as they had an informant in the administration who provided accurate information about the dungeons and helped to effectively plan the guild's actions. But even high-ranking hunters could barely complete the task in such a place, as the S-rank dungeon was extremely dangerous and full of difficult trials and traps. Judging by the rank of their group, everyone should have already passed away, but surprisingly, not a single member died, which caused surprise and admiration among the others. So the question arises whether everyone could have really survived, as the complexity of the dungeon and the dangers that awaited there made survival virtually impossible for any group. The subordinate says that in this situation there are only a few explanations that can explain the miraculous survival of all participants and the unusual outcome of the task. Either Hyun was much stronger than they expected, or inside the dungeon, one of the team members had a secondary awakening, greatly increasing his powers and abilities. Or were there some other possibilities that no one knows about that could radically change the outcome of events and ensure the survival of the group in conditions of extreme danger? The chairman says they must destroy them before the guild becomes stronger and orders them to act decisively, mobilize forces quickly, and spare no resources. He nervously slammed his glass on the table, releasing tension and fear, and everyone present instantly fell silent and realized that the situation had become critical. He warned that if they began to act on their own initiative, the Osung group would not stand aside and would intervene decisively, sparing no means. The chairman asked the interlocutor if they needed to do everything on their own, hinting that it was worth coordinating actions and getting support from other units to achieve the goal. They decided to simply inform others by spreading rumors that the Ace Guild had found something in the dungeon to create an impression of power and for chaos to come out. The car stopped in front of the house, the engine still humming softly, and warm light pouring from the window, as if someone had been waiting for a passenger to arrive for a long time. A young hunter emerged from it, adjusted his jacket, cast a quick glance at the dark windows of the house, and sighed, as if before a meeting with the past. Then the hero asked Kim if he really didn't notice him while he was training, because his friend's gaze seemed too calm, as if he was hiding something. It was in a dense forest where the wind rustled in the branches and the shadows from the trees intertwined, creating the feeling as if the forest itself was listening to their conversation. Away from human eyes, where the silence seemed alive, and every sound echoed between the trunks as if nature guarded their secret. The man tried to improve his techniques, practicing each movement to perfection, while his hands trembled from fatigue and his breathing became increasingly labored. I also saw that the leader was ahead, moving confidently between the trees, as if he knew the path well, and not a single sound betrayed his presence. Then he quietly crept up from behind, raised his hand with a branch, and suddenly decided to scare him, to test his reaction, and throw the enemy off balance, unexpectedly. Kim said that he saw him at the same moment he heard the leader's voice, and then he realized that the attempt to scare him was more of a game than a real attack. Hyun realized that this was how it was supposed to be, as he had long practiced his stealth, and now every movement seemed natural and imperceptible, even to a keen eye. The man recalled that in the last battle, the hunter lost his entire shield and turned to ash, leaving behind only the embers and memories of the loss. Although it was not a top-notch weapon, its loss did not have much impact, reminding us of the fragility of even the most robust equipment. The boy was confused, his heart pounding, and his thoughts confused, as if he were in a fog where every step seemed wrong and dangerous. Because he understood that he had chosen him with his soul, and this feeling filled his heart with warmth and anxiety at the same time, as if the responsibility had become an invisible burden. The man holds out a gift box, holding it carefully with both hands, as if afraid of accidentally damaging something inside that could change everything. The young man didn't understand how he could carry such a package, and at the same time he was grateful because these ornaments seemed too valuable to simply hold in his hands without caution. Thinking about it, he felt anxious and uncertain, as his own thoughts struggled between the desire to accept the gift and the fear of offending the giver. Also new, in front of the building stand guards, slender and attentive, as if their every move had been honed, their eyes watching for the slightest movement in the yard. The man warned that these were 10 mercenaries from closed military units, and their presence meant that the danger was real and well organized. 9 people were hunters from E rank to D rank, and 1 was C rank. Although the level was not high, these hunters were much better than ordinary guards, and their every move showed experience and skill. Everyone had weapons suitable for D rank hunters, and below, everyone kept them with them, because even a low rank required readiness and instant reaction. This was true, and it was unlikely that anyone who wanted to attack would have magical skin like the beast, which made the hunters even more vulnerable to professional weapons and tactics. And no matter what, they didn't know when or where the hunters would attack, so he asked everyone to stay alert, watch every movement, and not lose their vigilance even for a moment. Kim explained that he and Jongseo would be joining the security today, so the leader shouldn't worry, because they would be watching every corner and ready to intervene at any moment. The boy smiled in response, feeling light in his heart, as if for a moment all worries had receded, leaving room for peace and trust. Later, when he was resting, he fell completely asleep, and his mind gradually let go of all worries, leaving only a warm and fuzzy feeling of peace. And there before him stood a tall door, massive and dark, with a mysterious light shining through the cracks as if inviting him to enter. They said that the shadow was behind, and the words seemed alive, as if they themselves warned of an invisible presence watching every step. And this means only one thing: Kasashin's room, where mystery and danger reigned at the same time, and everyone who stepped here felt the cold breath of the unknown. He thought there would be much joy, especially now that he was unexpectedly attacked, and his heart trembled with a combination of fear and anticipation of the ordeal. The man in front said to come inside, and his voice sounded decisive, as if opening the door not only physically, but also to new challenges and secrets. He quietly announced that he had been waiting for Han, and his tone was calm but at the same time filled with meaning, as if this meeting was inevitable and important for both of them. And it seems that he was targeted by an enemy who was hiding in the shadows, carefully watching his every move and preparing to strike at the least expected moment. His blessing, which the young man had discovered, would not be enough to detect potential danger now, and he felt he had to rely on his sharp wit and quick reactions instead of magic. But Hyun replies that this is exactly why he needs Hasashin, because only his skills and experience could help uncover the hidden threat and save the situation. Since this was a new blessing from him, Hyun felt that his power was still unstable and needed mentoring to fully unleash his potential. So I followed everyone carefully and curiously, watching every move and trying to predict their next actions, as if solving a complex puzzle. The man liked the hero's mood, and it seemed he had trained a lot while under his tutelage, because every movement of Heng's seemed confident and honed to perfection. In conclusion, their compatibility had greatly increased, and now they acted almost as one, understanding each other without words and anticipating each other's every move. The boy had questions that were swirling in his head, giving him no peace, because the answers to them could change his understanding of events and the actions of those around him. But most of all, he wanted to know what blessing he would receive, because his future and the opportunities that opened up before him in struggle and study depended on it. This time there was a special excitement, because he felt that everything would be much stronger and would change his abilities forever. Kasashin sees that the hero has indeed become stronger. His movements have become more precise, and the confidence in every step testifies to tangible progress and training. As their training battle began, the air was filled with tension, and every move made by Hung and Hasashin was full of speed, precision, and hidden training intent. And then his past life showed him what would be his blessing, revealing to him new abilities and strength that he had previously only felt but could not use. And if he accepts it, he will be able to send shadows to follow his enemies from afar, observing their actions unnoticed and preparing for any turn of events. And now this power was extremely appropriate for the young man, because it gave him the opportunity to feel superior to his enemies and prepare for future trials. It is difficult for Hyun to give up, and with this blessing he will be able to observe his opponents, remaining hidden and controlling the situation from a safe distance. Kasashin touched the young man's shoulder, and that light touch seemed to convey confidence and support, confirming that the time had come to accept and use his power. He asked if he was ready to accept his blessing, and his voice sounded calm but at the same time insistent, as if fate depended on this choice. Hyun confidently replied that he was ready, and his eyes reflected determination and readiness to accept new power, not hesitating in the face of unknown challenges. But it would be quite painful, and he felt fear and excitement intertwine, preparing him for a test that would test his strength and endurance. For the sake of strength, the hunter was willing to endure pain, because he knew that only through trials and suffering could he achieve true power and control over his new abilities. Memories slowly engulfed him in jerks, and each minute revealed old experiences, making his heart clench with a mixture of pain and nostalgia. The young man screamed in intense pain, and his voice echoed in the silence, mixing with the suffering and tension that gripped his body. And then he saw a knight before him, majestic and bright, whose presence radiated strength and calm, as if he had appeared for some unknown reason, who held a sword in his hands, the shine of which reflected the light, and his every movement radiated determination and readiness to protect or teach the one who stood before him. He asked how he dared, and his voice was stern and deep, as if every word carried the weight of authority and demanded respect and responsibility. Before the hero's eyes were various images that changed rapidly, as if memories, dreams, and possible future events were mixed in a kaleidoscope, leaving a feeling of strange reality. With the same knight appearing in every picture, his image changed, but always exuded strength, mentorship, and unwavering determination. So he said that this couldn't be, and his voice sounded with a hint of surprise and rejection, as if he had seen something that exceeded any expectations or rules. And he was sure that he had hit it, feeling both fear and admiration, as if he had found himself at the center of events that would change his fate forever. Kasashin laughed and replied that this scene captivates him every time, because it combines strength, determination, and unpredictability, which always arouse admiration and curiosity. The past life, observing this adventure, added that, in addition to all that, this scene was also very exciting for him. The boy continued to shout, oblivious to his surroundings, his voice piercing the silence. Pain ripped through his body, spreading through every muscle, forcing him to grit his teeth and fight the intense discomfort. Then the man said that they were finished, looking coldly at his interlocutor, not hiding his final determination. The young man exhaled, feeling the tension slowly fall from his shoulders, and allowed himself to relax for a moment. Kasashin asked how he was feeling, smiling as if trying to hide his own secret intentions. He reported that the hunter now has defensive skills in his head that allow him to anticipate dangers and instantly respond to threats. Hyun analyzed that with each encounter with his past life, he goes through pain and memories that leave a deep mark on his soul, because he understood that the person in front of him seemed to enjoy playing with him, watching his reactions and emotions with hidden pleasure. The man replies that it is indeed very funny, laughing loudly and showing off his carefree and ironic nature. Once the hero receives the blessing, memories from his past life come to him, and a seepage effect occurs, granting him the skills of his ancestor. And no matter how difficult the procedure may be for the hero, it will seem easy, and everything will become clearer to him if he devotes time to studying magic. Hyun asks if he was a magician in one of his lives, trying to understand the connection between memories and new abilities. Kasashin smiled at the curiosity about reincarnation, his eyes sparkling and concealing deep knowledge of past lives. He said that he had 990,000 past lives, and it stands to reason that among them were great archmages whose wisdom is passed down through generations. And besides, they all studied different areas of magic, accumulating unique knowledge and skills, which are now gradually manifesting in the hero. Hyun wondered if he would ever be able to reach the same level as them, feeling both excitement and fear for the challenges ahead. The man replied that it was possible if he continued to practice and try to use the blessing, especially without thinking about it too deeply. The guy asked to stop reading his thoughts, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to preserve his personal space from intrusion by others. He stretched his hand forward, trying to focus to use the new skill and see it in action. Another of his silhouette shadows grew in front of him, reflecting his every movement and creating a feeling of a double presence in space. The man said that was good and ordered another one to be created, watching the process with both interest and severity. The hunter concentrated at this time, straining all his senses and attention to accurately complete the task at hand. Trying to complete the task, he focused on controlling his every movement and thought, striving for a perfect result. In front of his body, just a few meters away, stood his shadow, accurately repeating every movement and creating a feeling of a living presence. But there was no other way, so this was the maximum he was capable of at that moment, feeling the limits of his capabilities. Hasashin said that 2 shadows were too many for a beginner, and this spell was the most difficult of all high-level magic because it required a huge amount of mana, so there was nothing he could do about it. But creating at least 1 on the first try was already a very good result, indicating the newcomer's remarkable abilities. The man ordered Hyun to now not be stingy and return, demonstrating determination and demandingness in mentoring. He must go and create a shadow of his greatest enemy, for in his current state, the young man is capable of withstanding the strain and applying it in battle. Late in the evening, Hyun ran through the park, breathing in the frosty air, quickening his pace to drown out the voices of memories that were haunting him, and for a moment he felt tired. The hero was completely focused on his thoughts, immersed in the depths of his own thoughts, noticing anything around him, neither people, nor sounds, nor the passage of time. There were good informants in the Gold Rank Guild and above, so they most likely already knew the rumors about him and his past achievements. Therefore, the Silver Guild must take measures to refute or neutralize rumors if they are spread through the organization of underground links. So you need to watch which guild will make the first move to understand their intentions and prepare your own strategy. Kim runs up from behind and says that he thinks the Anderson Guild will make the first move, expressing confidence in his prediction. The guy turns to him, turning his head and straining his eyes to listen carefully to his words. The young man asks in a frightened voice where he came from, and the man replies that he is ready to appear at any time, especially for him. The leader, with noticeable irritation, explains that the response received is not an answer to his question at all, and insists on a clear explanation of the essence. The interlocutor reports why the Anderson Guild is the one, because it is now leading everyone, determining the pace of events and controlling the situation in the organization. Even among the Silvers, their reputation is not the best, as they used forbidden methods to reach their level. And it is said that there is always controversy within the top. Heng understands that they are known more as bad guys, so they are most suitable for this role and can easily manipulate others. Not only that, their guildmaster was so greedy that they tried to steal an A-rank weapon, but failed. The young man decided to send a personal informant to them to secretly collect data on their plans, connections, and preparations for their next steps. He cannot tell who it is, but assures that it is a person who can be completely trusted and who performs the task without errors. Kim replied that in that case he also trusted this person, relying on his judgment and experience. The guy stood in the office, looking around and trying to focus on important thoughts. Trying to train a new skill and create a shadow, he carefully controlled every movement and flow of magic within himself. I showed him the photo and ordered him to find this person, carefully watching his reaction and determination. And he also ordered to monitor this target, carefully monitoring all its actions and movements. So the shadow suddenly disappeared and set off on its mission, instantly merging with the darkness and moving imperceptibly towards its goal. The guy was sure of this, feeling that the information would soon be in his pocket without wasting any resources. It was dark outside as cars moved down the street one after another, their headlights cutting through the night darkness, creating a sense of constant movement. Keeping pace as if connected to each other, they moved in unison, creating the impression of a single stream of light on the dark street. The group sat and chatted among themselves about the Ace Guild they were currently traveling to, discussing that after the last sweep they had received something special and valuable. And this time the rumors spread only among the lower ranks, and one of them immediately reported it to the boss, without delaying in passing on the information. Although they don't know what treasures are there, it could be their path to gold rank, opening up new opportunities and privileges. The chief asked for everyone's attention, emphasizing the importance of the message and the need to focus on his words. Having said that their opponent was a small guild and a few hunters, they could easily defeat them without too much effort. They will also take their treasures by any means necessary, not stopping at danger or trickery, using all means to achieve their goal. But suddenly he saw that everyone had started discussing, and once again asked for silence among the team, forcing everyone to be silent and listen carefully to his words. Because I had to explain the task from the boss, and it is to catch and accompany everyone, emphasizing the importance of performing each step precisely. The guy asks what to do if he fails to capture them and is waiting for an action plan that will minimize the risks, get out without losses, and preserve his reputation. The chief replied that in that case they should be destroyed by the harshest method possible in order to instill terror and permanently end any resistance. The mercenaries heard that there were small children in the house and wondered if this actually applied to their ruthless orders as well, and if it would break their doubts. The man remained silent, but already looked very angry, his lips and fists clenched, his face hardened, and the cold gleam in his eyes promised imminent harsh retribution. Then he stepped on the foot of the person who asked the question, clenching his fingers as hard as he could and showing anger, so that everyone present instantly fell silent. I asked how long the Anderson Guild members had been bothered by such trifles, demonstrating my contempt for their fears and doubts. Then he turned around and ordered everyone to prepare to leave, because they had almost arrived at their destination and the time to act had come. And then, wearing masks on their faces, the group prepared for the task, tensely awaiting the moment to take action. The night silence hung over the house, so deep and dense that it seemed as if even the air had stopped, listening to the whisper of the stars. Guards were stationed around the perimeter of the building and at its entrance, closely monitoring every movement and maintaining vigilance over even the smallest details. His gaze was sure, and his hearing was so keen that he could catch the slightest rustle or distant step in the darkness of the night. When suddenly there was a sound, as if someone had accidentally touched metal or stepped on a dry branch. Everyone instantly became alert, peering into the darkness, and the enemy approaches the hunter from above, moving silently, like a shadow, ready at any moment to strike a sudden and deadly blow. After eliminating him, he calmly reported on the radio that they would deal with the perimeter security themselves, acting quickly, clearly, and without unnecessary noise. And the others had to go inside, moving carefully so as not to make too much noise and remain unnoticed until the last moment. Then they began to climb the walls, using ropes and special hooks, moving up quietly and quickly, like true shadows of the night. The guards were alert with excitement, looking carefully around and preparing to react to any suspicious action or movement. Every enemy was eliminated without mercy or belated mourning, acting in a coordinated, swift, and relentless manner to leave no witnesses and minimize risks. They attacked everyone in a row, swiftly and mercilessly, filling the space with screams and panic, leaving behind only chaos, shattered shadows, and silence. It seemed that the others had already entered the estate, so the group decided to hurry up, accelerating their pace and carefully overcoming obstacles so as not to fall behind the leaders. They decided to call the second squad and quietly went inside themselves, carefully examining every corner and watching for possible traps. Gathering together in front of the entrance, they quietly reviewed the plans, checked their equipment, and prepared to act in a coordinated manner and without unnecessary noise. The guild remembered whether they had remembered their plan and goal, carefully checking the details to avoid mistakes, and reached the goal without unforeseen complications. They had orders to kill everyone except those they needed to capture alive to extract information, and they acted ruthlessly but with cold discipline and precision. Then the leader quietly but angrily ordered the operation to begin immediately. His voice was cold and unforgiving. No one dared to argue. He reached for the doorknob carefully and decisively, feeling the tension in his chest and preparing himself for what awaited beyond the threshold. His gaze stopped and became alarmed when he noticed something unexpected that could threaten the entire plan and put them in a dangerous position. When his eyes saw the limb flying to the side, he froze in horror, realizing the scale of the violence and the danger that had suddenly engulfed everyone around him. There was chaos all around, and everyone was confused, not knowing where to run or how to react, gripped by fear and unexpected danger. The leader ordered the group to determine where the enemy was, insisting on precise coordinates and a quick report in order to plan their next steps. It seemed to the participants that there was no one there at all, but the tense silence and strange sounds made them peer warily into the darkness. And how this could have happened, no one knew, because events developed too quickly and unpredictably, leaving everyone in complete confusion. It's as if they never existed at all, leaving behind only emptiness and echoes of events that once mattered, but have now disappeared without a trace. But the invisible enemy continued to strike, moving quickly and unpredictably, forcing everyone to remain in constant tension and fear. The leader realized that his participant had been eliminated with one blow, and his heart sank with horror, because the enemy turned out to be much stronger and more dangerous than expected. But he himself saw that there was not a single soul around, only empty spaces and silence, which further exacerbated the feeling of danger and loneliness. He ordered them to move through the window, because if they didn't leave here, everyone would die. The movement had to be quick, quiet, and organized, without any hesitation. The team was moving too fast to save themselves, full of panic and adrenaline, oblivious to the dangers lurking at every turn. But some did not have time to cope with it, stumbling and falling behind, risking falling into the danger that loomed over them at every moment. And time after time, the group lost a member, which was scary and demoralizing as fear and sadness gradually gripped everyone, reducing their determination and control. The leader did not understand what strange thing was happening to them, because the events and reactions around him were unexpected and completely defied logic and his plans. But the voice asked if they really wanted to know who it was, creating a sense of anxiety and uncertainty and making them doubt their intentions. Kang Hyung-jung appeared before them, his gaze cold and unforgiving, and his presence caused instant fear and tension among everyone present. Siden Miller defended him, and the sword will not break as long as the valor of righteous men exists, providing strength and hope even in the darkest moments of battle. Hyun says that the moment they decided to attack his guild, they signed their own death warrant, and from now on, there is no way back. The boy shouted words like a gathering of Ace's main guilds, his voice loud and resolute, drawing the attention of everyone present and causing everyone to hold their breath. They pointed their weapons at the enemy, taking intense aim, ready to give their lives for one accurate shot that could change the course of the battle. Looking confident, everyone stood firm, focused on the enemy, and ready to act at a moment's notice, showing no weakness. The hunters understood that a wonderful night awaited them, full of adventure, danger, and challenge, which would test their skills, courage, and endurance to the limit. A silhouette appeared on the roof of the house, dark and barely visible in the moonlight, causing tension and anxiety among all who noticed it. The girl radiated her incredible power, which made the air around her tremble, and everyone present feel both fear and admiration for her power. The enemies were shocked and terrified, unable to believe what they were seeing, and paralyzed with fear of the incomprehensible force that had appeared before them. And then the opponents realized that they had fallen into a trap from the very beginning, and none of their plans could help because everything had been carefully planned and controlled. And most likely, Hung sent all the Supreme members here to completely control the situation and show his strength, leaving no chance for the enemies. Kim loudly and rudely asked the leader what they should do now, looking intently into his eyes and waiting for a clear, quick, and decisive answer without hesitation. Jong Seo also stood next to him, waiting for an answer, staring intently at the leader, and ready to instantly carry out any order. The hero said that they should make sure that none of the opponents could escape. The order sounded decisive, unquestioning, and forced everyone to act instantly. Then the guild rushed into the attack, moving with incredible speed and coordination, covering the enemies with an avalanche of blows and leaving them no chance of resistance. Eliminating the enemy team, they acted ruthlessly and cold-bloodedly, crushing resistance, leaving behind silence, horror, and merciless darkness. Everyone was terrified and could do nothing, standing stunned, paralyzed by fear and shock at the speed and ruthlessness of the enemy's actions. The bullet whistled towards the leader of the enemy group, cutting through the night air, and a last mirage of life appeared in his eyes, which instantly faded. Smashing his mask to pieces, she burst through the darkness, her face revealed as shock, blood, and silence filled the night, taking away the last of her resistance. The man shouted what they were doing, his voice loud and indignant, filled with shock and disbelief at what was happening around him. He ordered the mercenaries to eliminate the hunters with weapons first, and they rushed to carry out the order, moving quickly and ruthlessly, leaving behind silence and fear. They also realized that they wouldn't die unless attacked, and it seemed that they had an A-rank healer or even higher level of power on their side, making resistance hopeless. Indeed, the girl stood and healed her guild, radiating incredible energy that instantly restored the strength of all allies and strengthened their resolve. The leader of the opponent group resolutely stated that if things were like this, they had no choice but to kill Han, leaving him no chance forever. But the hero next to him quietly asked in his ear if he was looking for him, watching the reaction and trying to understand his opponent's true intentions. And the man returned, calling the young man a scumbag, his voice low and angry, filled with contempt and threat. The young man, like a shadow, circled around his enemy, imperceptibly and silently, sensing his every move, waiting for a mistake to strike an accurate blow. And he said to the enemy that this was a great shame, his voice trembling with contempt, evoking shame and rage in every step he took. He continued to spin, quietly and carefree, constantly describing complex patterns in the air, like a dancer, which evokes both terror and admiration at the same time. Telling the enemy not to worry, because death would not come immediately, and every breath would bring inevitable punishment closer. The hero was focused. Then Hyun addressed Leader Kim, his voice calm but commanding, forcing everyone present to listen carefully and feel his power and authority. In giving the order, the chairman instructed Chief Kim to send a message to Anderson that they had taken hostages, clearly and unequivocally emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. He aimed to throw the bait and see who would fall for this cunning trap, then calculate their weaknesses and wait for a reaction. Dawn slowly marks the beginning of a new day, filling the sky with delicate shades of pink, orange, and golden light. The girl cautiously asked how Appa felt after waking up again, watching his reaction with slight anxiety. She quietly wondered if he really felt stronger after everything he had been through, carefully watching his expression. The guy calmly told his sister to eat and not think about it, trying to calm her down and reduce her anxiety. But she had no appetite at all, and she could barely move the spoon, feeling a slight sense of nausea and fatigue. Mala quietly asks to be allowed to skip at least one breakfast because she feels weak and has no strength to force herself to eat. But the guy strictly ordered her to eat by force because he understood that her sister was already very underweight and needed reinforcement for her health. So he carefully held the spoon out to her, trying to get her to at least try a little of the food despite her reluctance. Then he said that even if she didn't want to, she should eat, because that way she would recover faster and at the same time be able to rest more to regain her strength. He added that she may not even think about money, because right now the main thing is her health and full recovery from exhaustion. She listened quietly, barely moving, and intently listening to his words, trying to understand his concern and intentions. The girl suddenly grabbed her plate and said that Li Gyuhuan seemed to be carrying the whole world on his shoulders all the time, feeling both pain and anxiety for him. The guy just smiled, quietly observing her emotions and trying not to add unnecessary tension to the conversation. When his sister said that she was still jealous of him, he tilted his head slightly and listened to her frank words with a gentle smile. Because after the second awakening, he could become a hunter, as he had always dreamed, and she felt both admiration and slight envy for his ability. And now he can help people and become famous, fulfilling his dreams and benefiting everyone who needs his support. The brother looked at his sister, carefully observing her reaction and trying to understand what she was really feeling. He promised that he would strive to become a great hunter so that she could be proud of him and feel pride in his achievements. The lights in the windows of the Anderson Guild headquarters lit up as evening fell, filling the room with a warm and cozy glow. Someone was called inside, and the voice echoed through the corridors, forcing one to listen to every sound in the silence of the evening building. Namely, the executive manager, whose voice came out clearly and confidently, attracting the attention of everyone present at the headquarters, who was doing something on his tablet at the time, carefully reviewing documents and notes, not distracted by the surrounding noise. He was told that he had been frequently distracted lately, and this had begun to noticeably affect his work and task performance. And they asked if he would submit his report immediately so that management could quickly review its results and make further decisions. Li Gu-Huan said that his subordinates had suffered a lot, so he would return soon to check on their condition and support them during difficult times. In the office, a man was with a woman, discussing important matters and listening carefully to each other. But a knock on the door suddenly interrupted their plans, causing both of them to look up sharply and break away from their conversation. Huang entered the guild head's room, walking confidently down the corridor and preparing for an important conversation. At this time, he sent Director Yu to her workplace so that she could continue to perform her duties without interference. But the guy watched her closely, noticing her every movement and reaction to understand her mood and actions. Realizing that something was about to happen here, he tensed up and prepared himself for possible events, carefully observing everything around him. However, he remained silent, restraining his words and emotions, observing the situation with caution and patience. The guild leader offered the manager a drink, wanting to lighten the atmosphere a bit and continue the conversation in an informal tone. Huang said that the team sent to the Ace Guild was virtually wiped out, with only 4 survivors, and they were taken hostage, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Seong Jin, the head of the Anderson Guild, couldn't believe what he was hearing and looked at Huang in confusion, trying to make sense of the terrible news. The manager explained that somehow the Ace Guild learned of the attack that was about to happen, and this partially saved several team members. The chairman asked what exactly was in the message, trying to understand the details and scope of the threat being discussed. Huang said that it might be unpleasant to hear, but he had to repeat everything word for word so as not to miss any important details. He says that a press conference needs to be held and an official statement made about the attack on the Ace Guild, and in that case, the hostages will be returned safe and sound. Otherwise, they warned that the enemy could mercilessly massacre the hostages, and then everyone would have to prepare their own coffin without mercy. The man angrily placed the glass on the table, venting all his anger in a sharp knock that startled those present and disrupted the silent atmosphere. He did not understand how a bronze-ranked guild could threaten a silver-ranked one, feeling surprised and doubtful about the reality of this threat. But the guild leader must make a decision immediately, because the enemies have killed most of the subordinates and may have a dangerous trump card up their sleeve. Seong Jin looked extremely angry and ordered all the leaders to be summoned so that they could immediately begin preparing for a possible second attack. This caused confusion for the manager because he was not immediately able to understand the suddenness and seriousness of the chairman's order. Since the boy did not know what would happen to the hostages, as the adversaries could kill them, his understanding of the situation remained incomplete and unsettling. The chairman explained that sometimes they have to take losses because their reputation is at stake, and to save their image, they are ready to give up a few mercenaries without hesitation. Shaking hands, Huang agreed with his leader, realizing that it was urgent to summon everyone who was free to prepare for a possible attack. The man abruptly poured the entire contents of the glass into the boy's face, throwing the cold drink at him and shocking the worker, his action angering him, even very much so. Asking him if he really didn't understand the situation they found themselves in, the head looked at him with open anger and irritation. Therefore, it is necessary to cancel all previous tasks and immediately direct all forces to this critically important task in order to prepare for an emergency. He decided that he didn't need to pay attention to the fact that many important things were temporarily suspended. The number 1 task was to eliminate the scum from the Ace Guild, sparing no resources. The chairman couldn't believe that the manager simply didn't understand his orders, looking at him with open surprise and irritation. And if he orders you to do something, you must follow his instructions without question, because discipline and consistency decide the fate of the operation immediately. Hwang thought that if this was a trap, then Kang Hyung-jun was indeed a creepy guy, capable of devious and dangerous actions without remorse. At this time, Hyun was sitting in his office, lost in thought and carefully reviewing the documents on his desk, not distracted by external stimuli. He read that the income from A rank was 1,300,000,000 and was sent to the guild head's account, carefully analyzing the financial data. The boy smiled, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction and hope that the situation might get better. Realizing that they had received such funds from clearing the dungeon, he felt both admiration and pride for his team's achievements. But Kim interrupted him, reporting that a Special Forces investigator had already arrived and was preparing to conduct the necessary checks. So the man entered the room, walking confidently and ready to introduce himself and explain the reason for his visit. He appeared before the leader, yawning loudly, demonstrating both indifference and slight fatigue from the long journey. Hyun invited him to sit down, showing politeness and a desire to continue the conversation in a more relaxed and formal atmosphere. Taking out his papers very slowly, he made everyone present wait tensely, watching his every move with anxiety. But the investigator said that proving that it was self-defense would not be difficult, while charging the person who did it would take a little more time and a thorough investigation. They also reported that there were people who survived, so they would send them to the right department, where they would be properly cared for and provided with all the necessary assistance. But Hyun said that there were actually no survivors, devastating the audience and emphasizing the tragedy of the situation. The investigator then decided to leave as there was no more information to report and all the details had already been covered. But the hero found something suspicious in the way the man quickly went through the case, making him doubt and wary of his intentions. He understood that someone was pressuring them, but he didn't think it was Anderson and asked if there was any news about their condition. Kim said there was no news, but instead of holding a press conference, they gathered the leadership to discuss the situation and make the necessary decisions. The leader asks about the hostages and whether they are still silent, trying to find out if any information has been obtained about their condition. Kim understood that it was time to deal with them seriously, because until now they had behaved too nobly and had not shown any real cruelty. The hero agreed with the leader and firmly stated that it was time to use more brutal methods to extract the necessary information from the enemies and ensure safety. Late in the evening, the boy finally exhaled heavily, feeling fatigue envelop his body and realizing that it seemed that even tomorrow he would not have a single moment of peace or a free day. He recalls the events that happened earlier, trying to make sense of everything, and at the same time hopes that the prisoners will finally start talking, because no matter how much they are interrogated, they remain stubbornly silent, as if keeping a terrible secret. He asks himself if there is an even better way to achieve the desired result, doubting the correctness of his own actions and looking for a path that could bring a more effective result. Suddenly, he is abruptly transported into an empty, oppressive darkness, where there is no sound, no movement, only a feeling of cold and boundless space. Heng finally realized he had fallen asleep when the surrounding silence became too real and the sensation of his own body dissolved, leaving only a strange echo of thoughts, as if he were somewhere between sleep and reality. Something incomprehensible appeared before him, changing right before his eyes, forcing him to stare intently, trying to figure out if this was a real vision. But the hero suddenly realized that he had only two options left, and that realization sent a chill down his spine, because each choice could be decisive. The first of these was Lord Pain, a dark, menacing figure whose very presence created a sense of fear and pressure, as if the air around him were thickening and his gaze pierced the soul. And another version of the situation. The hero could choose a selfish negotiator, a person full of cunning and self-confidence who acted only for his own benefit, skillfully manipulating words. The boy felt that danger was coming from the door, and his mind began to create different scenarios of events, imagining the worst possible outcomes, feeling his heart beat faster and fear squeezing his chest. But he understood that he had to make a choice, because he could not teach the Anderson Guild members alone, realizing that any delay could lead to chaos. He felt that in this critical situation, there were no options left but to resort to force and defeat them before another threat destroyed the chances and the hopelessness. Nevertheless, the young man made his choice, bravely accepting responsibility for the consequences and casting aside the hesitations that tormented his heart, and went to meet his fate. He began to count out loud, pronouncing the numbers slowly and carefully, trying to focus and distract himself from the chaos around him. Suddenly, someone repeated his words, and this feeling of surprise and anxiety instantly swept through him, as if his own thoughts had come to life and been reflected from across the room. Heng didn't understand what this strange sound was that was echoing around him, echoing in his head and causing a feeling of anxiety, as if an invisible presence was trying to warn or scare him. But ahead stood a man who looked like a knight, with a stern gaze and a majestic posture, who suddenly spoke about the natural turn of events, forcing us to concentrate and listen to his every word. The hero was alert, peering intently into the darkness around him, listening for the slightest noise, and preparing to instantly react to any threat that might suddenly appear nearby. Then the stranger suddenly appeared before him, as if materializing from the shadows, and his unexpected appearance made the hero recoil sharply, feeling cold fear and tension at the same time. He spoke the words of invitation in a calm but commanding voice that was both captivating and disturbing, as if trying to convince the hero to take a step into the unknown. He explained that Hyun was his reincarnation, giving the words a mysterious power and forcing the hero to doubt the reality of what he had just heard. The boy's eyes darted around, quickly scanning the space around him, trying to find some clue or way out of the situation, and his heart was pounding, feeling a sudden panic and anxiety. He looked around, carefully peering into every corner of the room, trying to notice the smallest details or signs of danger that might tell him where to go next. He realized that no matter where he looked, the stranger seemed crazy to him, and his every movement, every word evoked a sense of chaos and unpredictability, making him feel doubt and fear at the same time. The man said that his name was Pierre, saying it with such confidence and calmness that his voice seemed to emphasize the importance of each word he said. He looked at the skeleton and explained that it was his best friend Elias, talking with warmth and sadness in his voice about their long-standing friendship, which, despite death, remained important and dear to him. Hyun said in confusion that it was nice to meet you, feeling both excited and confused at the same time because the situation was so strange and unnatural, and his mind was trying to make sense of everything that was happening. Then he decided to ask something after all, gathering all his courage to shed light on the mysterious situation, because his curiosity and need for an explanation outweighed his fear and uncertainty. Confirming that the man was called Lord Pain, he spoke calmly and confidently, as if it were the undeniable truth, making Han feel the seriousness of the situation. And perhaps this pain was from torture, penetrating his consciousness, forcing him to imagine suffering, to feel a mixture of horror and compassion at the same time. Then Pierre smiled, and his smile, calm and mysterious at the same time, seemed both reassuring and disturbing, as if it hid more secrets than it could reveal. The man said that when he was alive, he had worked as a torturer for the Empire, speaking of his past role with a cold certainty that emanated a mixture of fear, horror, and unspeakable astonishment. And as the hero sees, they used only the tools that were in front of him, which makes him imagine the cruelty and precision of the master's every move. Hen wanted Pierre to teach him how to torture people, full of curiosity and determination, but Pierre wondered how he could teach something he himself did not know. But the young man immediately protested, because earlier the man had said that he was a torture worker, and Heng felt an internal conflict between curiosity, fear, and moral doubts. Lord says that there are many more absurd things in life than he thinks, and gives an example, pointing to the situation right now. Once God gave Pierre this amazing ability, and he spoke about it with reverence and mystery, showing a power that goes beyond ordinary understanding and human capabilities. The man raised his gloved hand upward, the movement seeming both majestic and threatening at the same time, as if he were preparing to demonstrate strength or make some important gesture. So he watched the young man carefully, peering into his every movement and reaction, as if trying to predict his actions and control the situation from a distance. But he suddenly flew away, as if thrown through the air by an invisible force, and felt a sudden shock, watching the unexpected and dangerous movement that disturbed the peace around him. Landing in a chair when the interlocutor decided to introduce himself again, and Hyun felt a strange combination of relief and wariness, trying to understand his intentions. Pierre coldly explained that he knew how to control the suffering of others, and if he wanted to, he could inflict hellish pain with any object, sparing no one. The only limitation is that you have to invest your own magical power into your opponent, and each act of pain consumes his energy, forcing you to act cautiously and thoughtfully so as not to exhaust yourself. Usually uses a needle to transmit his magical power, and this thin, almost invisible instrument becomes a channel for incredible power. Hyun thought it was quite strange, as the combination of magic, pain, and a thin instrument looked incredibly unusual, and scared him at the same time, making him doubt the reality of what he was seeing. But then the young man wondered what blessing he would receive, trying to understand the source of such amazing power and the reasons for its extraordinary capabilities. Then the Lord, holding his breath, resolutely replied that this blessing manifests itself in the form of pain management skills, granting extraordinary power to control the suffering of others. At this time, his body and mannerisms showed how much he enjoyed this skill, as his every movement and look radiated pleasure, confidence, and joy from possessing such terrible power. The young man's thoughts flashed with the feeling that this was a rather terrifying ability, because the realization of the power of controlling the pain of others caused him fear and doubt about the morality of such a gift. Pierre explained that to activate the ability, the hero only needs to prick himself with his needle 3 times, and if he can endure this pain, he will receive a blessing. Hyun didn't know if he could endure this, but he didn't want to wait for the next opportunity either, feeling tense and determined at the same time. The man asked if he urgently needed this blessing and ordered him not to miss the chance that was given to him only because he was his reincarnation. After these words, Hyun angrily agreed to try, feeling anger, fear, and determination at the same time because he understood that refusing would deprive him of his chance. The Lord asked if the young man wanted to be tied up, but the hero simply replied to start quickly, showing impatience and willingness to undergo the test. Pierre's hand lit up with a red glow, radiating a dangerous and magical energy that enveloped the space around him and made him feel both fear and admiration. He decided to stab the hero on the count of 3, tensely watching his every move and preparing to activate a magical power at the moment of touch that could change everything. As he sat in front on the chair, the Lord carefully watched his reactions, preparing to use his magical powers at the moment. But suddenly his body shook, and Hyun felt a sharp surge of pain and tension that ran through his entire body, forcing him to hold his breath. She plunged into the middle, as if tearing off a part of something invisible, and the hunter could not stand it, shouting sharply and unbearably. At that time, the Lord looked at him and laughed, enjoying the suffering, and his laughter was cold and mocking, emphasizing the cruelty and control emanating from him. His aura was strong, radiating a powerful energy that pressed down on Hain, making him feel trembling and afraid, while at the same time awe-inspiring with grandeur and magical power. Then the man quoted a phrase by the German philosopher Nietzsche. His voice sounded authoritative and penetrating, forcing you to listen to every word and feel the weight of meaning. He said that what doesn't kill us makes us stronger, and these words resonated deeply, feeling anxiety, admiration, and strange elation at the same time. Hyun was almost unconscious, his body was shaking with pain, his consciousness was not clear, and his mind was barely holding on to reality, struggling with unbearable sensations. Pierre asked in a crazy voice if this phrase suited him, and his words sounded both ominous and exciting. But the hero remained silent, holding his breath and trying to gather strength to endure the pain and not give away his emotions. Concluding that he was just a crazy scumbag, Hyun felt a mixture of fear, disgust, and wariness, trying to keep himself in check. The young man did not understand what Nietzsche had to do with all this, and wondering why he had not yet pricked him with a needle, the hero felt confused and tense, trying to make sense of the absurdity of the situation. Heng did not understand why he had been like this in his previous life, and this feeling made him think deeply about his own essence, purpose, and connection to strange events. The man's hand reached forward, as if calling or threatening at the same time. The young man felt the tension in the air, ready for any development of events. And then he grabbed it with both hands covered in blood, horror emanating from this cruel scene, as reality and fear merged into a single sense of danger. He asked if the young man had enjoyed the incredible pain, and informed him that now his blessing would be with the hunter, meaning it was all over. Hyun woke up abruptly with a scream after that incredibly terrifying and exhausting ordeal that left his body in tension. He thought that if he hadn't recovered, his mind would have gone crazy long ago due to all the horrors of past lives. Getting out of bed after a long sleep, the hero decided to go to the kitchen and drink a glass of cool water to refresh himself. He raised the phone to his ear, deciding to call someone who could listen to him or help him sort out his thoughts. And he asked where the hostages were now, and found out that they were being held in a secret house outside the city limits of Anyang. The guy wanted to try something, so he said he would be there soon, preparing for his plan. He ordered Jong-seong to guard his family very closely while the leader was away, so that no one could threaten them. Hyun saw Nuna and the children sleeping on the couch and carefully covered them with a soft blanket so they wouldn't freeze. And he himself arrived at the place that Kim had previously scouted, carefully examining everything around him so as not to miss anything. Opening the door, the manager loudly announces that everyone is here and looks around the room, making sure that no one has been overlooked. Then the hero enters the room with a confident look and a resolute posture, looking into every corner carefully and cautiously. A picture opened before him. The hostages were sitting on chairs, their hands were tightly tied, and their faces were full of fear and helplessness. The enemy leader looked at Heng with angry eyes, filled with hatred and a desire for revenge at any cost. He understood that this person had given the order to retreat at that time, and he realized how much her decision had influenced the course of events. Hyun asked if he was one of the leaders, doing so to make sure he wouldn't give away any information. But the enemy, calling them scum, categorically refused to give out any information, keeping a cold and contemptuous smile on his face. The hero at this time only smiled softly, demonstrating calm and confidence, despite the enemy's angry mood. He coldly warned that if his opponent did not tell the truth and continued to remain silent, he would soon have to endure unbearable pain. The man reluctantly replied that no amount of torture would break his will, because he had been tempered by years of suffering and knew how to endure pain and fear. Suddenly, Han's hand lit up with a bright light, and he said ironically that it was not as exciting as real torture, causing everyone to be surprised. He thought that maybe he should try it on his friend first, to really feel the effect and understand how the other person would react. This was the beginning of a dangerous collaboration with Pierrot, while the hero again felt pain, which remained under his complete control. The guy seemed to touch his opponent's heart with his limb and abruptly grabbed him, demonstrating incredible strength and control over the situation. He, in turn, screamed so loudly and desperately that it seemed as if the windows might shatter from the force of his scream. At the same time, Hyun squeezed his opponent's heart so hard that it ruptured, and the force of his action left everyone present in a state of shock. The enemy continued to scream in unbearable pain, each of his screams breaking the silence and forcing those present to hold their breath. Speaking through clenched teeth, he declared that he would finally reveal all the information because he could no longer bear the unbearable pain. Hyun was really pleased with the result, feeling an inner satisfaction that everything had gone exactly as he had planned. He ordered his assistants to carefully record all his results and pass them on to him for further analysis and action planning. He also added that all this needs to be done as quickly as possible, without wasting time, so that the information is ready immediately. Later, Kim came into the office and reported that he had collected all the data he had received from the enemy, carefully systematizing it for further use. He noted that gathering information will become much easier, using already available data and resources, which will significantly speed up the investigation. Kim explained that there was very little information about the Anderson Guild, so obtaining complete and reliable data about it proved extremely problematic. And the Guild also strongly denies its guilt in this situation, claiming that it had nothing to do with the incident. Hyun slammed his palm down on the table, his face filled with suppressed anger, and there was a tense silence in the air. He decided that he had to meet the man in person to find out the truth and put all the dots over the I's. Kim replied that it was extremely dangerous, but all his attempts to convince the leader to abandon this idea proved futile. Finally, he stretched out his arms, blocking the passage near the door, preventing the hero from passing any further, trying to stop him. He said that no one knew what Guild Director Anderson was really capable of, and he would no doubt deny any involvement in the attack. Hyun calmly informed him that everything would be fine, and if things went badly, he would just walk away without taking any more risks than necessary. And in that case, if the Anderson Guild is defeated, other guilds will not be able to harm it easily, and their defeat will set an example for the rest. Kim thought about these words, realizing that they made sense, even though the risk remained extremely high. The hero calmly walked past him and ordered him to do everything necessary for the upcoming meeting by tomorrow evening. The man had to increase security at the house, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances to ensure the safety of all residents. The evening of the operation had already arrived, and a tense silence hung in the air, anticipating the beginning of important and dangerous events. The guy asked if he was really inside, trying to make sure of the truth of his words and assess the risks of the situation. A reliable observer informed the leader that Lee Gyu-hwan was not in the office, but An Seong-jin was present. The managing director was one of those people that the boss keeps around for his own benefit and control over the situation. Shadow watched as the boy sat by his sister's hospital bed, quietly watching his every move and emotion. So Hyun understood that the man genuinely cared about his loved one, and his concern was sincere and deep. But in any case, he could not openly express his sympathy, holding back his emotions behind a cold mask of calm. And he had no intention of causing direct harm, because his actions had another purpose and were carefully considered. But he was extremely curious about how An Seong-jin would react to his visit, and he was looking forward to the meeting. So Hyun approached the guards, who asked him if he was a guild member, carefully watching his reaction. But the boy was silent for a few seconds, considering how best to respond without giving away too much information, and then asked to inform their director that the Ace Guild leader was here, choosing his words carefully. They immediately transmitted the message over the radio, repeating his words word for word, without any changes. And they let the hero inside the room, deciding to lead him straight to the office, carefully watching his every step. So the young man quietly followed the guards, carefully adjusting to their pace and trying not to attract too much attention. They opened the elevator, which was supposed to arrive at the 5th floor, and those who were supposed to take him further were already waiting for him there. As he stepped inside, he felt the elevator doors quietly close behind him, leaving only the muffled hum of the mechanism. Arriving on the right floor, the young man saw hunters in front of him who were closely watching his every move and were ready for any action. He understood that everything was going too well, and he felt warily that unforeseen danger might lie ahead. Asking if this is the kind of hospitality they usually show to other guilds, trying to gauge their intentions. The guards must have been warned about Heng's visit, so he asked in surprise why they were holding weapons, but they replied that the hero must follow all the rules of their guild. The leader noted that this is extremely pointless, as it creates unnecessary tension and complicates the simple procedure of the meeting. The enemy started talking about ranks again, as Hyun himself started out as a regular F-rank hunter, gradually rising through the system. The boy's patience had run out, and he, in a voice not his own, abruptly said that enough of this empty chatter, forcing everyone to shut up. An incredible force gripped his body, making every muscle tense, and his heart beat faster with excitement and adrenaline. And his gaze was so penetrating that it seemed he could see everything in the deepest recesses of every person's soul, even hidden fears and desires. That by controlling the pain of their enemies, they began to scream so loudly that their screams broke the silence around them and frightened even the bravest witnesses. They fell to their knees, losing their balance, their bodies swaying, and their eyes filled with fear and helplessness in the face of overwhelming power. It looked as if one of the guards had a heart attack. His face turned white, and his hands dropped helplessly, as if his body had betrayed him at the most critical moment. The mercenaries could not understand what was happening to them. Their minds and bodies were gripped by panic, and the surrounding reality seemed alien and threatening. As they did so, they shouted at Hyun that he couldn't come in until he told them what he was doing here, their voices filled with anger and a demand for complete honesty. But then the manager shouted at him, saying that the person was quite interesting, and his words sounded with imperious confidence, forcing everyone to silence. So he invited him into his office, where silence reigned, and the atmosphere was tense, as if every word could change the fate of those present. Looking up, the hero realized that this room belonged to the guild leader, and his heart sank at the realization of how deep he had entered enemy territory. So, gathering all his strength and emotions together, he opened the door, and at that moment the tension around him increased noticeably, as if the air itself had taken its breath away. Standing by the window was An Seong-jin, the head of the Anderson Guild, his posture confident and his gaze cold and piercing as if he had seen everything around him. He said that the young man was very impudent, and his voice was stern, making those present feel the seriousness of the situation. In response, Hyun suggested that he give his subordinates a lesson in etiquette before saying anything to him, his tone calm but firm. The man smiled, showing his gold teeth, and this smile was both sinister and at the same time commanded respect from everyone present. He invited the young man to sit down. The gesture was calm, but in his eyes you could see a slight irony and test. But he replied that he was not here to talk. His voice was cold and confident, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. The chairman decided to settle down on his comfortable sofa, his shoulders relaxed, and his gaze remained attentive and piercing, watching the young man's every move. Hyun spoke about the recent attack on his house, his voice tense, reflecting the seriousness of the situation and the threat that loomed. An Seong saw this on the news and sympathized, his face softening for a moment, but his eyes remained alert and attentive to the details of the story. But the attack on the Bronze Guild was not a special occurrence. Such incidents happened often, and the experienced head calmly assessed the situation without undue emotion. Then Hyun asked if the man had received a message from him earlier. His voice was calm, but contained a slight tension and expectation of an answer. And does he really confirm that these events do not concern him? Hyun asked decisively, his gaze intent and his intonation leaving no room for doubt. But the interlocutor narrowed his eyes and brazenly said that he would if he had anything to do with it. The hero understood that if he dealt with him here now, it would become known that he had been here, and he would fall under suspicion, which forced him to act cautiously and carefully. The chairman says that he can do whatever he wants with the prisoners, and it's hard for him to say this, but they're just a bronze-level guild. And you need to know your place, not jump above the roof. The words were sharp and strict, forcing everyone present to feel the hierarchy and order. Hyun asked if this was a threat to him. His voice remained calm, but his eyes expressed alertness and readiness for any development. The man thinks of the young man as a beautiful puppy, whose milk on his lips has not yet dried, his eyes full of irony and slight arrogance. At this the young man only smiled, his smile calm and confident, showing no fear of his interlocutor's audacity. He said that he just wanted to remember that expression on An Seong's face, saying it calmly and watching the reaction. Since he wanted to check on him in a week to see if he would still have such a self-confident attitude, he analyzed it carefully, planning his next steps and evaluating the man's every gesture. And would Guildmaster Anderson have the same fun? Hen wondered mentally, his gaze remaining cold and calculating, concealing his true intentions. Finally, the leader returned to his office safe and sound, his steps confident and his face calm and in control of the situation. Kim asks how it all happened, waiting for details, carefully following the leader so as not to miss a single step. The hero informed that he had left a warning, and now all that remained was to start a war with the enemy as they had planned, mobilizing their last forces. Several guilds were watching them, their eyes carefully following every move, assessing the strength and strategy of the upcoming confrontation. As rumors spread that Ace had received a special reward from a hidden dungeon, their curiosity and envy grew, and their surveillance plans became more intense. If they want to go against the Andersons, they first need to thoroughly investigate the matter, gather evidence, and prepare for the consequences. They still haven't been able to identify the bodies found in the leader's house. Perhaps someone deliberately made identification difficult to hide the traces of the crime. I also didn't like the attitude of the Special Forces investigator who was sent here, so it became clear that something was definitely wrong here and that every step should be carefully checked. Could they really control the Special Forces Department, observers wondered, and this thought made them wary, realizing the scale of the possible conspiracy. In this case, the organizer is most likely a high-ranking politician or the president of a large corporation, a person with enormous resources and influence. And if this is true, then they are completely unlucky with the executive branch, because to oppose such people means to challenge the very center of power. Kim said that despite their funds being protected through Choi's mysterious foundation, they were barely able to expand the executive branch, facing constant obstacles and restrictions. And in the current situation, it is quite risky to turn to the police for help, because any step can become known to the enemy and increase the threat to them. Kim believed that this might be illogical, but the only chance was to stage an unofficial battle that could change the course of events and challenge the enemy. The phone rang in Yong Seo's hands, informing him that someone wanted to talk. His heart shuddered slightly, and his gaze instantly became alert and intense. Picking up the phone, the head of the intelligence agency apologized to those present. His voice was calm, but it conveyed sincerity and the seriousness of the situation. His throat tightened from what he heard on the phone, his heart beat faster, and his mind instantly began to consider the possible consequences of this news. When the man returned, he announced that they had a new problem, his voice serious and his face showing concern and tension. Since 4 of their members were found dead and brutally murdered the night before, the atmosphere became tense, and fear and indignation filled the hearts of everyone present. The Special Police Department believes this is a case of poachers and has launched an investigation this morning, but they claim that no evidence was found at the crime scene, which complicates the case. Hyun realizes that they are trying to instill fear in his guild members. His gaze becomes cold and determined, and his mind quickly searches for ways to defend and counterattack. And then he angrily slammed his fist on the table, the blow echoing loudly, and the room was filled with tension and fear among those present. He says that his enemies look down on him. His voice is firm and angry, and his gaze is piercing, as if he is challenging anyone who dares to oppose him. Then he placed his hand on the CEO's shoulder, the touch confident and commanding, making him feel the weight of authority and control. Curious, Kim had previously spoken about how they would lose if they relied on their executive power. His voice was stern and persuasive, forcing everyone to listen. But he said not to worry, as he would take care of the leaders, and was calm and confident, instilling a sense of protection and hope. And everyone needs to be told to focus on protecting their people. The words were resolute, emphasizing the importance of safety and discipline among guild members. The man replied that he would do everything he could to help the guild leader, his voice remaining firm and his gaze full of determination and dedication. He ordered the intelligence chief to get photos of all the leaders of the Anderson Guild and their names, confidently giving orders to those he could trust. He said that it would take 3 hours, emphasizing the seriousness and importance of the task, and that he was ready to complete it quickly. The leader also held out a piece of paper with the address of the hospital, and the tension and urgency of the situation was evident in his eyes. He said that he needed to get information about this place, and Jongseo immediately got to work, moving quickly and studying all the data. Hyun remembers Lee Gyu in the hospital with his sister, and this could be the key to uncovering a weakness in one of Anderson's executives, his mind actively analyzing possible strategies for using this information. Therefore, he ordered everyone to act covertly, emphasizing the importance of secrecy and caution so that no one could disrupt their plan of action. Under an old stone bridge by a quiet river stood two people wrapped in long cloaks, silently gazing at the dim reflection of the moon in the water. One of them said in a muffled voice that their team had finally received the long-awaited list of targets from the Ace Guild, and now a real merciless war had begun between all sides. They understand that they won't even be able to have fun properly because this guild is too small, weak, and unlikely to be able to give them any interesting rebuff or real challenge. Another quietly said that today he personally killed one of the members of the Ace Hunter Guild named Drang. He was about 20 years old, and it seemed that he had only recently awakened his abilities. He seemed to have held back too long, so when he reached his enemy's body, he worked on it carefully, muttering something about how the enemy must have wet his pants from the fear of death. It worked well, and although the Ace Guild seemed weak, hope flashed in their eyes that there would still be real fun ahead, worthy of real hunters. But suddenly the silence was broken by a wheezing sound as something invisible pierced his body, and hot blood spurted sharply from the wound, splashing onto the cold stones under the bridge. The man instantly began to leave this world, his gaze fading, and his body settling powerlessly to the ground, leaving only the shadow of his former life amidst the darkness of the night. His lifeless body fell with a dull splash into the water very close to where they had stood a moment ago, and the dark current slowly began to carry him down, washing away the traces of blood. The other interlocutor stood nearby, bewildered and confused, completely unable to understand what had just happened and why the air around him was suddenly filled with tension and fear. He was instantly seized by panic, his heart beating so fast it felt like it was about to burst out of his chest, and his mind was filled with chaotic thoughts about the danger and inevitability of events. The hunter stood tense, feeling no presence near him, no one who could watch or threaten him, and this added to his unsettling sense of loneliness in the darkness. But later he suddenly heard quiet, barely audible footsteps nearby, slowly approaching, making his heart beat even faster with a sense of danger. Hyun said coldly that he hoped he hadn't interrupted their exciting and intense conversation, watching them with a slight hint of irony in his voice. And without warning, he kicked him sharply in the back, forcing him to lean forward and lose his balance from the unexpected blow. The impact instantly plunged the enemy into cold water, screaming in shock and pain, while Ace's head appeared, watching him from the dark depths. The hero coldly said that the first target, Lim Kyung-jun, had finally been eliminated, and now we could move on to the next tasks that were waiting to be completed without any delay. He touched his opponent's forehead with his hand and asked with a cold smile whether he really dared to kill their newcomer, an inexperienced member of the team. But the hunter, standing in the cold water, remained silent, his eyes filled with anger and fear, and his body twitched tensely from the cold and shock. At the same time, he begged to be spared, his voice trembling with fear, and his gaze searching for even the slightest sign of mercy in the eyes of those standing above him. Pierre's essence suddenly awakened in Hen, and he coldly told the man that the boy had also begged him for mercy, but he had ruthlessly decided to take his life, leaving no chance. Therefore, the guild leader made the same ruthless decision, ready to act decisively and leave no opportunity for the enemy to soften or escape. He understood that he had eliminated all the leaders of the Anderson Guild who were following his people, and now they were probably gripped by panic and despair and fear. And he knew for sure that this scumbag An Seong-jin would now be spewing rage and hatred, ready to take any desperate steps to get revenge. In the Anderson Guild office, they sat at a large table, tensely analyzing the situation. The Ace Guild had lost 4 core members and 6 rookies, while they themselves had lost 20 top-ranking members. This included 5 managers and 2 high-ranking leaders, whose losses seriously undermined the guild's organizational structure and combat power. The guild leader could not understand how this could have happened and anxiously asked those present if there was any evidence or testimony that could explain the events. The director said that the department informed them that this was the first time they had encountered such a skillful and complete destruction of any evidence, which made the investigation extremely difficult. An Seong couldn't understand how the Ace Guild was able to eliminate 20 people, including 7 leaders, in just 2 days, leaving him in complete shock and astonishment. The woman calmly explained that she currently had no suggestions or solutions that could help deal with this extremely difficult situation. The chairman listened to reports that the attack had taken place yesterday and anxiously asked what had really happened, adding that if they had any justification, they should say everything without hiding anything right now. The manager calmly said that all their funds had been mobilized to organize defense, but the enemy's stealth skills were so incredible that they couldn't even be spotted, let alone attacked. Leader Park Hyung-gyu even set an elaborate trap designed to attack at dawn, but all his plans proved futile and nothing was accomplished. According to an eyewitness, they were brutally ambushed, and when he regained consciousness, everyone, including the leadership, had already been killed with no chance of escape. The chairman asked in surprise, wasn't the man an A rank and his group a B rank, and how could they have been instantly eliminated without leaving any chance of defense or escape? His anger knew no bounds, pulsating in every movement and word, engulfing him completely and transforming him into a man ready for any cruel action. He angrily asked the audience if they really thought An Seong would believe this absurd nonsense, emphasizing the absurdity of their excuses. Since these ace scum were only bronze level, Hwang explained that the real danger was that their leader had awakened twice, far exceeding the normal capabilities and strength of his subordinates. The man shouted loudly that the most important thing right now was that they were under attack and everyone should immediately focus on defense and survival, not arguments. The manager calmly asked the chief to calm down, emphasizing that panic now would only harm their actions and logic. Since the A-rank hunter was defeated in the blink of an eye, he felt like a fool, realizing that he was only being used as a tool in someone else's ruthless games. This meant that someone of A rank or perhaps even higher level had intervened, at best a strong A rank, but at worst someone of S rank, capable of changing the course of the battle with a single move. They had never lost like this before, because everyone they had conflicts with was always weaker than them and could not put up any real resistance. But in this hunt, the real predators turned out to be not them at all, but those whom the team underestimated, which turned all their expectations and strategies upside down. The director replied that over the past 24 hours, more than 9 managers had been eliminated, and the situation had become extremely difficult, so important decisions needed to be made urgently. Everyone present sat in silence, not daring to say a word, contemplating the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences. The chairman asked if Ji-ah really shared the same opinion, seeking to understand whether everyone agreed with the assessment of the situation and her further actions. The woman explained that they could no longer tolerate this, so they needed to do everything possible to correct the situation and protect their people. Hwang stood up and said that if they fought in this state, exhausted, demotivated, and uncoordinated, defeat would be inevitable for the organization. The woman turned to the executive director, calmly outlining her vision of the situation and suggesting possible ways out of the crisis. She asked when exactly she said they needed to fight their own leaders, emphasizing that she never gave such instructions. The manager looked around in confusion, not understanding what was being said, and most importantly, who exactly was being referred to in these confusing statements. His eyes suddenly widened as thoughts raced through his head, weaving into a chaotic tangle of fear, surprise, and unexpected guesses. The woman explained that all efforts should be focused on ordinary guild members to weaken their base and prepare the ground for further action against the leadership. Looking through the records, she realized that it seemed they hadn't mobilized the entire top brass to fight terror, leaving a significant portion of the force unengaged and vulnerable. So she folded her hands in a pile, and her voice remained too calm, as if a firm determination was hidden beneath an outward coolness. When she said this, it became clear that now they would definitely be able to handle them, because the plan had been thought out down to the smallest detail and inspired confidence. Huang understood that if they continued to carry out terrorist acts, the department would definitely pay close attention to them, and the consequences could be catastrophic. The secretary replied that it was his job to make them sit quietly, and she had faith in his competence in such situations. But now she realized that she had been wrong. The boy gritted his teeth in anger, his jaws tense, and his eyes blazing with anger, as if fire was ready to burst forth at any moment. He resolutely said that he would do everything he could without hesitation and ready to take any action to achieve his goal. A dark shadow, like a ghost, slowly flew through the room where Anderson's principals were gathered, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. And then the darkness suddenly burst out the window, like a wind swirling in the air, disappearing from the room forever and leaving behind a feeling of anxiety. As dawn broke outside, Hyung stood by the window, watching the city, understanding that the enemy would pursue every member of the guild, regardless of whether they posed a real threat. It was also a good opportunity for them to regain their strength after exhausting battles, regroup, rethink further actions, and use the experience gained. If the guild manages to properly utilize this situation, showing strategic wisdom, coherence, and determination in their actions, it could bring them significantly closer to the long-awaited victory. Even if the police special forces don't take care of it, the guild members will find other ways, seize the chance, and prepare to fight further. There is no guarantee that they will be able to obtain sufficiently convincing evidence to prove beyond a doubt the involvement of the Anderson Guild in this case, as much evidence has been destroyed. If they are wrong and openly admit everything, Ace will be able to break them psychologically and physically, tearing them away from their last hopes and will to resist. Little did Heng expect that their next operation would be a carefully planned terrorist attack that could wreak havoc in the city and endanger hundreds of innocent lives. The leader understood that the opponents should feel cornered, seeing the inevitability of punishment, pressure, and the loss of any chance of escape and hope. The phone suddenly rang in Kim's trouser pocket, breaking the silence of the room and drawing his attention, as he anxiously awaited news of further developments. On the other end of the line, the guild director was bothering him, watching his every move and planning his next actions to gain full control of the situation and prevent mistakes. Hu said that he had received a message from his informant, detailing that the Anderson Guild had significantly stepped up its offensive, targeting directly the regular members of their guild. In that case, it will be really difficult for them to repel multiple coordinated attacks, relying on only one management department and limited resources and pressure. Heng said that they could not completely resist the enemy, but only had to show that they were putting in their best efforts and trying their best to resist and maintain the guild's dignity in the face of danger. He explains that it will be enough to simply scale the case, raise its resonance, and thereby attract the attention of the police special unit and cause a reaction. Kim pondered the director's words, considering their deeper meaning, the possible implications for the guild, and his own role in planning the next steps in this difficult situation. At the same time, the young man added that despite all the difficulties, fear, and uncertainty, they are obliged to protect their comrades, stand by each other, and support each other in any circumstances. Later that evening, Hyung arrived at the scene, observing the aftermath of the attack on their people, and was bitterly aware that 5 permanent and 8 temporary guild members had died. The young man realizes that the losses were much greater than he expected, and feels deep sadness, confusion, and the pressure of responsibility for those who survived. He learns that no one from the Special Police Department came, and that if they had retreated in time, the losses would have been much lower than they are now. And this hurts him. He orders Jong Seo to help the executive director and promises to take care of all other matters and problems personally, taking full responsibility. The hero understood that Kim had called them earlier, and this indicated that the Special Police Department was ignoring the situation, leaving them alone with danger and losses. But Heng wanted to see how long they could continue their actions, testing their endurance, determination, and willingness to face the consequences of their own decisions. So I dialed the number on the phone, preparing to get information, establish contact, and check on the development of a situation that I only partially controlled. On the other hand, the boy was glad to hear from his friend, feeling the relief, support, and warmth of a familiar voice amidst the chaos and tension. He said that he has been completely immersed in his work since he was assigned to the 3rd Investigation Department, performing all tasks conscientiously and with maximum dedication. The hero apologizes for contacting him with a request, even though he hasn't called in a long time, and sincerely asks for help, hoping for his friend's understanding and support. So he asks if his friend is familiar with journalists from well-known newspapers and radio stations, to which he answers in the affirmative, confirming his awareness and connections in the media environment. Then the young man offered to give him a sensation, and soon every newspaper published materials about terrorism and an incredible number of deaths, while the Special Police Unit remained silent. Later, the guy sat and carefully read all these messages, feeling sadness, shock, and at the same time understanding the scale of the events happening around him. Kim reported that the police sent a search party, and it was difficult for them to sit idly by after everyone had paid attention to what was happening, feeling pressure and responsibility for the situation. They sent 2 squads and a tactical unit, and in total there were 120 people, ready for action and maximally mobilized to search for and respond to the threat. The unit was stationed in the guild building, while 2 squads were divided into groups and sent to the roads and underground tunnels that Ace most often uses to move around. In any case, they must now monitor their reputation, exercise caution, and the Anderson Guild will temporarily stop attacks. But they still had no evidence, and the leader realized that he would have to search for it himself, relying only on his own wits and determination. The only one who could attack the enemy was himself, who had received the blessing of the Hasashin and was ready to take on all responsibility alone. He told Kim that he would be staying home for a while and asked if he understood what that meant, to which the man replied that he would prepare everything necessary for his alibi and provide full support. The man handed over a folder that detailed the morning's agenda for Anderson's executive meeting, including all the sections of duties. Although he was able to obtain this information thanks to the whistleblower provided by the leader, he asks if the chairman is surprised to see him react to important and secret data. To which Hyun, bowing his head, quietly thanks, expressing sincere gratitude for the information and support provided in such a critical situation. The ruthless darkness of Kasashin enveloped the hero, and while the darkness was with him, the hero turned into a shadow, becoming invisible, elusive, and ready for decisive action against the enemy. So, turning around, he said that he was leaving to take care of everything, taking responsibility, and preparing to act decisively and without hesitation. Kim understands that the young man is truly incredible and realizes that he needs to prepare everything he needs as soon as possible to ensure the success of his future actions. It was quiet in Anderson's office. Only the soft sound of the elevator ascending to the right floor broke the silence and reminded him of the approaching important events. The executive director entered the chairman's office, carefully looking around and preparing for an important conversation or decision-making. He asked not to tell him directly that he was actually going to use what he had planned, since there was no agreement. The man held a glass of wine in his hand, carefully rotating it and observing his surroundings with a smile. He laughed and at the same time wondered how Huang had learned about it so quickly, trying to understand the source of the information and the effectiveness of his actions. His people are running all of this, and it would be strange if the guy didn't know about it, given his attentiveness, experience, and ability to quickly navigate the situation. The leader did not think about this at all, and this circumstance forced him to rethink his plan of action and take into account all the risks that had previously gone unnoticed. Huang asks if the director said he wouldn't use it, and besides, the police special unit intervened in the situation, emphasizing the unexpectedness and complexity of the circumstances. But Songjin replied that everything has changed since then, and now the circumstances and approaches to the situation are completely different, requiring new decisions and actions. There was silence in the office, and then the executive director asked if the man had seen the news, although they were not directly mentioned, but everything looked as if they were involved in terrorism. The chairman ordered the executive director to remain silent and all witnesses to be eliminated forever, leaving behind a cold silence and fear, with no thought for their families or anyone else but himself. Even referring to the citizens, he then told Huang to leave the office, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the danger that loomed over everyone present. The manager believed that even the head of the guild would not escape punishment for killing so many people. And this instilled in him steadfast determination. It brought justice closer. The man was very angry, and then asked how his sister was doing, hinting at a threat and trying to instill fear and pressure on the interlocutor. He reminded them that he was already doing a lot for them, emphasizing his own importance and influence in the situation, while at the same time reminding them of the debt and obligations of others. So he shouted orders to perform all his work carefully, emphasizing the need for discipline, accuracy, and complete dedication to every task. Seongjin had nothing more to say, so he sent the boy away, remaining silent and in control of the situation. But he could not calm down, realizing that evidence would remain that could reveal the truth and put him in danger. Security entered the office and took the executive director by the arm, escorting him strictly and without unnecessary words to ensure control of the situation. Huang shouted that the chairman had no right to do this and demanded that he be released, strongly protesting against injustice and violence. But the door closed and the boy was thrown out of the room, leaving him on the threshold in despair and powerlessness to watch the events inside. With Hasashin's help, Hung relentlessly eliminated enemies, carefully planning his attacks, leaving behind only a silent wasteland and no room for error. Raising his head and exhaling into the sky, he realized with a bitter smile that the opponents he had overthrown were not even of high rank, useless and petty. He had to deal with 20 people, but to his surprise and disappointment, they all turned out to be nothing more than pitiful weaklings, unworthy of battle. He heard someone somewhere behind him, pleading for mercy, his voice trembling with fear and hopelessness like the last echo before the complete silence of death. Turning his head, the young man noticed someone with cold indifference and cruel pleasure mocking defenseless people, turning their fear into his own entertainment. He angrily shouted at them that it was because of their incompetence and negligence that he had to go out in the middle of the night, depriving himself of peace and sleep because of their mistakes. The boy, trembling with terror, begged not to kill him, and, panting with fear, hastily agreed to say that he had seen nothing just to save his life. But the villain stood over him, coldly watching from above, mocking his pitiful pleas as if he took pleasure in his victim's helplessness. And later, completely losing his composure, he kicked the boy sharply, forcing him to fall to the ground, where he suffocated from pain and helplessness, not daring to look up. Heng noticed how the enemy was cunningly trying to get rid of witnesses, carefully and ruthlessly eliminating anyone who could witness his crimes, leaving behind only silence. But then his eyes widened sharply in surprise and fear as he saw something unexpected, making his heart beat faster and his mind foggy, because in front of him was a leg of enormous size, almost the same size as his own heel, which caused him shock and a feeling of imminent danger. And in his hands, the monster tightly clutched a syringe, shiny and menacing, which seemed like a true symbol of death, ready to affect his life at any moment. He frowned and coldly asked if they should break their skulls. His voice was calm, without pity, like a sentence that had no return, and it was ruthless. The boy shuddered and said that it was berserk, his voice trembling with fear, as he realized that he was faced with an incredibly dangerous and uncontrollable force capable of destruction. The monster coldly said that it couldn't kill them quickly because it had just gotten out of the basement after a long time and it was incredibly bored, so it was enjoying every moment. The hero realized that these strange and frightening physical mutations occur solely due to the berserk substance, which turns a person into a dangerous and uncontrollable force, changing their body and consciousness. Then he suddenly realized that it was in the Anderson Guild that he was being cynically used, turning him into a weapon, manipulating his powers, and controlling his every move for their own benefit. And he knew that this was the very proof that the leader had been searching for so persistently, the key thing that could reveal the truth and change the balance of power in the guild. The young man shuddered as he watched the monster cruelly clutch the young man's head in its hands, turning the fear and pain into bloody chaos that made his heart clench with horror. And like lightning, he instantly went to the rescue, cutting through the darkness of the night sky, illuminating everything around with bright light and giving hope in this chaotic chaos. His gaze was confident and unwavering, full of determination and strength that immediately made it clear that he would not back down in the face of any danger. He understood that this was all that remained to be done, the last chance to complete the work and live up to expectations while time was inexorably running out. He instantly charged at the mutant, delivering a decisive blow with all his strength and desperation to stop his brutal attack. He coldly said that the rat had come without an invitation, alluding to Heng, his voice full of contempt and mockery, emphasizing his dangerous superiority over the hero. And despite the fact that he was not informed about this visit, he still decisively struck, demonstrating complete fearlessness and willingness to act without any hesitation. The boy instantly grabbed his sword, gripping its hilt with all his strength, ready to repel attacks and fight until his last breath. He asked the enemy with cold determination if the Anderson Guild had drugged him with certain substances, trying to learn the truth about the source of those terrible mutations. The opponent mockingly said that it seemed the young man had not shared something with them, apologizing coldly for having already mercilessly destroyed everyone. He reassured them, saying not to worry, because he intended to make Hyun the next victim, coldly planning a chain of revenge without any regret and calmly strict. Karzago's shield of justice reliably protected the hero, diligently repelling all blows and attacks until the danger passed and his life was out of danger. The villain began to launch even more attacks, mercilessly storming from all sides, seeking to break his defenses and force him to surrender under the onslaught of unprecedented force. The boy felt that something was wrong because he had received this blow, and his heart was clenching with a premonition of danger because his intuition suggested something hidden and insidious. He realized that Karzago's blessing had no effect on the enemy at all, and this realization caused anxiety because the protection he had relied on had turned out to be useless. But Hyun still tried to do at least something, fighting resolutely and looking for the enemy's weak spot, not wanting to stand idly by in the face of the threat. Siden Miller's sword remained with him, shiny and strong, ready to serve, and the blade would not be broken until his own anger reached the limit that fueled the force of his blows. So the hunter resolutely rushed into the attack, his every movement full of speed and precision, aimed at breaking through the enemy's defenses and delivering a decisive blow. However, he saw that even Siden Miller's sword did not work, and this realization brought despair, because even the most powerful weapon turned out to be powerless. And the enemy only smiled a cold smile, calmly observing the hero's powerlessness and enjoying his despair. So he instantly grabbed the hero by the leg, abruptly lifting him into the air, causing him to lose his balance and feel completely helpless. Lifting his body up, the monster menacingly threw him above the ground, making the air whistle and leaving behind a smell of fear and metallic bitterness. And then, with all his strength, he threw Hain to the floor, the blows flying across the hunter's body, and the ground trembled from the force of the fall. He coldly asked why the young man decided to run into trouble without even having reinforcements with him, mocking his recklessness and self-confidence. He ominously suggested that Hyun first cut off his hands, explaining that he didn't want to kill him right away, but wanted to prolong the torment with pleasure. The hero realized that Karsago's blessings had no effect on the enemy at all due to his physical mutation and chemical change in his body, which made the magic completely useless. But he still needed to protect the witnesses and members of the Ace Guild, risking his own life because their safety and future depended on it. And the most important thing was to protect his family, who were now in the house, and so he risked everything, rushing decisively between danger and hope. Suddenly, they were blinded by a bright light that cut through the darkness, causing everyone to squint their eyes and feel an unexpected shock and surprise. The young man's eyes widened sharply at what he saw, his heart raced, and his mind was filled with shock and inability to believe his own eyes. Because suddenly the defender of justice appeared before him, majestic and unwavering, radiating strength and confidence capable of changing the course of events. Durandal pays tribute to his just verdict, for the spirit and will of the past life reside within the young man, giving him strength and determination beyond ordinary human capabilities. As long as the boy remains on the side of justice, the man stands steadfastly by his side, ready to protect him and support him in any danger. The monster stared in confusion, not understanding what had happened, his eyes reflecting shock and incomprehension at how the situation had suddenly changed. He could not understand how such a deep wound on the hunter's body could heal so quickly, causing him surprise and fear at the extraordinary strength of his opponent. Hyun said that he asked him why the leader was looking for trouble, even without reinforcements, emphasizing the danger and recklessness of such an act. He replied that it was a shame to put him on the list, but the guy had reinforcements, a real army of 990,000 warriors ready to enter battle at any moment. There was a sudden flash in the sky, as if a bright star had shone, illuminating everything around and attracting the attention of everyone present. But then she suddenly fell on the enemy with an explosive blow, causing a powerful wave of energy that shocked everyone around and caused the enemy to lose their balance and possibly their life. Later, the police arrived at the scene as well as an ambulance, and a special unit immediately got to work inspecting the entire area. The investigator asked the wounded if they were okay, assuring them that the young man was already safe, while tears rolled down his face. The police officers asked them to tell them everything that had happened to them, although they knew how difficult it was to do so. Heng watched this and understood that everyone was alive and that the Anderson Guild would soon be closed. With his head down, away from all the events, the leader was about to leave so that he wouldn't be accidentally seen. When the executive director, who was following behind, called him, he said that he had already warned the department about this action. The guild leader said he was leaving because if he stayed, the alibi they had come up with earlier would become useless. Kim smiled, holding coffee in his hands, said that he hoped the leader would return home safe and sound, and asked to check the internet tomorrow. These words caused surprise and many questions in Heng, to which the man replied that some happy news would appear right there. Screams could be heard from the office of guild leader Anderson, and dishes seemed to shatter on the floor, indicating the owner's anger. An Seong-jin was in a very angry state, his teeth clenched, not understanding how the scumbags couldn't deal with just one witness. Lee Gyu-hwan stood thoughtfully to the side, watching the people around him, when the director unexpectedly called him into his office. And then he sharply and with all his strength slapped her face with his hand, sternly asking if he felt sorry for his weak and defenseless younger sister. He announced that this was his last chance and ordered the manager to definitely bring the leader Kang Hyun-jung's head, leaving no choice. News quickly spread across the internet about the incident that happened last night, and that Director Ace had finally figured out who was behind the massacre. Hyun, smiling, read all the posts and sincerely thanked Kim for such diligent and professional work, which brought him pleasure. The man was delighted to be sincerely praised by the leader and felt proud of his achievements and efforts. He said firmly that he was capable of anything, without hesitation, for the sake of his boss and the safety of his team. He also said that they had contacted the Special Police Unit, and they said they would take action as soon as they were unofficially handed over all the evidence. But even without them, they would be ready to work, so Hen decided that there was no need to hand over anything and that there was a real chance of negotiations with the Andersons. In addition, they ask to transfer everything unofficially because they want to get all the awards for themselves and not share their achievements with others. Despite ignoring all their requests for copying, they continue to act confidently and ignore the remarks. The sound of shoes clattering evenly across the tiles could be heard in the hallway, creating a tense atmosphere. Kim reported that the executive director of the Anderson family expressed a desire to meet with Hyun in person in the near future, and now he is waiting for the meeting in the corridor, carefully observing his surroundings and preparing for the conversation. The guest said that he would wait as long as necessary, without leaving and remaining ready for any development of events. So they still don't understand what exactly happened and why Hwang unexpectedly showed up, remaining a mystery to everyone present. But Hyun still agreed to host the guest, understanding that this was necessary to achieve an important goal. The door to the office opened slowly, with a slight creak, letting the light of the corridor into the room. The manager thanked him for the invitation and said that it was a great honor for him to finally meet the ace leader, feeling excited and respectful. The hero immediately used Romanov's all-seeing eye, allowing him to instantly assess the situation and the intentions of those around him. And it turned out that a sign with his name as an honorary murderer lit up above the guest, causing shock among everyone present. He explained that he and his manager had different characters and principles, and that a bad relationship had developed between them, preventing any cooperation. Then I asked what the purpose of the visit was, so as to get straight to the point and not waste time on unnecessary conversations and formalities. Hwang said that their guildmaster had proposed a deal, and if they accepted it, Anderson would give them 3 A-rank weapons and establish a relationship for further cooperation. But Hyun stopped the interlocutor and asked him to tell him directly what Seong-jin really wanted, wanting to know the truth without embellishment. Holding a dagger in his hands, the manager said that he had come to negotiate, but the young man did not believe this nonsense and perceived his words with suspicion. Since there is something that the Andersons' leader desires most, the hero felt that there was a hidden meaning and true intentions behind the manager's words. He understood that the man who was helping the boy with his younger sister's medical bills was essentially holding her hostage, using this weakness to control her. So he coldly ordered Hwang to bring Hyun's head, emphasizing that failure to carry out this assignment would doom him to defeat, and he would not receive mercy without an apology. The hero warned that he could see his dagger, so he ordered him to put it away and not to do such a foolish thing again, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. And even if Ace had no evidence, the department would still come forward in 3 days, preparing a public investigation and demonstrating determination. He said that if everything goes according to plan and the agreements work, the unofficial war will have to be urgently stopped and peace negotiations will begin. Hwang realized that the guild leader definitely wanted something from him when he mentioned the enemy's losses, making him wonder about his true intentions. Then Hyun ordered the manager to bring as many hunters as possible to his guild and to appear himself, because he believed that Seong-jin could not have built everything himself, and that someone was definitely behind him and doing some of the work. So he asks to take his hand and trust him completely, promising that he will not let you down and will help you achieve your common goal. At this time, the CEO thought that his leader would definitely kill his younger sister because he considered him crazy and unpredictable. But Hyun said that nothing would change as long as he stayed in place, and that action needed to be taken now, without delaying the decision. Does he really think that the young man will just sit around with an informant constantly following his leader and passing on all the details? After all, how could he know about their exact plans with which the guest came if no one shared this information and everything was kept secret? So he asks them to think about it, because they will have to work together for exactly 3 more days, and the success of the case depends on their agreement. Hwang had to make a choice: stay in his guild and risk dying along with some of the leaders, or act differently to save himself, so that you can join Ace and protect the people dear to him, risking trusting unfamiliar allies and changing your life forever. Hwang asked what would happen to his younger sister in that case, worried about her safety and future. She was sick and lying in the hospital, too weak to even get out of bed, completely dependent on the help of others. He asks if he can ask Heng and his men to protect her, since she is completely dependent on other people's support and is in danger. The young man looked closely at his interlocutor and analyzed his every movement, facial expression, and words, trying to decipher his true intentions. Bitter tears slowly rolled down from his eyes, revealing the inner pain and sadness he was trying to hide. Heng said that he did not know about their true intentions, but simply wanted to save his guild from the Andersons' attacks and protect the team members. But it was he who sent soldiers to them, and if they want, the hero is ready to voluntarily go to the guillotine to protect his people and take everything upon himself. After these words, Huang decided that he had to agree to the proposal of the ace leader, realizing that this was the only chance to save his loved ones. Returning to the exit, he said in a confident voice that he would return to them soon, leaving Hyun and Kim in the office with a feeling of tension and anticipation. The door slammed shut behind the manager, revealing his state of tension and irritation that had built up after a difficult conversation with management. Kim calmly considered everything, intently reviewing each document to ensure accuracy and order before submitting the report. I asked the leader if this was really normal, trying to understand whether his actions were in line with the team's expectations and the established project rules. The manager said that his relationship with An Seong-jin had noticeably deteriorated recently, but the question remained whether they could trust him. Hyun replied that they could, carefully analyzing the words he had said earlier, trying to find in his statements confirmation of the sincerity and stability of his intentions. Because he said with absolute certainty that he would return to them soon, saying it confidently and without any hesitation, as if he already had a clear plan for his further actions. His younger sister was extremely important to him, whom he, despite all his efforts and desperate attempts, could not save from the leader who kept her under his control. Then Kim thought about it himself, immersed in his own thoughts and trying to understand whether he would be able to protect someone so dear to his heart in a similar situation. It was a dark night in the city, with street lights flickering dimly over the empty streets and the wind softly swaying the abandoned trash, creating a sense of loneliness and tension. The executive director interacted with the hunters, listening carefully to their stories and questions, trying to understand their intentions. The fact that the Ace Guild wanted them to join them was discussed seriously and in detail, considering all the possible consequences of such an alliance for each participant. And it was the pure truth, which was difficult to deny because all the facts and testimonies confirmed the sincerity and authenticity of what was said without any exaggeration. Since the leader wants Huang to bring as many people as possible to them, he planned to closely monitor his actions and assess how successfully he could complete the task. That's why he speaks highly of this offer, explaining all the details and conditions to them so that they understand exactly what is expected of them and what benefits it can bring. But the hunters thought it might be a trap, warily assessing every move and word to avoid possible trouble or dangerous consequences. Because they were the ones who attacked the Ace Guild, they didn't understand how anyone could accept them after such conflicts, considering the seriousness of their previous actions. But Hwen explains that An Seong-jin lost his mind, deliberately provoked Hyun, and committed the murder, which forces him to rethink his actions and responsibility for the events. Not only that, he even killed a member of the Ace Guild and ordered the elimination of all witnesses, demonstrating his cold-bloodedness and willingness to go to extreme measures to achieve his goals. And the worst thing is that it all came to the point where he used certain substances and created a mutant, completely disregarding the consequences of his actions and the threat to others. The hunters were shocked by this, unable to immediately comprehend the scale of the horrific events and how far he had gone in his experiments. They asked in surprise if Berserk was under close surveillance and prohibited by the Guild Association's rules, trying to understand how he managed to escape control and violate the established restrictions. So it turns out that Leader Anderson violated even this rule, ignoring the established restrictions and putting the Guild at serious risk through his own actions and decisions. But in the end, the mutant couldn't kill anyone because someone had knocked him out, and the young man wondered who could have taken such a decisive step to save others from danger. Huang did not answer this question and said that the conversation needed to end because there was no more time, hinting at the urgency of the situation and the need to act without unnecessary discussion. But he also reported that the Ace Guild has evidence that their guild is behind the past attack, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences for all participants. Moreover, in 3 days, a special police unit will begin the invasion, preparing for decisive action and leaving no time for preparation or evasion. It is unknown whether Anderson will be able to hold back until then, as his previous actions show that he is easily swayed by emotions and can act impulsively without waiting for orders. Anderson is nothing more than a tower made of blood, symbolizing the cruelty, power, and fear he imposes on everyone around him. And now it is nothing more than a vulnerable, non-residential building, which once impressed with its strength, but now stands empty and weak, easily susceptible to external threats. The hunters realized that other guilds that held a grudge against them could attack at any moment, and so they began to prepare for a possible confrontation. After these words, an explosion instantly occurred in the room, blowing everything around, raising a cloud of dust and debris and forcing everyone to instantly seek shelter. The boys realized that this was exactly what they were talking about, realizing that the warnings and discussions of danger had become reality right before their eyes. Huang decided to attack in return, quickly assessing the situation and choosing the most effective way to neutralize the threat and protect himself and his comrades. Having asked the hunters to get as many leaders out of the building as possible, they evacuated them to a safe place in an organized and rapid manner, sacrificing themselves without delay. Since he will try to buy them time to escape, he will boldly rush into battle, distracting the enemies and risking his life to save everyone. He orders to save only those who will be useful, because he cannot save everyone, choosing priorities and distributing limited resources as efficiently as possible. Huang realized that in the end, everything turned out exactly as he had predicted, and that the consequences of their decisions and actions were inevitable and difficult for everyone. The boy saw that he was slowly getting soaked through and through in blood, and didn't even realize that he was drowning in it, feeling only a cold pain and loss of control over his own body. The thought flashed through his mind that death would be the atonement for his sins, the only way to cleanse his soul of guilt for everything he had ever done wrong. A picture appeared before his eyes, where the main members of the Ace Guild stood next to his younger sister as if protecting her, but at the same time causing him fear and anxiety. But suddenly everything was interrupted by Seong Jin's voice, who sharply called the boy a scumbag, making him shudder and feel the bitterness of resentment and shame at the same time. He tried to find it in every corner, carefully examining every room and dark space, hoping not to miss a single detail or trace. However, the hunter interrupted the leader, abruptly interjecting into the conversation and interrupting his words, forcing everyone present to fall silent and pay attention to the new situation. He said they had a problem because the guild was suddenly attacked and now needed to respond urgently to minimize the damage and protect the members. The man who greeted An Seong-jin was not familiar to him, and perhaps he was pretending to be so to turn the situation in his favor. There was confusion and fear in his eyes, reflecting his inner excitement and uncertainty about the unknown events unfolding around him. The stranger asked if the man had really forgotten about him, because he himself remembers everything well, looking in the mirror and feeling the echoes of past events in his own reflection. And he didn't know that there were so many people who dreamed of seeing him again as sincerely and warmly as he himself dreamed of meeting them. Seong-jin began to beg, loudly and pleadingly, asking for salvation or forgiveness, not hiding his despair and fear of the inevitable consequences. He begged, his hands folded, as if praying to be released, sincerely expressing his repentance and hope for the mercy of those who had him under control. He said he would beg them as much as they wanted to just let him live, ready to submit to any conditions to save his life. But one last time, Guild leader Anderson looked out at the world before his eyes closed, feeling a mixture of regret and acceptance of his fate. Huang came to Heng and was able to bring 36 hunters with him, explaining that this was all that was left of Anderson's main force, and they must now act as efficiently as possible. The hero read the document, carefully reviewing each line and trying to understand all the details to get a complete picture of the situation. So he said he knew they were attacked by other guilds who held grudges, emphasizing awareness of past conflicts and possible motives of enemies. The interlocutor could not understand how the leader already knew this information, watching in surprise at his confidence in details that seemed inaccessible. However, Hyung remained silent about Hasashin's blessing, guarding this information and not revealing it, even to his closest allies, keeping it a secret. And he only replied that he had a good personal informant, hinting that thanks to him, he always had important information and could predict the actions of his enemies. He added that very soon, after Anderson is left without a leader, the guild will be disbanded very quickly, and all its members will lose the control and influence they had before. So now Huang can be sure that he is no longer in danger, and they themselves kindly invite them to the Ace Guild, confirming their loyalty and trust. And what's more, the guy may not feel any guilt or doubts about joining this team while performing his duties. He asked why Hyun had become so polite, to which the latter replied that Huang was now his ally, so there was no point in speaking to him informally anymore. And he shouted before only because he wanted to create a certain mood and influence the atmosphere around him. Most likely he was confused, but returned immediately after all the problems were finally resolved. As Huang knows, the leader has been a bit busy lately due to numerous matters and urgent responsibilities. I even stayed up at night trying to lure someone in to avoid any possible problems in the future. They decided that they would definitely talk about the transfer of the other participants tomorrow to coordinate everything without unnecessary fuss. The guy said that the leader should be as careful and attentive as possible when returning home in the evening, especially considering all the possible dangers along the way. Behind him at this time stood Kim, quietly observing everything that was happening and ready to intervene if necessary. Who told him to immediately wipe that cheeky smile off his face so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Since the guild leader has done a lot for him, let him appreciate it, but the best guild member is still the man who always demonstrates dedication and skill. Huang realized that this was the same local ruling hierarchy, so he needed to be as careful as possible in his actions and words. Kim asks if the two of them should go up to the roof, hinting at something important or mysterious she wants to discuss alone. The guy thinks this place is exactly the same as Anderson's, with a similar atmosphere and a sense of familiar routine around it, which is depressing. At the top, the man said that the guild leader was a good person, and although there were many obstacles, the leader did not break under the pressure of circumstances. But it's also likely that Hyun can't help but lend a hand to those who are suffering, even for the safety of his loved ones. Huang replies that he is not a fool and fully understands the offer he has just been made, realizing all its consequences. Since his subordinates are moving here with him, he will try to restrain his personal feelings as much as possible. Kim asks why the young man stood up so abruptly, because someone might think he was mocking him or acting arrogantly. Most likely, such methods were used in the Anderson Guild, and he says that the young man should not think that everything happens exactly the same in Ace. Then the man grabbed him by the shirt and wanted to say one last thing, expressing an important thought before leaving. And then he threw him completely onto the railing that towered over the city, leaving him hanging over the abyss in a dangerous situation. He rudely ordered to disregard the leader's mercy, and Kim himself was not thrilled with such a dangerous and tense situation. Trying to recruit someone who has gone against their guild requires cold calculation. They've lost money and people, and what if this scumbag ends up betraying them? If the CEO could do as he pleased, he would without hesitation let go of the hand, allowing it to fall into the abyss and never return. Things will end badly for Huang if he disappoints the leader. Then he will lose the trust, influence, and support of the guild, and then his fate will become bleak. Even if the chairman decides not to intervene, Kim will not sit idly by and will closely monitor every step, not missing a single detail. Almost out, the CEO turned abruptly and reminded him that he hadn't yet told everyone all the important information they needed to know. And he added that the guy better not engage in bullying on the roof, as Hyun absolutely hates such behavior. Hwang looked scared and confused, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and uncertainty about what would happen next. He didn't understand what a vile and unfriendly character Kim had, and how difficult it would be to interact with him in any way. The man is frightening, but different from An Seong-jin, and the young man thought that everything would be resolved after his departure from Anderson, but instead faced new challenges. But then he thought for a moment, looked up at the sky, and smiled timidly, feeling a slight relief from what he had imagined. He understood that in any case his connection with Anderson would end there, and he felt a mixture of relief and anxiety about the unknown future. The sun shone brightly through the windows of the hero's estate, filling the rooms with warm light and a pleasant atmosphere of peace. He himself lay on the bed and stared at the dagger for a long time, thinking about the events that had occurred and the possible consequences of his actions. The butcher was satisfied, feeling a surge of pleasure from absorbing the blood he had long desired and yearned to obtain. The guy recalls the moments when he first met the Anderson Guild, reliving all the important events and details of those meetings. From the moment he met Berserk, this dagger literally vibrated in his hands, as if sensing the danger and tension around him. The appraiser said the butcher grows stronger with each growth, gaining power and influence over time. And if he declared that he was satisfied, then it was time to discover his new power and demonstrate its true might. Later, the girl warmly welcomed the new visitor, smiling and trying to create a pleasant and friendly atmosphere. The hero wanted to order an appraisal of this item, and she immediately noticed that the dagger was fully charged with mana, radiating incredible power. And judging by its quantity, this item deserves an A rank, demonstrating extreme power and rarity. Hyun knew that he used to be a B rank during the first evaluation. The worker explained that the item gets stronger over time, and it seemed like the young man used it well, so the level had increased. She hands over the evaluation report and asks to take a look at it, as a new ability of the item has been discovered that requires attention. The guy read in the report that this new skill is called the King of Blade and is impressive in its power. His gaze shot upward as the object suddenly glowed with a bright light, radiating extraordinary energy. Hyun understood that this was more than enough, and even his appearance suddenly changed, reflecting the new strength within him. The young man's phone rang in his pocket, and he pulled it out, realizing it was the acting director who probably wanted to convey important information or an urgent message. Kim reported that upon hearing the news, their ace guild had been officially promoted to silver rank, which was a great achievement for all members. After these words, the hero's eyes widened widely, and his ability to speak disappeared from shock, leaving him silent and stunned. He read the news and covered his mouth with his hand because he couldn't believe what was happening, feeling genuine surprise and confusion. But then, finally recovering, I realized that I had been able to achieve this and win, feeling proud and relieved at the same time. Kim said he would go into more detail about all the details later in the office, where they could discuss the situation calmly. And if Hyun gave his location, the man could immediately send a car to him to quickly pick him up or intervene. But the boy didn't answer and immediately started running, trying to escape from potential danger as quickly as possible. And a minute later, he entered the office, panting and heaving heavily from running so fast because he wanted to get to his husband as quickly as possible. He asked Kim if their guild had really risen to silver rank, trying to verify the truth of the news. The executive director explains that this is indeed the case, but only for 2 weeks, as Anderson vacated his position after the guild disbanded. As Hyun knows, in order for the place to be secured for them, they need to clear 3 S-rank dungeons, and the deadline for this is 2 weeks, so they hurry to prepare. The leader says that he urgently needs to talk to the captain of the cleanup team to discuss the action plan and strategy for completing the task. Since it turned out that the young man had gained a new ability, he immediately wanted to test it to assess all its power and capabilities. Later, he met with the man, and they carefully discussed a plan that should not cause any complications if the dungeon was captured with the leader and Han Seo-jin in the first raid group. 2 weeks would be plenty, as it wouldn't take long to get to the destination, and if it was nearby, Hyun would always be able to easily call for additional support in case of an urgent need. The leader gives the order to immediately inform the entire group about the developed action plan, ensure the full readiness of each participant, and prepare for possible changes in circumstances. He adds that he intends to begin implementing the plan in 2 days, as soon as all preparatory measures are completed and the team's readiness for the operation has been checked. The weather in the park was incredible. The air was filled with freshness. The gentle sun gently warmed the earth, and a light breeze swayed the treetops. So Hyun decided to meet with Nuna to calmly discuss everything that had happened recently, share his thoughts, and just spend some time together in this cozy atmosphere. The young man ran to his destination with a slight smile, but with sincere regret he apologized to the girl for having to wait for him longer than they had agreed. He noted that it was starting to get a little chilly outside and that perhaps we should meet in the office, but the young lady replied with a slight smile that this was the kind of fresh weather she liked best. She added that she had recently heard news from the commander about the planned capture of the A-level dungeon, and to her surprise, she found that her name was also listed among the participants in this dangerous raid. Surprised, Hyun asked if Nuna was really worried about this situation, as she was usually difficult to upset, and he didn't expect to see such anxiety in her. Rubbing her hands together, she realized that her surprise was entirely justified, and quietly agreed that she did indeed feel something like that. She remembered that once the two of them always grazed the backs of the shelter, spending a lot of time together and learning to support each other in all the little things and difficulties. They were often beaten, insulted, and even intimidated with cruel threats, making their childhood full of fear and pain, but they always found the strength to support each other. And perhaps it is because of all these experiences and pain that the girl continues to be inclined to think about the bad, unable to completely get rid of the old fears and anxieties left over from the past. But at the same time, completely different thoughts arise in her head, brighter and more pleasant, which make her dream of something better and try to overcome the darkness of the past. She asks what happiness lies ahead if she manages to overcome all these difficulties and fears, hoping for a bright future after the trials she has endured. Because right now they are doing things they never even dared to dream of before, feeling excited by the new opportunities and joy that this moment brings. And Nuna understands that despite her excitement and fear, she will be able to do everything without any hesitation, relying on her own strength and confidence in the correctness of her actions. Taking his hair with her fingers, she gently said that Hyun had come a very long and difficult path, overcoming many difficulties and trials. Suddenly, the hero could think of nothing at all, except for that touch that evoked incredible yet strange emotions for his companion. Nuna firmly stated that this should not be the case, and emphasized that they were obligated to completely clear this dungeon, fulfilling their mission without any excuses or hesitation. The boy watched her closely, feeling a little ashamed of such a close touch, which made his heart beat faster and at the same time gave him the warmth of inner joy. He touched his hair as he sat next to the girl who radiated confidence and felt her calmness and strength quietly inspiring him to be brave and determined. Late at night, the young man sat alone and quietly replayed the events of the previous situation in his head, analyzing each moment and trying to understand what could have been done differently. He remembered the touch Nuna had shown earlier and felt the warm memories of that moment fill his heart with a strange combination of shame and tenderness. And then he felt angry because he had never expected such a turn of events in their relationship and was not prepared for the unexpected display of intimacy that made his heart beat faster. He wondered why she had done that, because it was completely unlike her usual behavior, and it was difficult for him to understand the motives for such an unexpected act. But then he told himself to calm down, trying to control his excitement and bring his thoughts into order so as not to let his emotions control him. I tried to focus solely on achieving the silver level for my guild, pushing away all other thoughts and feelings to fully devote myself to strategy and action planning. He also thought about how to become stronger, constantly analyzing his own weaknesses and ways to overcome them in order to reach new heights and become worthy of his goals. And then his 990,000 past lives began to invisibly support Heng, accelerating his development, adding strength and experience to overcome any difficulties. They understood that they could no longer address him as a child, for he had grown spiritually and physically, gaining strength, wisdom, and confidence. Carzago knew that even if they reported the real target, it might be useless if Heng himself did not intervene, as his participation was key to the success of the entire operation. Pierre understood that he was only providing support and therefore tried to ignore his own desire to intervene, understanding that the main responsibility and decision remained with the boy. And when that person appears, won't it mark the beginning of their truly blossoming journey filled with new opportunities, adventures, and happy moments? Pierre thought dreamily about their blazing, blooming road, imagining the bright prospects that lay ahead, full of strength and inspiration. But Siden Miller said in a muffled voice that it was too late, and raising his finger upwards, pointed to something high, evoking a sense of anxiety and inevitability of the situation. Because the guy everyone had been waiting for so impatiently had already appeared before him, filling the atmosphere with unexpected energy and a foreboding of important changes. One of those who defied fate, Deus, appeared majestic and unwavering, radiating a strength and determination that made everyone around him hold his breath. All past lives watched this appearance in awe, feeling the excitement, admiration, and incredible energy radiating from it at that moment. They understood that he had appeared earlier than necessary, and now all events and fate were completely in the hands of Kang Hyung-jung, on whom the further development of the situation depended. Siden Miller suggested that Kasashin go and talk alone to discuss important details without prying eyes or unnecessary witnesses, ensuring the confidentiality of the conversation. He asks not to use vicious means any more than necessary for Heng because he himself is not happy with such methods and considers them wrong and dangerous. And neither he nor Durandal will be able to hinder the hero anymore, because now the young man is strong enough to withstand any obstacles and confidently move towards his goals. Even if Estelle, the Red Wizard, teaches the young man her magic, he still won't be able to use it properly, as he lacks the experience and understanding of the intricacies of this powerful force. Kasashin said that when that day came, they would have to become much more brutal, demonstrating ruthlessness and determination to win the war at any cost. An extraordinary number of righteous reincarnations have already been created, each of which carried the experience of past lives and helped to form strength and wisdom. But what was the result then? Kasashin asked Miller, trying to understand whether all this preparation had brought the expected benefits and whether it justified the efforts invested. He replied that there was no need to worry because everything was fine with Hyun, and his condition, strength, and determination remained at a high level, which ensured the successful completion of the tasks assigned. The boy appeared before them and instantly realized that all these figures were his past lives, who had come to support him and give him strength for future trials. Deus appeared before him, the embodiment of absolute will, representing 990,000 of his past lives, radiating incredible power and experience accumulated over the centuries. The guy wondered if he really represented all his previous lives, but Deus replied that he was here precisely to check one thing before interfering in his fate and influencing his future path. The very thing that can give a tiny glimmer of hope in the face of a future full of despair and uncertainty, instilling strength and faith that even in the darkest times, a way out can be found. Heng couldn't understand what was being said at all, because everything seemed too complicated and mysterious, and the meaning of the words was beyond his comprehension. He thought that he would have to pay a high price for such quickly gained power, but he could not yet fully understand why this meant true despair. Deus said that they were leaving, although he could not explain exactly who, but emphasized that the hero would have no chance of surviving this disaster without his blessing and the strength he could provide. And if he gets it from a man, there will be a small chance of victory. But on the other hand, it will also reveal his existence to those who can use this knowledge against him. And this means that at least S-rank fighters will be sent, which will be very difficult to deal with, but if there is no blessing, they will not appear. However, the day of reckoning will come in any case, regardless of whether there is a blessing, and all the events that are approaching will inevitably lead to a great test for the hero. They can't predict the exact moment it will happen, but if Hyun runs away, he can buy himself some time, delaying the inevitable confrontation and preparing for the ordeal. But the young man asked if he would really become stronger if he received Deus's blessing, hoping that this strength would help him overcome future difficulties and dangers. He replied that it was, and noted that this power was in no way comparable to the one the young man had now, because it gave him incredible power and a new level of abilities that were unattainable without it. And at that moment, without even hesitating, Hyun asked him for his blessing, because he had finally decided not to run away, ready to face the test and accept full responsibility for his fate. Then Deus solemnly expressed his congratulations on becoming reincarnated, their faithful companion, and from that moment on, the absolute will of the man intervened in the boy's fate, giving him a chance to win. So was the magical force that changed his fate really planet Earth, the place where it all began and where the answers to the questions are hidden? And whoever saw it couldn't believe their eyes. Someone had finally appeared who met all the requirements, and for them it was an incredibly interesting and at the same time disturbing discovery. Blood was flowing from the boy's mouth, and he was told as a leader that it would be dangerous if he continued like this, leaving a feeling of fear and anxiety. But Hyun explained to the manager that he had a very important job that required full dedication and attention, leaving no room for error. So to prevent this from happening, we must do everything we can to protect Seo-jin Nuna, protecting her from any danger and unforeseen threats. Kim declared that he would protect her no matter what, remaining loyal and resolute in all circumstances. The hero understood that the situation was currently deteriorating and felt growing tension and anxiety within himself. And it seems he was about to lose consciousness, feeling the darkness slowly enveloping his mind and body. The girl appeared in front and asked if the young man now understood that he shouldn't rush off without knowing his place, making him feel ashamed and cautious. And it would have been worth it for him to stay in the bronze-level guild, and why was there any point in trying and bringing everything to this point? Now he felt bitter and helpless. Hyun mentally realized that he had been either too naive or too presumptuous back then, realizing his mistakes and inexperience of the past. But these events occurred after the boy had watched the police special news a week earlier, where they explained that there had been a recent spate of low-ranking hunters disappearing, causing alarm. Nuna also listened to what was being said, but she understood that over time all the news would be about this, making her feel in danger. The leader said that the guild's defense system needed to be strengthened, and after all, the Lies Guild had not yet reached a high level, so it was necessary to be careful and prepared for any threats. Suddenly, Kim bursts into the office, breaking the silence and causing surprise and alarm among everyone present. His emotions were surging outward, filling the room, creating a tense atmosphere that was impossible to ignore. The man understood that he would be officially promoted to the silver level, feeling both pride and responsibility for his new responsibilities. Kim thought he would not live to see this day, but Hyun replied that it was the leader who had done such a great job, emphasizing the importance and scale of the task set. And due to their promotion, Paldal-gu in Suyong was named their special raiding area, where they were to carry out the most important and dangerous tasks. That is, it is in their best interest to clean up Paldal-gu, but of all the places, the competition is the fiercest. And yet the administration invited their presence, recognizing their abilities and authority. Since a gate has appeared there and has already contacted other guilds, Kim takes the leader there, preparing him for possible dangers and strategic actions. The guy didn't understand if it was the same chance that Deus had spoken about earlier, remaining doubtful and waiting for confirmation. Then the young man arrived at the place where he was met by Park Si-jun, the leader of the second team of the Suyeon Observation Tower, carefully assessing his every step and intentions. He said that they had too little time, so he would say as little as possible, focusing on the most important information and actions. The urgency of the raid lies in the fact that the approximate location is in Pal Dalgun and Ini Adon, and the difficulty of the raid is a record A rank, making it extremely dangerous and critically important. The people in this room are other guild masters and representatives of Pal Dalgu, as well as others of high rank, carefully listening and evaluating every word and action of those present. In short, for the Lacey Guild, raids will be different from the Dungees, requiring more strategy, caution, and team coordination. Monsters will appear through suddenly formed spatial gates, and in this case, fortunately, the raid detection system will notice them earlier, allowing the guild to react in time. The girl asked if Lace had also been sent to their special area, feeling surprised and slightly excited by the unexpectedness of the situation. It was Ju Yeri, the vice guild master of the Great Demon Guild, who asked the leader if he planned to use his priority rights, demonstrating arrogance and prudence. Heng replied that it was definitely true, since these rights were presented to him completely fairly, emphasizing his determination and confidence in the correctness of his actions. In that case, she decided not to use hers to see how good the Lays Guild would be by observing their actions and strategy. So, following her, all the guilds also refused to use their priorities, adhering to mutual agreement and observing the development of events. The man did not understand whether Ju Yeri really wanted to play with human lives, feeling shocked and deeply concerned about the possible ruthlessness of her intentions. She said she didn't say they wouldn't block the raid, and the Lays leader said he was going to use priority rights, confirming confidence in the plan. She added that when children with dreams who have just come out of the Bronze Age say that they want to face a raid, they cannot prevent this, and in this case, they will not declare their priority rights. At that moment, Hyun explained that they had decided to use their exclusive rights, emphasizing the strategic importance and benefits of their decision. And with his words, he brought the girl into a state of rage, making her feel anger and rejection of what was said. The hero then used the Eye of Romanov to verify her real name, carefully observing the reaction and the result. A sign appeared above Ju Yeri, indicating that she was a greedy ally, at which point the girl asked where the boy had put his respect, feeling surprised and irritated. Striking her foot on the table, she said that he should learn to read the atmosphere and keep quiet, demonstrating his superior attitude and anger. And if he continues to be so tactless, she will become angry, threatening a sharp reaction and conflict. But then Hyun rudely told Ju Yeri to never speak down to him, showing determination and steadfastness in her position. The hair on her head stood up, and the girl couldn't understand what had just frightened her so much, feeling a sudden fear and anxiety. The man concluded that when all the guilds abandoned their priorities, then Lays would be in an exclusive position, gaining a significant advantage and control over the situation. At that time, Ju Yeri clenched her fists, feeling the inner tension and anger that was ready to burst out. The girl whispered to the hero, calling him a piece of shit, expressing her anger and contempt in a quiet but tangible tone. Upon returning, the young lady said that she had decided everything, demonstrating confidence and determination that left no doubt about the correctness of her intentions and actions. She then explained that she would use this opportunity to teach Leader Lies a lesson as needed and show what happens if a gold-level guild is not treated with respect, hinting at the power of her authority. The guy, when asked by the man about using the exclusive, replied that even if so, it only gave them control over the previous position, and the fact that other guilds were a little behind did not make the raid a disaster. He asks not to worry so much, as everyone is determined to win, confidently preparing for the raid and joint actions. He said that awakened hunters always achieved what others considered impossible, so he decided to trust the hero this time too, hoping for his abilities and determination. The man remembered being called friendly, feeling uncomfortable because it was definitely not the right thing to say. Because he allowed the Ace Guild, which he had seen for the first time, to use the exclusive rights. But among all of them, it was the Great Demon Guild that was gold level. They didn't know who was behind them, but they were constantly holding their ground, and it was quite strange that the other gold-level guilds didn't intervene, creating a sense of tension. Siden understood that, in any case, he had a bad feeling about these people because their actions really looked suspicious and caused alarm. Heng understood that the interlocutor had decided to overthrow the Great Demon Guild in this way, realizing the cunning and strategic danger of this plan. And he really had no choice because an opportunity arose that required immediate action and left no alternatives. He asks the hero if he knows that this dialogue must remain secret so that there are no unforeseen consequences or problems. And in case the guild collapses during the raid, Hyun has to pay all the damages because due to the attention of those, Sejun has no way to support Lace in that area, which makes the situation critical. The guy assured that everything would go well and they would do without any failures, instilling confidence and calm in the team before the raid. Finally, the executives returned to their office, feeling relieved after a tense meeting and discussions. Hwang immediately asked about the plan, using the exclusive right, wanting to quickly understand the strategy and next steps. He also informed me that this was a higher A-rank raid, and there weren't many specialists capable of participating in it, so it was quite difficult and even scary. But Hyun just stared at his phone, not reacting in any way, remaining calm and detached from the situation. And then he explained that he had an ace up his sleeve, and this raid would definitely be successful, instilling confidence in his allies and emphasizing his strategic advantage. Deuce's revelation dawned on him, filling his consciousness with clarity and a new understanding of events and his own actions. And accepting the consequences, the hero took on the role, not obeying the warnings of fate, resolutely stepping towards danger and trials. The phone rang in the hunter's pocket, and it was Choi Han-seon, the leader of Ace's regular private team, reporting new instructions and readiness for the raid. The subscriber understood that Kang Hyung-jun himself had contacted him first, and it was unexpected, causing surprise and slight excitement. Today, a guest visited the spacious guild office, where there is always a working atmosphere and the smell of fresh brewed coffee. Choi Han-seok calmly said that they had not seen the team leader since the last major raid, which left a noticeable mark on the memories of all the participants. And did Hyun really decide to join their guild? But he only calmly replied that he was grateful for the quick response and willingness to help in a difficult situation. Hwang couldn't believe his eyes, because in front of him, it seemed, was the very head of the famous and extremely popular raid team called Ace. Han Seok asked in a calm but confident voice what exactly was being discussed, after which, without hesitation, he suggested that everyone present immediately begin discussing the matter. But at first he was surprised to hear that Lace had really gotten a chance to take priority over the task. And that was why the leader was now planning to request support from an experienced raid team. Hyun calmly corrected him, clarifying that in fact they had not put forward an ordinary priority, but an exclusive chance that opened up unique opportunities. At the same time, the guest, who had previously remained calm and confident, was simply shocked by what he heard, not expecting such an unexpected turn of events in a routine business conversation. He said that this really impressed him because such offers rarely come up, and later he learned that the planned raid belonged to the dangerous and prestigious A rank. And all this was what Hyung had to say when he announced that the gates must be closed before the raid began to guarantee the safety of all participants and avoid unwanted surprises. And as a reward, Han Seok, together with his guild, will be able to receive many interesting and valuable things, including rare items, experience, and privileges. This also includes establishing friendly relations with their guild, and in addition, participants will receive rare magic stones that significantly enhance their abilities in battle. So, without hesitation, Hyun declared that he was ready to give 20% of all the awards he received for the assistance provided, demonstrating his generosity and serious attitude towards cooperation. At the same time, the interlocutor instantly accepted this extremely advantageous offer, realizing all the advantages and prospects that such cooperation would open up for his guild. The day of the raid has arrived. The B-rank hunter troops are already advancing towards the gate, and they will enter as soon as it opens, preparing for a fierce battle. Hyun sincerely thanked for the timely preparation, despite the fact that the request was made in a hurry, noting the professionalism and efficiency of the entire team. He wondered why Han Seok had come here, having traveled such a long and tiring journey, just to personally report this important and urgent matter. Then the man touched the leader's shoulder and said that establishing friendship with the Lays Guild was indeed a pleasant and valuable bonus. But this is not as important as his own attitude to the situation, because the hero himself is extremely valuable and too important to just let him go alone without protection or support. He raised his hand to the sky with determination and said that it was never too late to join their team. There was always a place for those who wanted to fight and win together. So I suggested giving up the difficult role of guildmaster and instead raiding dungeons with them, always distributing responsibility fairly. Heng immediately refused the offer, explaining that he could not leave his duties and responsibilities for the team. The man did not want to give up and calmly announced that he would definitely return later with a new offer, hoping to convince her of its benefits. Kim understood well that rudely refusing those who came to their aid would be wrong and could seriously affect their relationship and the guild's reputation. Then the guy decided to use the Eye of Romanov to closely examine his friend and make sure of his intentions and honesty before entrusting him with an important matter. And I realized that his name did not carry a negative meaning, but on the contrary, it meant a believer in truth and justice, a person with pure intentions and an honest heart. And then he sternly told the girl to keep the earpiece intact even during the battle. Their coordination and the success of the mission depended on it. Speaking of the attacks, he explained that the first team led by Han Seo-jin would go forward, and if it stopped receiving any signals or responses from them, it should immediately retreat for the safety of all participants. So the gates finally opened, and the terrain rapidly changed around them, so that everyone present was shocked by the unexpected transformations and the grandeur of the new space. At this time, several permanent guards were carefully watching the trees standing nearby, ready to react to any movement or approaching threat. It was Ju Yeri, the guildmaster of the Great Demon, who hid a cunning and evil plan within herself, ready to use the situation to her advantage at the most unexpected moment. Suddenly, the team was unexpectedly enveloped in extremely thick fog, which significantly limited visibility and created a sense of danger and chaos all around. Hyun couldn't figure out if it was truly magic that was preventing him from using his own vision, leaving the team in tense anticipation and uncertainty. Kasashin's laughter made it clear that the hero was in danger, and someone had purposefully aimed at his heart, creating a sense of mortal threat. Behind him, an enemy suddenly appeared, approaching imperceptibly, ready to strike at the least expected moment. The leader quickly analyzed the situation and realized that they were facing real living armor, capable of moving and defending the enemy with its own strength. And he realized that without magic, it would be extremely difficult, almost impossible, to resist, because its power and protection far exceeded conventional combat methods. The hero announced that he was already heading to the front line, and at the same time ordered the team leader to reliably protect Nunu to ensure the safety of all key participants in the battle. So, together with the team, they must attack simultaneously, coordinating their actions to put maximum pressure on the enemy and leave him no chance to counterattack. Khan skillfully used the sword of Siden Miller, demonstrating his outstanding fighting skills and superiority over the enemy in quick and precise attacks. He resolutely ordered his team to act now. This moment turned out to be the best for a lightning attack that could decide the course of the battle and consolidate the position. And then, gathering in a single impulse, they simultaneously struck the enemy, breaking through his defense lines and changing the course of the battle. And then, seeing how things were unfolding and assessing the condition of the wounded, he urgently requested healing to support the team and increase the chances of success. Nuna boldly stepped forward, and there was not a single drop of fear or worry in her gaze, only determination and self-confidence in the face of the enemy. and she instantly used the holy shield against her opponent, which surrounded her with radiance and created an impenetrable protective barrier, repelling all enemy attacks. At that moment, the boy seemed to leap up, rising above the ground with incredible speed, ready to deliver a surprise blow. His gaze was focused and analytical, carefully assessing his opponent's every move and looking for the weakest spots. Looking up, he instantly realized that this was indeed the destination they had long sought: distant sand dunes, dark ruins, and bright light. The center of the gate suddenly opened before them, majestic and menacing, a glow shining through the metal bars, opening the way into new, dangerous territory. Kim reported that they were fine and that defending had become much easier as the monsters had gathered around them, creating a convenient opportunity for a counterattack. The leader then strongly suggested closing the gates to limit enemy access and give the team an advantage in controlling the territory. They urgently decided to get out before the gate disappeared, cooperating and pressing forward so as not to leave anyone behind. But suddenly, Nuna felt an unexpected surge of mana and could not understand what caused this strange phenomenon, because the energy seemed extremely powerful. Instantly, the enemy, raising his sword, appeared right in front of her, ready to deliver a devastating blow with no chance of escape. Fortunately, the girl was not injured because Hyun managed to eliminate the enemy at the last moment, risking everything, and his decisive action saved the life of the team and her personally. Then the team looked around and realized with horror that the monsters had risen from the ground and were ready to continue the attack with renewed vigor. A second later, a girl suddenly appeared in front of the leader, uttering words of greeting. Her voice sounded gentle and confident, attracting the attention of everyone present. She approached Hyun with curiosity and asked if he remembered their past meeting, expecting a sincere answer and a manifestation of memories. The guy at this time was shocked to watch such a rapid and unexpected change of events, trying to understand what exactly was happening around him. When Ju Yeri confessed that she was dying to see the hero again, her words filled the atmosphere with tension, making everyone around her hold their breath. The boy asked in a rough and authoritative voice what exactly was the reason for the unexpected visit to this gloomy place by the Vice Guildmaster of the Great Demon. He calmly explained that the Laces had exercised their exclusive rights to the territory, but in response she only laughed quietly, as if it were a joke. And with slight surprise, she asked if Hyun really thought that this girl had come here only for this ordinary and unimportant raid that wasn't worth her attention. She coldly explained that he was a regular piece of shit who had only recently risen to the silver level, acting impudent in front of the young lady. So why should she turn a blind eye to it? Since the situation was extremely unpleasant at that moment, and Ju Yeri was one of those people who was never satisfied with such events, the tension only increased. So she coldly explained her visit as a great opportunity to get revenge on Hyun for the humiliating and disgusting thing that had once happened between them. And now it was her time to take revenge. Her eyes burned with a strange, almost supernatural red glow, reminiscent of the heat of hot coals and causing those around her to feel anxiety and fear. Nuna understood perfectly well that the mana around her was rapidly dissipating and losing stability, so any careless move could lead to disaster, so she had to act extremely carefully. Then Kim calmly said that according to the information they had, Ju Yeri was an awakened one who specialized mainly in support, so her combat capabilities shouldn't be too high. The guy couldn't understand how anyone could even try to kill another just because that person exercised their legal exclusive right. Hyung radioed the other members of the group to retreat immediately, as the situation in the heart of the gate had become critically dangerous and required immediate evacuation. The heroes were ordered not to go inside under any circumstances so that others would follow their example, so soon the others would set off without hesitation. She flew relentlessly on her magical weapon, high in the air, creating a strong defense so that no one would dare touch her. At that time, the hero carefully pulled the earpiece out of his ear, preparing to listen carefully to important information that could change the course of events at any moment. It was impossible to avoid a battle between them, so the confrontation began instantly, filling the air with tension, fear, and loud explosions of magical energy. There was complete chaos all around, and everyone present looked extremely tense, as if every second could be decisive for their fate. Yeri calmly said that the young man turned out to be quite strong, and immediately used powerful revival magic to regain his strength and prepare for the next fight. And immediately, without wasting a second, she instantly changed the magic to an acceleration spell to dramatically increase her speed abilities in battle. She began to attack the enemy with her unique methods, combining agility and magic so that each blow was as effective and unpredictable as possible. The boy tried to save himself by holding his shield tightly in front of him, fending off attacks and trying to save his life in this extremely dangerous situation. In turn, he struck at the enemy, combining strength and precision to inflict maximum damage on the enemy and maintain an advantage in battle. And then he abruptly called out to Nuno, shouting her name loudly to attract attention and force her to quickly intervene in the unfolding events. At that time, the girl was completely focused on her strength, intently controlling magical energy and preparing for the next powerful blow. With each command from the leader, she tried to restore his health, while simultaneously shocking her opponent with unexpected skill and magical power. And the hero abruptly rushed to attack Yeri, using all his strength and agility to surprise her and gain the advantage in battle. However, she skillfully dodged every blow aimed at her, demonstrating incredible agility and skill in combat. Yeri coldly uttered just one word, and that was enough for the hero to lose his balance and fall. Nuna turned sharply, escaping from the incredible force rushing towards her, trying to avoid the terrible consequences of the attack. And the boy could only breathe sharply through clenched teeth in pain, trying to suppress a scream and withstand the incredible blow. The leader calmly informed them that it was an enhancing magic, and they wouldn't be able to kill all the monsters while they were forced to deal with it and its dangerous power. Heng himself saw that the mana of the living armor was clearly increasing, and in this case it was necessary to urgently take some measures to prevent a catastrophe. He glared at the girl standing in front of him, facing his enemy, and shouted loudly at her, trying to get her attention and make her react instantly. It was then that the eerie scene with his seeming apparitions began, where there was nowhere to go, and every movement seemed doomed to imminent danger. And then the leader finally decided to entrust Kim with an important task, hoping that he would cope with it quickly and efficiently. To take care of a person important to him and protect him from any danger, guaranteeing safety and support in any situation. And the man solemnly promised to watch over and protect Nuna in any case, regardless of the danger or circumstances that might arise. It was at this moment, as previously mentioned, that the hero felt himself losing his balance, and it became difficult for him to control his movements amidst the chaos around him. And the enemy stood over him and only mocked him, taking pleasure in his weakness and insecurity at this critical moment. The girl mockingly ordered that the young man should have just stayed in the bronze-level guild and not poked his nose into places he was better off not going. It was then that the young man suddenly realized his huge mistake and realized that he had underestimated the strength of the enemy and the consequences of his actions. And Danzig's will merged with his own, and as long as the person who needed to be protected was next to the boy, Heng could not lose regardless of the circumstances. So he instantly used his blade control skill, precisely directing its movements to most effectively confront the enemy. He realized that continuing in this state was too dangerous, so he decided to knock out his opponent with one powerful blow, using the weapon's aura. Suddenly, someone's wounded voice was heard nearby, low and piercing, like a last cry of hope, breaking the silence and forcing everyone to turn around. When they returned, they saw the leader bent over the ground, coughing up blood heavily, and his appearance caused everyone deep excitement and fear. He said that, according to the guildmaster's orders, one must defend at all costs, sparing no effort, no resources, and no life, until one's last breath. Yeri asked if Hyun knew that from time to time people would awaken special abilities that would only activate after reaching a certain level of strength or skill. And in her case, this ability turned out to be control over monsters, so the girl had a great opportunity to have some fun using them as her obedient toys. In the end, she coldly said that the jokes were over, and Yeri would end everything with the hero peacefully, without allowing any unnecessary conflicts or unnecessary violence. And for others, he will be presumed dead in the center of the gate during the raid, creating the illusion of tragic loss so that no one suspects his true presence. In the end, she concluded that they were all just amateurs who acted recklessly, not understanding their place and the true consequences of their actions. Suddenly, someone instantly used the magic of the flame wall, and the flames rose rapidly, threatening everyone around with their scorching power. This caused confusion on the girl's face because it was definitely clear that this was not a young man with his girlfriend, but someone completely different and unpredictable. She looked ahead and seemed to recognize the person standing before her like an unbreakable wall, radiating strength and invincibility that made her heart tremble. And the huntress said that she had heard about Yeri's bad reputation, but she had seen with her own eyes that she turned out to be even more hopeless and unpredictable than she had imagined. She turned to Heng and asked if they were okay, noting that they looked extremely exhausted and beaten, but most importantly, that they were still breathing and alive. And it would be a little sad if they died in a place where danger reigns everywhere, and no one would even notice their death. Li Jin-ah explains that she heard many different rumors about Lace going to use exclusive rights and decided to take a closer look at it personally. But instead of Hyun, she saw only a strange old man standing nearby and carefully watching everything that was happening. He spoke to his comrades about the unexpected retreat, expressing surprise and discussing possible reasons for this unexpected situation. And then the girl looked around and noticed the familiar sound of mana coming from inside, so she followed it and eventually came here. It would be very sad if the person she planned to observe died so suddenly, so she asks if anyone would mind excluding her from the rules. And then she turned to Nuna as a healer, hoping to get help and advice in the difficult situation that had arisen. She explained that Nuna must protect her two companions because they could accidentally find themselves in danger and get burned. At that moment, Jin-ah tensed up and resolutely called her enemies bastards, expressing her outrage at their actions and behavior. At this time, Yeri used reinforcement magic, summoning powerful monsters to strengthen her strength and prepare for battle. But the daughter of the corporation's chairman attacked earlier, appearing unexpectedly and striking first, forcing everyone to react instantly. Its flames engulfed the entire area, spreading rapidly and creating a dangerous atmosphere for everyone present. She asked what Yeri was going to do next, since all her dolls had burned down, leaving her without support and resources. She understood that now it was definitely her turn to step forward and show her strength, ready to act without hesitation or fear. Around her comrades, Jin-ah created a circle of fire in which they were located, providing them with protection from enemies and dangers outside. She asked if her rival had ever seen the magic of an S-rank hunter with her own eyes, wondering if she knew about the true power of such magicians. This magic can only be used by spending an abnormal amount of mana, which exhausts strong sorcerers and poses a significant risk to the performer's life. Nuna understood that by doing so, she would simply plunge them all into flames, putting her comrades in great danger. Trying to do something to stop the girl, she took sharp steps, distracted, threw objects, and screamed to interrupt the attack. But Jin-ah seemed to hear no one around her, her gaze carefully analyzing her opponent, studying weaknesses and opportunities for attack. Nuna shouted that her shield wouldn't be able to withstand that much fire, warning of the danger and trying to get them to stop. But the huntress used the magic of hellfire, which instantly ignited around her, creating an incredibly destructive and dangerous atmosphere. A few days later, the hero woke up in a room with an unfamiliar ceiling, feeling strangely surprised and trying to remember how he got here. Getting out of bed, he didn't understand where he was, looking around and trying to find familiar landmarks in the room. He recalled that he had recently clashed in the center of the goal with Ju Yeri, recalling that tense and dangerous encounter. And then he lost consciousness after Lee Jin-ah came to his aid, dragging him into a state of temporary unconsciousness. He noticed someone's head next to him and carefully touched the hair, gently stroking it, trying to calm down and feel close. It was Nuna, who after all the events was sleeping peacefully by the bed as if forgetting about the dangers and regaining strength after the stress. For Hyun, it was a relief that the girl remained alive and well, and he felt an inner peace after all the dangerous events. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and it turned out to be Ha Jong-seo, who politely asked permission to enter the room. Going inside, he reported that the leader had been unconscious for almost a week, causing him surprise and concern. He said that the leader is currently in the middle of treatment for serious injuries, and his full recovery may take a long time. But Deputy Director Lee Gyu-hwan is currently performing all of his duties, and all important issues are resolved solely through the head of the intelligence agency. Looking at the sleeping Nuna, the hero suggests she go outside to chat alone and discuss important matters. Then, having gone to another ward, Hyun went to see Kim, wanting to discuss urgent matters with him and get information. Upon seeing his guildmaster, he waved his bandaged hand, showing a sign of greeting and at the same time reminding him of his recent injuries. The young man ordered the man not to get up and to stay lying down so that he could rest and not worsen his condition after his injuries. Kim apologizes for falling first, admitting his guilt and noting that he had no excuse. But the young man replied that it had touched him anyway, and he felt genuine excitement about the situation. Since he only said to protect Nuno, he didn't even expect the leader to literally put his life on the line to complete this mission. Heng asked what kind of hospital it was, because he saw that it was quite well equipped and had modern equipment, and the man replied that it was jail. So Hyun realized that a few minutes ago he was lying in the VIP ward of Jail Hospital, aware of the level of care and comfort provided there. And it all ended with the leader now finding himself indebted to Lee Jin-ah, acknowledging her help and huge role in saving the situation. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, saying that it was very bad to discuss people behind their backs, reminding them of etiquette and respect. The girl mentioned earlier visited them, along with Park Seok-hyung, entering the room with confidence and a serious expression. When the young lady approached, Hyun thanked her for her help, sincerely expressing his gratitude for her support in a difficult situation. He explained that if she hadn't intervened and provided help, they would have already died inside the dungeon, where mortal danger reigned. Jin-ah just scratched her hair with her finger, as if pondering what was said, considering the events and possible next steps. She explained that she only came because she wanted to see Lace's first exclusive raid, and only helped because the situation demanded it. Although, in her opinion, it would not be right for Hyun to join JL's group in the heat of emotions, as it could cause unnecessary conflicts. The hero suggested using this meeting as an opportunity to discuss matters a bit, because he actually has a specific proposal for everyone. Sitting on a chair, the guest said that everyone was listening attentively and was in a state of complete concentration on the conversation. Hyun explained that he had many enemies, and the girl confirmed that the young man was meddling in other people's business, noting that he was taking risks due to excessive curiosity. In this case, the leader wants to cement an alliance with JL because it can really be useful for the development and strength of his guild. Without hesitation, Jin-ah answered. But the boy wanted the corporation to become a shield for the Lace Guild, acting as a protector and support in future conflicts. After these words, the faces of those present changed, reflecting surprise, excitement, and the unexpected seriousness of the situation. The lady asked if the hunter even understood what he was talking about, testing his attention and awareness of the seriousness of what was being said. She explained that such a proposal puts the corporation in a risky position, as the consequences could be unpredictable and dangerous for everyone. I also then asked if there was any reason or possible benefits, and what profitable offers the company could receive from such cooperation. Then, Hyun confidently explained that the proposal involved establishing a relationship with a future SSS-class hunter, which would open up significant opportunities for development and protection. The girl sat calmly, arms folded, as if not thinking about what was said, simply observing the situation around her. But then slowly the leader's words began to sink in, and she began to realize the meaning of what was said and the possible consequences. After that, her eyes widened in shock to an incredible size, reflecting complete astonishment and surprise at what she had heard. And with a shout and anger, Jin-Ah asked if the young man even understood what absurdity he had just said, expressing his indignation. She said that Hyun went from F rank to C rank, and then even got A rank in just half a year, which is a wonderful achievement. And there is nothing special about this reawakening, and it does not deserve any special attention or admiration. She noted that it is really difficult and rare to encounter such a thing, and they do not have such unjustified requests as Hyun's. The guy asked what if he became an S-rank hunter, but the young lady replied that she really thought she would be able to rise to that rank in time for the next re-evaluation. The hero was truly more than confident that he would be pronounced an S-rank hunter by the next evaluation, displaying incredible self-confidence and determination. The girl looked shocked, her face filled with surprise and an unexpected sense of unease. She wondered if she had been questioning a fool all this time, unaware of her interlocutor's true intentions and capabilities. So I asked the leader what the conditions were for getting promoted, wanting to understand all the details and evaluation criteria. Hyun knew that these requirements could be circumvented if you had enough power, and if he had it, then Lee Jin should help. And she will have no other option but to provide her services, because the circumstances leave no other way out. Jin-Ah asked if the guy was really living a second life, that he could be so self-confident in his actions. She explains that she thinks highly of Hyun, but now he's becoming a real problem if he keeps acting so foolishly and recklessly. It was necessary for the hero to first show what he was capable of, to command, and only then to think about the possibility of investing his resources and efforts. She hands him a business card and explains that when he's ready, he must call the number on it, without any omissions or excuses. There was a contact number for their office, and if you contact them, the company will definitely call you back personally to resolve all issues. Hyun stopped the girl with one question, wondering what happened to Ju Ye-ri, trying to find out all the details and reasons for her absence. At that moment, sweat was dripping down Jin-Ah's face from anxiety, demonstrating her intense excitement and inner worry about the situation. Upon returning, she said that she was a hunter who was renowned for having the best fire magic in Korea, and her reputation was well known among all her colleagues and rivals. She explained that she really didn't want to trample on the growing escape, but to be honest, she had been under a lot of stress from work lately, which was draining her mentally. Park reported that they closed the gate in front of her while her opponent was alive to prevent any dangerous situations and control the course of events. This answer shocked the hero and his companions, causing them great surprise and unexpected excitement over such a situation. But the man added that if luck was on Yeri's side, she would be alive, and if not, she would die due to a rift in space, and this decision was final and irreversible. However, this should remain between them, so you need to keep this secret, not telling anyone and not allowing the information to reach outsiders. And it won't end well if the young man tells anyone about it, because the consequences can be serious and unpredictable for all involved. Looking at his interlocutor, Hyun agreed, showing his understanding of the situation and willingness to follow the established rules. The door closed, they were left alone, and Yong Seo explained that there were no raids planned for Yeri, so it turns out she decided to do it herself, without anyone's instructions. The Great Demon Guild will most likely think that the leader simply disappeared, and it will continue to do so if their secret is not revealed to anyone. Hyung silently wondered about the possibility that he was asking the wrong person for help, doubting the correctness of his choice and motives. And could the young man just end up disappearing, or finding himself in a lonely boat somewhere at sea, if he doesn't live up to Jin-Ah's expectations, which frightens him with thoughts of the consequences? Kim explains that the girl meant a duel, clarifying the details and meaning of her words to avoid misunderstandings. She herself will most likely be the opponent, since JL's group does not have an official guild, and there are not many S-rank hunters there to put up strong resistance. The leader understood that he had only two paths, and the first was to show what Jin-Ah was capable of, demonstrating his skills and strength to earn trust. And the second is not so comforting. The hunter can lose and disappear from the face of the earth, leaving behind only traces of failure and disappointment. But in any case, this most likely cannot happen, and there is no need to worry, because circumstances and abilities protect against danger. The daughter of the president of the corporation was walking down the hallway when a message came to her phone that caught her attention and made her stop. Jin-Ah seemed very ambitious, showing determination and a desire to achieve her goals at all costs. And if she finds out what Hyun is capable of, she will definitely contribute. So the hero sent a message to the young lady, where he wrote that he would show her what he was made of. After reading it, the girl smiled, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction and curiosity about what the boy meant. She ordered Park to invite Hyun to the training ground and choose her day off this week as the date to personally observe his skills. Somewhere on the other side of town, in a warehouse, a group of people sat discussing plans and security strategies for future actions. The guy asked if Cho Sung-hyun had learned everything she needed to know, wanting to make sure that the information had reached her completely and accurately. She replied that she knew the manager of the clearinghouse, and he told her everything she needed to know to fully understand the situation. Then she informed everyone that the compensation amount for the guild that used the exclusive right was likely tens of billions of won, emphasizing its enormous significance. The group understood that everything would go to others, and they were robbed right in front of their noses, leaving only a feeling of powerlessness and injustice. The door to the room opens quietly, and a light creak fills the room without attracting the attention of those present. The man approaches, showing himself as they wonder where Ju Ye-ri has gone, and draws their attention to his presence. The guy thought she was the one who said something inappropriate, and so Lace claimed exclusive rights, causing a misunderstanding and argument. It seems to him that the girl is simply ashamed of being put in her place, so she hides somewhere like a scared rat, avoiding meeting the others. The group ordered him to be silent because there were some people standing behind him, and any word could betray his attitude and the man's anger. It was Ju Hengen who looked very stern, and his serious gaze made everyone feel tense and cautious. He said that his younger sister would soon be found, and she would hang the heads of the Blade Guild members in the main square of Suwon, frightening everyone present. The boy asked why the man had come to visit them, wanting to understand his intentions and the reason for the unexpected visit. In response, he slammed his fist on the table with all his strength, demonstrating the determination and seriousness of his intentions. But it was clear that something was hidden in his hand, hinting that he was preparing for this arrival and this specific order. Hyung-gyun announced that he had to use this item, explaining that its use was necessary to achieve the goal. When a crystal, or perhaps some magical stone, fell onto the table, which had a hidden power capable of influencing the situation and events around it. The leader was sitting in his spacious office, deep in thought about future decisions, when there was an unexpected knock on the massive wooden door of his office. It was his reliable and time-tested assistant, Choi Han-seok, who always appeared at the most crucial moments when the situation required decisive action. He knew exactly why he had come here after talking to the hero 5 minutes ago, carefully considering his every word and drawing his own conclusions. Heng handed him the bank statement, and it was payment for him and his comrades participating in a dangerous raid, risking their own lives for the sake of success. Choi knew that the time for confirmation had come, and a strange feeling of anxiety and foreboding arose within him, as if this moment would determine his future fate. He looked at the paper, tensely waiting to see what kind of sadness he would see there, feeling his heart clench in his chest from excitement and a foreboding of possible disappointment. His eyes darted back and forth, now stopping at the sheet of paper, now returning to the young man, as if trying to find confirmation of his thoughts in every movement of his interlocutor. Since the paper stated 500,000, I felt a strong shock, unable to immediately understand the scale of this amount and its consequences for myself. So he transferred all the grandeur and radiance to his friend, so brightly that he himself could not look at it, for the light blinded his eyes and thoughts. Hyun thought the boy looked like he didn't believe in justice, but only in money, and that thought made him watch his every move and expression. Choi pulled his friend's hand, explaining that they should definitely celebrate this, and his voice was full of admiration and impatient joy at the unusual success. He tried to at least somehow get the leader into the restaurant, even on a Friday evening, hoping that the noise and bustle wouldn't prevent them from finding a free table and spending time together. Heo Jong-seo decided to go home, leaving his comrades behind, and his departure left a feeling of emptiness in the air and the incomplete completion of their party together. It was already dark outside, and only a few streetlights barely pierced the darkness, casting shadows on the empty sidewalks and deserted streets of the city. When footsteps were heard on the road, the silence of the night was suddenly broken, and they echoed through the empty streets, adding to the sense of tension and uncertainty. Hyun tried to escape from his friend, feeling both amused and irritated at the same time because the situation looked funny, but it was straining his patience a little. Because he didn't understand who was making such a fuss while he was drinking alcohol, the noise around him seemed even more chaotic, making his heart beat faster. His strength was exhausted, and each step was taken with great effort, as if his body refused to obey and his mind barely held on to the surface of consciousness. Choi has said many times that he is very grateful and that they are just mindless fools who have nothing but blind passion and impulsive decisions that lead to problems. So to be honest, the Aces were poor until recently, but thanks to Hyung, their situation had changed dramatically, and now they could afford things they had never even dreamed of before. The young man could see that it was a real relief, because everything went as it should, and his eyes reflected satisfaction from the successful completion of the situation. Choi asked about the possibility of the wise Kang Hyung-jun becoming a member of ACE, carefully watching the reaction, waiting for confirmation of his idea and support from the team. But then he explained that it was a joke, because how could he lure him when the leader's eyes shone so brightly at Lace, radiating power and authority that was hard to ignore? Hyun was surprised by these words because they sounded completely unexpected and shed new light on the intentions of the interlocutor, forcing him to reconsider his own thoughts. How embarrassed I was, feeling my face burn and my heart beat faster from an unexpected compliment or attention I didn't expect to receive. The comrade asked to call him as soon as the opportunity for a raid arose so that they could quickly coordinate plans and prepare for action without wasting any time. The boy was angry because he was always called Hyun, feeling how it hurt his pride and caused an unpleasant irritation inside. But suddenly, his gaze was drawn to something that caused surprise and made him forget all his thoughts and emotions for a moment. Kasashin's sly laughter warned him of danger, and somewhere nearby, someone was secretly plotting something evil that could radically change the situation at any moment. So he turned to Choi, warning him about the enemy, trying to quickly convey important information and prevent possible danger. A few meters away, between the houses, a huge monster walked, its loud footsteps echoing down the street, creating a sense of threat and terrifying anticipation. The boys could not understand what kind of monster it was, for its size and appearance exceeded anything they had seen before, causing a mixed feeling of horror and incredible astonishment. He spoke to the Supreme Reaper, asking for another chance, hoping for mercy and the opportunity to correct his mistakes, which were difficult to endure. Hyun analyzed the enemy's mana, and it was definitely A rank, so he couldn't believe that it could really be a human, as its power exceeded all known limits. Choi didn't understand how it could even be called a human, because the appearance and behavior of this creature did not correspond to any human standards at all. The monster said he had to bring a sacrifice, a guardian of order for the ceremony, his voice sounding grim and ruthless, conveying dangerous intentions and cold determination. But then someone seemed to crush him, and all that remained of him was ash which slowly settled to the ground, a reminder of his destroyed power and vanished threat. Choi thought he had overindulged in alcohol because he was seeing some strange things that seemed unreal and almost impossible, making him doubt his own feelings. But Hyun assured that there were indeed some strange things happening here, confirming that their eyes were not deceiving them, and the situation was truly beyond the ordinary. He thought that this was not an ordinary case because Kasashin had warned him about it in advance, and he felt that he was now dealing with something extremely dangerous. The comrades smelled a sharp and unpleasant odor, which instantly aroused a sense of anxiety and alertness in them, indicating that something was wrong nearby. Choi wanted to call the police special unit, but the hero replied that this was not a dungeon where jokes of this kind were encouraged, and asked if he really wanted to take part in this dangerous situation. Heng understood that it would be better if they quietly left here unnoticed, without attracting attention and leaving no traces. The mood of the leader of the ordinary private team suddenly dropped after what he saw, and a shadow of disappointment and anxiety appeared in his eyes, because the situation turned out to be much more serious than expected. Then he turned, peering into the darkness, and saw that there was indeed something there, moving or waiting, arousing both fear and curiosity. It was a mana stone, similar to a regular one, but its color was unusual, almost black, radiating a dark and mysterious energy that was both eye-catching and frightening at the same time. Gilles de Rais, a madman who has reached the truth, shows great interest in the unusual substance, carefully examining its properties. And then all of Hyun's past lives began to react to his discovery, each in their own way, causing mixed feelings of surprise, fear, and delight all at the same time. The guy needed to gather his thoughts and called his friend, hoping that his presence would help him sort out his emotions and find the right solution in a difficult situation. He suggested they return to the guild office, as it was already quite late, and he wanted them to end the day safely, avoiding unnecessary risk in the dark. The hero understood that the despair that Deus had spoken of earlier had begun, and this was important because past lives had reacted so vividly and differently, emphasizing the scale of the event. He had absolutely no time, so he needed to get stronger as quickly as possible, not wasting a minute and taking advantage of every opportunity to train. In the shadows, someone was watching the young man and said to the watcher that he had found exactly the right person, his voice sounding quiet but confident, conveying determination and plans for the future. And this was exactly the young man they considered suitable, and his presence fully met their expectations and plans, causing quiet joy among the observers. In the morning, the car approached and stopped at the gate of the leader's estate. Its appearance attracted attention and created a sense of tension and anticipation of important events. The girl asked how long Hyun had been waiting for them, her voice sounding slightly worried, and her gaze reflecting impatience and curiosity. And it wouldn't be good if the young man had already run out of strength, because that could put him in a dangerous position and make it difficult to complete an important task. At these words, the hero only smiled. His smile was light and mysterious, as if hiding deep thoughts and feelings. Jin-ah didn't understand how the guildmaster didn't have a driver's license, to which the young man replied that he didn't have time for that, and his serious tone made her fall silent, accepting the explanation. The young lady agreed, as from now on something more important was to happen that required her attention and participation, putting all other matters on the back burner. So they decided to test whether Hyun had the skills of an S-rank hunter by closely observing his actions and assessing his reactions to difficult situations. Finally, they reached their destination, exhausted from the long journey, but filled with relief that the journey had ended successfully and without incident. The group also visited the girl's large personal training area, where everything around shone with cleanliness and the exercise equipment stood in neat rows. The boy couldn't believe it, but he realized that such luxury was one of the privileges of being the planning director of the JL Guild and an S-rank hunter. She explained that Hyun would have to wait a long time to retake the exam for another class, but if he could fight her on equal terms for 30 minutes, then Jin-ah could speed up the process. But otherwise, if the proper time cannot be met, all their previous agreements will lose their validity and be considered null and void. With a slight smile, Hyun asked if she was underestimating him too much, because he was confident in his own abilities and wanted to prove it in action. But the girl only smiled calmly in response and said that the guild leader had once told her that the world was a battlefield where the weak did not survive. Only those who are able to endure to the very end will be considered truly worthy people, worthy of strength, respect, and the right to be called warriors. And that, in her opinion, it is even good when those who have proven to be worthless and weak die, because in this way the world is cleansed of unnecessary burdens. So, in order to prove her own worth and merit to Jael, the girl constantly honed her strength, training relentlessly and sparing no effort. The hero did not dare even think about underestimating her, because any mistake could cost him too dearly in this battle. If a young man truly needs Jael's power, he must demonstrate his abilities and prove his worth by enduring a test of courage and endurance. Puck stood nearby, watching them, simultaneously starting the timer on his phone for 30 minutes, ready to capture every moment of the fight. Without wasting a second, the battle began instantly, filling the air with tension and a sense of imminent danger. The boy instantly used the sword manifestation skill, and his weapon flashed with brilliance, ready for a decisive blow in this tense battle. Jin-A understood that this was a new ability and asked with curiosity where the boy got them for such unexpected power. There was real excitement and chaos around them, every movement filling the air with tension, and the battle became increasingly fierce. Hyun took a step forward, realizing that now was not the time to relax, and his every move could decide the outcome of this difficult fight. And this was not the place to ask questions, because anything could turn dangerous in a heated battle. But the girl was able to repel the attack and instantly direct a blow to the face, demonstrating incredible speed and accuracy in combat. Suddenly, the thought flashed through the boy's mind that he had lost, and this feeling of fear and despair instantly overwhelmed his consciousness. As Jin-A landed her next blows, her movements were lightning fast and unerring, forcing Hyun to constantly dodge and defend. Her strength was incredible and truly honed to perfection, every move displaying years of training and impeccable skill in combat. The hero's fall caused the ground beneath him to crack, forming cracks that indicated the force of the impact and the danger of the situation. The leader understood that he needed to get up extremely quickly, otherwise he risked immediately losing the advantage in the battle. And he also couldn't understand how his opponent could be so fast. Her movements seemed almost superhuman and unpredictable. The girl decided to use her fire-breathing skill against him, and the flames instantly flared up, covering the space in front of them and forcing them to react quickly. Heng used Karsago's shield and mistakenly thought that his opponent was weak in close combat, but quickly saw that her skills were impressively powerful and dangerous. She possessed not only natural talent, but also knew exactly how to properly use her power to her advantage, turning every movement into an effective attack. This was what the young lady meant when she said those words at the beginning of the battle, for now his skills and weaknesses became completely clear. Hyun realized that a lot of time had passed, as there were only 10 minutes left on the timer, and every second was becoming critical to his survival. So, to win, the instinct of the sleeping reaper and the blessing of the Hasashin awakened in him, filling his body with incredible strength and sharpness of reactions. Jin-A understood that the enemy had used stealth this time, and she was truly impressed by his skills and the sophistication of his maneuvers in battle. But true strength was not in flaunting it, but in the ability to wield it quietly, confidently, and without the need to prove anything to others, remaining steadfast in one's own convictions. And the essence of power was to use it correctly, applying every resource and skill with maximum efficiency in battle. However, the girl did not find the boy himself, but only his jacket, testifying to his sudden disappearance. She understood that it was a rather cute move in battle, which simultaneously demonstrated the cleverness and unpredictability of her opponent. Siden Miller's sword also belonged to the hunter, and his presence added even more danger and tension to the fight. The young lady asked if the young man was not too cowardly, because in such behavior there was none of the elegance that she appreciated in a true warrior. At this point, the hero quickly dodged her attack, trying to avoid a strong blow and find a vulnerable spot in her defense. The huntress noticed that he was using a trick to distract her attention and instantly began to adjust her movements, preparing for the unexpected turn of events. But suddenly there was no one behind her, and the emptiness indicated that the enemy had suddenly changed position, leaving her defenseless for a moment. This unexpected situation left Jin-Ah confused, unable to immediately understand where the hunter had gone and what his next move should be. And then the young man appeared before her, saying that he had underestimated this battle before, but his opponent turned out to be incredible in her skill and strength. So he thought deeply about how he could defeat her, considering every possible maneuver and weak spot in her defense. She asked if a person who fell on the battlefield was truly worthless, raising questions about the true value of strength and resilience in battle. But Heng denied this and explained that the point is that a person does everything in their power to survive, and therefore it does not matter how cowardly these methods may seem. Jin-A responded to the opponent, not claiming that only his methods were correct, emphasizing that strength comes in many forms and everyone chooses their own path. A memory appeared in her mind of how the head ordered the little girl to become a decent person because there was no place in jail for those who were considered useless people. And then a confidence flashed in his eyes, reflecting determination and fortitude capable of overcoming any challenges along the way. Heng understood that he was enduring these merciless attacks in order to use Karzago's powers to their maximum effect, turning pain into an advantage in battle. This will get Jail on his side, and Ace will be able to thrive, as his decisive actions provide them with support and an advantage in the future. However, the girl used dust explosion magic, which instantly burned small particles in the air, creating a powerful wave of fire inside the room. At this moment, the hero lost his confidence a little, feeling how power shook his resolve and made him doubt his own abilities. Then there was a powerful explosion on the training ground, which shook everything around, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. And the time on the phone's timer ran out, signaling the end of the battle, leaving behind only silence, smoke, and the echoes of heavy blows. Water began to pour down to extinguish the flames, gradually washing away the heat, leaving behind only ruins and the charred remains of the site. Park ran up with an umbrella, covering himself from the water, and Jin-Ah said words of gratitude for the lecture and said that she would keep Hyun's advice in her heart, even though they would no longer have a reason to meet. As she turned to leave, she heard a rustling sound. The hero emerged from the rubble, exhausted, covered in dust and scratches, but still determined not to give up. The girl couldn't understand how the young man could even stand after all these devastating attacks, since even an experienced hunter would barely be able to withstand such a load. But he addressed her with a confident voice, one that conveyed unwavering fortitude and a desire to prove that his will was stronger than the pain. The hero explained that not so long ago he was one of those whom they themselves called an unnecessary person, but he was able to rise and prove that even such people are capable of changing the world. But this very person now stands before her on his own 2 feet, resolute despite all the trials that befell him during the battle. The ability to persist by any means, no matter what adversity comes his way, is the true value that Hen proved today with his own actions. And after these words, unable to bear it any longer, he fell to the ground, losing consciousness from exhaustion and stress accumulated during the battle. Jin-Ah stood stunned by such events and immediately ordered doctors to be called, realizing that the boy truly piqued her interest and deserved attention. The hero subconsciously understood that he had just been with Jin-Ah, feeling her presence, but now he found himself in a completely different place, observing unfamiliar circumstances. And he saw the familiar armor in front of him, reminding him of past battles and the people who had once been there to protect him. It was Kasashin who spoke in a calm voice that ultimately never even came, leaving behind only a feeling of emptiness and mystery. He called someone in front of him an invader, looking around with caution and tension, sensing the danger that could lurk at his every step. I thought now was the best time to finish him off, because the invasion command had classified him as a risk factor that could threaten the entire operation. The universe must have been huge, and he couldn't help but notice how much remained undestroyed while he still tried to climb out, despite the obstacles. The unknown person said that all this annoyed him, showing obvious impatience and internal tension that was difficult to hide even on the outside. So I decided that the classifier had to die, or else it would jeopardize the entire operation and destroy any chance of future security and control immediately. Suddenly, Hyun woke up and started screaming from such a strange dream, feeling a mixture of fear, surprise, and incomprehension of what had happened. He began to think about what he had just seen, trying to understand the meaning of the dream and how it could affect his real life. He realized that these could be memories of Kasashin, which had suddenly burst to the surface of his consciousness, leaving a feeling of anxiety and inexplicable power. But he didn't know what invader and classifier could mean, trying to decipher the meaning of these words and their relationship to the dream he had. In the car, the leader was informed that to advance to S rank, in addition to magical power, he must have a recommended dungeon crawling level that demonstrates his readiness. Fortunately, their magical abilities fit these conditions, but Heng lacks the necessary level of dungeon crawling to meet all the criteria. Jin-Ah explained that this was why she was going with him, to personally tell them to review the real need for his promotion and take all the circumstances into account. The judges were very strict, especially when they come for the S rank, because for them it's like a thorn in the ass, annoying and making you pay excessive attention to every little thing. And the hero could get agitated or confused in front of them, feeling the pressure of harsh judges and the fear that any mistake would ruin his chances. It seemed like the girl had forgotten, but Hyun was also the head of the guild, which made his involvement in the situation even more important and responsible. She says that the young man should be morally prepared because they don't know what they might throw away during the trials, and she wants to protect him from unexpected difficulties. She ordered Kim and Jong Seo to wait by the car so that they would not interfere with the events and stay at a safe distance from possible dangers. Then the leader and the young lady entered the room, carefully inspecting it and preparing to meet the strict judges. Jin-Ah said that from now on, the hero should be careful because she herself once received a reprimand from an examiner just because she had curly hair, and she doesn't want him to experience the same thing. Someone called the boy by name, causing him to turn around and feel the sudden attention of those around him. It was the same examiner who would help him determine his rank today, carefully watching his every step and reaction. So he showed those present where to go, pointing the right direction clearly and without unnecessary words, so that everyone knew where to go. The man ordered silence in the hallway, emphasizing that any noise could disrupt the proceedings or attract unwanted attention. Hyun immediately understood how to behave and began to move carefully, following all the instructions and rules. So they entered the right room, carefully inspecting the premises and preparing to meet the examiner and strict judges. They started by measuring his magical power, so he had to place his hand on the sphere and use mana, concentrating the energy as precisely as possible. The hero was in good shape, and his magical powers were at their peak, radiating a powerful energy that amazed even experienced observers. He decided to see for himself how far he could go, because he was interested in testing his own capabilities and testing the limits of his strength. Gilder offered to reincarnate the bet, destroy the measuring sphere, and then the magician would finally be able to see him, revealing the hidden essence. Heng thought about this proposal, weighing all the risks and possible consequences. Jin-Ah was rushing her comrade in this work because he hesitated for too long and risked missing the right moment to act. However, the leader did not understand whether it would break if he used it and did not realize how fatal and inevitable this breakdown could be for him. Siden Miller's valiant sword was with the hero, maintaining his strength and giving added confidence to his every movement and action. Then the hunter gathered his strength and prepared for the task, concentrating and preparing every movement for maximum accuracy. The examiner did not understand what had happened, because after the young man's action, the sphere suddenly broke, leaving him in complete surprise and uncertainty. He explained that it was designed to withstand the magical power of an SSS-Rank hunter, and therefore he didn't expect an ordinary young man to be able to break it with a single touch. Jin-ah wondered if they had a hunter of that level in Korea, but most likely not, as such power was extremely rare. The man understood that a long time had passed since they had used the sphere, and he realized that it was a truly important thing, capable of influencing the fate of many. The girl explained that she would compensate for everything at her own expense, taking responsibility and ensuring that there were no losses for the hero. She raised her hand in the air as if showing exactly what needed to be done, and at the same time giving a clear signal for further action. Then Park approached and opened a case containing 150 million in cash, causing everyone present to be surprised and amazed by such a huge sum. Hyun couldn't understand who could carry such funds around casually, as the amount was extremely large and clearly required caution and planning. Jin-ah saw that they had everything sorted out and decided to leave, making sure that the situation was under control and that no further intervention from her was needed. She asked them to take care of the requirements of the completed dungeons themselves if they did not want the fact of their irresponsible attitude towards the equipment to become known to others. The examiner was alarmed and shocked by such harsh language, as he did not expect to hear such a direct and harsh remark from her. Hyun saw that the girl was stern, but he realized that the guy who broke the sphere was him, and it filled him with a mixture of surprise and respect. The hero was surprised that the exam was so easy, but the young lady explained that it was all because all the employees were busy, and therefore the requirements were simplified a bit for convenience. The young man was indignant because it was an S-rank test that took less than half an hour, and he didn't expect everything to go so quickly and easily. The young man's phone vibrated too loudly in his pocket, which surprised him because he hadn't turned on the vibration and hadn't expected such a sudden beep. I couldn't get it to work and didn't know what was wrong because it continued to ring loudly, and no one understood the reason for the device's behavior. But he pulled out a stone from his pocket, not a phone, and this surprised him even more because he couldn't understand how it ended up there instead of a device. Jin-ah was shocked by what she saw, and it was very shocking because what happened did not meet her expectations at all and caused strong emotions. She grabbed his hand sharply and squeezed it, demonstrating determination and strength that made him feel an unexpected tension. Shouting, she asked what this object was doing in Hyun's hands, showing her surprise and tension at the same time. She urgently asked where the hunter had gotten it, because it clearly bothered the young lady a lot, and made her worry about the safety of the situation. Instead, in response, the leader only asked if her friend knew what the object was, leaving her bewildered and making her wonder about its purpose. In the Special Policy Department, a quiet and unexpected sound of conversation was suddenly heard, attracting attention. Sun Tae-shik held the position of head of the Special Investigation Division in the highest S-rank police department, overseeing complex cases. Jin-ah and Hyun brought an ancient stone to him, asking if he was aware of its origin and meaning. They gave it the name Black Mana, naming the item so because of its dark and mysterious energy. An order was issued from higher authorities to immediately report on the discovery of all these important details and nuances. The man had been involved in investigating this problem since the days when he was a top A-rank hunter and had a lot of experience. Of course, this information is not subject to public disclosure and is considered completely secret and confidential. Through Romanov's eyes, Hen noticed that the girl had a clear addiction to perverted affection, which made him anxious. She said that she didn't know where the hero found this thing, but now they were in the same boat, from which it was impossible to get out. The young man sharply asked if this case was related to Jail's group, but his friend remained silent and did not give any answer. Tae-shik discovered that this item was not a fake and was an exact match to one recently found by a secret investigation team, so they decided to start by increasing the number of team members. He asked the boy if he was bothered or worried while he had the thing in his hands. Since strange events were bound to happen to those who kept this stone with them, they either died or became completely incapacitated. And in such situations, there were definitely no exceptions, and everyone who came into contact with the stone suffered the consequences. Choi abruptly ran into the guild office, drawing the attention of everyone present with his unexpected appearance, his gaze angry and surprised at the same time. He said that Hyun should have called him immediately as soon as something like this happened so that he could respond to the situation quickly. But the friend explained that he himself only recently found out about it and did not have time to report it earlier. The guy told how they had fun on Friday, but this evening turned out to be extremely crazy and unpredictable. Taeshik realized what had happened even before the two entered the alley that day, anticipating the course of events. Then Choi continued the story that they saw something strange, a humanoid creature which later turned into dust and completely crumbled. And after that, the Black Mana Stone remained at the scene, radiating dark and mysterious energy. Jin-Ah realized that this sounded just like the previous reports, with a description that matched past cases almost down to the smallest detail. They asked if anyone had attacked them before, trying to learn about previous incidents to build a complete picture. But suddenly, a loud and alarming sound began to come from the speakers hanging from the ceiling, attracting the attention of everyone present. The voice announced an emergency alert and urged all personnel inside the building to be prepared for a possible ambush. This message was repeated several times, warning hunters to be prepared to defend themselves against possible danger. Jin-Ah said that strange and dangerous events were bound to happen to those who held the Black Mana Stone. Taeshik ordered everyone to get ready, because the enemy would definitely arrive here in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for reflection. Heng didn't understand why this wasn't reported in the news, but he was asked if he had heard of the term information blockade. Because the current state of the Republic of Korea is far from as good as the young man imagines, and hidden problems remain invisible to most. Jin-Ah used the magic of the Absolute Shield, creating an impenetrable barrier that protected her and those around her from any attack. And then, in the cloud of dust, a shadow of a person appeared, moving uncertainly and mysteriously in the darkness. Heng informed everyone that something was coming and warned of possible danger that could arise at any moment. The unknown guy said that he was not alone, hinting at the presence of someone else nearby and creating a sense of threat. His appearance resembled that of an ordinary person, but he exuded a strange and disturbing aura. But they could not let their guard down, because they were faced with those who had finally abandoned humanity and posed a mortal threat. The stranger bit a small piece of stone with his teeth, demonstrating a strange resilience to its material and strength. Then he said that no one could face them face to face, because they were chosen by the being and had special abilities by nature. Heng used a blade control spell against the enemy, manipulating the weapon with incredible precision and power. At that moment, the stranger turned into a monster, and his appearance resembled a majestic and fearsome panther, ready to attack. This creature instantly began attacking everyone in the office, charging with incredible speed and fury. He began to break down their defenses, breaking through barriers with incredible force and forcing everyone to defend themselves with all their might. Jin-Ah saw that the shield had been broken and realized that now they were left without reliable protection against the threat. The monster's strength was incredible and clearly not that of a human, exceeding any normal limits of ability. Hyun pondered in his head what needed to be done and how to save everyone present from the impending mortal danger. Suddenly, the enemy's liquid engulfed his hand, slowing his movements and creating a feeling of dangerous calm. And the clothes were instantly permeated with this dangerous substance, so the hero concluded that it could be poisonous. Taeshik explained that damage from contact with an enemy's bodily fluids is extremely dangerous, so it would be best to avoid close combat. The young man didn't know how to avoid close combat, if even his blade control spell didn't work against this powerful enemy. And Lee Jin-Ah's shield was also at its limit, so the question remains how this monster was able to find them and attack them. The girl ordered those present to do at least something, because the enemy would soon completely destroy their defenses, and the threat would become deadly. Taeshik explained that they had never managed to capture a single specimen before, and therefore this attempt was extremely risky. Then Hyun said that he would definitely show his worth right now, proving through actions and courage that he was trustworthy and able to protect others without hesitation. After destroying the shield, the enemy first targeted the girl, trying to eliminate her first in order to break the team's defenses. But the hunter used all her strength and tried to apply all her skills to confront the enemy in this fierce battle. At that time, the Reaper's ruthless killing intent awakened in the hero, and living beings could not escape the instinctive fear of his presence. His gaze carefully analyzed his opponent, trying to identify every possible weakness and find a way to gain an advantage. At the same time, it was visible how the monster ruthlessly tried to destroy everyone around it. Chaos and fear filled the room, leaving no one safe. The opponent said that the hero was really persistent, noting this with barely concealed surprise and recognizing him as a qualifier capable of overcoming the most difficult trials. Hyun didn't understand why his opponent wasn't rushing to attack him, but instead was watching intently, as if waiting for the right moment or some hidden advantage. And like a predatory spider from other worlds, sharp metal blades slowly grew from its back, flashing with a cold glow and opening menacingly in the darkness. Choi saw that a unique ability had opened up before him, and the air around him immediately swirled, creating the feeling of invisible blades ready to cut space in half. The hero desperately tried to escape from the unstoppable attacks, dodging every air-slicing blow and looking for the slightest opportunity to counterattack. Siden Miller's valiant sword was endowed with the power of reincarnation, and as long as justice remained on his side, the blade shone with an unwavering light and could never break. The leader used everything he had in his arsenal, sparing no strength, abilities, or resources to achieve victory, prove his superiority, and break down resistance. Sun Tae-shik was speechless from what he saw. His consciousness refused to accept reality. His eyes opened wide, and inside everything was constricted from disbelief and shock at the unimaginable spectacle. He thought that Hyun was just a weak F-rank hunter a few months ago, so he couldn't believe that he now had such impressive skills. The girl strictly ordered not to mutilate the enemy too much, because it was necessary to take a sample from him for analysis, which could save many in the future. The monster said that Hyung had grown significantly in skill, recognizing his abilities and respecting him as a true classifier. But at the same time, he loudly warned him not to be arrogant, emphasizing that even the strongest can suddenly fall if they lose their vigilance or overestimate their own strength. He also mentioned the bishop himself in his speech, emphasizing his greatness and influence, which remained a symbol of strength and authority even among the most powerful warriors. And then he began to beg him, sincerely asking to be given another chance to improve and prove that he was trustworthy and could live up to expectations. Tae-shik explained that this was a reaction to S-rank magic, and therefore everyone should be extremely careful, closely monitoring the manifestations of power to avoid unforeseen dangers. The girl suddenly started coughing, not understanding what had happened. Her face turned white, and her eyes opened wide from a sudden attack or unknown environmental impact. Hyun felt that he was starting to have serious problems with his head, and with alarm he realized that everything was not going as it should be, and the situation was getting out of control. And perhaps it was some new type of attack that invisibly affects consciousness, distorting the perception of reality and forcing the victim to doubt their own feelings and actions. Those present did not understand what had happened. Everyone began to fall to the ground, losing balance and control over their own bodies, overcome by an unknown force or magic. Deuce's absolute will intervenes in the young man's fate, guiding his steps, changing his life path, and forcing him to face events he could not have predicted or avoided. The boy was in the hall of past lives, surrounded by memories, where every step revealed fragments of other people's and his own past destinies. I remembered fighting someone who had absorbed a black mana stone and feeling the power and darkness that raged within the enemy, threatening to destroy everything around him. He was attacked by the owner of the magic stone, who later turned into a demon, and he could do nothing because doubts and fear completely overcame his mind and will. And the young man had a feeling that Legion was hiding something regarding the black mana stone, and this gave rise to anxiety and suspicion, forcing him to closely monitor every word and action. The opponent accurately called him a classifier, so this could mean that he recognizes his exceptional abilities, strength, and skill in combat, placing Hung in the category of experienced and dangerous warriors worthy of respect. And he was also concerned about the question of this unknown bishop, because the mystery and unknown motives created a sense of danger and forced him to be on the alert. Breaking out of his thoughts, the boy's gaze focused on something specific, capturing his full attention and making his heart beat faster with anticipation of an important event. A door suddenly appeared in front of Hyun, the light from which barely filtered through the cracks, as if inviting him to enter an unknown and mysterious space. They were written about a madman standing on the threshold of the door of truth, as if warning of the danger that awaits those who dare to cross this boundary threshold. The hero remembered last time and wondered if everything would happen the same way again, making his heart clench with the foreboding of the repetition of old mistakes and dangers. Sweat rolled down his body, running down his back and face, testifying to fear, tension, and an internal struggle with a wave of anxiety. Opening the door, he saw a bright glow shining from within, blinding everything around, filling the space with unusual light energy and making his heart beat faster. Then the hero entered a room that was completely filled with books, the shelves reaching to the ceiling, and the air smelling of old pages and secrets waiting to be discovered. He thought it could be the premises of an alchemist or a sorcerer, because every corner of the room exuded mystery, and things reminded him of magical experiments and ancient knowledge. A mysterious man with long hair suddenly appeared before him. His gaze was penetrating and mysterious, and his presence radiated power and invisible threat. He introduced himself as Gildrum and explained that he had long observed the reincarnation process, tracking the hero's every step and closely monitoring his development and abilities. The hero said that then he should know what situation he found himself in, because understanding the circumstances will help him make the right decisions and not become a victim of unpredictable events. He adapted to magic with the help of the Black Mana Stone, using its power to enhance his own abilities and control the magical flows that surrounded him. Gildrum is well aware of him, having suffered from his actions many times, testing the hero's strength and cunning firsthand, and learning to recognize his maneuvers. Hyun asked what the problem was, as all of his past lives had instantly reacted to his first encounter with the item, triggering strong memories, anxiety, and unusual sensations in his mind. And the most important question was, why people turn into monsters. This phenomenon threatens the entire society and hides secrets that can change the understanding of the nature of magic and human essence. The man explained that this was a task that everyone, including the young man, must take care of even at the cost of their own lives. But he could not go into details at this time, leaving many questions unanswered. The hero said that his past lives never spoke of it, and even now Gilder refuses to talk about this stone, leaving the secret intact and full of mystery. But the man refused not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't, because they were all bound by a strict prohibition, and only now had the probationary period begun, which gave him the opportunity to act. And if Deus asked him for help, the man would lend him his power without hesitation, ready to carry out the will of the divine being, despite the risks to himself. He asked if the hunter truly wanted to become stronger, testing his determination and willingness to go through hardship. Since he was under the power of the stone, he will soon die, and the threat concerns not only him, but also everyone who is somehow connected to him. However, if the young man is truly a classifier, he must pass the Gildrum test, and then he will receive a reward in the form of a nullifying blessing capable of neutralizing the stone's danger. So he searches for something he needs among numerous books, carefully browsing the pages in search of knowledge or clues that can help solve a difficult problem. Since the young man already had the concepts, all he had to do was deepen this knowledge by studying texts in detail and analyzing information to gain a complete understanding of the subject. Heng asked why the man was so insistent on shoving these books into his hands, not understanding what his goal was and what he wanted. The magician explained that the young man must also pass a special assessment test that will test his abilities, determination, and readiness for the challenges that lie ahead. Gilder explained that he was once a fairly famous professor at a prestigious academy, his brilliant abilities and deep knowledge making him prominent in scientific and magical circles. And he wouldn't even be able to sit at the table with someone who was stupider than him, because his pride and demands for intellectual level made cooperation with those less capable impossible. The professor explained that these were supposed to be midterm and final exams, and something similar already existed in his world, where such tests served as a test of knowledge, skills, and readiness for future challenges. You had to memorize all the books and get an A+ or higher, demonstrating not only knowledge, but also an incredible memory, attention to detail, and understanding of complex material. And if the hunter can do it, Gilder will share with him the knowledge of how to get rid of the influence of the Black Mana Stone, revealing the secrets of its neutralization and liberation from its destructive power. The hunter will also receive detailed information on ways to dispel magic and purification methods that will help neutralize its effects forever. The young man, after sitting for several hours before the exam, was still unable to successfully pass the tests, even though he tried to concentrate and find the correct answers. Sheets of paper flew haphazardly around him, creating chaos in the air, as if reflecting his confusion and inner turmoil. Each time, observing the results, the professor only sighed and repeated with cold certainty that this was a complete failure, with no chance of success. Asking with an ironic smile, the man wondered if this was really all the hunter was capable of, testing his patience and self-belief. Then the boy, gathering his strength and overcoming his doubts, confidently handed the solved exam to the professor, hoping to prove his perseverance and abilities. Speaking to Gildra in a calm but firm voice, the boy declared that he had decided everything on his own, without needing any help or guidance. The man smiled with relief, realizing that everything turned out not to be as bad as he had feared, and that the boy still had hope for real success. His appearance remained calm and confident, demonstrating inner harmony and determination despite the surrounding chaos and tension. At that time, the hero realized that he would have to repeat all the material again in order to perfectly master the knowledge and prepare for the next test. And then Gilder asked with a serious expression on his face if the young man realized that his report card took into account not only test results, but also other important indicators. He explained in detail that the assessment takes into account 70% for testing, 20% for class attendance, and 10% for the correct approach to learning and activity. Hyun had the highest grade for class attendance among all, which testified to his diligence and responsibility in the educational process. And his approach was 100% perfect, demonstrating incredible diligence and dedication, so the work turned out to be perfect and impressive. And the boy received an A+ grade, barely believing his own success, and amazed that his hard work had yielded such an outstanding result. All knowledge related to magic circles will be passed on to Han immediately after he awakens in his world, preparing him for new challenges and adventures. The hunter came to his senses, and Jeel Darai's dark knowledge helped him focus, after which a detailed analysis of the magic circle began. Rising to a sitting position, the young man felt weak and confused, feeling unwell and uncomfortable after a long period of exertion. He managed to wake up, but the feeling of his body being poisoned remained, forcing him to move cautiously and fight against weakness. He realized that at this rate he could die, so he urgently needed to use Jeel Darai's dispersing circle to save his life. The harmful mana was deeply rooted in his heart, so he needed to circulate his own mana to cure it with the extraction technique. The leader could not understand that all this dangerous manipulation of mana would take place right on the heart, increasing the risk to the young man's life. His body began to pulsate strongly, noticeably reacting to the magical energy and dangerous manipulation within his body. Mana began to destroy the magic circle, using the name of the dark truth, causing chaos and seriously threatening the success of the entire ritual and the safety of everyone present in the room. Blood began to flow from the boy's mouth, indicating a strong influence of magical power and a serious danger to his life, forcing an urgent response. He concluded that dispelling all that harmful mana really hurt, feeling intense physical and magical pain in the process. I looked ahead and saw that only 3 people remained around, emphasizing the scale of the destruction and the danger of the situation. They all lay unconscious on the floor, helpless and powerless before the destructive power of the magic that had just passed through the room. Finally, the young man stood up and straightened his back, feeling determined and knowing exactly what he needed to do next. Jin-Ah stood up, feeling strong and ready to act, despite the fatigue and danger around her. But she didn't understand where she was, feeling disoriented and confused in her new, chaotic environment. Because only darkness reigned around, enveloping everything in impenetrable darkness, depriving us of any landmarks and leaving us with a feeling of complete loneliness and hopelessness. She used the magic of light, dispelling the darkness around her, and trying to regain her orientation and see the space around her. The girl looked around her, carefully examining every corner of the space, trying to understand where she was and what had happened around her. Then she saw that there was no one around her, and she felt a deep sense of loneliness and anxiety in the empty space. She felt lonely and scared, her heart pounding with intense excitement, and the deep darkness around her only intensified the feeling of complete isolation and hopelessness. The girl fell to her knees, unable to believe everything that had happened, feeling deep shock and complete helplessness in the face of the unexpected events that had turned her world upside down. And it was no different from the times when Jin-Ah was younger, bringing back memories of the fear and helplessness of the past. She recalled the words about her sister already being a member of the group, feeling both pride and anxiety for her safety. And she was constantly asked when she would finally be able to prove her worth and earn full recognition among the other members of the group, which only increased her inner anxiety and tension. She was asked about the ideology of the jail group, seeking to understand the beliefs and attitudes towards the organization's principles. Then the young lady, like a robot, uttered a cold phrase that useless people were better off dead, without showing any emotion in her voice. The man in front replied in a calm but firm tone that the huntress knew this perfectly well and didn't need any extra reminders. And in that case, he added with a cold smile, it would be better for her to die, hinting at her helplessness and incompetence, which aroused rage and shame in her. Jin-Ah looked confused and scared, her eyes trembling with fear, and her hands trembling subtly with inner tension. She completely disagreed with her husband's words, feeling an inner protest and rejection of his cruel judgments. A second later, she started crying because she sincerely wanted to become a better version of herself, overcome her weakness, and prove that she was worth more. And then, with her head bowed, she quietly begged for someone to help her get out of here, feeling despair and complete hopelessness. Light began to shine through from above, barely illuminating the darkness around and instilling a tiny hope of salvation. Raising her head, a tiny hope of salvation arose in Jin-Ah, and her heart calmed down a little from the feeling of being able to leave the dark room and her own thoughts. The girl was lying in the young man's arms, carefully supporting her. He tried to help her get out of the dangerous situation. Choi asked anxiously if everything would be okay with the young lady, observing her condition and worrying about her safety. And then, after a minute, Jin-Ah opened her eyes, slowly scanning the space around her and trying to comprehend what had happened. Her vision was unfocused and blurry, her eyes trembling, reflecting weakness and disorientation after the stress she had experienced. Hyun tried to call the girl, speaking loudly to her and making movements to attract her attention and help her navigate. Then he asked in a calm voice how she was feeling, watching her reaction and ready to support if needed. Instantly, the friend took a deep breath and stood up abruptly, feeling a surge of strength and determination. She examines her trembling hands, trying hard to understand whether she has been able to fully regain control of her body after the intense stress and danger. Turning to everyone present, the young lady assured them that she had already returned to them, trying to calm and assure her comrades of their safety. Hyun decided to joke and said that sweat was pouring from her eyes, hinting at tears to lighten the tense atmosphere a bit and somehow cheer everyone up. And then the young lady sincerely thanked her for the rescue, feeling deep gratitude, relief, and joy that her life was saved thanks to the care and support of those around her. It was a deep, dark night outside, with the moon barely illuminating the empty streets and the wind rustling softly through the trees. Teshik said that they all worked very well throughout the day, putting in their best efforts to achieve their goals. He said that he would definitely tell the higher-ups about this, so we need to wait patiently and rest during this time to regain our strength. Park Seok-hyun abruptly burst into the office, quickly scanning the room and casting a careful glance at everyone present. He said anxiously that the girl looked bad and that he should have arrived much earlier to help her in this situation in time. He offers her pastries so that she can fill her stomach with food more quickly and regain strength after a tiring day. A minute later, the door to the office suddenly opens, letting in the faint light of the corridor and the faint sound of footsteps. Someone called out to the leader, causing him to turn sharply and listen to a voice coming from the other side of the room. It turned out to be the head of the special section, who calmly offered to sign a deal with them, explaining all the advantages and terms of cooperation. To be more precise, he proposed concluding an agreement specifically with the Republic of Korea, explaining in detail all the possible consequences and benefits. Now, due to his connection to the dark magic stone, Hyun himself has become a target, and in fact, a special unit is constantly tracking this dangerous object. The purpose of the special department is to track down all dark magic stones and severely punish their owners for violating the law. The department will brief the leader in detail as soon as a response about cooperation is received, disclosing all operational information, risks, timeframes, and action plan. Since the mission is completely classified, they will provide Hyun with S-rank weapons and complete exemption for his guild from taxes, official inspections, and benefits. Choi's eyes lit up at the words he heard, because he had dreamed of this for a long time, and now the possibility of realizing his dream had become real and close. He tried to convince his comrade because the conditions involved weapons and a secret mission, which made the situation very dangerous and interesting. You must definitely agree with this and do everything in your power, sparing no effort or time, carrying out the order without hesitation for the sake of success and safety. Like a robot, Choi continued to beg the young man, but his persistence only irritated him, making him feel irritated and disobedient at the same time. Before the hero lay a sword, glowing with a bright red light, reflecting its brilliance on the walls and filling the room with a sense of danger and power. It was the same S-class weapon he was to be given, but first it had to be properly bound, following all the rituals and safety rules for activation. And this sword also had its own name, the Hellish Janmadao, which inspired fear and majesty, emphasizing its incredible power and uniqueness among all weapons. The young man's gaze sharpened, becoming piercing and focused, as if trying to feel the power of the sword and anticipate the events that were to happen next. He asks if he will have to cry every time he uses it, but it turns out that this is not the case at all, and the sword did not cause such effects. It was a magical sword, but its true owner had not yet been found, because not all people were able to withstand its incredible strength and magical power without harming themselves. Heng realized that the sword would not be given to him just like that, and that he would have to prove his endurance and dignity to earn the right to own it. Teshik analyzed that it wouldn't be difficult for the guy because he became an S-rank hunter in just 6 months, showing extraordinary abilities, determination, and willpower. Suddenly, Deus's will destroyed the sword's resistance and shifted to a forced binding, forcing him to submit to his new master without any possibility of resistance. The young man did not understand what was happening, as the power of the sword and the magic of the process exceeded all his imagination and left him in complete amazement and bewilderment. Because he immediately felt an incredible amount of mana emanating from the sword, enveloping him with energy and making him feel a power that was previously unimaginable. Heng heard the weapon speak to him, radiating a powerful magical presence and seeming to attempt to communicate with its new master. Jin-Ah immediately noticed that this mana was strange, different from any other she had ever felt, and it gave her a slight uneasy feeling. The sword could not believe that a child had become its master, and it seemed to him like a joke, because he expected a strong and experienced warrior, not a young teenager. But he decided not to pursue this matter for now, restraining his surprise and observing the new master to assess his true strength and potential. The girl suggested starting everything right now, since she was already very tired, and did not want to postpone the start of an important process any longer. The young man decided to guide her, carefully leading her to the right place and making sure everything went smoothly and in an organized manner. Stepping outside, the hero felt the days getting colder, and the winter wind bit into his bones, reminding him of the approach of the harsh season. Suddenly, the young lady stopped and turned sharply to her friend, her gaze becoming serious, as if she was about to say something very important or warn of danger. She suggested that they officially introduce themselves, because now they were on the same team and had to act in harmony and trust each other in all situations. She reached out and said that she was Li Jina and would work with him to uncover the secret of the dark magic stone and punish those behind this crime. So she asked that the leader remain alive until their next meeting, emphasizing the importance of his safety for the future plan. She was very grateful to Hyun for her salvation, sincerely appreciating his courage and quick reaction that saved her from danger. In response, the young man smiled at the girl, showing goodwill and quiet joy at being able to help her in a critical situation. Shaking hands, the guy said that he had only returned the favor, emphasizing his sincerity and willingness to help, because Jin-ah had previously saved him from Ju Ye-ri during a fight, and now he wanted to thank her for saving his life and showing care. The young lady was pleased to hear these words because they touched her heart and instilled a feeling of gratitude and warmth from sincere recognition. Getting into the car, she said that they would see each other again, hinting at a future meeting and the continuation of a joint business or adventure. So the car set off down the road, slowly picking up speed and leaving behind a light trail of dust and the noise of the wheels. And the guild leader watched this closely monitoring the machine's movements and considering further actions and possible consequences. Then a man ran up to him, asking if the guildmaster was okay, expressing concern and wanting to make sure of his safety. Guild explained that he would first find all the necessary information and then contact Heng to report the results and agree on further actions. Choi agreed to go with his friend, deciding not to leave him alone and to support him in a common cause or adventure. Since dangers constantly follow one another, for safety reasons it was decided that it was better to spend the night in Leys to regain strength and avoid risks at night. Nearby, the man's gaze sharpened on a team of people communicating with each other, forcing him to closely monitor their actions and assess the possible threat. Kang paid special attention to Hyung-jun, observing his behavior, movements, and possible intentions among the entire group. Later, while sitting on the bed, the sword addressed the hero again, radiating a magical presence, and as if ready to impart new knowledge or orders. He asked how the young man dared to send him to such a dark and desolate place, and warned that he would have to pay dearly for it. Pushing him back into subspace, Hyun explained that he disliked noisy things the most, so he tried to avoid noise and chaos. The sword loudly proclaimed itself to be extremely useful, restoring mana by absorbing the blood of enemies, and could nullify high-level magic, rendering it null. The weapon ordered its master to execute all the godless, and the leader pondered his return, weighing the moral and strategic implications. At the gathering, a speech was solemnly announced for all employees who had recently been promoted to the high A rank. Kim sincerely expressed his gratitude for the support and promised to continue to work hard and put in his best efforts. Heng warmly congratulated all the other hunters who also received promotions and expressed his sincere joy to them for their achievements. Nuna announced that their meeting would officially end and everyone could return to their work. The guy watched the girl's actions intently, trying not to miss a single movement or gesture. Then Seo-jin sat quietly in the hallway, observing the surrounding space and thinking about what had happened earlier. Approaching her, the young man said that she needed to be more careful with things, while at the same time calling her the chief secretary. She had not expected his presence at all, and surprised, froze for a moment, looking at him with a surprised look. The leader heard that she had been working tirelessly on all of the company's tasks and projects throughout the time he and the CEO were away. Nuna replied that she was simply doing her duty, as she was the only one left unharmed after the raid. She always stayed behind, relying on them for everything, and it was the least she could do to support the team and fulfill her duties. But Hyun assured that she is not at all the kind of person who constantly relies on others and always tries to cope with all tasks on her own. Because in reality, everything was quite the opposite, and her actions demonstrated independence and responsibility, not dependence on other people. And now he will be forced to answer for the burden he allowed her to carry all this time, realizing his own negligence and injustice. The girl listened attentively to her friend, concentrating on his every word and trying to understand his feelings and thoughts as accurately as possible. She said that she felt fine and there was no need to continue the conversation, trying to calmly end the discussion without unnecessary tension. While getting up, the girl suddenly lost consciousness and fell straight into the young man's arms, causing him surprise and a little embarrassment. She dropped the entire drink that the leader had kindly offered her earlier, and the liquid spilled around, creating a small mess. The guy was alarmed and confused, looking intently at the young lady and trying to understand what had happened and how to react correctly in this situation. He ordered Kim to drive to the hospital quickly, so he needed to immediately prepare the car and make sure the road was as safe as possible. Already in the medical care room, the doctor examined the patient and diagnosed her with chronic fatigue caused by numerous underground hikes and excessive physical exertion. Those present were shocked by what was said, not expecting such words, and their faces immediately showed surprise and anxiety at the same time. The girl explained that after the raid they were all hospitalized due to injuries and severe exhaustion, and everyone else also had some work to do after the raid, which further complicated their recovery and rest. Therefore, she didn't know what to do besides her own work, so she took on the responsibilities of others, trying to help her colleagues and maintain general order. The hero shouted that starting from this day, their guild was going on a week-long vacation, and all members could finally gain strength. Jin-Ah asked if this could really be called a vacation, doubting that even while on vacation, they would be able to avoid any responsibilities or unforeseen tasks. She explained that all the guild members were gathered in one place solely on the boss's orders, and this didn't quite fit the usual idea of a real vacation. So she concludes that everyone will definitely curse them for such conditions, because no one likes to lose their freedom, even during their vacation. And even Jael had never done anything like this, which made her behavior even more strange and unexpected for everyone present. But Hyung explained the situation and decided to call it the Lays culture, emphasizing the peculiarities of their traditions and behavioral norms within the guild. He didn't understand how Jin-Ah had appeared here because she acted as if they hadn't seen each other for a while, which made him surprised and doubtful. Because then she herself suggested meeting up next time, which made her current appearance completely unexpected and contradictory to her previous words. The girl asked loudly if it was the young man who invited them here, but he simply didn't think they would actually come and was surprised by their presence. Nuna saw their communication and realized that they were in a good relationship, feeling mutual trust and sincere affection for each other. When the hunter asked Kim if she wasn't an S-rank hunter, he quickly shut his mouth, preventing him from continuing the conversation. So the entire team finally rested from the hard work of the hunters, enjoying the peace and opportunity to regain strength after numerous tasks and dangers. On the other side of town, a mercenary asked if he could enter the guild master's room, trying to learn important information without violating guild rules. The man asked if he had done what was asked of him, hoping to get an accurate answer and make sure the task was completed on time. And he replied that he had summoned 5 elite A-rank hunters, completing the task as quickly and efficiently as possible. But before that, he clarified why they were needed, trying to understand the purpose of the call and make sure that his actions would be appropriate. The master looked with a look full of incredible fury, which immediately made those around him feel his anger and the seriousness of his intentions. He announced that he was going to hold a certain ceremony that would require the full attention and participation of everyone present, emphasizing the importance of the event. He sought to gain the power necessary to avenge Ju Yeri's sister, to find those responsible for her disappearance and repay everyone involved, sparing neither time nor resources. He added that the executive director is obliged to carry out his orders without question, adhering to instructions, deadlines, and instructions. Then the man ordered the boys to enter the premises, demanding speed and discipline from them so that everything would go according to his plan without unnecessary delays. And 5 high-ranking hunters appeared in the room, immediately attracting attention with their power and confident stance. Heng Gen decided that these would be enough to get the job done, assessing their skills and experience as optimal for the task at hand. He took the black mana stone in his hand and summoned the Punisher, preparing to use its power to carry out his planned actions without any hesitation. Something incomprehensible was happening before those present, as some kind of magic began to manifest around them, filling the air with mysterious energy and an unsettling feeling. The Punisher said that the man was late, emphasizing his dissatisfaction with the situation and waiting for his appearance to begin important action. So he ordered the work to begin immediately, demanding maximum concentration and flawless execution of the assigned tasks from everyone present. Heng Gen called for everyone to stand on the line of the magic circle, preparing them for the ritual and ensuring the correct positioning. Fear and confusion were visible on the hunters' faces. They felt the seriousness of the situation and the powerful magical energy around them, which was increasing. But they still did what they were ordered to do, despite fear and confusion, demonstrating discipline and a willingness to act. Suddenly, something unknown and strong began to bind their bodies, restricting their movements and causing panic among the hunters, forcing them to look for a way out of the situation. They began to scream and confusedly ask the guildmaster what was happening to them, trying to understand the reason for the dangerous circumstances. But Heng Gen, as if hypnotized, repeated that he would be able to take revenge with this, his voice calm but pierced with unwavering determination and anger. And in his head was only the thought of how he would get even with Kang Hyun-jung, feeling a pulsating rage and obsession with the idea. Taeshik urgently invited everyone to visit him, because he had extremely important news that he wanted to deliver in person, without delaying it even for a few minutes. Because I found some important evidence, but first I needed to review the photos to verify their authenticity and determine if they were truly relevant to the case. The first image clearly showed the Great Demon Guild, its huge towers, and the figures of mages standing guard under an ominous red glow. Hyun wanted to ask something, but Jin-ah quickly covered his mouth with her hand and, leaning forward slightly, spoke softly, asking what exactly happened to this mysterious group. The leader replied that guilds of gold level and above hold regular meetings, given the vast amount of authority each holds, so it is extremely important to make sure everyone is fulfilling their duties. But the Great Demon Guild had not participated in these meetings for a long time, which raised suspicions, as their prolonged absence could indicate a conspiracy or hidden intentions. Also clearly visible in the photo was Deputy Guildmaster Hyun-gyun, who was also Ju Ye-ri's older brother, and his presence in the photo with the representatives raised even more questions. They had heard that ever since the girl disappeared, there had been unrest within the Great Demon Guild, with rumors of internal conflicts, betrayal, and strange events spreading more and more rapidly. The leader reported that one of their investigators had gone to the guild to investigate, but upon arriving there, he found the huge building completely empty, as if all its inhabitants had disappeared without a trace. It was as if no one had ever been there, and everyone present began to doubt whether the members of the Great Demon Guild had truly disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a mysterious silence. He holds up another photo and says that there is something extremely suspicious about it, which could shed light and force everyone present to take a closer look at every detail of the photo. Jin-a's eyes widened sharply after she looked at the card, as what she saw there shocked her and caused an instant fear and an unexpected feeling of anxiety. Quickly handing it to Hyun, the girl said that she was going to vomit right now, because what she saw caused a sudden nausea and severe discomfort that was hard to contain. because the photo depicted some kind of ritual and a large amount of blood, and the scene was extremely scary and dangerous, as if something sinister was happening right before her eyes. It looked like someone had held a gruesome ceremony straight out of a horror movie, with candles, bloody symbols, and an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down the spines of everyone who saw the photo. Taeshik added that after the investigator took these photos, he was unexpectedly attacked, which further emphasized the dangerousness of the situation and the threat that loomed over the guild. Fortunately, the camera remained in a safe location, so the internal files could be extracted, preserving all evidence and accessing important information without risk. But unfortunately, the worker died after this incident, leaving colleagues in deep shock and making everyone realize how dangerous the events were. The man wondered if it didn't look very familiar to them. The scene in the photo and the atmosphere reminded them of events from the past that they had seen before, and that had left a deep mark on their memory. Heng agreed, thinking that someone had used a dark magic stone that manipulates consciousness and leads to the conclusion that the Great Demon Guild was directly involved in the attack and all these terrible events. The girl carefully analyzed what was said and the photo she had seen, considering all the details, and then asked for a minute to organize her thoughts and formulate her own assumption about what had happened. She asked if the symbol in the photo seemed familiar to her comrades, trying to figure out if they had ever seen it before and if it might be the key to solving the guild's mystery. She emphasized that this needed to be clarified as soon as possible because the topic had already begun to be discussed among everyone present, and the further investigation and the safety of the group depended on it. Hyun recalled that it happened during the exclusive raid against Ju Yeri, when they saw similar symbols and creepy signs that now appeared in the photo. Taeshik tried to learn as much information as possible from the hunters, asking detailed questions about their actions, observations, and suspicious events to build a complete picture. The hero emphasized that his brother is actively searching for her and is doing everything possible to find out his sister's exact location. Every minute of delay can have serious consequences. It will be extremely difficult to get the department to take the investigation seriously without an official documentary argument that would legitimize and accelerate the action. Then Hyun asked what would happen if it appeared directly in the Great Demon Guild, because then the situation could reach a new level for everyone. However, the man immediately objected, convincing everyone not to pursue this topic further in order to avoid panic and not reveal unnecessary information that could complicate the investigation. The leader explained that his goal was simply to throw out the bait to test the master's reaction and gain valuable information without directly risking his people. And their everything will depend on Heng Gen, whether he will respond to this provocation, whether he will be able to remain vigilant and not let himself be deceived. The next morning, he read a note from the boy asking if his brother wanted to know the girl's location, which also sounded like a mockery of him. He asked furiously how he dared to do something like that, expressing anger and outrage at the audacity that could have led to serious consequences for everyone involved. Turning into a monster, he promised himself to tear his enemy to pieces, paying for every wrong and leaving him no chance of salvation. In the morning, an explosion occurred in the building, shaking everything around it, shattering windows with a roar, collapsing walls, and forcing people to seek shelter in panic. Ordinary people began to flee, screaming for help, trying to escape the danger that suddenly and chaotically pushed against each other in panic. Meanwhile, Hyun and Jin-Ah were watching all of this, as they had placed the bait that morning, carefully monitoring the guild and every movement of the people, so as not to miss any important details. They saw that Hyung-Yong's reaction was much stronger than expected, his behavior showing unexpected aggression and determination that went beyond the bounds of normal caution. So, most likely, there will be no major scandal. They were well prepared, understanding the possible consequences, and acted in a coordinated and careful manner to avoid unforeseen problems. Then the monster looked, and gritting his teeth in rage, loudly declared that the leader had dared to openly provoke him, so now he would certainly pay with his life, without mercy. The hunter asked the guildmaster if he was sure about this situation, worried for the safety of everyone present and afraid that events could get out of control due to unpredictable behavior. But the young man perceived everything for himself simply as an unofficial battle, viewing it as a test of his strength and capabilities, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation and the threat to those around him. Looking at the mutant, he asked if all the personnel had been evacuated, concerned for people's safety and eager to make sure no one was in danger. The leader replied that he did, and only the combat squad remained, which was responsible for ensuring security on the first floor, monitoring the situation, and preparing for a possible clash. If it is breached, Huang and the CEO will brutally suppress the enemy, organizing the defense and breaking their offensive with one coordinated strike. But suddenly, things went wrong, and the target abandoned its position, throwing the allies into chaos, forcing the attackers to instantly change tactics. He is already on the roof, exactly where his comrades were, and this proximity poses a serious threat to their lives, so we must act instantly, without hesitation. At this time, Hyun was confused by the unexpected situation because he did not expect to see his opponent so close, and this instantly complicated his further actions. Then the enemy said with an ominous smile that he had finally found the boy, hinting that the long search was over and now the time for reckoning had come. Huang asked to step aside because he wanted to save the leader and take on the monster himself, planning to distract the enemy and ensure the safety of the others present. His confidence was extremely high, so he instantly rushed forward, ready to confront alone and divert the threat from his comrades. He used a powerful snow whirlwind spell, raising an ice storm that would blind the enemy and force them to retreat. But this had no effect on the huge mutant, who remained unwavering. Even the powerful energy only slightly slowed his movements without causing any noticeable damage. And the boy realized that he had managed to intercept the attack. Instantly, everyone felt the force and direction of the blow that was about to come. In response, the opponent ominously reported that everyone was annoying him, expressing their aggression and intolerance, and showed that he was now ready to act. Since he initially only wanted to play with Hyun, he suddenly changed his mind and began attacking everyone around him, displaying uncontrollable rage and cruel unpredictability. Jin-Ah realized that it would be extremely difficult while analyzing Hyun-gyun's mana, as the power and potential of his magic was much greater than she had expected. She wondered what the young man was thinking when he provoked him, because the actions were extremely risky and could lead to disappointing consequences. Hyun only smiled at these words, demonstrating calm and self-confidence, as if he was not afraid of provocation and was ready for any development of events. He suggested ending it quickly because he felt that everything was fine now and there was no point in prolonging the fight. It was time for a decisive blow. The hero drew his sword, and the blade spoke softly, saying that finally its master would begin to wield it and find the enemy's mana. Karzago's valiant shield protected the hunter, and as long as it was active, no force could threaten his reincarnation, and the leader only now saw the absolute despair that Deus had previously spoken of. The battle was in full swing. They fought desperately, not retreating a single step, striving to protect their land from the enemy. The hero used his sword, skillfully honed and tempered in numerous battles, to defeat a monster that threatened the civilian population. His team was shocked by such actions, as no one expected him to perform such a brave and unpredictable act during a battle. The leader ordered them to go down, quickly organize themselves, and help other hunters who were in a critical situation. And he will take on the main enemy, boldly rushing into battle to distract the enemy and give his allies a chance to prepare for the attack. Jin-Ah said so that her friend wouldn't even think about asking for help for himself. Heng Gen said that the young man was really confident, and it was because of this confidence that it became even easier for him to overcome him, because it was much faster to kill the young man without any obstacles. So the enemies acted quickly and ruthlessly, using the chaos to solve everything. But the hero clearly knew that if he killed him, the enemy would never learn vital information, and the risk of leakage would be reduced to zero. Didn't he appear here after the message that Hyun sent him in advance, warning him of the danger and preparing him for the unexpected turn of events? And didn't the brother want to know where his sister was, to make sure of her safety and protect her from all the possible dangers lurking around? Hyung-gyeon replied that he knew Ju Ye-ri was last with him on an exclusive raid where they encountered each other together. But his sister still did not return, no matter how long he waited for her, and every minute of waiting filled his heart with anxiety and sleepless thoughts about her safety. And then he realized that the raid had been closed altogether, and all attempts to find traces were futile, making him feel confused and helpless in the face of the unknown. He concluded that the hunter had killed her, because all the signs and circumstances pointed to an imminent tragedy, and there were no more traces or hope for her rescue. Hyun replied that the girl was a gold-level member who was pursuing them for her own purposes and had intentionally interfered with the mission, creating dangerous complications for the entire team during the operation. The spirit of the cruel and deadly Reaper has awakened, and with his appearance, all living beings are gripped by an instinctive, ruthless fear that destroys peace and sows panic everywhere. After the negotiations ended, they again began to attack each other, not holding back their anger and hostility, each trying to overcome the opponent. The sword felt the touch of blood on its blade, and it flashed through his mind like an incredible sense of strength and victory, fueling his determination to continue the fight. Heng-gen attacked the young man again and again, tirelessly testing his skills and endurance, trying to find a weak spot and gain an advantage. At the same time, he called him a scumbag, adding insults and psychological pressure, trying to break the young man's will and force him to make a mistake during the fight. His account of the monster was frightening and eerie, terrifying all witnesses and leaving a sense of imminent danger. Then Hyun, after looking at the enemy for a second, abruptly kicked him away from him, demonstrating incredible speed and strength that made him lose his balance. They fell from the roof to the ground and fought simultaneously, not wasting a single moment, every blow and movement accompanied by danger and a sharp adrenaline rush. The boy swung, wanting his opponent to feel the crushing blow to the face one last time, which would end their fight forever. He instantly cut the air with his magic sword, and the icy rustle of the blade passed through the battlefield, leaving a trail of sparks behind. Hyun said that he was able to play after making the bloody pact, feeling an incredible strength and confidence that gave him an advantage. The leader did not understand what this could mean, because the consequences of the event were unpredictable, and none of his strategies could prepare him for such a development of the situation. With that, he thrust his sword into the monster's heart, feeling its last breath and realizing the ultimate victory that filled him with mixed feelings. Is the bloody pact and low-ranking hunters really all about the disappearance, which was the beginning of a chain of mysterious events and threatening conspiracies? And for the last time, Hyung-gyeong said that he had no excuse, addressing the Punisher, leaving the hero in a state of shock, confused, and unable to immediately comprehend what was said. After the monster, a black mana stone lay on the floor, radiating dark energy that noticeably changed the atmosphere around it and instilled anxiety in everyone. The comrades decided to look into this bloody pact, as well as learn more about the low-level hunters, trying to uncover the secrets and understand the connection between all the events. Jin-ae concluded that this could all be evidence of their recent disappearance, hinting at hidden threats that were gradually being revealed to them. The authorities had difficulty investigating because no traces were left, and it is possible that all of this is connected, forming a tangled and dangerous web of secrets. The case took much more turns than the girl expected, delving into a series of unexpected situations and forcing her to adapt quickly. And Hyun himself did not think that all this would be so difficult, because the complexity and unpredictable obstacles exceeded his thoughts and tested his strength to the limit. Choi saw that the situation with the monster was resolved, and stepped back. He would observe events from the sidelines, leaving space for others to act independently. About a year ago, Blood Oath initiated the contract by borrowing the power of the Black Mana Stone, and soon its power increased to gold level, making it extremely dangerous. This item transforms the hunter into a monster, or alternatively, reawakening can be intentionally induced, using it to enhance combat abilities and control dark energy. So the leader of this ritual is a man called the Executioner, whose reputation and actions inspire fear and emphasize the danger surrounding the entire ritual. The workload is getting bigger and bigger, and the situation looks confusing. New tasks and unforeseen events make it difficult to solve the problem. Teshik reported that a lot of information had been gathered at the moment, so he needed to return, and the Special Police Department should immediately begin pursuing the Executioner's man. As they left, Hyun sighed that everything had gone smoothly without any serious damage, and the guild wouldn't need much repair. Suddenly, Kasashin warned the young man about an unknown person behind him who was watching something, making him alert and ready for any danger. The young man thought that perhaps the clan was targeting him, and his heart beat faster, anticipating an invasion of personal space and the need to defend himself. The sword ordered him to pull it out and immediately eliminate the enemy, ruthlessly depriving him of breath and forcing him to act decisively, leaving no chance of escape. The leader grabbed someone's hand, trying to study their face and recognize familiar features to understand if this person was involved in the conspiracy that threatened their guild. And when it happened, there was confusion in his eyes, a sense of shock and surprise that made him lose control of his emotions for a moment. Because this was Song Tai-hui, an S-rank hunter whose reputation and incredible strength inspired fear, forcing everyone around her to carefully watch her every move. This situation stunned the hero, because he did not expect to meet this girl here, which instantly turned his plans upside down. When she took off the invisible super-rare robe she had obtained in the dungeon, risking her life, she felt her presence becoming noticeable. And then she looked at who was in front of him, trying to quickly assess the situation and understand whether it was worth looking for a way to avoid the conflict. She began to make excuses that she was not a thief, trying to convince the leader of her innocence and avoid trouble. She was just taking a photo, and then Hyun wondered why this hunter was even in his guild, because her behavior seemed strange and did not meet the usual standards of the organization's members. The leader suddenly tensely asked the girl, calling her Song Tai-hui, what she had forgotten here in the middle of the darkness, alone. She was surprised that the young man knew about her, but it was strange to him because there was no one nearby who didn't know her. Because Song Tai-hui was a famous blogger who had 1 million followers on Tube, geeky enough to carry a big camera around for the sake of views, and at the same time, always in the spotlight. The girl immediately thought that the guy was her subscriber, but asked to keep everything a secret because there had been a misunderstanding. Hyun explained that the premises and the office in general were only accessible to its members, so he not entirely politely asked to check her camera. Panic was on the young lady's face because she knew about the boy's strength and whether he could just turn a blind eye to this incident, just once. Smiling, the guy refused her offer, explaining that he had other plans at the moment and could not agree to the offer. He reached forward to carefully take the camera from her hands, showing courtesy and interest in carefully examining its contents. He began to carefully watch the video on the screen, but his eyes widened in surprise because he couldn't believe what he was seeing in the footage. Since Nuna was always in all the photos, I decided that I had to inform her that the chief secretary had suddenly had a stalker. But Tae-hui explained that all this was happening because their guild was currently popular as a star rookie, and she wanted to interview them in detail for publication. The leader understood that this situation could become advantageous if he took advantage of the moment and directed it in the right direction for his own benefit. But then he remembered Jin-ah and thought about her words about media control, realizing that underestimating this aspect could seriously affect their reputation and plans. He realized that the current situation in the Republic of Korea is much more complicated and not as clean as one might think. Then the young man decided to use Romanov's eye to carefully check the blogger and find out whether her intentions and activities could be trusted. A sign hung above her, clearly indicating her thirst for attention and desire to attract the constant interest of those around her. The hero said that if Tai-hui did him a favor later, he would help her get all the necessary footage for her project in return. Because she could gain so many followers, that 1 million would seem quite small compared to the incredible numbers she could achieve in a short time. This involuntarily caused her mouth to open in shock, as she had not expected to hear or see something so unexpected and overwhelming at that moment. Pulling the hat deeper onto her head, the girl smiled slightly, and, albeit with a little doubt, still agreed to the proposed condition. In the secret room, the Punisher stood quietly and felt strong disappointment at the behavior of people, which did not meet his expectations and hopes. Not only the members of the top leadership remained dissatisfied, but also everyone present in the room, feeling the tension from the current situation. They stood in a circle, carefully observing the magical stone that was located in the center, radiating a strange light and mysterious energy. Everyone had to be thoroughly briefed on what the classifier had announced so that no detail would be overlooked or misunderstood. The man said that a lot of time had passed since the order to find and eliminate him, and now circumstances had changed, so they had to act carefully and quickly without unnecessary fuss. But he was still walking freely in the middle of the streets, so they couldn't figure out how to properly get rid of such a problem. Those present silently accepted the bitter truth. They understood well that only inevitable punishment awaited them ahead, which would change their lives. And then the man, using all his strength, struck them sharply, which made them feel the full power of his actions and immediately understand the danger. They should not do things for which they will later have to sincerely apologize, because the consequences of such actions can leave deep wounds and seriously damage relationships. After the recent situation, the bishop decided to closely monitor them, so any mistakes made must be quickly corrected to avoid new troubles. The servants began to beg for forgiveness, but the chief mercilessly took their lives, showing that no words of apology could save those who violated his will. He ordered that he give everyone else the following command, emphasizing that its execution was mandatory, and no one had the right to doubt it. But he was stopped by a man who coldly asked if it was really possible to evaporate all the mistakes in their heads, emphasizing the absurdity of such an expectation. He was worried that the invader was about to appear, and they still hadn't gotten rid of a problematic element that could seriously complicate the plan and put everyone at risk. He would appear in person, since they were the first to learn about the appearance of the classifier, and now his presence could radically change the course of events. Therefore, with the exception of Heronim, he takes the initiative, decisively directing the group's actions and controlling the situation to achieve the desired result. For their sake and their blood covenant, he decided to act decisively, so there is no need to be sad, because every step was aimed at protecting honor and promise. They cannot disappoint them, because the alliance between the parties was truly incredible, and any breach of trust could destroy the entire fragile stability. The man was angry because he had not used all the creatures at his disposal, and this limited his ability to dominate and control the situation. But then the bishop loudly announced to everyone that the invader was approaching, forcing those present to immediately mobilize and prepare for the imminent danger. So what can trivial creatures like them do in the face of an extraordinary threat that exceeds their strength and forces them to seek more cunning solutions? The man continued to insist and emotionally pleaded not to do this, trying to stop a situation that could have led to irreparable consequences for everyone present. But then it seemed like the flames flared up, engulfing everything around and leaving behind only a hellish tongue of fire that threw sparks and burned everything in its path. A shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, enveloping the space in darkness and creating a sense of mystery and danger. And Heronim asked if the man had called him, trying to understand what exactly had happened and why such a tense situation had arisen. The bishop bowed and confirmed that this was so, adding weight to the words with his gesture and emphasizing the importance of what was said. The chief immediately asked what happened to the classifier, seeking to obtain accurate information about its fate and actions in order to understand the next steps. He realized that he had been identified and ordered the urgent gathering of all troops that could be mobilized to prepare for the inevitable confrontation, to immediately destroy the young man without any delay, emphasizing that there would be no mercy and that the execution of this command must be swift and flawless. He was completely dissatisfied with the bishop's unnecessary questions, considering them unnecessary and distracting from the urgent and serious matter. So he explained that if the house was demolished, the hidden pests and parasites that were hiding in the walls and under the floor would start crawling out on their own. And from that moment on, they planned to start wreaking havoc in this place, using every opportunity to disrupt order and create panic among everyone around. Silence reigned in the guild leader's estate as night descended upon the land, enveloping everything around in darkness where even the wind dared not whisper. The boy himself lay on the bed, feeling his body lose strength, and his energy was so depleted that even his thoughts moved slowly and with difficulty. He recalls how today the bright light from the cameras blinded his eyes, reflecting off his face as if burning memories of that moment into his mind. The girl started filming her blog, carefully adjusting the equipment, trying to create the perfect atmosphere for the first successful shot. Telling the camera that an important guest had visited her today, she tried to hide her excitement, smiling and choosing each word carefully. But Tae Hui noticed that Hyun was silent next to her, so she imperceptibly hit him on the side with her hand, trying to bring him out of his reverie and back to reality. She didn't understand what he was doing, because usually you have to greet your fans, do it sincerely, with a smile, giving them the warm energy of your presence. Covering his eyes with his hands, he realized that he would never want to go through such an experience again in his life, which had left him with only fatigue and a bitter aftertaste. He does everything he can to find the person hiding behind the black mana stones, hoping to learn the truth that will change his fate. But still nothing works, and all attempts to uncover the necessary information remain futile, leaving him in complete uncertainty and despair. And Hyun was already despairing, wondering what reason could prevent him from solving this problem that affected all 990,000 lives. Suddenly, he is abruptly thrown into the room of his past life, and he greets her warmly, smiling, as if all his previous excitement has instantly disappeared. Kasashin deliberately called the young man because he wanted to personally observe him, feeling curious about his actions and reactions in this situation. He explains that the enemies appeared unexpectedly, causing misunderstanding and surprise among everyone present around. He also added that this is an invasion team calling themselves invaders, and their appearance brings threat and chaos to the entire environment. Heng still couldn't figure out who he was talking about. His mind tried to piece together a puzzle from a few words, but no clarity ever emerged. Kasashin reported that thanks to the young man, his ban was no longer in effect, and now the situation could change in favor of those who sought to influence events. And finally, it will be possible to tell the reincarnation all the details about the goals of its past lives, the events that left a mark, and what dangerous challenges it will face in the future, and about all their tasks and responsibilities, which will now fall on the hero's shoulders, forcing him to take responsibility for what previously belonged to others. He asked what happened when Hyung found the Black Mana Stone, trying to understand the implications of this discovery and its impact on subsequent events. The guy explains that instantly every past life began to react to this situation, as if memories and emotions came to life and superimposed on the present. And then he asked who exactly the man was referring to, naming them, trying to understand who this mysterious conversation was about. The hero began to recall past events in all their details, trying to piece them together to understand the connection between them and discover the hidden truth. And then he suddenly realized that the whole time it was about these invaders, and all the clues and events began to take on a clear meaning in his mind. They were those whom past lives could not defeat for countless years, and this powerless struggle generated absolute despair in the hearts of all previous existences. The invader is a group of them all from another world who came here with their own goals and a powerful force capable of changing the course of events in the real world. They fought them alone, trying to stop their opponents, but each time they came out damaged, feeling that their strength was not enough to win. Some past lives fought one-on-one with their comrades, and it was there that they met their end, losing not only their strength, but also their hope for salvation. Others were defeated by their own allies, brainwashed by the invaders, and these lives were lost and became victims of betrayal and manipulation by a foreign power. and subsequent lives were lost trying to establish peace, but their good intentions turned against them due to the treachery and relentlessness of the invaders. And it's true, all of Heng's past lives failed, leaving behind only pain, loss, and bitter experiences that stretched across the centuries. At the forefront of the invasion, the forces of the three invaders were so powerful that they went far beyond his imagination, frightening and causing him to feel impotent fear. The hero couldn't believe it, as he had just eliminated some of them, and Hasashin could see his work just by looking at Hungen. But the man explained that those the boy had dealt with earlier were not actually invaders, and their actions had nothing to do with the real threat. On the first level, there was the invader, followed by the bishop, and then, slightly behind, the executioner, forming a chain of powerful figures whose powers exceeded all expectations, and also the puppets of the Dark Stone, who unquestioningly carried out all the orders of their masters, moving and acting exactly according to the plan of the invaders. In other words, they can all be called beings whose actions and existence are subject only to the will of stronger and darker forces. So, Hyung encountered the simplest entities, and there was no need to even compare them to real invaders, because their strength was tiny compared to that might. The young man did not understand whether he would be able to do this, because he had always relied on past lives, hoping to achieve what no one else had managed before. Kasashin carefully watched the reincarnation's thoughts, trying to catch every manifestation of doubt, fear, or determination in his mind. Then, smiling, he said lightly that it was just like them, hinting at the strange similarity between the young man's actions and the behavior of all creatures, asking the guy not to worry or be afraid, because among all the classifiers, it is Hyun who has unlimited potential, capable of exceeding any expectations. Although at first they had no faith in his abilities, and they simply watched him, waiting to see if the hunter could prove his own strength in action. So he says that reincarnation should hold its head high, not allowing fear or doubt to shake its determination and self-confidence. With all his past lives supporting him, he can draw strength and inspiration from the experiences accumulated over the centuries, strengthening his resolve. And also the limitless potential that is an integral part of his success, giving him the strength to overcome difficulties and achieve the impossible. All these aspects attract special attention to Hyun, forcing him to realize his own uniqueness and responsibility for past lives and future events. And the only one capable of fulfilling their greatest wish turned out to be this young man, carrying within himself the strength and determination that the others lacked. The hero felt his body filled with intense pressure, which constrained his movements and forced every muscle to strain to the limit of its capacity. And most likely, everyone had felt exactly the same way before, experiencing the same pressure and tension that the hero now felt in his own body. But they never gave up, continuing to fight and hold their ground, even when their strength was ebbing and their hope was almost gone. They continued to fight for their faith despite fatigue and defeat, guided by the conviction that their actions had meaning and importance for the future. For the sake of their comrades and loved ones, they continued to try to eliminate the enemy, giving all their energy to the last drop. Since there really were those who needed to be protected, the hero would act in the same way, protecting his loved ones and not backing down in the face of any difficulties or threats. He told Hasashin that if there had already been 990,000 defeats, then it was time to finally achieve victory and turn the tide of history. The man was sure that it was the boy who would be able to deal a crushing blow to these scumbags, one that would finally put an end to their daily threat and fear and instill faith. Hyun firmly stated that from this moment on, he accepts his appointment, is ready to act decisively, and take responsibility for all future challenges. And it seems he was truly ready to face his fate, accepting all the battles and dangers that lay ahead of him. Deus announced that from now on they had blessed Heng with their boundless powers, as the ban had been lifted, opening the way for him to incredible power. But only the one who can stop him can help, and the only one who could provide support at this moment was Kasashin. So the hero fully inherited the will of the Hasashin, and the shadows behind promised to guide him through eternal darkness, preparing him for the trials that lay ahead. The boy raised his head, feeling the weight of responsibility and the strength flowing through his body, preparing for the fight. And then he finally realized that even in the brightest light, a shadow would always remain, a reminder of the darkness that could never be completely destroyed. The sun shone brightly through the window, flooding the room with warm light and reflecting golden hues on all objects. The leader woke up in his room, feeling the warmth of the morning sun penetrating inside and the slight rustle of air around him. The sword asked if the master had truly regained the powers of darkness, his voice sounding surprised and anxious, as if something very important was about to happen, because he felt that the energy emanating from him was completely different from what he had known before, filling the room with an unknown force. The enemy that the young man had barely managed to defeat after combining his S-rank powers with Jin-Ah's was not in the category that the hunter had thought. It turned out that he was much more powerful than the low-level beings he had encountered before, his power exceeding anything he had ever known or felt. Who could not stand next to Heron at all, for his strength clearly exceeded any capabilities of these servants, rendering them helpless in comparison. The fate of 990,000 lives now depended on him, and it was up to the hero to put an end to this, taking responsibility for their future. The door to the ward slowly opened, and a man's shadow appeared faintly in the light of the corridor, stepping cautiously into the room. He stood quietly at the entrance, watching his brother laugh merrily and play with his weak, sick sister, trying to cheer her up. Suddenly, Huang raised his eyes and froze, unable to look away from what unfolded before him, feeling a strange mixture of surprise and anxiety. Since the guild master had unexpectedly appeared there, the boy felt his heart beating faster, and his mind tried to comprehend the unexpected appearance of an authoritative figure. Then he sternly ordered Li Hian not to run around the hospital, causing her to instantly slow down and feel the request that froze in the air. He didn't understand why the leader had come, but the leader calmly replied that the visit was a normal process, because Lace had guaranteed the girl's recovery, and it was nice to watch. The boy quietly realized that all these successes and harmonious moments were due to the efforts and care of Hyun, who worked tirelessly for the sake of others. But the guild was also able to get a worthy participant, so it turned out to be an extremely profitable exchange that benefited all parties and strengthened their positions. There was an urgent news on TV reporting that a huge crack had appeared in the sky over Gangnam-gu in Seoul, from which dangerous monsters were falling, causing panic among the residents. They were extremely aggressive and had already confirmed over 100 casualties among the population, which only increased the chaos and fear in the city. Huang instantly realized that something was wrong here, and his intuition told him that the events were much more serious than they seemed at first glance. For the creatures were remarkably similar to the photomorphic forms of Hen-Hen, which made one feel an uneasy foreboding and suspicion as to their true origin. It was also reported that these monsters strangely used human language, uttering words that both frightened and shocked listeners throughout the city. Did the lifting of restrictions mean the start of a raid on the command center, forcing intense preparations for the inevitable conflict? Jin-Ah, seeing the news, grabbed the phone in confusion and immediately called the leader, trying to quickly report the situation and get instructions. The girl asked if he had just seen the emergency messages, worried that the young man might have missed important information about the unfolding events. She asked for the boy to be with her right now, feeling a dire need for support and security in this anxious moment, because she was sure that all of this was connected to those behind the Black Mana Stone, and that their actions were guided by these sinister intentions. And so they appeared from that crack in the sky, and this realization made her tremble with fear and a sense of danger. Special police units carefully analyzed the state of the defense line, assessing weak points and preparing for a possible attack by dangerous creatures. They found that the first line of defense had just been destroyed, and forces were already being deployed to form a second, attempting to contain the enemy's further advance. Tashi clearly understood that the situation was extremely dangerous, and his every step could be crucial for the further development of events. He asked if they had managed to contact the first-rank hunter, Han Jin-woo, hoping for his quick intervention in the critical situation. But he still didn't respond, and they couldn't find him at such a crucial moment, which only increased the tension and despair among everyone present. A powerful explosion suddenly thundered behind the worker, sending plumes of smoke and debris into the air, forcing him to instantly take cover. This signaled the destruction of the second line of defense, so everyone understood that the enemy would soon attack the main camp, and there was little time left to prepare. They realized that all this happened at the very moment when the opportunity to identify the person behind these events appeared, and the chance to quickly resolve the situation began to fade. Teshik ordered to block all opponents, because it was necessary to break through to the middle of the crack in order to stop the dangerous process in time and save the city. The monsters spoke terrifying words, claiming that this was the work of the Blood Alliance, and their voices filled the air with fear and anxiety. The hunters tried to stop them, using powerful spells that flashed bright waves of light, trying to contain the onslaught of aggressive monsters. The enemy stated with cold confidence that an attack of this magnitude would leave no chance for the people, increasing despair and fear among the defenders. But suddenly he was engulfed in flames, which instantly burned his body and forced the enemy to retreat, creating a chance for the hunters. Teshik watched in surprise as the fire engulfed his opponent, unable to immediately believe what was happening. And suddenly, Kang Hyunjung and Lee Jinna appeared before him, ready to enter the battle and support the leader at this critical moment. They wondered if they were too late, worried that every second could be decisive in the fight against the enemy. Their mission was to search the place and return immediately, completing the task before the situation worsened. The worker quickly runs to Teshik, reporting that urgent information about the situation inside the crack has arrived, received from the observatory, and every second counts. The leader of the Blood Alliance, suspected of being behind the Black Magic Stone, is deep within, and his discovery could change the course of the entire battle. The invaders' forces in the command center were far beyond Hung's imagination, so his past lives seemed to wish him luck, preparing him for the inevitable test. The girl said that the situation was extremely dangerous and that one should only think about survival and not give in to emotions, because every minute could be fatal. But she was confident that the leader would be able to handle this dangerous situation and find a way out, even in the most difficult circumstances. The monsters were already attacking from all sides, ruthlessly breaking through the defenses and forcing the hunters to prepare for a fierce battle. Kim and Huang promised to take care of everything at this place, taking responsibility for protection and organizing defense. The hero knew he could rely on them without hesitation, trusting in their strength and determination at any moment. He said that he would move straight to the breakthrough, without hesitation, ready to face danger head-on for the sake of the goal. Having decided to pave the way for herself and the girl, she had to carefully follow the young man, not taking her eyes off him or losing him from her sight, even in a dangerous moment. But Jinna replied that the boy shouldn't come later than her, trying to support his spirit and lighten his mood a little during this tense moment. So, Hyun instantly rushed forward, where the wall of opponents stood, ready to eliminate everyone, down to the last drop. The Shadow Master began to lead him into eternal darkness, enveloping him in a cold and fear that threatened to consume even the strongest will. Even in the brightest light, the hunter remained a shadow, blending into the surrounding darkness and moving unnoticed by enemies. So, without wasting any time, Hyun continuously attacked the monsters, destroying them one by one and breaking through their defenses. Kim couldn't believe that Hyun was able to eliminate so many enemies with one blow, marveling at his incredible strength and skill. Jin-Ah analyzed that this was the exact technique her comrade had used in their duel and felt a mixed sense of surprise and admiration. But the boy didn't answer, only pleadingly asked the girl to cover herself, protecting her from danger. The young lady understood that she could not afford to fall behind, because every second of delay could cost her life or thwart the entire mission. So she made an incredible leap forward, covering space in an instant and approaching the dangerous center of events. Then, grabbing Hyun by the jacket, the girl held him tightly, not allowing him to retreat or fall into danger. Jin-Ah accelerated, explaining that together they would reach their destination much faster, leaning on each other for safe passage. The sword informed its owner that it felt the energy of a powerful being near this place, signaling the approach of danger. It was normal for him to search like this, as his presence was reliably concealed by the energy of death that enveloped the blade and made him invisible among enemies. Suddenly, the girl stopped, explaining this by the fact that there was a strong mana reaction around her, signaling the close presence of an enemy. Their feet were suddenly enveloped in light, as if trying to confuse and mislead them, forcing them to move carefully and with concentration. And a figure appeared ahead, whether it was a creature or a person, but it was still impossible to make out more precisely, due to the dim light and mysterious aura. And then they noticed that standing in front of them was one of the experienced masters of a famous guild who belonged to the silver level. More precisely, before them stood a strange creature, full of mysterious power, who had once held the honorable title of Guildmaster, but now seemed only a shadow of his former greatness. Heng wonders if this strange and dangerous phenomenon is a side effect of excessive mana intake, which the human body simply cannot withstand without serious consequences. And before, this man undoubtedly belonged to warriors of about A rank, because during their first meeting, his strength, speed, and aura gave the impression of a true martial arts veteran. Jin Ah informed her team that she had sensed extremely powerful S-level mana coming from the enemy, so she urged everyone to be as careful as possible and not take any hasty steps. The monster at that moment only stared at the leader without making any movements, and in an ominous voice called him the Chosen One, as if recognizing him as someone special or destined by fate. The young man's gaze also never left his opponent, his eyes shining with determination and tension, as if he was trying to read every move, to anticipate every possible blow. And he barely audibly said that it was Hyun who was the cause of their current state, accusing him of having turned into what they had become now, having lost their former humanity and honor. So the last and strongest desire left in him was to kill the boy, to end all suffering, and to avenge the fate he felt had been ruined. His face expressed nothing but pure, burning anger, shining in his eyes and arching in every twitch of his muscles, as if every part of his body was screaming for anger. All the other monsters began to slowly crawl up the building, clinging to the walls with their paws. Their movements were synchronized, and a menacing shadow hung over the leader. They arched, trying to reach the people standing on the roof, their outlines stretching and threatening at every step, like the shadow of death. Jin-Ah noticed that the situation had become even more critical as the number of monsters had increased, and their movements were becoming faster and more coordinated, threatening everyone above. The enemy loudly called out to his comrades, making fierce sounds that echoed around, gathering more and more of them around him and creating a sense of imminent danger. The girl resolutely asked to leave this fight to her, full of confidence and perseverance, as if she was ready to confront the enemies on her own and take full responsibility for the events. She ordered Hyun to head towards that hole in the sky, pointing at it with a determined gesture, as if it were the only safe and correct place to maneuver amidst the chaos around her. But the boy could not understand how the young lady would be able to cope with all these high-ranking enemies, because her strength seemed insufficient to confront such a number and level of opponents. She shouted again to the entire roof, in a vulnerable voice, forcing him to immediately move to his destination, as there was no time left for hesitation, because a second could kill everyone. I wondered if they really had to continue wasting time in such a fuss, when the moment would finally come when the perpetrators of all this would be exposed immediately. Because the girl, making every effort, tried to become the person who truly deserves the respect and trust of others, striving to prove her strength and determination in the most difficult trials. Since she learned from her own experience the cruel truth that it is better for useless people to die than to drag others down, she sought to prove that her life had true value. The gaze radiated unwavering confidence in his own strength. There was neither fear nor doubt in it, only a firm and calm readiness to accept any challenge. It was the hero who said that the ability to overcome any adversity that came his way was the main trait of true strength. Jin-Ah finally realized that this was what he was truly worth. So somewhere there, behind the stone filled with black mana, someone stood, his figure barely visible through the dark lights of energy emanating from this mysterious and dangerous force. So the comrade provides this opportunity to the leader because he survives by any means, demonstrating extraordinary resourcefulness, determination, and the ability to overcome even the most dangerous trials. She confidently ordered the boy to move. Her voice left no doubt, and the courage in her gaze forced him to act without hesitation or delay. And the huntress declared that she would take care of everything here herself, full of confidence and steadfastness, as if no enemy could put her in a difficult position. But she asked to make sure that Hyun would return alive. Her voice was firm and her eyes full of excitement, because the boy's life was extremely valuable to her. After these words, she instantly used the Inferno spell, and the flames engulfed the space around her in a huge wave, forcing her enemies to retreat before the incredible power of magic. Then, in an instant, a very loud explosion thundered through the building, scattering fragments of rock and metal, enveloping everything around in clouds of smoke and flashes of fire. The leader arrived exactly where he had been previously indicated, his steps confident and his gaze alert, ready for any danger that might lie ahead. He was instantly transported from the magic circle to the floor of an unknown room, where dark shadows and strange reflections of light created a sense of mystery and unforeseen danger all around. He tried to convince himself that everything would be okay with the girl, clenching his fists and looking around, trying to drive away the fear and doubt that were slowly creeping into his thoughts. But he wasn't just thinking about her alone. His mind was torn between worrying about his friends, his team, and everyone else who was in danger, trying to find a way to save everyone at the same time. He worried about both Leader Kim and Song Tae-shik. His concern encompassed all the people important to him, because each of their lives seemed priceless to him and worth every effort to save. Memories also surfaced in his mind of Lee Gyu-hwan and Ha Jong-seo, the head of the intelligence agency, whose faces and advice left a deep mark on his mind, reminding him of responsibility and duty. After that, the hero began to worry about his younger brothers from the shelter and the director herself, because their safety was incredibly dear to him, and the thought of a possible threat made his heart beat faster. And he also worried about Nuna, so past lives and experiences were not the only burden the young man carried on his shoulders. For each person he valued added weight to his responsibility. And he intends to destroy the invaders precisely in order to protect the people important to him, since his every blow and every decision is aimed at their safety and preservation of life. The sword announced that there was still something left to do, reminding the hero of the unfinished tasks and pushing him to take decisive action that could change the course of events. And their goal was to uncover all those behind this chaos, revealing the true culprits and putting an end to the malicious plans that threatened the entire world around them. However, there was no sense of presence in the room, and it seemed as if no one was around, as if time and space had stopped, leaving him alone with silence. But how did it happen that so many creatures broke out, if there was no human spirit inside at all, and everything around seemed empty and calm? Having gone a little further, the hero saw a door in front of him, which turned out to be the very point to which he had been assigned, and his heart was filled with both anxiety and courage. The sword asked its master to be careful, its words sounding like a silent warning, reminding of hidden dangers and the need to act with caution. A strong magical seal was placed on the door, radiating powerful energy, as if protecting what was behind it and preventing any careless intervention. Managilas Derais began to destroy the magic circle, using the name of the dark truth, giving the order to forcibly extract the mana, and a powerful force began to burst outward, breaking all the protective barriers around. Opening the door, the boy cautiously steps inside, his footsteps barely audible in the dark room, and his heart beats fast from the anticipation of the unknown. Suddenly, his eyes widen at what he saw, as a picture of incredible power and mysterious beauty appeared before him, simultaneously captivating and frightening with its grandeur. Powerful footsteps approached the young man closer and closer, their sound echoing throughout the room, creating a sense of imminent danger and heightening the tension in the air. The masked man looked at Han carefully, realizing that he was the chosen one, and his gaze was a mixture of curiosity, respect, and a hidden wariness of power. The boy, in turn, taking out his sword, which was always at the ready, instantly realized that a real invader was standing before him, and his body was filled with tension and readiness for battle. And his name was Heron. It immediately became clear that this man possessed extraordinary power and posed a serious threat to anyone who dared to oppose him. The invader, who sincerely believed that he could destroy the chosen one, looked down on him as if he were a defenseless worm, ready to crush him with his power at any moment. The hero understood that this was not the kind of enemy he could afford to let his guard down, but he also realized that retreating now was out of the question, as it could cost him his life and the lives of everyone he sought to protect. Heron reported that it was the fault of his fate that Heng was born the chosen one, and this circumstance made him a target that they inevitably tried to destroy, because his power challenged the dark plans of the world. They claimed that his death would certainly benefit the Blood Alliance and the Invaders' Command Center, strengthening their power and accelerating the implementation of their sinister plans. He was forced to accept the terrible irony of fate, as if he should even rejoice in his own death for the sake of a higher purpose that would supposedly bring liberation to others. But Hyun himself thought only about how to defeat an opponent of this level by carefully planning each maneuver, calculating the enemy's weaknesses, and gathering the last reserves of strength within himself. So the battle began, and the hero instantly rushed into battle, feeling every blow and considering how best to use his powers against the enemy. The hunter tried to defend himself with his shield, straining all his muscles, feeling the pressure of the attack and protecting himself from deadly blows. Karzago guarded him, watching his every move to make sure nothing threatened the boy, and was ready to hold on until it was all over. Their gazes were focused on each other, carefully studying every movement, looking for the slightest weakness to exploit instantly. The enemy took a step forward, preparing to attack, tensing his entire body and watching the hero's every move. He wanted to see how much the hunter could endure, silently observing the pain and endurance, pushing the fight to the limit to test his strength. The sword suggested to its master to retreat, but he resolutely decided to meet the monster face to face, not hesitating to ignore the weapon's warning. Since Hyun himself accepted his fate and decided not to retreat, he had to fight to the end, because in his heart burned determination and fear, leading forward for the sake of his friend. The shadows behind the hero raged, as if pulling him into eternal darkness, helping and making his heart beat faster from the unknown situation. He tried to continue attacking his opponent, straining every muscle and choosing the most opportune moments to strike, not allowing Heron to rest. Using all his techniques and skills, he attacked his opponent mercilessly, combining speed, strength, and precision in every move to gain the upper hand in combat. However, Heron did not back down either, skillfully blocking blows, choosing the best moments for counterattacks, and keeping him in suspense at every step. Heng concluded that the invader was only able to do everything thanks to his incredible speed, carefully watching his movements and choosing the moment for his own strike. And the man said that the hero had exceeded his expectations, impressed by the agility and determination with which he confronted the invader. And it was quite impressive for an insect like him, for even his usual self-confidence could not hide his amazement at the strength and courage. The hunter replied that the enemy also surprised him, because he went through all this only to catch him, demonstrating cold caution and strategic skill. And did he really have nothing else to do, that he was wasting his time chasing the leader, demonstrating obsessive obsession and a desire to control the situation? The monster drew his sword, gripping the hilt tightly and preparing to deliver a devastating blow that could change the course of the battle at any moment. The young man saw that at this moment the enemy had opened up and decided to attack, taking the chance for an accurate and decisive strike to gain the advantage. But suddenly the man seemed to dissolve in front of him, disappearing from sight and creating a sense of unpredictability and danger hanging over the leader. The young man couldn't comprehend what had just happened, his mind trying to make sense of the sudden appearance and disappearance of the enemy, leaving his heart beating faster in surprise. And then a multitude of doubles of a man appeared before the hunter, surrounding him on all sides and creating the illusion of boundless threat. But the sword informed him that these were not illusions, but real clones, and urged him to be extremely careful because each of them could deal a fatal blow. The opponent suggested that they now finish the warm-up, preparing for a real fight where every blow could be decisive. And then he said goodbye to Hyun altogether, saying it with cold certainty, as if ending any interactions between them forever. After which the ban was lifted, and the hero could use all the powers of past lives, feeling the incredible power pulsating in his every movement. The Reaper's cruel and murderous intentions have also awakened, filling the air with cold menace and making the heart clench with a foreboding sense of danger and cruelty. After that, an indescribable force began to grip the invader, with every step his movements becoming heavy and his heart pounding from the unexpected power of his opponent. And all the clones were crushed completely, their bodies flying in different directions, leaving behind only debris and the smell of smoke and ash. There was only one main character ahead, standing before the hero, full of courage and danger, ready to continue the fight to the last drop of strength. The boy held his weapon more confidently, feeling strong and in control of the situation, ready to meet the enemy face to face. He immediately decided to eliminate the invader, moved forward, took a focused breath, and directed all the power of past lives into a precise strike to end the threat once and for all. Heron decided to use a gravity spell, concentrating energy in his palms to pull the opponent in and immobilize him, giving the hero a chance to deliver the decisive blow. Then, Hyun flew forward a few meters, feeling the force throwing his body through the air and preparing to quickly regain his balance for a counterattack. This happened because the young man turned out to be the chosen one, but he held his own well, demonstrating endurance, determination, and willingness to face any challenges. Heron admitted that he had fought many opponents who had put up a strong fight, but now he faced a young man whose strength and determination exceeded his expectations. Those opponents were ultimately crushed by him like insects, his blows ruthless and precise, leaving behind only destruction and emptiness. The hunter's strength was on a whole other level, surpassing all expectations, his every move radiating power and skill that frightened even the strongest. But in any case, this entire kingdom belonged to the man. His power and might encompassed everything around, forcing everyone to submit to his will without question. And no matter how hard Hyung tried to win, he was still no match, as the invader's strength and experience far exceeded his abilities, leaving only hope for survival. The hero demanded an immediate answer to what the man was trying to do right now, his eyes filled with tension and alertness, ready for any development of events. Heron replied that the young man's mind was in complete confusion, noting his bewilderment and uncertainty in the face of unexpected events. And his bloodlust remained the same as before, pulsing with every movement and driving him to ruthlessly attack without any wait or doubt. Then, without finishing, he suddenly launched an attack on the boy, rushing with lightning speed and directing all his strength into one devastating blow. Explaining later, he noted that the hunter was still not in his right mind, and his actions were chaotic, which made the attack more justified and effective. Hyun flew to the side after the impact, his body racked with pain, every cell groaning from the force of the attack, and his mind trying to quickly navigate the room. The enemy said that it was a farce, his voice full of contempt, emphasizing the weakness and imperfection of the chosen one's actions in the eyes of the opponent. Then he continued to attack, not giving Hyun any chance to catch his breath. Each blow was frightening and forced the hero to react instantly. His strength was powerful, as was the energy raging around him, every movement radiating steadfastness and menace, forcing the hunter to act carefully and quickly. The sword asked its owner to pull himself together and not give in to emotions, reminding him of the cold concentration and precision necessary for survival in battle. The guildmaster understood that such a blow would definitely break a rib, feeling sharp pain and limited movement, but without losing the courage to continue the fight. It had been a long time since he had felt such pain, and the hunter understood that it could be dangerous, threatening his stamina and ability to confront the enemy. He understood that he had no more strength left. His body refused to obey, and his mind was filled with fear and despair before the next attack. So the invader launched his attacks against him again, ruthlessly exploiting every weakness and leaving no chance for rest or recovery. The enemy said that it was the young man that their sorcery sought, emphasizing his uniqueness and role in the grand scheme of things, making him a target for incredible power. So he ordered the Chosen One to strive to the very end, and with all his might, reminding him of the importance of the struggle and the inevitable need to show all courage and strength. Hyun analyzed the situation and did not understand why his opponent was so strong. His mind searched for logic in the incredible power and speed. He knew he should have gotten the information and escaped, and he realized he had definitely done something unnecessary by exposing himself to a dangerous blow. But then, gathering himself, he told himself that he had consciously chosen to face his fate, accepting the challenge and preparing to fight to the end. And he definitely shouldn't have regretted his decision, stood firm on his path, and accepted the consequences with courage and bravery. Even if his life ended here and now, the young man was ready to accept this fate without retreating or betraying his own beliefs. Heron saw a magical reaction before him, its energy seething and sparking, forcing him to be alert and assess the possible threat. Mana radiated confidence from the boy, surrounding him with an aura of strength and steadfastness that noticeably pressured the opponent. Durandal now pays homage to the justice of reincarnation, recognizing the power and justice of the cycle of life that govern the fates of heroes and foes. And it was then that the will of the past life merged with Hyun, filling his body with courage, experience, and power, making the leader incredibly powerful. Heron decided that he had given the young man too much time because he saw how he wasted every minute, as if not understanding the value of the chance that could change his fate. And he had to finish him off right now, without giving him another second, because deep down he knew that any delay would only bring new suffering and endless doubts. But Hyun also kept up the pace and attacked back, moving with incredible speed and fury, as if his every blow was going to be decisive in this merciless fight. The enemy strictly ordered him not to resist and to accept death, for there was no other choice, and the silence that was coming was like a sentence without mercy, and every breath was like the last. The hero did not react to this in any way, standing motionless amidst the chaos, silent and focused, as if his heart had long been accustomed to death, pain, and ruthless battles. And, enraged, he drew his sword from its scabbard, gripping the hilt so tightly that his knuckles turned white, ready to strike with a single swift and decisive blow without a single reproach. He, rushing to attack the Chosen One, rushed forward with the glint of his blade, ignoring the pain, striving to end this merciless struggle with one attack. Blocking attacks to protect himself, he moved with incredible precision, sensing his enemy's every move, as if anticipating his actions before they became reality. The invader knew he had been caught off guard, but even as the battle came to a bloody end, the young man was still just a man, with pain and fear in his heart. Even if he were the Chosen One, he still could not defeat the man, because the experience, strength, and coldness of his opponent destroyed any hope of victory before the battle even began. In response, Hyun struck an instant blow that flashed like lightning, piercing the air and leaving no chance for evasion, forcing one to feel the full force of his skill. He said that he really couldn't win alone, recognizing the strength of his opponent and realizing that without help or circumstances in his favor, none of his plans would have a chance of success. But now he was not fighting alone, feeling the support of his allies nearby, who gave him the confidence and strength to continue the fight, unafraid of the enemy and ready to go to the end. And then he blocked the invader's attack with one hand, demonstrating incredible dexterity and strength that allowed him to withstand even the strongest blow without any help from the other hand. So he delivered his thrust, signaling that the fun was over, his movement swift and decisive, conveying to his opponent a cold determination and relentless force that left no chance of escape. Because they had gone on for too long, exhausting patience and strength, the moment had come when it was necessary to put an end to this senseless enterprise once and for all. Later, in the destroyed building, the hero lay on the floor, surrounded by debris and dust, feeling tired and aching in every muscle, but his mind remained clear and ready for the next step. He remembered that he had defeated Heron, but he could not get up because his body was exhausted. Every movement was made with incredible difficulty, and a pain pierced him from his fingertips to his shoulders. The sword commanded to stop doubting and stand up immediately, forcing its master to submit to its will, feeling the power of the weapon fill his body with unwavering energy. But for Heng, even breathing was difficult. Each breath came with effort, and his body felt incredibly tired and sore, as if it was about to break under the weight of the battle he had endured. However, a noise caught his attention, forcing him to strain his ears and carefully turn his head, trying to determine the source of the danger among the ruins and silence around him. The invader, wounded and exhausted, grabbed the stone with his hand, feeling sharp pain in every muscle, but desperately trying to keep his balance and not fall. He couldn't believe how he could lose to some young man. His mind refused to accept this fact, and his heart burned with anger and humiliation from the realization of his own defeat. Seized with rage, he decided to kill him anyway, no matter what, without hesitation, to ruthlessly put an end to it and carry out the sentence, even if it would cost him his last breath. The invader had been given the task of capturing the Chosen One alive, but now changed his mind, allowing rage and pride to take over the order, and deciding to decide his rival's fate on his own, without any restrictions. He is going to tear his enemy apart without any mercy or pity, until nothing remains of the body, and his rage satisfies his darkest instincts. Hyun didn't understand if this was the real end, because he had even managed to confirm the man's identity. But now a mixture of distrust, fatigue, and emptiness reigned in his heart. He needed only one chance for his plan to change everything, seize the moment, and win, because no other opportunity could guarantee success in this ruthless game. And then the young man's eyes widened at what he saw, reflecting shock and incredible surprise, as what he saw exceeded all expectations and made his heart beat faster with surprise, because the crack began to glow more and more, as if it was beckoning him, drawing his gaze and thoughts, as if an invisible force was calling him to come closer. Jin-Ah, who was left outside, screamed, reporting that the crack was breaking and collapsing, trying to warn everyone around about the imminent danger. And at this rate, it will disappear, and it turns out that there is no time left at all, forcing us to act instantly, because every second brings a catastrophe closer that could erase everything forever. Heron did not believe that everything was falling apart. His mind refused to accept reality, and his heart was filled with doubt and denial. And even more so because Hyun managed to destroy the Black Mana Stone, which angered the man even more, fueling his rage and feelings of humiliation, because no one else had dared to challenge him like that. He ruthlessly tried to somehow destroy his chosen one forever, throwing himself into wild emotions and leaving no hope of salvation until his heart finally died out and punishment was ripe. But the leader managed to duck into a crack in the ruins, dodging the fatal blow, his body moving quickly and deftly, using the chaos and destruction to his advantage to escape. And on the other hand, Jin-Ah extended a helping hand, reaching out to her friend with hope, striving to pull him out of a dangerous situation before the ruins finally engulfed everything around him. The guildmaster was incredibly happy to see his friend. His face was glowing with sincere joy, and his heart was filled with warmth from the meeting after all the trials and dangers they had experienced together. In response, he grabbed her hand, accepting the support with gratitude, and feeling the strength transmitted through this simple but meaningful gesture, adding confidence to his every movement. So they landed on the ground together with caution, controlling every movement to avoid injuries, and at the same time maintaining balance and readiness for further action. And Heron shouted that he would definitely make the young man pay for all this next time, his voice resounding with oppression and firmness, promising that revenge would be inevitable and merciless. But the boy only glanced at him from under his brow, with his last strength, demonstrating confidence and determination, as if he was not at all afraid of the threat and promise of the invader. The crack began to shine with even greater enthusiasm, emitting a bright light that illuminated the entire sky around and attracted the gazes of everyone present, enhancing the feeling of mysterious power. And then it disappeared into the sky altogether, leaving behind only a small star twinkling in the darkness, a reminder of the struggle that had recently taken place there. Heng understood that the enemy had simply left. His heart calmed down a little, and his mind assessed the situation, realizing that the danger had temporarily passed, although the trail remained on the horizon. But there was uncertainty about whether one could feel relief, because the internal tension had not yet passed, and the memory of the duel had left a mark on the memories. Finally their feet touched the ground, feeling the solid surface beneath them after their fall, and their hearts calmed down a little, though their minds remained alert. And the whole team ran up, asking how they were, worried and holding their breath, because what they had seen and experienced had made their hearts beat faster with fear and anxiety. Hyun lost consciousness at the time. His condition was poor, and the serious injury further exacerbated the danger, forcing his friends to urgently look for a way to help him. Teshik understood that thanks to Jin-Ah, the crack had closed and the situation had become more stable. His heart had calmed down a little because the threat had receded, and now he could focus on saving the wounded. It was necessary to turn back, and the whole group would take care of everything else, distributing responsibilities and ensuring safety, so that Hyun received help and the team operated in a coordinated and efficient manner. Meanwhile, the hero subconsciously reappeared in the testing room, feeling a familiar cold and tension, as if his mind and body had returned to the place where it all once began. The leader pondered what might await him at this point, weighing possible dangers and tasks, anticipating every step, and trying to prepare for any surprises. Reincarnation couldn't wait to find out what kind of person would be in front of him this time. His curiosity and anticipation were mixed with anxiety, because each meeting could change the course of events and determine the future. So, opening the door, he stepped inside, stepping cautiously into a room where every corner and shadow could hide danger, and he felt his heart beat faster with anticipation. Before him stood a man in a white robe, who greeted the boy in a calm and confident voice, his posture radiating authority and mystery, forcing the young man to carefully watch his every move. Announcing his name as Begimos, the priest who was the devourer of the void, looked at the hero with insight and cold certainty, as if his role in this world was undeniable and inevitable. And if Hyun could satisfy the emptiness, he would receive blessings from it in return, feeling a powerful energy that filled his body and mind with strength. Could get everything, including magic, control, and anything in that vein, because the blessing promised incredible possibilities and power that exceeded the normal limits of human potential. For the hero, this was very interesting and attractive, but he clarified what needed to be done to be satisfied, seeking to understand the conditions and risks before agreeing to such an incredible offer. And then Begimos replied that the task involved the sacrifice of the chosen one's soul, explaining that only through such a test would the gift be given, causing Hen to hesitate before making a decision. He had to imagine a soul that had conquered and suppressed the will of 990,000 people. He had to kill the enemy, separating it from the body, severing the last link with the flesh so that it would never return forever. If the soul is in deep turmoil or decline, the hero is forced to sacrifice much more than usual in order to at least partially fill the inner emptiness. The young man realized that if his inner state remained unsatisfactory or terrible, his value in his own eyes and for the world would decrease significantly or even be equal to zero. And the man only confirmed this with his words and behavior, making it clear that value really depends on such a situation. And, as was to be expected from reincarnation, he quickly realized the true nature of things and drew the right conclusions from what he saw and experienced. In preparation for the upcoming battle, a preliminary life system was developed, and 990,000 units of invaluable combat experience were accumulated. Initially, the void was considered a curse with undesirable side effects, but its full nature has since been revealed, and now everyone can confidently approach it. Because right now, she had completely surrendered to the will of all his past lives, merged with experience, and become a controlled force, not a chaotic curse. So Begimo solemnly promised to meet with Hung again at the moment when he was ready enough to accept his blessing without fear or doubt. All of this will be done solely for the sake of his bright future, in which he will be able to fully realize his potential and fulfill his assigned role. Finally, the young man woke up in a hospital room, illuminated by the faint light filtering through the window, and began to become aware of his surroundings. He got out of bed, feeling mixed and incomprehensible feelings that confused his mind and made him doubt his own reality. The sword spoke with unexpected clarity, asking its master if he remembered everything that had happened before, including the smallest events and experiences. The leader thought deeply about this question, trying to remember every detail and assess how much his memory had preserved the importance of the past. He remembered the battle with Heron and Jin-Ah, how intense and decisive it had been, leaving a deep mark on his mind and heart. The door to the hospital room opened, and Nuna unexpectedly entered, carrying with her the faint scent of flowers and a warm smile on her face. She carefully examined the hero from head to toe, trying to read his thoughts and understand his true state after everything he had experienced. Then she addressed her friend in a friendly voice, filled with support and sincere concern for his well-being and future. She handed him a towel so he could wipe all the sweat off his face and body, ensuring his comfort after the grueling events. She also reported that the examiner had already arrived since he closed the crack and was now waiting for him to be ready for further testing. According to him, the Lays Guild had officially been promoted to the Platinum level, which meant new opportunities and recognition among the strongest organizations. Suddenly, the door swung open and slammed against the wall with a loud thud, shattering the silence of the room with unexpected force. Tae Hui couldn't believe that just recently their guild had been awarded a new silver level, and now they had already received a higher status, although it was still not gold. Therefore, as a well-known blogger, she came to them to cover this story in detail and tell her audience about important changes in their team. The boy was in a state of shock, unable to fully comprehend what had happened and confusedly trying to understand the new reality around him. When the girl said that it was quite difficult for her to get into the ward due to strict restrictions and security, the leader only listened silently, understanding the complexity of the situation. The cruel Lee Jin-ah vigilantly guarded this VIP room of the jail group, not allowing anyone into it without special permission and strictly controlling every step. But still, Tae Hui remained that unique S-class hunter and famous celebrity who inspired respect and fear in everyone around her. She posted a video of Jin-ah's battle with the monsters, which quickly went viral and attracted the attention of a large number of viewers around the world. Calling her the mysterious hunter, which emphasized her incredible skills and mysterious aura, and made her a legend among fans and opponents. So, everyone already knew that these two were the ones who were protecting the closure of the crack, carrying out an extremely important and dangerous mission for the entire world. Jin-ah only let Tae Hui pass after she showed her the footage she had posted, confirming her role in important events. Nuna asked in surprise if the blogger really wanted to film a person who was sick and needed rest, not understanding such an attitude. But the girl reported that the full filming had already been completed, and now all that was left was to make a preview for the future material. The comrades still did not understand these terms, and with confused curiosity tried to grasp the meaning of words that were unfamiliar and complex to them. And Tai Hui said that a video recording of the two of them fighting was needed to show the true power and drama of their confrontation. Hyun's ability to endure any adversity that comes his way, stopping at nothing, is a testament to his incredible endurance and fortitude. And this video brought the girl a colossal profit of 130 million, making her an extremely popular and influential figure in the media. Therefore, she suggested to the leader to extend the agreement and expressed her desire to actively assist in all future affairs and projects. adding that all this was broadcast live around the world, reaching millions of viewers and causing a wide resonance. The guy glanced at his phone, which suddenly lit up with a bright screen, attracting his attention with messages or calls. It was interesting to watch how the whole world would react to Heng's battle, which sparked a lot of interest and discussion among different communities. The news reported an enemy in the form of creatures emerging from a crevice in Gangnam, causing panic and anxiety among the local population. And it turned out that the person who protected the Earth was S-class hunter Kang Hyung-jung, whose heroic actions saved countless lives and gained him great respect. As she walked out the door, Tae Hui announced that she wanted to take the position of public relations manager for the Lace Guild to improve their image and communication. The guildmaster was at that time undergoing treatment at Jace Hospital, recovering from severe injuries sustained during the recent events. The leadership expressed its sincere support for the hunter, who played a key role in rebuilding Seoul after destruction and crisis situations. Nuna, looking away from the news, was very happy to learn that her friend was okay and was slowly recovering from his difficult ordeal. She was surprised that he entered the crack alone, but at the same time impressed that Jin-ah completely trusted him, believing in his strength and decision. So I concluded that the guy was really cool and trustworthy, possessed exceptional skills and courage. It was something they could not even dream of before, but now the young man has become the person everyone respects and looks up to. She then reported that she had heard that management was planning to promote him in recognition of his merits and outstanding achievements. But Hyun interrupted her, asking with genuine concern how his younger brothers were doing, showing his concern for the family. He was also interested in the director and how they plan to resolve the current difficult situation affecting the guild and their further actions together. Because everyone close to him saw it on TV before he could tell it himself, and he wasn't sure what excuse to give them to explain the situation. But the girl assured that all the people dear to him are simply proud of him and support him regardless of the circumstances or difficulties. And the headmistress saw exactly this kind of character and strength in him when she was raising him, and at that moment a silhouette suddenly appeared behind the door, standing quietly, not attracting attention. Behind them was Jin-ah, who, with determination in her eyes, wanted to go to the leader to discuss important matters without unnecessary delay. But then she suddenly turned around and walked away, leaving Pak in a state of shock at her sudden behavior and unknown motives. Since I understood that now was probably not the time to visit, I decided to back off so as not to create unnecessary tension or problems. She reported that Hyun has really good connections that could be an important resource for future plans and further life. Taeshik expressed his sincere gratitude to Hyun because thanks to his help and support, many important points between them were finally clarified. First of all, they learned about the true source of the Black Mana Stone and also revealed the secret of its nature and identity. He asks if Jin-ah has any idea, or at least a guess, as to what exactly they got at the gate, and how aware she is of the event. The young lady thought for a moment and suggested that it was quite possible that these were magical stones that could have some special meaning or hidden power. And this turned out to be a correct assumption, because the gates began to suddenly open precisely because similar events were occurring simultaneously all over the world for no apparent reason. Nevertheless, despite all the circumstances and conjectures, he calmly and carefully placed the mysterious object on the table in front of everyone present. Thinking about the possible consequences, I suggested that all this could be organized or carried out on an international scale for an unknown purpose. Han Seok was skeptical of the idea that someone could have planned events in advance so that all the gates around the world would open simultaneously in an instant. At first it was hard to believe, and Jin-ah, remaining skeptical, directly asked if there was concrete evidence to support such a large-scale conspiracy. The group carefully analyzed the composition and components of the Dark Mana Stone, which this time Hyun had successfully extracted from a hard-to-reach place during his last battle. This magical crystal, which is usually used as a source of energy in various processes, has proven to be quite unstable and can cause unexpected reactions during use. This item appears to randomly generate cracks using stored energy, which poses a danger to others and can lead to destruction. So it turns out that these stones were originally used by people for their own purposes, although in the end they transformed and turned into living beings with their own consciousness and power. Heng listened carefully to all the conversations and knew without a doubt that the information received was reliable and corresponded to the real state of affairs without any exaggeration or fabrication. Because in one of the cracks he had encountered a creature called an invader and who was part of a capture team operating according to a specific plan, Hyung understood the importance of this encounter. Most likely, it is these invaders who create the cracks, using the mysterious object as a tool to open portals or gaps in the space between worlds. There is a bloody pact that provides the invaders with important information, and the hero saw Heron ruthlessly using the life of one of the clan members only for his own healing. It seemed as if he had absorbed all of the person's life force, leaving them lifeless and exhausted after this horrific ritual. Han Seok could not understand why their city was chosen by the enemies as a playground for their insidious plans and dangerous actions that threatened all its inhabitants. Heng understood that he would not be able to fight the invaders alone, as their strength and numbers far exceeded his own capabilities and resources. He remembered that when he saw his enemy in Hasashin's memories, it was not Heron, but someone else entirely, whose identity and motives remained a mystery to him. So it turns out that there were several of them there, and to win, the help of each team member was necessary, because only through joint efforts could they resist. Tae Hui raised her hand and politely asked for some time, as she wanted to add some important details to the conversation that might clarify the situation. Namely, what she noticed during the filming of the broadcast, which could have been of great importance for understanding the events and changing the perception of the entire situation. Everyone turned their attention to the screens, where the image of Heron suddenly appeared, causing a wave of surprise and concern among those present. He turned out not to be dead, despite the fact that Hyun broke the stone inside the crack, which began to rapidly collapse, creating chaos around it. I couldn't film properly because of the rapid destruction happening around me, which made it difficult to focus the camera and capture clear frames. She asked everyone to pay attention to the screen, which clearly depicted the enemy, so that everyone could recognize him and realize the seriousness of the situation. And the next frame showed the crack itself, which instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a shadow and a mysterious atmosphere around the event. Those present were deeply surprised by such unexpected events, because no one expected everything to happen so quickly and dramatically. So Tae Hui concluded that a man named Heron definitely survived, despite all the circumstances and devastating events that happened around him. And this is definitely not the end of the story. Events are just beginning to gain momentum, and new challenges and dangers await ahead. Quiet but tense voices echoed in the mysterious room, creating an atmosphere of mystery and uncertainty among those present. The leader said that not much time had passed since the Chosen One first touched his abilities, and the man had lost them again, not understanding the reason for this phenomenon. He began to apologize and make excuses, but a sudden blow knocked all his speech out of him, leaving him speechless and defenseless in front of the audience. The leader wondered why the subordinate did not call for reinforcements at the right moment, because this could have changed the course of events and avoided defeat. But Heron remained silent, not uttering a single word in response, which only added to the tension and suspicion of his intentions. And then he explained that the crack was unstable, and because of this, he was unable to open the spatial gates, because the Chosen One broke the stone that supported it, making this process impossible. The chief stood like a robot, without a single emotion on his face, listening intently to all the words and events happening around him. Heron added that he could not call for support because all the troops had been completely destroyed by a powerful storm, which paralyzed their actions and left the army powerless. Then the chief grabbed him by the shoulders and sternly asked if the man really didn't understand the difficult situation they were in and what consequences it could have for everyone. The Chosen One suddenly appeared, and the commander officially entrusted Roskal with authority and power over all the troops involved, hoping for his wisdom and strength in this difficult struggle. So it turns out that the fate of the leader himself was at stake, and not only his life, but also his future depended on the results of this battle. And if they cannot defeat the Chosen One, then in the end he will only become stronger, gaining new strength and controlling even more power over the situation. All their destinies will be under serious threat, as defeat in this fight could lead to catastrophic consequences for each of them. The Alliance was obsessed with finding Hain, realizing that only by uniting could they achieve their goal, and if they succeeded, it would mean the end for them. So this was the invaders' last chance, and Heron needed to eliminate the boy as soon as possible, as soon as his body fully recovered from his injuries. Heron reported that in the current state of the Blackstone, great losses were expected, but Roskal remained indifferent and showed no interest in this information. And if a man refuses to carry out the task, then let him say so openly, without hiding his intentions and letting everyone know. Because you don't need a dog on the team that can't bark and isn't useful when performing important tests. Heron finally agreed to get rid of his Chosen One, realizing that this was the only solution to achieving success and preserving his own life and power. And after that, he quietly left the room, leaving everyone present in suspense and anticipation of further events. Suddenly, the girl stopped him, addressing him with important words that made him think for a moment and reconsider his plans. She heard about the second chance, wondered why they were arguing so arrogantly, not realizing the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences of their decisions. She knew that all that was needed was to end the life of her Chosen One, and to achieve this goal, it was only natural to use others as tools and means to an end. Heron again explained that the crack was in poor condition, which made the operation significantly more complicated and prevented all planned actions from being completed on time and effectively. Elena asked with curiosity who exactly was forcing him to engage in direct combat, risking his own life and violating the caution required in this dangerous situation, because they can simply use their land animals to perform tasks remotely, avoiding direct contact and minimizing risks to themselves. So you just need to order a new crack in the sky to open the way for the enemies and use this gap to infiltrate. They did not kill the Chosen One, but that did not mean that their plans had completely failed, as they still had the opportunity to achieve other important goals in their mission. Heron listened to these words, trying to understand every nuance and hidden meaning that could shed light on the true intentions of the interlocutor. Elena explained that revealing the young man's identity is already a good achievement, as it significantly advances their case and opens new doors for the case. Although the man lost his arm in the battle, sometimes one has to make great sacrifices to achieve important goals and protect themselves. And yet he was still able to control everything with one hand, demonstrating incredible endurance and willpower that allowed him to remain effective despite the loss of his limb. Heron wondered if this meant that they had been used as bait during the expedition, put in danger to achieve other people's goals without their consent. But still, you need to remain true to your principles and responsibilities, even when circumstances become extremely difficult and require difficult decisions. To survive on the battlefield, they have to pay a high price, losing peace, health, loved ones, and time. But because of this, they overcome the trials and continue the fight. Even if it means losing an arm or all of one's limbs, one must endure and give it all unwaveringly, because only with great strength of spirit can one stand firm and protect others. Late in the evening, Teshik met with an acquaintance in the park when darkness had already descended on the city, to discuss important matters, trying to remain inconspicuous. It was Agent Smith waiting for the interview, sitting on a bench in the shade of the trees, carefully observing the surroundings and preparing for the conversation. The manager asked if he had received an answer, carefully assessing how effectively the previous task had been completed. And the scout also saw that the investigation into the Bloody Pact was progressing well, as new evidence was being collected and witnesses were providing useful information. They reported that the World Association of Talented People wanted to appoint a representative, and that he had been recommended as a candidate because his experience and competencies met all the organization's requirements. But it seems that Teshik wants someone else to take this place, because he believes that this role requires a person with different qualities and approach to fulfilling important duties. And indeed, it was the person who prevented the attack on Gangnam and discovered that the beings called the invaders had targeted them, saving the city from a possible disaster. That is, it was Hunter Kang Hyung-jun, the only one the leader recommended for this position, because he had the necessary skills and experience to fulfill this extremely important role. Agent Smith had thought that this young man would be the subject of the conversation, as his reputation and actions had long attracted the attention of intelligence and aroused the interest of management. And he also agreed that the leader is more suitable for this role than Teshik himself, since his abilities and experience are better suited. He asked not to be offended and to take it as he wanted, explaining that his words were not intended to upset anyone, but only to reflect an objective assessment of the situation. Teshik had a question that interested him, and he eagerly awaited the answer, hoping that it would clarify the situation. Since others were also recommended for this position, I wanted to understand specifically about one candidate who aroused dubious feelings. So why Han Jin-woon, who was an SS-ranked hunter, was not recommended in this case remained unclear, as his skills and achievements made him obvious. Agent Smith explained that this boy was involved in a bloody pact, which meant that his actions and decisions were now evaluated, taking into account the special circumstances and risks associated with this alliance. In the afternoon, the conference was informed that there were more than 4 predicted raids, which caused concern among those present and required additional planning and preparation. And the Bureau sent an emergency request for support because they didn't want to watch Seoul turn into a bloodbath, and they wanted to stop the threat and protect the city as quickly as possible. Heng understood that the circumstances did not allow such actions to be considered a simple coincidence, as they had too many details and coincidences. The comrades also noticed that there were only 2 of them in the room, which immediately aroused suspicion and forced them to be extremely careful. Even though the Great Devil Guild and the Blade Guild had powerful forces, there were a few truly strong opponents whose skills and experience posed a serious threat, forcing the participants to prepare. The Lace and Ace guilds were assigned to a single raid, so they had to urgently move to the designated location in order to have time to prepare and coordinate their actions. Heng didn't understand why there was only one task for them, since the circumstances required more operations, and he worried that this might not be enough to achieve the goal. But it was precisely in this that the greatest difficulty and importance lay, since success could significantly influence the further development of events and determine the outcome of the entire operation. Because this raid was the only one that was rated with SS rank, and the reputation of the participants, as well as their future in the guild and the protection of the population, depended on its outcome. So, standing on the roof, Han Seok couldn't believe they were already here, as the situation had only been reported an hour ago. And it seemed incredible that the group was able to arrive and prepare so quickly. And the city was already full of monsters, chaos, and ruins, creating a real trap for those who dared to enter, and threatening every raid participant with mortal danger. The leader asked what the situation was, listening carefully to the details and assessing the situation to quickly make the right decision. Huang tried to reach the master as quickly as possible to report the danger and provide critical information, and said that the A-Rank Hunters Guild provided a line of defense, creating a solid barrier against attackers and allowing the other raid participants to focus on completing their tasks. There was no serious damage except for the center of the gate, which suffered significant damage and required urgent repairs. And the enemy lines consisted of orc swordmasters and priests, whose skills in combat and magic made them extremely dangerous opponents, capable of inflicting serious harm on anyone who dared to come close. So, since this was an SS rank mission, Huang believed that they should not let their guard down, as any inattention could lead to critical mistakes and put the entire team in mortal danger. The boy looked down at his orc-like enemy, assessing his size, strength, and weaponry, preparing to choose the most effective tactics for the upcoming fight. He realized that a lot of time had passed since they had last seen each other, and this feeling made him nostalgic, remembering past events and shared moments that had left a mark on his memory. Were they all the vanguard, he thought, realizing that they faced an extremely powerful and trained force capable of radically changing the course of the battle? Nuna approached the leader in a shocked mood, not hiding her surprise and alarm, because what she saw exceeded all her expectations and ideas about the situation. Seeing such an opponent in front of me, I felt a mixture of fear and tension, realizing that the fight would require maximum concentration, speed, and accuracy in every movement. Because she didn't think she would see him here, she felt an unexpected shock and surprise, as this meeting was completely unpredictable and off-putting. Hyung asked if the girl wanted to stay in the guild and wait out this battle, understanding that her safety might depend on her remaining under the protection of the experienced members. But Nuna didn't know if she should do this. She hesitated between wanting to help and fearing for her own safety, trying to find the right solution in a difficult situation. She explained that it was an ordinary orc swordmaster, and while he looked menacing, his strength and skills were not extraordinary, so there was little need to worry. And the comrade wasn't the only one to increase his level, as several raid participants also significantly improved their skills and strength, demonstrating their readiness for more difficult challenges. Clenching her fist, she was in a good mood, feeling a surge of confidence and determination, ready to overcome any difficulties and move forward regardless of the circumstances. Because she really wanted to take revenge on her enemy for the last time in the dungeon, she felt a burning determination and energy that forced her to act quickly and without hesitation, leaving no chance for the enemy. The leader was shocked by the fighters' rapid enthusiasm, as their courage and enthusiasm exceeded all expectations and demonstrated their readiness for any difficulties in battle. And then he smiled, glad that Nuna was no longer as anxious as before, and seeing that her confidence and calmness had grown thanks to the experience and support of the team. The entire guild stared at the open gate in the sky, analyzing the work that lay ahead, considering strategy, and preparing for the difficult challenges that required their utmost concentration. We decided to begin the mission without delay, realizing that any loss of time could lead to unforeseen consequences and complicate the task. So we acted decisively and in a coordinated manner. So the battle began, and the mighty warriors from both sides converged on the battlefield, where the thunder of weapons, the whistle of arrows, and cries of courage resounded through the air. The leader swiftly attacked his opponents, demonstrating fearlessness and determination, giving all his strength to win and prove his unwavering superiority. They, in turn, had no intention of surrendering. Instead, they craved destruction and death, relentlessly pushing events towards a bloody finale, knowing no regrets. Hyun also involuntarily watched Nuna, feeling deep concern for the girl standing amidst the chaos of the battle, afraid that something terrible would happen to her. Orcs were good opponents, their massive bodies, brute strength, and ferocious cries making even the bravest warriors tremble with tension during a fierce fight. They used every skill they could muster, merging into a chaotic yet coordinated rhythm of combat, where every move, every strike, was crucial to survival. Energy raged throughout the entire event area, like a living element that penetrated the air, the earth, and the hearts of everyone present, causing them to feel powerful awe and tension. Dust and noise rose to the surface, enveloping the battlefield in a foggy veil, through which screams, the clang of metal, and the shadows of fighters fighting to the last could barely be heard. It was then that Nuna used her technique, and a bright light burst from her palms, illuminating everything around, dispelling the darkness, and momentarily stopping even the fiercest enemies. Using the holy spear, she unleashed a powerful attack on the orcs, and the shining blade cut through the air, leaving a trail of light and destruction in its wake. And the weapons instantly cut through their bodies, leaving behind traces of blood and chaos, and cries of defeat echoed across the battlefield, frightening everyone around. The leader watched how much his comrade had become stronger and was deeply surprised by her incredible progress, feeling both respect and anxiety. But upon seeing this, the young lady asked if the guildmaster was okay, worried about his condition and wanting to make sure he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Explaining that these weaklings were playing cruelly for no reason, she showed her indignation at their ruthlessness and the complete lack of conscience in the actions of their enemies. The young man concluded in his head that the girl had a lot of things accumulated inside, and this could affect her determination, strength, and steadfastness during the fight. Their conversation is interrupted by Huang, who urgently warns of approaching danger, his face expressing seriousness and anxiety, causing everyone to instantly become wary. As the footsteps of someone powerful could be heard ahead, the air was filled with tension, and the hearts of everyone present began to beat faster, anticipating an encounter with immense power. And just then, an S-rank orc priest appeared before the team, his powerful aura and menacing appearance immediately making the warriors tense up, sensing the danger of incredible power. His aura and power were incredible, creating an almost tangible darkness around him that added even more fear to everyone present, forcing them to remember their own weakness. The enemy then used restraining shackles that were really hard to get rid of, restricting their movements and making their attacks less effective under the pressure of the enemy's powerful force. The group realized that all the previous orc swordsmen were just bait, and the real danger lay ahead, preparing them to face a much stronger opponent. And the most important rival was about to appear, his presence felt even from afar, filling the battlefield with tension and fear of the upcoming battle. His gaze was murderous, and his hands resembled the limbs of some beast, radiating a dangerous power and savagery that made everyone around him hold his breath in fear. He touched the ground with his fingers, muttering something under his breath, and the earth trembled from his movements, as if an echo of his powerful energy was spreading around. Then Huan saw before him and his companion the orc swordsmen standing ready for battle, their eyes burning with rage and their postures radiating menace and power, which had been eliminated before, but now began to rise and come back to life. Their movements were slow and eerie, creating a sense of imminent battle for everyone around. So the entire team found themselves under siege, surrounded by enemies on all sides, feeling the pressure and danger that was becoming stronger and more insurmountable with every passing moment. Nuna asked for a moment so she could free everyone, focusing on her technique and building up energy for a powerful and precise rescue. After all, the situation has worsened, so you need to fight back with all your might, using all available skills and strategies to survive and prevent your enemies from gaining the upper hand. Heng analyzed everything around him and realized that he needed to act instantly, because the enemy was advancing quickly and ruthlessly, leaving no time for reflection or doubt. Gilder's blessing appeared with him, and his powerful protection instantly dispelled the magic that bound his comrades, restoring their freedom of movement and hope for survival. The hunters realized that their movements were no longer constrained, and they were able to act freely again, preparing for the next attack with new confidence and determination. But what surprised me was that it all disappeared very suddenly, as if a powerful magic had melted away in an instant, leaving the team stunned and unprepared for the rapid turn of events. Huang shouted that they had to be careful, because the orcs were going to attack. His voice sounded menacing, forcing everyone to immediately take up fighting positions. They gathered all their strength and struck, each move powerful and precise, creating a flurry of attack that shook the ground and the air with cries of battle. They understood that the orc priest would have to be seriously damaged to break through to the center of the gate. So they combined strategies, preparing for a decisive offensive. So, without wasting a second, Hyung began attacking everyone in front, moving with lightning speed and ruthlessness, breaking through the enemy line and clearing the way for the team. His speed, courage, strength, and indomitable spirit combined to form an incredible power that allowed him to overcome enemies and perform incredible feats on the battlefield. And the opponents lost their heads one by one, falling under the hero's precise blows, and everything around was filled with cries of defeat and fear that gripped everyone. The leader's team was shocked by what they saw, as the young man displayed incredible skill and strength that exceeded all their expectations and caused genuine admiration and awe. And that was exactly what everyone expected from Heng, for his reputation preceded him, and everyone understood that his skill and determination could change the course of any battle. Later, checking the radar, the team arrived at the scene, carefully surveying the surroundings and preparing for possible unforeseen threats that might lie ahead. Nuna asked if the boy knew where the center of the gate was, her voice sounding tense, because the success of their next action depended on determining the exact location. And he, looking at his phone, realized that it was not far from them, which added a sense of urgency to the team and increased the tension before the next step. This was suspicious because the wave had ended and there were no magical strikes around, but there was still a deathly silence that alarmed the team. The sword also reported that it could not detect any magical reactions, which was strange and gave its owner a sense of unknown and hidden threat. Suddenly, near the column, in the very corner, someone's phone lay, its screen flickering quietly, arousing suspicion and cautious alertness about what might happen. Huang thought that these were the security forces that had tried to infiltrate earlier, the ones the raid administration had been talking about, and this forced him to carefully assess the situation and prepare the group for a possible encounter. But Heng analyzed that if they had been destroyed after leaving a rescue signal, there would definitely be corpses or some traces of battle here, and the lack of such evidence made him suspicious and wary. And yet, this place was so clean that it aroused suspicion because the absence of anything could indicate a great risk that the guild might not return. Still, the leader had a strange sense of danger that made him tense up and watch his surroundings closely, expecting a surprise attack. And then Kasashin warned him about someone who was targeting the hero's heart, his words ringing with urgency, forcing the leader to instantly prepare to defend and respond. It was a magic of complete stealth, so the enemy was not visible, and the presence of the threat was felt only intuitively, increasing tension and anxiety among the team. The guildmaster shouted for everyone to be vigilant and attentive, his voice ringing menacingly, reminding of the danger and the need for instant readiness for any attack. The sword the boy held in his hands screamed for an attack, and its owner managed to instantly turn around, preparing to defend himself and meet the invisible enemy. He understood that this situation was extremely dangerous, and every moment of delay could cost his life, forcing him to act as quickly and carefully as possible. When he came to, the young man saw a monster in front of him, with legs like a chicken's and a murderous gaze, radiating incredible aggression and menace that made his heart beat faster. The team was shocked by this turn of events and realized that they needed to be extremely careful because there was a strong murderous intent in the air, making every step deadly. Hyun could see that the enemy was at least SS rank, but he did not know what exactly this monster was, and this added even more unpredictability and fear to the situation. But he was definitely the one through whom the raid was organized, and his appearance confirmed that all the previous events were part of a larger plan that had now taken on critical importance. A high-level SS rank magical beast, a dark spirit, so the battle promised to be extremely difficult, dangerous, and would test the hunters to the limit of their capabilities. Their task was to penetrate the giant monster's body, discover and destroy the hidden source of its power, so that the raid could be successfully shut down forever. There was a high probability that the same dark magical stone they had encountered repeatedly during their missions was located there. What scared the hunters most was not the danger of the raid itself, but the fact that their leader was completely devoid of any clear plan of action in this deadly situation. But he decided to rely solely on absolute strength, because only it, in his opinion, could always guarantee victory in the most difficult battles. Siden Miller, with his legendary sword, as well as Karzago, armed with a righteous shield, fearlessly assisted the young man during this fierce battle with the enemy. So the boy resolutely rushed forward, overcoming fear and fatigue, to accurately deliver a strong and decisive blow to his enemy at this critical moment. However, he quickly noticed that the enemy was able to repel this swift and unexpected attack, defending against it with remarkable agility and strength. And at the same second, the monster suddenly appeared behind the leader, disorienting him and causing him to lose his bearings in this dangerous situation. Nuna instantly came to the rescue, immediately beginning to summon her powerful spells to support her allies in this critical and tense fight. Then the enemy suddenly turned his attention to the young lady, staring at her intently, trying to predict her next actions. The opponent quickly realized that this girl was the healer on their team, as her actions and behavior clearly revealed her role in this battle. He immediately decided that he had to destroy her first, deprive the group of the doctor, and only then ruthlessly destroy the other members of their guild to break their will. The young lady screamed desperately from unconscious fear and the realization of the imminent proximity of death, her voice tearing through the chaos of the battle, begging for mercy or salvation. However, other hunters instantly rushed to Nuna's aid, bravely repelling the monster's attack and protecting her from danger in this fierce battle. They held back the enemy's attack with their hands, firmly declaring that they were not here for decoration, but to fight and defend their comrades until their last breath. The enemy turned to Heng, saying that he had held up quite well in this battle, showing remarkable fortitude and courage in the face of danger. However, he could not understand whether the young man would really continue to provoke him until the very end, not backing down even in the face of a mortal threat. He wondered whether to succumb to this dangerous game of the hunter, or whether it would be better to avoid confrontation and save his strength for a more advantageous moment. The hero noticed that the monster was using absolute stealth magic, which made it virtually invisible and undetectable to them during combat. He asked Nuno to create as many barriers of protection for him as she could and ordered him to stay put and wait for his return. He understood that it was the leader who was responsible for protecting all guild members, so he had to do everything possible to keep his comrades safe in this dangerous situation. So he stood in tense anticipation of the attack in order to determine the location of his opponent in time and prepare for a decisive response in battle. And then, a moment later, the enemy suddenly appeared, as if joking and playing with the hunter, testing his reaction and patience. But the boy, in turn, was not going to give up under any circumstances, because in his thoughts there was only one goal: to win at any cost. He said with a smile that it was even funny how a magical creature could speak human language and carry on a conversation like an ordinary person among them. The monster replied that this was indeed true, and that this form was only a disguise for him, although he was already thinking about removing this image from himself in the near future. So he suddenly appeared before Heng in human form, not understanding why invaders like him were still ordered to look exactly as they once did. The guildmaster was incredibly shocked because his opponent unexpectedly turned out to be Han Jinwu, a hunter of the highest SS rank with a legendary reputation. In order not to waste time, the hero decided to activate the Eye of Romanov, which allows him to see through any creature, revealing all its secrets and weaknesses. The plaque above the enemy's head testified to his status as a fallen savior, signifying his former role, now overshadowed by his fall and betrayal of his own ideals. Jin Wu said that the atmosphere had changed dramatically, and now it was more in tune with him for battle, awakening in him a thirst for victory and determination. In the end, the hero realized that this hunter never cared about human lives, but always craved only boundless power and his own might. But isn't it strange that all this time he was associated with the invaders, hiding his true nature and true intentions from everyone around him? And this is strange, because even though Jin Wu was considered the strongest hunter in Korea, his connections with his opponents remained a secret to everyone. The enemy has declared that he cannot risk his identity being revealed, so he grants Hyung a quick and merciless death to maintain his concealment. So the enemy abruptly grabbed his dagger despite the presence of the leader's comrades, ready to deliver a fatal blow without any hesitation. The enemy wanted to eliminate them all without a single regret in his heart, cold-bloodedly and ruthlessly erasing every life that boldly stood in his path. And he would never stop. Hyun understood that in addition to the magic of stealth, his opponent possessed extraordinary speed, so doubts about the possibility of victory were constantly growing in his thoughts. But the leader did not want to give up, because deep down in his soul, he still held hope for victory, despite all the difficulties and doubts that surrounded him. His sword actively repelled the enemy's blows and delivered precise counterattacks, effectively defending him and maintaining his advantage. Hyung was confident in himself because he carried in his heart blessings from his past lives, which gave him strength and wisdom in the most difficult battles. There was only one way out for him, to win this battle, no matter what, because the fate of the entire guild and their future depended on it. The enemy also did not retreat or weaken its blows, continuing to attack with incredible strength and perseverance, not giving any chance for rest. Then Hyun activated the Manifest Sword spell, which empowered his weapon with magical energy, making his strikes even more powerful and accurate. Jin Woo couldn't figure out what kind of amazing toy Hyun had, or when exactly he started using it, because the power was unexpected and impressive, but he seemed to be mocking her. He didn't understand why an adult would use such childish things, as if they were just a toy, not a serious weapon for fighting powerful enemies. The hero paid no attention to his words, focusing solely on fending off attacks and defending himself in this tense fight. The enemy truly fervently desired the death of the leader, seeking to take his life at any cost in order to break the spirit of his team and achieve victory. His eyes burned with a bright red glow as he abruptly lunged forward with incredible speed and ferocity, ready to deliver the fatal blow. The guy understood that the opponent was incredibly strong, but he believed that with the right play of cards and precise maneuvers, he would be able to win without retreating for a moment. When the enemy draws his sword, there will be a brief moment of light, the only chance for Heng to aim precisely at him and deliver a decisive blow. So the young man carefully followed his opponent's every action, not missing a single move, so as not to miss the one moment that could decide the outcome of the entire fight. The hero launched his attack with lightning speed, but the enemy reacted instantly and blocked the blow with incredible accuracy, preventing it from reaching its target. He coldly said that this was the young man's only blow, and it was useless, causing no harm, only proving his weakness. However, Hyung calmly replied that it was not the end, and suddenly dealt damage to the enemy, taking advantage of a moment of inattention and changing the course of the battle. Blood suddenly gushed from Jin Woo's mouth, indicating that the leader's attack had indeed hit its target and caused him significant internal damage. He lay wounded on the ground, admitting defeat, his proud figure now a mere shadow of who he had thought himself to be at the start of the battle. Hyun stood in confusion, unsure if this was truly the end of the battle or if the enemy was preparing another surprise strike that could change everything again. He turned to leave, but suddenly the sword spoke, warning that the enemy was still alive and was already approaching the master with a new threat. Then the hunter instantly prepared for defense, without a second's delay, ready to meet a new battle with full determination. Jin Woo openly stated that Hyung is a terribly cautious scumbag whose excessive caution only makes the fight more difficult and shows his fear of true power. The opponent used accelerated regeneration, a special ability that had awakened after he achieved S rank, and demonstrated it in front of others for the first time, causing a real shock. Jin Woo turned out to be much better than the young man could have imagined. His strength, speed, and composure exceeded all expectations and made him feel true respect and fear. Then Hyun realized that he had lost his vigilance, allowing emotions to take over, and this was the reason for his miscalculation, which could have cost the lives of the entire team. The sword seemed to sense the approach of a dangerous battle, its blade trembling with a premonition of blood and magic as if it were preparing for a clash that would decide the fate of its owner. But the leader's gaze remained confident and courageous, full of unwavering determination, as if no force in the world could shake his faith in victory and his comrades. And, no matter what, he was determined not to lose, clenching his fists and concentrating all his will, strength, and faith in one decision: to fight until his last breath. The enemy said with a faint smile that Heng had much more abilities than he had initially assumed, and now the battle promised to be much more interesting and dangerous. But he was certain that even all of their abilities combined were not strong enough to defeat him, and he said this with cold disdain, as if he had already seen their defeat. Having lost his balance after a powerful blow, The hero could not understand how his opponent turned out to be so fast that his movements merged with the air, leaving only a shadow and echo of force. Jin Woo knew that the hunter was capable of forming a bloody pact and uniting the invasion team, but even he did not expect that it would complicate the situation so much and turn the battle into a real nightmare. And the invaders even liked it for a while, because they got real pleasure from it, enjoying the adrenaline, blood, and chaos that reigned around them. So he decides to deliver the final blow to eliminate the Chosen One, concentrating all his strength, precision, and determination in the moment that will decide their fate forever, putting an end to the nightmare. But Hyun only smiled in response, full of cold confidence, as if challenging his opponent was just a game to him, and he already knew how to turn the situation to his advantage. He knew that past lives only return after all the work is done, so the smile was not in vain. He confidently awaited the consequences of his own final sacrifice. The boy took advantage of the instant release of his mana, which tore the air around him, filled his body with electrical energy, and gave him a chance to turn the tide of the battle without hesitation. And all this powerful energy hit the enemy in a rapid stream, forcing him to retreat under the pressure of the force that exploded with incredible intensity and devastating precision. Jin Woo could not understand how this was even possible, for the power and speed he saw exceeded any of his expectations and ideas about the limits of magic. And this could not be because he himself was considered the best in Korea, and no skill of others, in his opinion, could surpass his own. It turned out that Hyun simply defeated him, demonstrating his incredible energy and mana, which exceeded all expectations and forced the opponent to admit defeat. And then his body slowly began to collapse, crumbling under the pressure of magical energy, as if his entire existence was gradually dissolving into thin air. It began to fall like ashes scattering across the ground, leaving behind only a light dust and a dim echo of its former power. And the hunter turned to the invader, pleading for another chance, asking for salvation, his voice trembling with fear and despair before inevitable death. But suddenly, in front of Hyun, his body suddenly fluttered into the air, slowly dissolving like mist, leaving behind only a faint trace of magic and cold air. The hero understood that he was extremely lucky, and he himself did not expect that his plan would work so effectively, surpassing all his wildest expectations. The team ran to the leader, asking what happened to the dark spirit, their faces filled with surprise, fear, and unspeakable excitement at the unpredictable outcome of the battle. As expected, the guildmaster destroyed him forever, showing incredible strength that left no chance for the enemy to survive. Hwang doubted his guesses about who their enemy was, as the reality turned out to be much more complex and dangerous than he could have previously assumed. But then he said that it was still the hunter Jin Woo who had defected to the invaders, and this fact forced the team to reassess the level of threat and danger. And his power came from a black mana stone, which radiated powerful energy, capable of enhancing abilities to incredible limits and making him virtually invincible. The leader suggested getting out of this place immediately, as the gates would close soon, and any delay could cost the team their lives or a final trap inside. He approached Nuna and asked if she was okay, his voice full of concern, his eyes carefully following her reaction to make sure she was safe. The girl was shocked by the young man and his incredible strength, which exceeded all her expectations and made her heart beat faster with surprise and fear. But he explained that he would always protect everyone, no matter what, and these words were full of determination, strength, and unwavering devotion to his friends. And they settled in the young lady's head, evoking warm feelings, tenderness, and slight excitement that spread throughout her heart, leaving a pleasant mark on her thoughts. Roskal noticed in his premises that the crack had widened slightly after the raid, and this made him concerned about the stability of the building and the consequences of the events. Elena explained that this makes it possible to send more skilled troops, but the rift is still not large enough to allow passage through it to another dimension. So they made a painful, cold decision. Opening the portal would require significantly more sacrifices, willing to give their lives for the common good, and without hesitation. He addressed Heron, and his voice sounded rough and intimidating, piercing the air with cold and making the listeners feel fear and tension. He unconditionally ordered this time to bring him the head of the Chosen One, strictly warning that any failure would be punished, and every mistake fatal without any mercy. The door to Hung's office opened abruptly, and Teshik entered the room, his figure pensive and his eyes cold, the atmosphere immediately filled with tension and a sense of change. He arrived immediately upon hearing of the victory over the SS rank hunter, his face expressing admiration and curiosity, and his steps determined and confident. The guy was surprised how the news reached the department so quickly, because he didn't expect their actions to be instantly noticed and noted at such a high level. But not only there, the whole country already knew about it, thanks to Tai Hui, who instantly spread the news, making everyone discuss the victory. The girl thought that attaching the camera to Han Seo-jin was a good decision, because now they could watch every step and get invaluable footage for Tubu. Views and comments poured in, and she went crazy from the amount of them, simultaneously getting carried away by popularity and losing control of her emotions. She said that she had to urgently go and cut the video because a quick publication could decide the success of her channel and not lose the audience's interest. The door closed, and Teshik, getting ready, tried to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat, leaving him tense and a little confused. And then he reported that some wanted to meet the leader, and he tried to convey this information, choosing his words carefully so as not to offend anyone. He explained that the Worldwide Association of Gifted People was greatly shocked by this incident with Jin Woo, as his actions exceeded all expectations and showed a rather poor trust in him. And they couldn't imagine that he was working for a bloody pact, so they created a national organization, the Defense Alliance Committee, to monitor such threats and coordinate defense actions. It was completely secret, so to this day only a few people know about it, and even among the closest colleagues, information remained strictly limited. The exact details have not yet been presented, but extensive powers will soon be granted, allowing for control of key processes and making important decisions at a high level. And Hen was nominated for the position that grants these powers because his experience, strength, and strategic thinking made him the ideal choice for such a responsible position. The most important advantage was the possession of worldwide immunity, privileges, and the ability to mobilize troops on behalf of the association, which made it virtually invincible and influential on a global level. In addition, Teshik added, Hyun will have access to confidential information about the association's members, which will allow him to control key operations and make strategic decisions. He held out a sheet where other benefits and all the conditions were documented in detail, carefully drawn up by the leaders so that the hero could familiarize himself with the full scope of his rights and obligations. The leader took the agreement and carefully read all the clauses, analyzing the details and weighing every advantage and possible consequences of accepting the terms. He understood that there were no restrictions and that he could conquer the bloody pact on his own, and every time he prospered, he would be rewarded with magic stones or money. But to begin with, Hyun needed to cooperate to get rid of the bloody pact as quickly as possible, using all available resources and powers. The hero held out the sheet of paper back and understood that there was no need to think twice here, because the conditions were extremely favorable, and the chance to refuse could be lost forever. Teshik said that the answer must be given immediately, emphasizing the urgency of the decision and the impossibility of delaying even for a moment. And the guildmaster raised his head and agreed to all the conditions, demonstrating determination and willingness to take responsibility for further actions and consequences. The manager clearly understood that the response he received would be exactly as predictable as he expected from this process. So he immediately arranged an important meeting for the young man with the person with whom he needed to discuss all the details of the case. The door suddenly opened, and Deo solemnly announced that this particular person would be able to provide the hero with the necessary support and help to overcome deep despair and find the strength to move on. Agent Smith entered the room with a slight smile on his face and politely announced that it was a great honor for him to finally meet and work with Han. He had long heard about the victory over the largest raid planned in Seoul, and Hyun was among the participants, as noted in the official report. From the gates that suddenly opened, terrifying monsters emerged, ready to attack everyone around and wreak havoc among those present in that place. 3 were A rank, 3 more were S rank, and 1 had the rare and extremely powerful SS rank, making him an exceptionally dangerous opponent. And there were also numerous rumors about the existence of another gate of the same enormous level, which could supposedly release an even greater number of dangerous creatures. And no one else took care of it except Kang Hyung-jun, who turned out to be the only hunter with his team who saved the city. As it turned out, the news source in Lays was much more reliable and accurate than any press, and could provide information that was verified and reliable. Tae-hui knew that even today she would work hard, put in her best effort, and achieve significant results in all the tasks that lay before her. Heng replied calmly that he simply did what he had to do and had no intention of bragging about his actions, considering it a simple duty. Then the man suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to formally introduce himself, and felt the need to correct this so that everyone present knew who he really was. He turned out to be a special agent of the World Association of Talented People, and came to officially appoint Hyun as a full member of their team and involve him in important missions. He held out an item that served as proof that the hero was part of their association, and as long as he had it, the hero could enjoy all the benefits he had previously been informed about. The agent asked about the Blood Pact, as they had mobilized all their informants to investigate, but had still not received any news or confirmation regarding the case. Tashik reported that the secret of Hunter Jinwoo was revealed and a large-scale investigation was conducted, but despite this, they were never able to obtain any concrete evidence. The hero understood that they simply could not remain in the shadows and lie at the bottom, because their activity and influence were too great to remain unnoticed. An incredible number of small raids were carried out around the world, covering multiple regions and involving thousands of participants, creating a large-scale network of active operations. And their numbers significantly exceeded the figures of previous years, which indicated increased activity and increased control over all operations. The young man asked if, according to the previous investigation, the cracks were indeed created using a magical black stone, to which the manager nodded quietly, confirming the truth of this information. He recalled the past raid on Can, which left a deep mark on his memory due to the dangerous events and unexpected challenges they had to face. When a crack appeared in the sky, Jin-ah immediately noticed it, sensing danger and realizing that events could take an unpredictable and critical turn. It was there that the creatures called invaders were located, and their appearance immediately posed a threat to the entire surrounding world. The stones can be used to create a creature, and they can also serve as the key to opening spatial cracks through which invaders appear, creating immense danger. The leader asked what the likelihood was that the enemy was planning a large-scale summoning of an army of beings capable of causing serious harm to the entire world and disrupting the balance of power. The agent replied that they were monitoring the entire country, but there was a suspicion that the adversaries were focusing their attention specifically on Haney, planning to use him to achieve their own goals. After gathering, the men decided to leave the office and promised to report back as soon as they learned of any new details or changes in the situation. The leader smiled and politely asked everyone to take care of themselves, emphasizing the importance of safety while performing further tasks. So the door slowly closed, leaving him alone in the room, where he could calmly contemplate all the events and the next steps. Finally, the hero exhaled and lay back in his chair, feeling a brief relief after the stressful events and allowing himself to rest a little. He was far away in his thoughts as the enemy gradually approached, and he had the feeling that the war was about to break out in full force. The more strongly he was connected to his past lives, the stronger his hostility towards the invaders became, strengthening his determination to fight them at all costs. He clearly realized that these creatures were enemies who must be ruthlessly destroyed to protect the innocent and stop their destructive invasion forever and restore peace. Hyun definitely didn't want to become a hero, as he avoided the attention, responsibility, and sacrifices that fame entails, and sought to live a quiet life away from fighting. He was simply thinking about how to protect the people he cared about on his own, relying only on his own strength, cunning, and determination. The boy was so exhausted that, unable to bear the fatigue, he quickly fell asleep, surrendering to a sound and deep sleep that momentarily distracted him from all his worries. And he was transported to the Hall of Past Lives, where he found himself among the memories and images of all his previous incarnations, feeling their power and influence on the present. Where a man was already waiting opposite him, standing calmly and carefully watching his every move, as if he knew that the meeting would be decisive. Siden Miller asked if the young man could feel their enemies gradually getting closer, creating an invisible threat looming over them with every passing moment. And it was about the invaders and their team, whose actions were becoming more and more active and approaching them with increasing danger. Hyung had definitely become stronger. His skills and strength had increased significantly, and the experience and trials had tempered his body and mind for the battles to come. But it was still not enough for a full counterattack, as the strength of the enemies and the scale of the threat remained too great to deal with alone. They were so strong that even all 990,000 lives combined could not defeat them. So much power and agility exceeded any expectations. The hero asked if the full-scale invasion wasn't supposed to happen in a few days, trying to understand why the threat had approached so suddenly. Siden Miller replied that the invasion team was already preparing to destroy him and could not arrive at the moment because the dimensions were not connected, but it was a matter of time. In any case, the young man must become much stronger, train his body and mind, rally allies, and prepare for the inevitable battle that is approaching, and decisively. It was for this important matter that Siden Miller came to personally oversee the preparations, transfer the necessary resources, and begin immediate coordination of actions. So he handed the incredible sword to the boy, who felt its power and weight, realizing that this artifact would be the key to future battles and the protection of important people. He said that everyone believes in him, and according to Kasashin, this time they really can do anything to stop those who threaten the world and protect the innocent. And Miller now has no worries about handing over this sword, because he is confident in the boy's abilities and his determination to use the weapon for good and to protect against threats. So Hyun inherited all of the man's will, feeling a surge of strength, determination, and responsibility that now became a part of himself. And if he needs a sword for protection, it will transform into a majestic radiance that pierces through darkness and despair, giving hope and strength to all around. On the edge of the cliff stood a majestic castle, its tall towers rising to the sky and its stone walls radiating power and mysterious grandeur. Bishop Arson was brought a report stating that there could be no problems with the interspatial rift, and all systems were operating stably, ensuring control over the situation. And everything was going too well and smoothly, which aroused suspicion, because rarely did things go smoothly without any surprises or hidden threats. So the bishop announced that the ceremony should take place right now, urging everyone present to prepare and take their places for the important ceremony to begin. They decided that this time they should call on everyone without exception, even if it meant sacrificing their lives, because the price of victory justified any loss. Raising their knives, they said together that this was their sacrifice to the invaders, giving themselves to the service of the dark forces and demonstrating absolute devotion to the ritual. And at that moment, blood flowed onto the black mana stone, spreading across its surface and filling the air with a sense of danger. It shone even brighter than before, radiating powerful energy and power that filled the space and made everything around tremble with grandeur. He opened the portal that everyone had been waiting for so long, releasing light that promised new opportunities and changes in the entire world around him for the enemy. Men arrived in the room, moving through the gate, appearing suddenly amidst light and shadow, ready for action and to fulfill their mission. They turned out to be the invaders for whom sacrifices were made, and their appearance immediately evokes a sense of fear and imminent threat. They stepped between the corpses, realizing that the spatial gates between them had opened without a hitch or a hitch, and now creatures could burst through them into their world. The man turned to the Lord, reporting that the Chosen One was growing at an unprecedented rate, and with the arrival of 3 groups of invaders, the crucial moment had come to end it. The young man must stop breathing. He replied that Ezekiel should not rush because first they must destroy the enemy troops, and only then they could indulge in fun with the boy and experience bitter pleasure. He emphasized that one should not relax so much as to risk losing an arm or something else important. Discipline and vigilance must remain unwavering. Heron knew not to underestimate the Chosen One because his power was growing every moment, and even the slightest mistake in strategy could cost them their lives and destroy the entire plan. At first he was sure that he had defeated Han when he was on his knees, humiliated and exhausted, but he did not even suspect that in a moment everything would turn into a bloody trap that he himself had unknowingly created. But suddenly an abnormal mana reaction appeared, so powerful and unstable that the air trembled, the ground split open underfoot, and everyone present felt space begin to distort. Even that boy from his dimension, Jin Woo, who held an SS rank and was renowned as an invincible hunter, could not match the young man whose strength surpassed any known limits of human potential. And Roskal asked the man for something, wanting to give him a second chance to prove his loyalty and correct the mistakes that could jeopardize their entire mission and the master's trust. Mr. Alsace said that it doesn't matter to useless dogs whether they bite, kill their prey, or lose their teeth, because in the end they still turn into shapeless pieces of meat, useless and forgotten. They are still sent to the slaughterhouse first as expendable material with no chance of survival, because their value never exceeds the role of human shields for the stronger and more important. So Heron must definitely bring the Chosen One here, because without his presence their plan will not come true, and the consequences of a mistake could be catastrophic. Mr. Ezekiel decided that under any circumstances it was necessary to gather as much information as possible, so he hoped for his husband's return and dreamed of cutting off the Chosen One's head. So there was no other option. They were faced with only a cruel test: kill or die, and there was simply no other choice, leaving them without hope. Heron realized that all this time he had been just an expendable item, a pawn in someone else's game, destined to die for someone else's benefit, and this realization tore him apart from the inside. So the man promised that he would soon set off on a mission, having carefully prepared for it, because he knew that not only his honor, but also the fate of their entire world depended on the success of this mission. It was already getting dark outside, but in the group leader's estate, light seemed to be coming from the windows, showing that the residents were not yet asleep. Meanwhile, Hyun lay in bed and carefully considered the subject of the Defense Union Committee, realizing that their goal was to destroy the Bloody Alliance and its related organizations. He was interested in whether past lives had received the same support as the young man now, or whether they had been left alone with deadly trials, without a chance for help and protection from stronger allies. And did they really fight to protect others, but lose and die, leaving behind only memories of failure and useless sacrifices that no one appreciated? He understood that he simply could not afford to lose, because this time it was not only his life that was at stake, but also the fate of the world, which still had a chance to avoid destruction. He had to destroy the invaders and finally complete the will of past lives so that their suffering would be at peace and future generations would have a chance to live. And he would never back down. Then a dark spirit suddenly appeared before him, enveloping everything around in shadows and cold, and its presence struck fear into the heart of even the bravest warrior. It was Heron who strictly ordered not to get up, explaining that he had not come here for the sake of battle, but to observe and direct events according to his own plan. Hyun realized that he had completely ignored its presence before, and this feeling of invisible power and control frightened him to the core, making his heart beat faster. The man eagerly awaited the opportunity to see the hero think through and plan methods to kill the invaders, not even paying attention to the fact that the latter had not noticed his appearance. The leader did not understand what exactly the opponent meant, and his misunderstanding generated doubts and tensions that gradually began to distract from the main goal. The invader hoped that the young man would not change his mind and that his determination would remain unwavering because the success of the entire operation and the survival of the allies depended on it. He asked if the Chosen One knew why he was being attacked, seeking to understand the perception of danger and the reaction to the motivation of the enemies, which could determine the course of the battle. Heng thought this was due to the invasion team, which was focused on eliminating all potential threats and monitored his every move, forcing him to act cautiously. And all those who seek power dream only of standing above others, using any means to achieve their own superiority, despite the suffering of those around them. And they also want to look down on others as if at insects, feeling their excessive dominance and delighting in the helplessness of those below. And that is how the enemies used the members of the Blood Alliance, turning them into pawns in their own game, forcing them to serve only to achieve their own power and pleasure. Scatter them as material, as something to be thrown away when it becomes unnecessary, sending them to their deaths without pity or recognition of their value, and no one will remember them. He didn't want to listen to anything. He just wanted to fight until his last breath, throwing himself into the whirlpool, ignoring fear, pain, and any other means of escape. His strongest desire was to kill the enemy immediately, and thoughts of this burned within him, pushing every step, every breath towards a decisive, cold end to the conflict at once. But suddenly the man said that he had seen other Chosen Ones, and all along he had considered them stupid and immature, because this ant-like man did not die, but continued to stand on his feet and fight unwaveringly. No matter how many times he killed them, they still continued to appear everywhere, like dark shadows constantly following his steps and ruining his attempts at rest or peace. It was like a vaccine that would rid their universe of false existence, carrying a cold judgment and a ruthless silence that reached beyond their vain hopes forever. Heron was the invader from the invasion command, considering stopping the Chosen as his duty and a value, convinced that if they were a mistake, they should be ruthlessly destroyed. The man was not going to give up just like that. His will and determination were deeply rooted, and every blow, every step testified to the unwavering resistance that burned within him. He ordered the young man that if he did not destroy his resolve, he must drive the invaders from their hiding places, repel the threat, and restore peace to his native lands at any cost. All movement obeyed the receiver, everything went in the direction he indicated, and he waited patiently, watching as events obeyed his signal without interfering at all. Later, the plane flew through the clear blue sky, slowly gaining altitude, its metal body shining in the sun, and the engines quietly humming through the calm blue of boundless space. The leader sat in a large chair looking thoughtfully out the window, his gaze lost in the distant horizon and his thoughts slowly revolving around future decisions and plans. Suddenly, the team was snapped out of their deep thoughts, breaking the silence and forcing them to turn around sharply, ready to immediately react to the new situation. Because they had the receiver's precise location, they could finally act with confidence, planning their attack with a clear understanding of the objective and route of the operation. This was on an artificial island located in the eastern sea of Jeju Island, and a sudden magical reaction came out of nowhere, revealing its presence only at the moment it could be seen for the first time. According to the information, there were not enough vital signs to indicate a raid and bring in more people, so the plan had to be adjusted based on limited data and risks. Hyun asked how team leader Hwang was feeling, carefully observing his reaction, trying to understand his condition and readiness for future actions. He and Han Seok recovered from the injuries they suffered during the battle, gradually regaining their strength and stamina, preparing for the new challenges that lay ahead. So you will have to deal with this on your own, without their intervention, relying only on your own strength, experience, and ingenuity in resolving a difficult situation. But Tae Hui joined the team, eager to support her comrades, sharing their hardships and risking her own safety for the common goal. The leader continued to sit, lost in deep thought and remembering a recent important meeting with Heron, which had left him with many emotions and thoughts. When Kim approached, he immediately realized that it was unusually quiet around him, and this strange silence made him listen to the slightest sounds. They behaved carelessly, making obvious mistakes, but even so, the enemy did not react in any way and remained completely indifferent to their actions. This may mean that they are so confident in their strength and position that they do not even feel the need to organize a raid or take any additional actions. The guild master ordered preparations to begin immediately, as the landing would take place very soon, and everyone had to be ready for quick and precise action. So the plane arrived on the island, opening up to the team a multitude of new adventures, mysteries, and unexpected challenges that awaited them in an unknown place. Once outside, they immediately felt incredibly strong winds and a sharp deterioration in the weather, which made their stay even more dangerous and unpredictable. Nuna didn't sense any magical reactions around her, so most likely no one was around, and the area remained empty and quiet. However, suddenly the sword spoke to its master in an alarming and concerned voice, warning of an approaching danger that was difficult to ignore. He pointed to the castle from which came an extremely strong magic, enveloping everything around with a powerful glow and causing a feeling of danger. There was also already a strong energy, so it could be assumed that there were approximately 3 people inside, each of whom possessed significant magical abilities. The leader ordered to go there, since there was nothing interesting or important left around, except this huge and mysterious structure. So they went inside the room and looked around carefully, trying to spot any clues or signs of the presence of other creatures. But then suddenly, the entire group stopped in their tracks, feeling an unexpected tension and a sense of danger permeating the air inside. After all, ahead of them stood the invaders, who had finally noticed the Chosen One here, ready to act decisively and ruthlessly, leaving no chance for retreat. But they also believed that the young man would arrive alone, not with his comrades, so their confidence in an easy victory was significantly undermined by the unexpected presence of the entire group. The girls realized that the energy from them was extremely powerful and abnormal, so they were unable to feel it or notice it in time. Hyun said that they could call him the man who destroyed the invasion team, emphasizing his own strength and fearsome reputation among his enemies. Mr. Ezekiel concluded that the young man was extremely brazen, displaying a boldness and confidence that was beyond the ordinary. But the hero, in response, asked permission to ask a few questions for which he wanted detailed explanations. So he inquired about the main goal of the Bloody Alliance and the reasons for their desire to capture the dimension. And do dungeons and raids really contribute to the discovery of spatial cracks that can change the boundaries of dimensions and cause cataclysms that threaten everyone? Mr. Alsace replied that if the members of the Blood Alliance could widen the crack in the fortress, then the elite troops of the invasion team could definitely emerge from it and attack. In this way, they will be able to gradually capture a large number of parallel worlds, accumulating resources, influence, and control over the spaces of others. It was reported that all the members of the alliance who opened the rift died, as they were small ants and had no significant importance to the events of the Great War. Nuna didn't understand how one could speak so ruthlessly about people without appreciating their lives, their efforts, and what they could do for others. Heng asked about the fate of the local residents of the occupied territories, wondering what happened to them, whether they survived, and how their lives changed after the invasion. What he fought for in his past lives, trying to protect the innocent, has now become part of his memory and shapes his determination to act in the modern world. Alsace replied that those who were useful were taken as soldiers to serve in the army, carry out orders, and participate in dangerous plans. Kim concluded that the invaders were not originally part of the main invasion, but later joined those who had taken over the dimension, increasing their strength and control over the territory. And to be precise, only 10% of the captured people became soldiers, and the remaining 90% were mercilessly killed, leaving a few alive only for fear and example. The leader was also interested in where the magical beasts that participated in the raids came from, who created or controlled them, and what role they played in the capture of territories. Alsace replied that they belonged to a unit of the invasion team, and although they were not very strong in battle, There were so many of them that even if 100,000 died, it would not make much difference. It turns out that these creatures were just cannon fodder, used for numerical superiority to destroy the enemy and distract his forces without risking valuable units. But then the team became interested in who was really at the very top of all these events, who was directing the capture of dimensions and making the final strategic decisions. And it turned out that it was the head of the invasion command, who led all operations, coordinated their actions, and determined the fate of the captured territories and people. The man, who was completely mysterious, remained nameless. His name was still hidden and unknown even to subordinates. The enemies noticed the panic in the group's eyes, and it amused them wildly, enhancing their sense of power and the pleasure of the fear they were instilling in their opponents. We asked Heng if he wondered why the invaders answered all the questions, trying to understand their motives, strategy, and the reason for such unusual openness. But he himself coldly explained that the Chosen One and his petty pawns would inevitably die here, carrying out someone else's orders, becoming victims of a plan that had no mercy or retreat. So after that, I immediately launched an attack on the team, using all available forces and strategies to immediately destroy the resistance and gain the upper hand in the battle. The sword immediately warned its master to be careful, sensing danger and foreseeing that any careless movement could lead to dire consequences in battle. Everyone else understood that this was an incredible amount of mana, and even the slightest lapse of vigilance could lead to disaster, so they remained alert and as focused as possible. So Nuna decided to use the Sacred Barrier skill, concentrating all her strength and energy to create a powerful protective shield and support the team at a critical moment in the battle. Then the enemy decided to act completely differently, changing tactics suddenly and unexpectedly to confuse the team and take advantage of any weakness in their actions. They relentlessly pressed and broke through people's defenses, breaking through lines of defense, knocking out fear, and displacing witnesses in order to finally undermine the will of the resistance and seize control. The girl saw that a crack had already appeared in the barrier, and she understood that if it was not strengthened immediately, the defense would completely fail, and the enemy would take advantage of this weakness. Te Hui reported that the young lady shouldn't exhaust herself so much, and so she opened her case, preparing the necessary tools and resources to support. She quickly began searching for something, trying to find the right things that could strengthen everything and give the team an advantage in a critical situation. She pulled a nano-mechanical shield out of the case, ready to tightly enclose the group and provide additional protection from enemy attacks. And suddenly, the sphere covered all the participants, surrounding them with an invisible shield that prevented even an insect from passing through and kept them from destruction. Alsace looked at it in surprise, not expecting such an instant reaction and strength. His eyes revealed a mixture of shock and undisguised admiration. And then he said that the hero had brought a rather interesting person with him, hinting that he had a unique skill that could change the course of the battle. He finally decided that he would be serious too, rejecting any games and frivolity in order to fully utilize his strength and confront the team. And after the classifier is killed, this dimension will quickly come under their control, and all forces, resources, and inhabitants will become subordinate to their will and plans. Heng ordered the entire team to be cautious, emphasizing the need for attentiveness, cooperation, and readiness for unexpected enemy attacks at any moment, because they had already gone too far in their actions, violating the boundaries of peace and exposing themselves and the entire team to unforeseen danger. So it was better to abandon thoughts of returning unharmed, realizing that this battle would require maximum courage and readiness for losses. The enemy constantly used all of its most powerful and dangerous techniques, trying to inflict as much damage as possible and break through the enemy's defenses. To confront a strong leader, he demonstrated his mastery of powerful spells, trying to prove his true strength. The defense of Danzing gave the young man unbreakable self-confidence, and as long as something worth defending burned in his heart, he could not be defeated. So he immediately ordered Nuni to create a magical shield that would provide reliable protection against any threat that might threaten them. And the girl, without hesitating for a moment, once again called upon the power of her holy barrier, enveloping everyone around her with a reliable light of protection from the darkness. The man stood motionless, silently observing everything that was happening around him, as if evaluating every movement and making an important decision within himself. And then, slowly raising his hand, radiating such powerful confidence that even the air around him seemed filled. And suddenly, in front of the entire team, a fiery flame exploded with a roar, covering the space with bright flashes of heat and forcing everyone to instinctively retreat. The flames quickly spread to all corners of the room, engulfing the walls, ceiling, and floor with uncontrollable heat that consumed everything in its path. But the leader, together with the guild members, tried with all their might to block enemy attacks, joining their efforts to protect themselves and their comrades from danger. The sword spoke, confidently declaring that its master would not be able to stop at anything, and ordered him to look intently only forward without being distracted by obstacles. And suddenly, in the midst of the battle with Hen, Ezekiel unexpectedly appears, ready to decisively intervene and change the course of events with his mighty power. Their powerful energies collided with each other with immense force, creating an explosive wave around them that changed space and filled the air with tension. The man could not believe that the young man would be able to resist him, doubting his strength and willingness to withstand all the trials of battle. But the boy stood firm, full of confidence in his own abilities and firmly convinced of his opponent's weakness, which gave him tremendous encouragement for the fight. He, in turn, coldly explained that he was an invader from an invasion team who had come to destroy everything in his path and establish his power. He explained his self-presentation by saying that the Chosen One would definitely want to know his name in order to understand who he was dealing with in this decisive battle. After all, this very creature with whom he had a battle would soon be the one who would kill him, and therefore knowledge was extremely important, in his opinion. With such enthusiasm, the man sought victory, not for a moment ignoring obstacles or doubts, his determination burning in his eyes like fire. Durandal appeared at the hero's side, and a bright glow pulsed relentlessly in his righteous sword, ready to protect its owner from any threat. And with each passing moment, the young man's strength steadily grew, filling him with energy and the will to defeat the enemy standing before him. The sword was like an extension of the hand. It lay so perfectly in the palm of the hand, allowing the wielder to feel every movement and control every blow. But then there was an explosion of energy, which poured out of the cracked earth in a rapid stream, throwing everything around into chaos and stirring up the air around. The element raged, crushing the outlines of the world, raising dust and brittle debris into the air, which rang with tension and a frantic roar. Nuna immediately rushed to Hyun, terrified for her friend, her heart beating fast and her hands shaking with fear and anxiety for his safety. Kim explained that the battle is still ongoing, and one must strive for personal goals without being distracted by fears in order to achieve victory and realize one's dreams. Meanwhile, Heron attacked the group to deal with them, his movements quick and precise, each blow aimed at neutralizing his opponents without mercy. They did not understand the incredible speed of the enemy, so they did not have time to dodge his attacks and found themselves trapped by his lightning strikes. Tae Hui positioned her weapon right on him, holding his hand firmly, ready at any moment to deliver a decisive blow and not give him any chance to escape punishment. She said that being so close to them could be dangerous, as they could attack instantly, leaving no time to react and creating a threat. The man was thrown back, and he understood that even though she was not a master, she was still quite a nuisance, because her persistence and determination created serious problems in battle. On the other hand, Ezekiel saw the young man as a formidable opponent, one who had remarkable skills and a thirst for fighting, making him a potentially dangerous opponent in battle. He understood that Hyun had gone through many hardships, but was still holding on, demonstrating incredible endurance and fortitude despite all the difficulties and trials. The leader expected them to speak of their intentions to kill them all, so he had already prepared a plan of action that could prevent the worst from happening and save the innocent. Realizing the failure of their previous plan, they were forced to change tactics, focusing all their actions and resources on achieving Ezekiel's goal, who was a very strong warrior who did not have any supernatural abilities. If they could use their advantage in speed, they should be able to attack effectively. Tae Hui made the decision to support them from a safe distance, staying out of direct contact with the enemy. In turn, Kim also decided to join the hunt, providing assistance to each participant from a distance. Hen made the decision to try to stop Heron and Elsas on his own, without putting anyone else in danger. He understood that he would not attack recklessly, but instead would protect his allies during their battle, and only then would he launch his attack. Tae Hui nervously admitted that she didn't like any fights at all, but in this difficult situation, there was no other choice. So the team, having gathered together, seriously prepared to eliminate their opponents in the upcoming battle. The invaders then concluded that their enemy would definitely act jointly and in a coordinated manner. Ezekiel felt an incredible power and immense strength within himself that would help him overcome all people. The master decided to attack in a straight line without turning, and his partner was to cover him on the right, watching the flank and protecting him from surprises. So everyone followed their own route and could not afford any mistakes or deviations from the plan. Their attack was flawless, coordinated, and exactly according to plan, leaving the enemy no chance of resistance. But despite this, the enemy was not even going to surrender its positions and continued to stubbornly defend itself. Tae Hui skillfully used her weapon, carefully aiming the gun at the man to ensure an accurate shot. The target was clearly defined, so without any hesitation, the girl quickly fired a shot in the direction of the invader. After that, a powerful explosion thundered, shaking the air, sending up clouds of smoke and sparks, shaking the ground, blinding everyone around for a moment, and scattering debris in all directions. The huntress herself was happy and rejoiced at such a successful outcome of her action, feeling the satisfaction of achieving her goal. However, suddenly the silhouette of a dark spirit appeared behind her, who said in a cold voice that she was completely unnecessary here and should not be present. But using his magic sword, the leader managed to save a member of his guild from danger at the last moment. He asked where Heron had gone, as if he had no right to interfere in someone else's battle, but should have respected the boundaries of others. But the man replied that he had not demonstrated all his abilities last time and asked to believe that he was capable of much more. His gaze quickly darted from one side to the other, carefully analyzing the complex situation around him. Nuna, closely following the unfolding events, noticed a person with a unique ability to quickly regenerate. She decided that she had to take his life so that he wouldn't interfere later, so she coldly outlined a plan of action, carefully hiding her doubts and emotions without regret or hesitation. The young lady, turning around, said that she was not afraid of him at all. Her voice was confident and resolute, showing her readiness to confront any threat without hesitation. She sharply pointed the dagger towards her opponent, squeezing the hilt to the white thread. Her eyes were cold and focused, ready for a merciless and instant strike. And he, in turn, said that it seemed that the girl did not know what it was like to threaten an invader. His voice was mocking and confident, as if he had already foreseen her weakness. Crossing the threshold of hell, healthy and unharmed, will not be easy at all, as it will require incredible willpower and endurance in extremely difficult conditions. She is not afraid if Hyun disappears because she felt that even in complete darkness, he would always protect her, giving her confidence and peace in the most difficult moments of life. But from now on, the hunter didn't just want to receive help, but had to fight herself, showing her own strength and will, proving that she was capable of fighting for her ideals and loved ones without outside support. Alsace could no longer bear to watch all this. His heart was filled with pain and powerlessness, and his mind was torn between the desire to intervene and the need to stay away. He decided that SS-class magic should be enough to finish everything here, and without hesitation he began to prepare a powerful spell to quickly and mercilessly finish off the enemies. The invaders gathered together, combining all their forces and resources to finally and ruthlessly kill the Chosen One who had opposed them for many years. They understood that it would be extremely dangerous and risky for all participants, but there was simply no other choice or alternative path. Their desire to achieve their goal was so strong and irresistible that it transcended all other emotions, thoughts, and feelings, completely occupying their hearts and minds. Everything around was suddenly enveloped in a bright, blinding light that penetrated every corner of space, illuminating even the darkest places around. It was an instant and powerful reaction to SS-level magic, so strong that it was felt from a distance and caused the surrounding environment to tremble with energy. Nuna raised her weapon, which glowed with incredible power, radiating light and energy that made one alert and ready. Invoking the sanctuary spell, she was absolutely confident in her actions, feeling an inner strength and control over the magic radiating around her. And she swiftly launched her attack on the enemy, not waiting a moment, moving with incredible speed and precision to strike him first. He, in turn, tried to counterattack, gathering all his strength and agility to repel the attack and strike back. But Te Hui concluded that it was extremely difficult for the man to hold his own against such immense power, and his attempts to resist seemed futile. The leader spoke to his team, urging them to remain steadfast and not to worry, even in the face of danger and incredible power. Gilder's defenses, in spite of everything, cut through any magical spells the enemy cast, creating an impenetrable barrier that neutralized all attacking energy and left him unshakable. The hero's eyes became so blue, as if icy, that their gaze sent a chill through his body, and it seemed as if they radiated a cold, piercing power. In his hands was courage, intertwined with the experience of previous generations, giving every movement strength, determination, and unwavering confidence. When the master reincarnated, the team sincerely thanked him for this act, feeling deep gratitude and respect for his incredible strength and kindness. The boy understood that if the head continued to keep Alsace under control, they would attack simultaneously, creating an extremely dangerous situation for everyone around. So you need to aim for it, because the opponents use a different strategy, which makes any other actions useless and extremely risky. Everyone rushed into the attack, as previously agreed, moving synchronously and decisively to carry out the common plan and defeat the enemy. Nuna used the Sacred Chains spell, releasing weapons that shone with light, and were able to restrict the invader's movements and neutralize him. They gripped the enemy's body, tightly gripping his limbs and torso, completely paralyzing his movements and completely preventing him from even the slightest opportunity to move. They crucified him on a cross, realizing that in this way they would have a chance to avenge all the crimes of the invaders, and this gave them a crumb of hope. Alsace could not use his arms or legs to somehow escape, completely powerless against the power of the spell and the danger surrounding him. Kim and Hyun understood that they needed to act immediately, so they rushed into the attack without hesitation, using all their strength and agility to change the course of the battle. From the other side, Mr. Ezekiel, along with Heron, was approaching them, moving swiftly and decisively, ready to meet their enemies in a merciless battle. The Chosen One thought he could hide, but the invaders would not allow him to do so, closely monitoring his every move and preparing for a ruthless attack. Because such a blow could be extremely dangerous for them, creating a high risk of defeat and unpredictable consequences in battle. However, Hyun, not listening to other opinions, transformed into darkness and instantly eliminated the man, using an incredible skill that frightened even the most experienced. Blood sprayed in all directions, flying in powerful streams and leaving behind a terrifying trail of destruction and chaos on the battlefield. The hero replied that Heron was wrong, and only speed allows one to attack more effectively, taking advantage of the moment to be caught off guard and turn the tide of battle. Mr. Ezekiel could no longer answer. His mask remained lying on the floor, symbolizing complete defeat and helplessness in the face of powerful opponents. The invader's eyes lit up with the fire of hatred and rage, mixed with a desire for revenge, which made his movements more dangerous and unpredictable for everyone around him. So he rushed at the young man, shouting indignantly and calling him a scumbag, ready to use all his strength to harm him. Hyun only smiled slightly in response, demonstrating calm and confidence despite the anger and threat from his opponent. Tae Hui aimed his magic pistol, aiming precisely and calmly, ready to unleash a powerful charge that could change the course of the battle. His power and speed enveloped the air with small lightning bolts that sparkled all around, creating a sense of danger and extraordinary energy. Heron understood that the situation was not at all favorable for him, and his every step could lead to serious losses or complete defeat. So, pulling the trigger, the hero fired a blazing shot that exploded with bright light and energy aimed directly at the enemy. Its power enveloped the enemy. Invisible waves of energy compressed his body and mind, depriving him of will, movement, and any hope of salvation forever and ever. Kim informed the leader that only one remained, underscoring the criticality of the situation and stressing the need to act quickly and decisively. Alsace tried to untangle the chains on his body, using all his strength to free himself and regain control of the situation, but they held him tightly. So, in a state of hatred, he finally dissolved the spell, radiating such power and fury that the magical limitations could not withstand his energy. Chaos reigned all around, and everywhere only ruins, broken debris, and traces of destruction remained, testifying to the scale of the battle and the strength of the opponents. The man couldn't believe he had broken free of his chains so quickly, watching in amazement at his suddenly restored freedom and the strength that filled his body. He looked down at his feet, realizing that his colleagues had simply perished without even having time to show their full strength, and his heart was filled with hatred. The Chosen One became much stronger and faster than they expected, demonstrating incredible skill and the ability to anticipate every move. And the big mistake was not taking him seriously, because underestimating his strength and experience had fatal consequences for the enemies. Either way, even Alsace would find it extremely difficult to fight against 4 hunters because their coordination and strength were far superior. Heng asked if the invader was really trying to escape, watching his movements in surprise and assessing the situation on the battlefield. There would be no answer, but the hero remained exactly as he had warned before, displaying courage, ability, and unwavering confidence in his actions. The man decided to admit his defeat, realizing that all this was enough to understand the inevitability of his loss. But the leader said that everything would end here today, emphasizing that there was no point in talking nonsense and distracting from the decisive struggle. The only way for the opponent was to leave this place, to die, taking his last breath, leaving the battlefield and everyone who once stood by him behind, forever. So the team set their sights on him, determined to finally finish their business, destroy the threat, and return home alive to restore peace. However, suddenly everything collapsed from above, the ground began to tremble, and stones fell on everyone around, creating chaos and danger for everyone. The hunters and their opponent were separated by a great wave of dust and dirt that rose into the air, blocking the view and creating a chaotic intersection between them. The comrades didn't understand what had happened, covering their faces with their hands to filter what they were breathing in, trying to protect themselves and preserve at least some of their vision. But someone's silhouette appeared ahead, announcing that the Chosen One had become much stronger, and now fighting him would be much more difficult than they had expected. The 13th level invader, which turned out to be Ezekiel along with Heron, was also eliminated, leaving behind a feeling of undeniable victory. This also included Alsace, which was at level 11, but was cornered, deprived of the ability to move and the strength to effectively resist its opponents. Elena asked if Hen thought he had an SS rank, expecting an objective assessment from him in order to at least somehow understand the outcome of the battle. But the leader didn't even listen to what was being said. He immediately asked in shock if she had really appeared as a new invader, watching in surprise at her unexpected entry into battle. The girl, in turn, introduced herself, her voice sounding calm because she was truly pleased to meet a new person in this emergency situation. The young lady clearly announced that she had come to pick up Alsace because she knew he was in danger and could not leave him alone in such a situation, even for a moment. She added that they had lost too much strength in this fierce battle, so with a look of concern on her face, she asked for it to be returned so that he could recover. The young man's goal was to destroy the invaders along with their invasion team, ruthlessly ending any of their resistance and offensive plans forever. Then Elena began to use her enchanted eye, slowly and purposefully guiding her gaze so that Hyung would be finally convinced of the sincerity of her actions, and without any doubt. She directed her burning gaze at Kim and Tae-hui to hypnotize them so deeply that they lost their will to resist and completely submitted to her will. A burning, unbearable pain began to rapidly build in their bodies and heads, forcing them to convulsively bend over and barely hold back their screams from the terrible sensations. Elena explained in a cold, confident tone that no matter how chosen this boy was, she was a 9th-level invader, a being before whom even the strongest trembled. So the leader and the girl, full of determination and mutual distrust, simultaneously pointed their weapons at each other, ready to act at the slightest movement. They could not move on their own due to unspeakable pain and tension, but at the same time there remained a terrible threat of taking each other's lives. It was with this that the invader began to blackmail the hero, skillfully using his helplessness and fear to force him to give up Alsace without any resistance. She raised her hand and suddenly took the object from Nuna, understanding that this could be decisive in the future and give her an advantage in any situation. The young man understood that the enemies were in reality nothing more than cowards who hid behind lies and fear, avoiding real confrontation and courage. But the girl only smiled slightly. Her smile was calm and mysterious, as if she knew something that the others did not, and was not about to reveal the secret. She opened the gate and said in a calm but confident voice that they would definitely meet next time, leaving behind a feeling of an inevitable meeting. Alsace only slowly turned his head, watching intently in anticipation of the invader's appearance, tensely waiting for any movement or sign from her. The leader's gaze was vicious and full of discontent, his eyes gleaming with anger and cold determination, as if he were ready to instantly punish for any offense. He coldly promised that next time he would mercilessly slit the throats of all her comrades, leaving behind a silence and fear that would last forever, and everyone would remember it. Roskal noticed his subordinates slowly approaching and felt a curiosity awaken within him as to their intentions and abilities, realizing that every step could matter. Since 4 people had arrived at this location before, I carefully assessed each of them, trying to understand their strength, intentions, and potential threat to myself. But for some reason, only 2 returned, which surprised and alarmed him, forcing him to ponder the fate of those who never showed up. Alsace explained that the command was completely destroyed by extraordinary, capable fighters who acted swiftly and ruthlessly, leaving only chaos and destruction in their wake. And Miss Elena was most likely absent from other operations, and indeed she was, confirming her exceptional role in this particular mission and her absence from previous ones. The man remained on the battlefield throughout the attack, carefully observing the events and ready to intervene at any moment, despite the danger around him. It turns out that during this time, 2 invaders were eliminated, but the chosen Kang Hyung-jung, despite this, had a strength lower than Heron's level, which made him vulnerable in the event of a direct confrontation. But Elena explained that when she had arrived at their place earlier, she had felt an extremely familiar magic that had immediately caught her attention and made her suspect something significant and dangerous. It turns out that the hero used the skills of the already fallen chosen ones, skillfully redirecting their abilities to his own actions and gaining an advantage in battle that no one could have predicted. Not anymore, as they remained powerless against their invaders and could not fully resist them, even using their skills. However, the girl was alarmed by the tremendous speed with which Heng's strength was growing, forcing her to watch intently and anticipate the possible consequences of his rapid progress. And he really turned out to be more dangerous than they imagined. If they had to meet again, no one could predict how powerful his power would become that time. Roskal ordered everyone to remain silent and announced that the situation required the development of a new, carefully thought-out plan that could take into account all unforeseen circumstances. Alsace wondered if the chief had any ideas or suggestions that could help resolve the situation and secure an advantage in the upcoming conflict. But he remained silent, only looking with his commanding, piercing gaze, which made one listen and fear at the same time, as if his words could appear silently but have incredible power. Then he slowly turned to the girl, his voice sounding cold, forcing her to listen carefully and feel the importance of every word he said. He said that she really should have withdrawn from the vanguard, emphasizing that being in the front line was too risky and could have put her in unnecessary danger. To which the invader calmly replied that she had only one clear plan of action, which she was going to implement regardless of circumstances and obstacles. The team continued to remain on the battlefield, tensely awaiting developments and preparing for any unforeseen attacks or changes in the situation. They understood that everything seemed to be over, but the enemy had only temporarily retreated, leaving behind a sense of anxiety and a foreboding of new danger in the near future. And she would have to fight these monsters again. Tae Hui really didn't want to, feeling fear and unwillingness to risk her life again in such a dangerous situation. She said that she sold her soul for the number of views, and that's why she had to come into such close contact with them, but she decided to take responsibility for communicating with the public and the consequences of this choice. Nuna carefully touched the girl's shoulder and called her softly, trying to attract her attention without making too much noise and without disturbing the tense atmosphere around her. She said that they had worked well, and thanks to her efforts, the team was able to defeat the invaders, feeling proud and satisfied with their joint success. The hunter did not expect such an attitude towards herself. Surprise was mixed with caution, because she was used to indifference or hostility from others. She replied that for the sake of humanity, one can do even the most extraordinary things, demonstrating determination and willingness to make sacrifices for the sake of a higher goal. The sword called to its master, drawing his attention so that he would definitely look in a specific place and notice something that remained invisible to others. As he felt the strong aura of the invaders, his body tensed and his mind instantly focused on the source of danger, preparing for a quick reaction. The hero carefully analyzed this information, considering possible consequences and strategies to use the knowledge to his advantage in future events. The powerful soul absorbed the eternal void, filling it with boundless power and dark energy, which made it almost invincible and terrifying to everyone around it. And at that moment, the boy was granted a blessing that filled his heart with strength and confidence, preparing him for future trials and great accomplishments. Everything around began to shine brightly with powerful energy, filling the space with light and a feeling of incredible power, which noticeably changed the atmosphere around. Shadowy hands reached out to each other as if trying to connect, and a powerful stream of bright purple light raged around, creating the effect of mystical and dangerous power. Kim saw the manifestation of magic and wondered in surprise if the enemy had truly been able to recover, for the energy raging around him indicated a dangerous rebirth. The hero looked up, lost in thought, considering the situation, the possible consequences, and the next steps, trying to find the best solution amidst the chaos around him. And an image of Heron's opponent instantly appeared in his mind, clear and threatening, making his heart beat faster. If he wasn't going to directly confront it, he would have to break it at all costs, or the threat would grow and destroy everything he held dear. The decision was made, so the team decided to return and rest, regaining strength after the grueling events and preparing for the next challenges. Hyun firmly realized in his thoughts that he would not rest until he had destroyed all his enemies, his courage turning into a cold, implacable promise. Kim, holding his phone in his hands, carefully arranged with the right person the time and details of the fastest flight. The group was extremely pleased and happy to finally return to their home countries after a long and travel-filled time. Already in the middle of the plane, all the passengers were sitting quietly in their seats, looking intently out the windows or screens and not even daring to talk to each other. Hyun realized that he was incredibly tired after a long day, feeling every muscle in his body yearning for rest and peace. The others also found it hard to bear the fatigue, as Nuna and the leader even fell asleep, unable to hide their exhausted state from everyone around them. But in all previous lives they had already been dead, and this realized truth left a sense of unchanging fate and a mysterious cycle of rebirth. Then the hero was happy and relieved that everyone was safe, because without them, everything could have become much worse and more dangerous for everyone. Tae Hui sat, staring intently at her phone, persistently searching for the information she needed, as if the outcome of her further actions depended on it. Hyung asked if the girl was tired, worried about her condition, since everyone else was already resting and gaining strength after a long, exhausting day. But she angrily replied that this video was much more important than any rest, and therefore she could not afford to be distracted or stop. Because after its publication, the views would instantly skyrocket, because this battle took place with a being from another dimension, and it was difficult to remain indifferent to such an event. The hero knew that as soon as he got home, he would be able to sleep normally, because if he kept fighting like this, the situation would only get worse and exhaustion would become inevitable. And we also need to thank Mr. Lee Jin for providing the guild with a charter, thanks to which everyone could get to the right place safely and quickly. Finally, the whole team walked through the familiar streets of their hometown, enjoying the feeling of home and the warmth that surrounded them after a long journey. Only Kim carried the exhausted Tai Hui on his shoulders, sensing her weakness and gently supporting her so that she could reach home without any difficulty. After all, she was never able to rest during the flight, constantly busy with important matters, which left her extremely exhausted. The leader offered to take her to an empty office room, hoping that there she could rest peacefully and finally regain her strength after the flight. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone decided to head home to finally rest and gain strength after the long and exhausting adventures. However, Huang was still heading to Hyun with an injured hand, trying not to show the pain and at the same time get there quickly to find out information. The master asked if anything had happened in the guild during this time, worried about the safety of all members and the state of affairs during their absence. The manager replied that everything was fine, assuring the leader that everything was safe and nothing important had happened during this time. Then the young man explained that he would be in the office for a while, but if they personally noticed anything strange or suspicious, they should report it immediately without any delay. After which the hunter finally found a few free hours to rest, to regain strength and feel the long-awaited peace after the stressful events. The bed was so soft and comfortable that the young man completely relaxed, feeling the tension disappear from his body after a long and tiring day. He dreamed of being undisturbed for a while, enjoying the silence and the opportunity to fully recover in peace. But a call from the Teshik Special Police Department interrupted all his plans, forcing him to urgently break away from his rest and take care of urgent matters. The man had just heard that they had returned and immediately apologized for the late call, explaining that he had been unable to call earlier due to urgent circumstances. But then he urgently asked me to come to him, emphasizing that the matter was extremely important and could not wait. After all, the information concerned the invasion team, and it was necessary to urgently resolve all important matters in order to prevent possible problems or dangers. All this put even more pressure on the leader, as he had not been able to find time to sleep in the near future, and felt the accumulated fatigue and constant pressure of responsibilities. Everyone was exhausted, and specifically Jin-ah, Hyun, and Han Seok stood in the office, feeling sleep-deprived after the long events and important decisions that had fallen on their shoulders. The girl understood that they had not seen each other for a long time, and felt a warm excitement and joy at the opportunity to meet familiar faces again. She confidently said that she had broken the dinner on blood, emphasizing the seriousness of her actions and determination in carrying out an important task. In response, the hunter said that he also ate a blood meal, demonstrating his willingness to act in difficult circumstances together with the team. So Teshik informed that there was new information regarding the invasion, and that was why it was necessary to gather so quickly to urgently discuss further actions. There are still a few left, but most of the blood dinners have been eliminated, so this was evidence of an efficient and well-done job. Also, thanks to Tae Hui's work, they were able to undermine control over the media, which significantly weakened the enemy's influence and gave the team a strategic advantage. The news about a deputy who was found dead in his own home flashed on the screen. It turned out that he had helped the Bloody Pact, and besides him, several other politicians were found. Only a few people were involved in this, and a narrow circle of people who could have had a direct connection to the events were named. Teshik explained that, of course, they were all already missing, and the chance of finding anyone alive was almost zero due to the circumstances. Jinnah asked again, because she didn't understand how this could be possible, trying to make sense of the information and find a logical explanation for the situation. He explained that, similar to the case during the monster invasion, they simply turned into smoke, disappearing without a trace and leaving only a feeling of emptiness. So there was no one left to question, and all traces disappeared, leaving the hunters without any direct evidence or witnesses. Han Seok realized that everyone left were invaders from the invasion team, and this realization instantly raised his level of alertness and readiness for battle. But there was something else that greatly disturbed the master, causing anxiety and forcing him to carefully assess the situation before further actions. Heng asked if the team remembered the invaders they had captured earlier, trying to figure out if that information could help in the current situation. It turned out that only Heron knew about it, and 3 people were visible in the video, which raised additional questions and concerns among the team. The hero replied that this was true, and noted that these were Haran, Alsace, and Ezekiel. It was with them that the battle they remembered took place. However, then another one appeared, a stranger named Elena. It was quite surprising and tense. No one in the room thought about it. And the young man saw that this girl had the same mark as Ju Yeri and Ju Hyun-gyun, which immediately aroused his suspicion and made him wonder about her connection with them. Jinnah was shocked by this information, not hiding her confusion and trying to grasp the importance of what she had just learned. The leader added that the same mark was also spotted on one of the guild members, stressing that it could have serious implications for their safety. And both of them at the same moment raised their weapons and pointed them at each other, ready for instant combat in the event of the slightest movement of the enemy. So this was a big problem that required an immediate and thorough solution because the safety of the entire team and the further course of events depended on it. And if it was exactly the same as the previous enemies, then the consequences could be no less dangerous, and the strategy of action required special caution and thoughtfulness. Then all this could happen again, repeating past actions and creating a new wave of threats and unpredictable consequences for humanity. Jinnah decided that now all she had to do was wait, standing quietly in the dark corner of the room, watching every movement around her with caution and tension. But still, I felt that they were holding up well, showing resilience and courage in every move, and only the invaders remained around, ready for any threat. And if Hyun wasn't with them, things would have been different, and the situation could have turned into a disaster due to the lack of support and experience he brought. So the young man was a really good team player, always performing his duties with precision and dedication, helping others and raising the overall spirit of the group. The comrades shook hands, demonstrating mutual respect and maintaining a friendship that had been strengthened by months of shared trials and adventures. The boy was already sitting on his bed in his room at his estate, reflecting on the events of the day and planning his next steps, immersed in his own memories. I wondered how many people had fallen through the cracks, imagining their fates and trials that remained unknown, and feeling a slight sadness from the invisible history. It was impossible to even roughly estimate their number and strength, and he was sure that one way or another he would encounter them during subsequent raids, which made him anxious. Maybe it was worth hiding somewhere, but even then, the invaders would find him in the house, in any cozy or remote place he tried to go. The situation was really not simple because chaos reigned around, and decisions had to be made quickly, taking into account all the dangers and unforeseen circumstances. The sword saw that its master was already falling asleep. His eyes were slowly closing, and his breathing was becoming even, emphasizing complete trust and calm in this moment of silence. Since he could not rest properly after the battle with Alsace, he felt tired throughout his body, and his mind constantly returned to the dangers he had experienced and strategic decisions. Disconnecting from his subconscious, the master is sent to another dimension, where in the middle of a black space there is a bright door. Hyun understood that even now he could not rest, and felt that he was being pulled back into his past life, where old problems and memories did not give him peace. At the entrance, the word Spear-Bearer of Light was written in small letters, which attracted attention with its mystery and hinted at the unusual purpose of this place. It was he who appeared when the hero defeated Han Jin-woo, appearing suddenly among the shadows of the defeated enemies and observing the events with unwavering calm. And since he was so interested in defeating a supersonic enemy, it can be assumed that his abilities or tactics are somehow related to speed and instant reactions. So, opening the door, the young man entered the room, carefully examining its corners and listening to the slightest sounds around, preparing for any surprise. The man said that the one who follows the will of light had come, his voice sounding confident and solemn, emphasizing the importance of this meeting and the greatness of the mission. And he was the one who pierced the enemy in the name of light, demonstrating unyielding courage and determination in the fight for justice and the protection of the innocent. It was a person on horseback who introduced himself as Raikri, her appearance radiating power and mystery, and her appearance inspired both respect and awe in all those present. He reported that he had been watching the boy for a very long time, closely monitoring his actions and abilities to assess his true strength and intentions. And it is he who must defeat the invasion team, because his skills, strategic thinking, and courage make him the only hope for success in this extremely difficult mission. The man was here to bless Heng, giving him the strength, confidence, and protection he needed for the trials and dangerous tasks ahead. The hero immediately asked what test he had to pass to get it, trying to understand all the conditions and difficulties that awaited him ahead. These words sent Raikiri into a state of shock, feeling an unexpected tension and surprise that quickly gripped his mind and heart, asking him not to worry about this because, fortunately, Hen has the right to follow the will of light, which gave him special support and protection in future trials. The hunter asked if he had the right to defeat that supersonic enemy, seeking to understand the limits of his power and the morality of his actions in battle. The man replies that yes, it is unknown whether it was coincidence or fate, but everything went according to their plan, confirming the correctness of the choice and the direction of events. And this was part of Deus's past life will, and the hero had no right to give up, because the fulfillment of a great mission and the protection of the innocent depended on his determination. Raikiri didn't know if it was an intervention from higher powers, but he felt that the reincarnation was definitely ready to accept patronage. The horse said that this event reminded him of the very character of Carthage, its steadfastness and thirst for struggle, so he was sure that he would definitely like it. As soon as these words reached the hero, there was an emotion of confusion on his face, since he could not even imagine that animals could talk. The man explained that the young man would not have to travel through spatial cracks at the speed of light, because now he had another, safer path. The hunter's past life agreed to grant its blessing, ensuring his continued success and protection in all his endeavors, given the experience he had gained and the resilience he had shown. They order an immediate mission to completely destroy the invasion team that threatens the security of their lands. The only hope for salvation and the restoration of justice rested solely on true life, which was supposed to restore the broken balance in the world. The boy suddenly woke up from his sleep, looked around, saw that he was on his bed, and was confronted with reality. This time the sword was not shrouded in darkness, but the hunter felt a strange and unusual energy enveloping him, coming from somewhere. He added that he was not a terrible force in the world, and his master had absolutely no idea where these strange phrases were coming from in his mind. In the morning, the young man arrived at his office, where he immediately noticed Nuna, who had probably fallen asleep while working, her head bowed right next to the monitor. She slept peacefully, immersed in sweet dreams that gave her a brief respite from her daily routine, and looked completely carefree. Taking off his jacket, Hyun carefully threw it over the sleeping young lady and began to wonder what thoughts might be going through her head right now. After that, he accidentally saw on his monitor an active search for a house for rent in Gangwon Province. He absolutely could not understand why Nuna, who works in an office all the time, would need a house to rent in a province where she did not live. A few days later, the girl was enjoying the scenery and the fresh air, rejoicing in those days where there were no battles or enemies. Jin-Ah didn't understand why management decided to announce a company-wide holiday just a week before it started, which raised many questions among employees. However, Hyun calmly explained that this is her unique and inimitable style, emphasizing the individuality of her personality and approaches. And the last time they went somewhere together, the trip was exactly the same, and then Tai Hui loudly called absolutely everyone present to the common table. However, the leader and the girl continued to argue persistently with each other, despite the invitation, ignoring reconciliation. When she couldn't stand their arguments anymore, she shouted that she was expecting absolutely everyone at the meal immediately, demanding that they stop arguing and join the meal. So the entire team enjoyed a well-deserved rest, calmly gaining strength and restoring energy before the next important tasks. Tai Hui wondered if she would have to eat everything herself, since no one was paying attention to the food. But the master himself came over and kindly said that he would definitely help. He kindly offered to prepare and roast the meat first, to ensure they all had a hearty and delicious dinner before they began eating. Most likely it was a really good idea, because in a moment the meat was ready and lying appetizingly on a large plate, waiting to be eaten. Instantly, everyone present felt an unusual reaction to the magic that began to spread rapidly around them, forcing them to tense up and prepare for the unknown. They quickly looked at each other and saw that someone unknown was approaching them, radiating an unusual and extremely powerful energy. And indeed, ahead in the distance, a vague silhouette of an unknown person appeared who seemed to be the source of this strange magical energy, causing alarm. The stranger said that he had come with peaceful intentions and had no desire to harm or cause harm to their respected guild. Hyun, after analyzing the situation and what he saw, realized that it was definitely a person, despite the strange energy around her. The man finally found something, muttering to himself with a noticeable relief or surprise that was barely audible. Standing squarely in front of them, he explained that for a long time he had longed for the magic that filled the world around him, and he had finally found it. The boy curiously asked who this strange man was, who had appeared suddenly and made him feel wary, as if he were hiding some important secret. He calmly replied that he was a space traveler capable of crossing worlds, dimensions, and time streams, carrying knowledge with him. But this answer did not satisfy him, and the leader, remaining calm, asked for additional information, wanting to find out the stranger's true intentions and test his sincerity. The man explained that this is the name given to those who have been attacked while traveling between dimensions, as well as people who have lost their way and now wander in the endless expanses of reality. Scum-like invaders also like to boast about supposedly traveling between dimensions, so he couldn't help but wonder if this man wasn't someone like them, deceitful and dangerous. The stranger could not believe that these were the enemies he was talking about, because it seemed impossible to him that he could be confused with the creatures that sow chaos between worlds and destroy everything in their path. His face suddenly became red and angry, as if a hidden fire of anger had awakened within him, which he had long suppressed, but now could not maintain under the mask of calm. And then, calmly but authoritatively, he asked the boys to put away their swords and sit down so they could talk normally, without threats or mistrust, because he wanted to resolve everything with words, not blood. So later, the guildmaster sat next to Libyan, who finally introduced himself, speaking his name with dignity and calm, as if he had been waiting for this moment to reveal a part of his true nature. The conversation could last a long time, but the traveler tried to answer quickly, concisely, and accurately, so as not to drag out the discussion and immediately convey the main point without unnecessary details. He explained that he had arrived here through a spatial rift that the team had previously spotted, which served as an imperceptible portal between dimensions. He introduced himself as a magician of the Mado Alliance, a bearer of ancient knowledge and powerful spells, who serves his alliance, protecting its interests and studying the secrets of interdimensional paths. He also announced that he is a member of an academy that strives for truth, explores the mysteries of the universe, and accumulates knowledge to reveal the hidden laws of reality. Thinking about what he had heard, Hen realized that he had heard of such a place somewhere before, and his memory seemed to awaken old memories of all this. The traveler continued, telling how ordinary days dragged on peacefully, until one day a spatial crack suddenly appeared, disrupting their usual rhythm. He explained that this crack gradually began to enlarge, gradually growing until it turned into a large hole, and from it emerged those whose names the man did not name, leaving this secret unknown so as not to reveal the true danger and power of the creatures that had escaped. So the leader asked with tension who they were, trying to get a specific answer and understand what threat they might face. Libyan replied that these were the same invaders who ruthlessly traveled from dimension to dimension, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake, and it was their appearance that posed a deadly threat to all worlds. He learned the truth later, but the seeds of discord had been sown long ago, and the invasion command was named after them. The Master organized allied forces to confront the enemy, uniting various factions and forces under a single command, preparing them for a fierce struggle to preserve the peace and security of the worlds. At first, the magicians won, feeling joy and confidence that everything was going in their favor, and believing that their efforts would lead to ultimate triumph. But everything turned out not at all as planned, as unforeseen events and enemy tricks quickly changed the course of the battle and presented them with new, serious challenges. Hyun sat quietly, his face tense from the new information coming in, and he tried to consider every word, carefully separating the truth from possible deceptions. Libyan continued that it was then that the main enemy forces arrived, and their numbers were enormous, exceeding all expectations, creating a sense of imminent threat and panic among the defenders. And this power was actually an invasion team that advanced in an organized and ruthless manner, destroying everything in its path and showing the true power and danger of its campaign. Then the magician turned to his professor for advice, hoping for a wise answer, but he remained silent and did not answer anything. Then he loudly ordered to advance, destroying the opponents until their resistance died down and they stopped breathing, for he saw that any other path would only lead to defeat. They had to do everything they could to push forward, overcoming obstacles, risking their lives, encouraging each other, and using every moment to not give up. Then Hyun could guess what had happened, because the situation was obvious, and even without additional explanations, he could easily imagine the events unfolding before his eyes. The Mado alliance was defeated, and the enemy began a full-scale invasion, ruthlessly advancing through Allied territory and destroying everything in its path, leaving chaos and fear among the population. The greatest number of people died in the battle, where fierce clashes between Allied forces took many lives, leaving behind a field of destruction, pain, and sorrow. And the small number of survivors were brainwashed and transformed into soldiers for command, becoming mindless executors of orders and part of someone else's war against their own people. Thanks to the Master's sacrifice, Libyan was able to escape, avoiding capture by the enemy, and continue his mission, carrying hope and knowledge that could yet change the course of future events. But due to unstable magic, he constantly traveled between dimensions, having no control over his path, crossing unknown worlds and finding himself in unpredictable situations. Heng suddenly asked for the Master's name to be spoken aloud, feeling that saying it could awaken memory, evoke memories. He said that the name of his brave master who led the Allied forces against the invasion was Zildra, a heroic leader whose courage and strategy left an indelible mark on history. And it was in the leader that he felt the magic he had been missing all this time, feeling a familiar flow of strength and warmth that reminded him of courage. Then a feeling came over the young man's mind, as if the will of Zildra lived within him, slowly rebuilding itself from the fragments of the past. Now the man asked to tell everything from the hero's side, wanting to hear the events through his eyes, to feel his experiences and fears. wondering how he could feel the professor's magic just from his body, because the energy emanating from him was so strong and alive that it permeated the surroundings. The boy closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts, but then firmly said that this was one of his past 990,000 lives that he partially remembered. Libyan sharply slammed his hand on the table and sternly ordered not to joke or speak in a similar manner towards the master, showing that any disrespectful word was unacceptable and deserved a serious warning. Because hearing about past lives seemed like nonsense or fiction, many were skeptical, not realizing that such memories could be real. Then, silently, the young man stretched out his hand, making a gesture full of determination and courage, as if he were striving to touch the truth. The magic of the Zildri destroyed the magical formulas, and in the name of the dark truth, they called for the dissolution of magical power, causing chaos in spells and disrupting the balance between the worlds. And then the man saw the energy of the master, the same one he had known for a long time, feeling a familiar flow of strength, wisdom, and courage. He explained that it was not so easy to believe the words because he did not know that he might meet someone who knew his past lives, and therefore he took everything with caution. So I suggested that we first calm down and postpone the continuation of the conversation until tomorrow, so that we could have a clear head, think about what we heard, and have a dialogue. Kim could not understand what could be hidden in this stranger, because the leader had only met him yesterday, and the boy had not had time to recognize his true intentions or strength. Tae Hui thought that now she would have to do everything herself, and not even a piece of meat was given to her, leaving her feeling lonely and unfair amidst all the worries and tasks. Nuna held out a plate and said that the leader would be late, so she prepared everything in advance, demonstrating organization and foresight in preparation for the expected event. The others were also hungry, so she offered to eat, wanting to cheer them up and regain some strength before continuing with difficult tasks or conversations. The girl radiated energy, and she said in a joyful voice that Nuna was the best, radiating sincerity, admiration, and warmth. Later, when the boy was already lying on the bed, he realized that as soon as Libyan uttered the name Zildra, it resonated within him, awakening ancient memories and the power he carried within him from past lives. And everything would become much clearer if a meeting with the professor took place, because it would allow us to see the connections, causes, and consequences of the events that shaped his present. With such thoughts, the leader fell asleep, trying to organize his thoughts, understand everything that had happened, and find answers to the questions that troubled his mind and heart. Standing in front of the massive doors, glowing with bright light, it was noticeable that they radiated mysterious energy and attracted attention. It was written about a madman who touched the truth, and the words seemed to warn of danger, while at the same time opening the way to deep knowledge. So quickly the hero opened the door, feeling both excited and determined, ready to step inside and encounter what lay hidden. From there came words that at least he must survive, emphasizing the importance of his fate and role in future events that could change the course of all worlds. And then a voice full of pity called out to the professor, conveying sadness and anxiety for his fate, while at the same time making the hero feel the depth of loss. But the man explained with a smile that this was his end, accepting his fate with dignity and peace. So he ordered Libyan to run through the interstellar crack, and that was his first and last request, placing all hope and trust in the hands of the one who was to continue the master's work. The boy emerged from his memories, his face reflecting deep confusion, as if he had just realized something important and unexpected. He was in the middle of an unfamiliar room, the walls of which were completely lined with old and new books, creating a feeling of comfort and mystery at the same time. A man slowly approached him, patiently waiting for the moment when the guest would finally awaken, watching his every move with curiosity. They looked at each other for a long time, feeling heaviness and sadness after that tragic illusion of the past that the professor had masterfully created, leaving a mark on their hearts. He said that he had anticipated this development, but still felt awkward, coming face to face with the hero after a long silence and the absence of any news from him. Heng asked if this man was somehow connected to a person named Li Bian, trying to understand his role in the events happening around them. I heard in response that he was a member of the Alliance in the dimension where the man was, and his participation in the events was important for understanding everything that was happening. In addition, he was an assistant professor at the academy, performing various tasks and assisting in scientific research for many years. The young man realized that this was the same intelligent teacher who possessed deep knowledge and could teach him many important things in life and science. But the hero refused, not wanting to delve into knowledge and take responsibility for understanding complex truths. They were in the same room, but it was so quiet that you could hear everyone's heartbeat, as if the space around them had gone silent with tension. But Gilder broke the silence and said sincerely that Libyan had always been special to him and had held an important place in his life and thoughts. He was interested and observant in his experiments, always closely following the experiments, and remained a loyal and wonderful friend to those around him. He remembered how the young man would invite him everywhere with him, but the professor always liked to remain in silence among his books, immersed in his own thoughts and research. I also didn't want to leave because I felt like no one really liked me, and I couldn't find a real place among the others. And if he left, the others would be uncomfortable, so he decided to stay, so as not to disturb the peace and harmony among those around him. Libyan ordered them to step forward, because outwardly it was the result of his magic and the embodiment of what he had created with his own strength and design. The sun was shining brightly outside, its warm rays gently warming the earth and filling the surrounding world with bright light and peace. The professor approached the object the student had created, carefully examining it and assessing the details, craftsmanship, and potential of his work. He did not understand what it was, because the object looked like a wooden statue in the form of a human face, so realistically and mysteriously created by the master. The young man said that it was indeed a living statue, and that was the essence of his magic, which could animate inanimate objects in a miraculous way. But suddenly the man started a fire around her and burned everything to the ground, causing the employee real shock and incomprehension of his cruel act. He explained to Han that at first he couldn't stand the student at all because he was always breaking the rules and trying to learn more than was allowed. Before everyone sat together and talked about the interspatial rift, the students behaved quite aggressively, disagreeing with each other and raising their voices. Most of the scientists went to investigate the space rift and died, so Gilder decided that he had to go there too to find out the truth about what happened. The next day he was to reach the crack, leading a detachment of magical warriors to provide support and protection for the exploration group during a dangerous expedition. No one challenged his decision, but Libyan suddenly caught up with him in the hallway, looking agitated and determined to say something before leaving. He firmly decided that he must follow the man step by step, not allowing him to embark on a dangerous mission without his support and presence. But he didn't understand such a decision, so he asked in surprise why the young man would suddenly want to go on such a risky journey with him. The magician explained that earlier the professor himself had said that no one would ever take his side, and now he wanted to prove that this was not so. So it was he who had to take care of the man, because there was no one left who could support him in a difficult moment and not turn away from him. And then he handed him his glasses and asked him to take them, carefully watching his reaction and waiting for an answer. It was a gift because his eyesight had recently deteriorated significantly, so the glasses were supposed to make his life easier and make everyday tasks easier. The man didn't understand why such a gift would be needed, but Libyan explained that today was the professor's birthday, and therefore it was a symbolic sign of attention and care. He confessed to Heng that the power of the command during the invasion was too great, and even experienced warriors could not fully handle it. Even with the professor's forces, they were unable to win, as the enemy proved too powerful and well organized for any attempts to resist him. And in just 6 months, the dimension he was in turned into a ruthless, lifeless desert where silence and emptiness reigned instead of the former activity. I remembered that it was impossible to give up, because it was necessary to close the crack that threatened the entire dimension and the lives of those who remained there. Monsters advanced around the mages, mercilessly attacking and eliminating anyone who stood in their way, leaving no chance of escape. The professor tried to lead the team, but saw that the chances of success were extremely small and that even the best strategies were unlikely to save everyone, because the enemies attacked each participant, leaving no time for rest or respite, and constantly threatened their lives. The enemies mercilessly left them bereft of life, bringing only death and emptiness that tore apart hopes, erased the future, and left the land desolate and silent. But none of them wanted to give up, firmly believing only in a bright future, even though their strength was almost exhausted and the struggle was becoming increasingly difficult. Then, having returned and gathered his last strength, the professor turned to Libyan full of determination and hope for success, despite all the difficulties. He ordered to go into the crack alone, because only his comrade was sure to survive and have a chance to save others and fix the consequences of the disaster. The same memories were replayed in the boy himself, who had previously told the hero about it, and his emotions at that time were only bitter, full of sadness and disappointment. After all, it was then that Gilder saved his life, but he did so by sacrificing his own, leaving behind only memories and deep pain in the hearts of those who were nearby. Before that, the professor took off the gift glasses from his face and carefully placed them in his friend's hand, as if transferring a part of himself and his care. He sincerely explained that it was all he could give at that moment, expressing his concern and desire to leave at least something valuable before leaving. He smiled because he saw that he had caused the young man confusion, and that light smile conveyed warmth and a certain tenderness in a difficult situation. Remembering the past, he replied that today was Libyan's birthday, and that was why it was a gift, a symbol of respect for him and also in memory of their friendship. The rift was closed, so he ordered a trip to another dimension to make sure he could survive and continue his life without threats. But the boy was screaming, and tears were shining in his eyes, because he did not want to leave his man alone at all, and felt deep fear for his fate. However, Gilder made the final decision, and his body fell lifeless on the battlefield, leaving behind silence and a sense of inevitable loss. Finally, he smiled at his comrade to assure him that everything was going well, even despite the danger and tragedy of the situation. Listening to these memories, Hyung felt a strong anger towards the scum invaders who had caused so much destruction and suffering among innocent people. The professor said that with all this, he must fully follow his will, continuing the case and taking responsibility for the events that occurred. Becoming third on the list after Hasashin and Siden Miller, he received the right to continue their work and be responsible for important decisions. All the emotions and anger he felt in his illusion of the past remain with him, and he has no right to forget them, because they shape his experience and determination. So from now on, all of Zildra's will flowed within Henny. Truth and magic awaited him, and any spells would be useless against his power and skill. The hero promised that he would never stop remembering their cherished wish and would always strive to fulfill it, despite difficulties and obstacles. The next day, the leader unexpectedly met with Libyan, who calmly reported that his dream directly concerned the teacher and indicated important signs. Although time practically did not pass in the dimension he was in, it was still hard to believe that the professor could have ever been someone in a past life. They were really completely different people, and if they ever decided to fulfill their long-cherished desires, he would definitely help them. So the new acquaintances politely shook hands, demonstrating mutual respect and willingness for further cooperation. That is, their agreement was now considered fully valid and binding on both parties without any exceptions. The guildmaster later strictly ordered his team to get some rest today so that they could start work with maximum dedication tomorrow. And he also calmly informed Libyan that he could stay here as long as he wanted, without fear of any troubles or restrictions. Because there were many empty rooms in the office, he could choose any one that best suited his taste and mood. In this case, the man accepted the kindness and warmth shown to him with sincere gratitude, feeling true joy in his heart. Jin-Ah was clearly unhappy that such a person was given a place in the guild, considering this decision unfair and ill-considered. Te Hui also didn't trust him, believing that he might be a hidden invader hiding his true intentions behind a benevolent mask. But the leader calmly informed us that there was no need to worry and that we could trust him completely, because he had no hidden intentions. The girl concluded that Hyun had brought him here himself, so she shouldn't occupy her head with unnecessary thoughts, and was sure that her friend would handle everything. So the entire team scattered about their business, staying on the phone to instantly respond to any situations if necessary. The CEO called the leader, noticing that he had already returned and wanted to discuss important issues with him without wasting any time. And in response, he asked if it would be better to address him as the deputy head of the guild in order to avoid misunderstandings and adhere to official order in the new position. Kim reported that they had received a call from the Dungeon Management Bureau today and had provided important information that should be taken into account in further work. As the city experienced unusual magical surges that were recorded in every region of Korea, there was an urgent need to thoroughly investigate them. But no raids or exits from the dungeons were observed, which only emphasized the mystery and unpredictability of the situation. Initially, the Bureau assumed that it was an error in the surveillance system and that the report had arrived too late. But in the end, it was confirmed that the situation was absolutely true. The sword told its master that he had previously had certain thoughts about Libyan's magic, but now it felt completely different, much stronger and more unusual. So he concludes that these were definitely invaders, and no one else could have caused such magical activity in the city. Elena walked quietly down the corridor, moving carefully so as not to give away her presence and not attract unnecessary attention. Roskal walked ahead of her with an emotionless face, walking confidently and silently, showing no emotion or intention. After all, they were personally summoned by the Corps commander, and he did so immediately, without any delay, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. He asked Mr. Alsace what he thought the reason for their presence here at such an unexpected moment could be. He replied that it was most likely because the Chosen One was still alive, and that was why they needed to be here. In addition, 2 important soldiers were killed during the operation, which significantly complicates the situation and emphasizes its criticality. They all continued walking in silence, not exchanging words, focused on their thoughts and the tension of the surrounding environment. Roskal understood that in addition to what had been said, if he alone stopped the Chosen One, then all the success and credit would belong only to him. So he ordered them to stay near the office, while he himself headed for the main office, walking resolutely with the goal of resolving the matter personally. He knelt down next to him and politely greeted Mr. Inzul, showing respect and willingness to talk. He announced that he had arrived on his orders, specifying that he was responsible for Roskal's command and was ready to carry out the assignment. So, on his knees, he patiently awaited all new orders, ready to carry out any task without any objections. The man said that he had received a report on their Chosen One, having thoroughly reviewed all the events and the state of affairs. He angrily asked why information about how quickly the hero gained strength was hidden, expressing outrage at the lack of timely data. I understood why it was done, but if the progress is really that great, then it is considered a big mistake and caused serious concern. The officer said that he was aware of this situation and would make every effort to correct it and prevent similar situations in the future. Inzul agreed to this, as this could not be allowed, and ordered the Chosen One to be immediately disposed of to prevent any undesirable consequences. He reminded me of a dog that can't bark and therefore becomes useless, hinting at Roskal himself and his limited role in the situation. He also reported that news has arrived that the Dimension Alliance is beginning to operate, and this could significantly affect the further course of events. And it will be necessary to deal with them before they get down to work seriously, to avoid unforeseen consequences and losses. The commander explained that these were indeed the same scumbags who were actively seeking the remains of the Chosen Ones, seeking to use their power for their own purposes. There will be no other chance, so it is necessary to give an order for a general mobilization of units to prepare for a possible confrontation with the enemy. Finally, Roskal left the office, and they immediately began asking him how the meeting went and what news he had received. The officer said that they needed to prepare, as they would soon be sent to Earth to carry out an important mission. Meanwhile, Hyun found himself in front of an unfamiliar door again, cautiously observing his surroundings and preparing for possible surprises. He also read the inscription on the door, which referred to the one who determines fate, and pondered its meaning and possible consequences. The hero went inside and immediately saw a shadow standing motionless in front of him, creating a sense of tension and mystery. He realized he was in Deus's room, feeling a powerful aura of power and significance filling the space around him, who loudly greeted the reincarnation with his commanding, deep voice, which immediately evoked a sense of respect and fear at the same time. The guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, uttering these words with a slight surprise and a warm tinge of nostalgia. And he definitely had many questions, to which the man was ready to give comprehensive answers, leaving no room for uncertainty. To begin with, he wondered how he could gain even more approval from him, striving to earn his complete trust and recognition. Deus replied that this is usually achieved by leveling up, gaining new abilities when repeating a certain action, or effectively using defense at the right moment. But in his case, it's a personal definition of fate, so in other words, the more Hyun resists fate, the higher level he can reach. So Hyun is doing well now, and his fortunes are changing extremely quickly, highlighting tremendous progress and growing strength. The guy asked if the fate of the destruction had changed then, which caused the man to be clearly confused and surprised at the same time. In response, Deus said that one must continue to believe and that he had the strength, so fate itself should choose its path without anyone's interference. All of his previous 990,000 past lives participated in the process of destruction, and it was they who built the system of past lives that shapes his current strength. Everyone shares their skills with the young man, but he cannot gain all the knowledge at once, since some skills are mutually exclusive and incompatible with each other. But this time everything was different. Its power lies in the fact that the hero can get everything at once, without restrictions and mutual exclusions. And besides, a war will soon begin, designed to put an end to this fate and determine the final order of things. You will need to fight against powerful invaders, preparing for a difficult and dangerous confrontation that will determine many situations. Those magical surges that were felt today indicate that the main invasion commands are already heading to Earth, preparing for the decisive battle. Soon the team gathered outside and stared intently at the sky, observing the movement of the clouds, the colors of the sunset, and the appearance of the first stars. There, interstellar gates have already opened their way, emitting bright light and beckoning all daredevils to explore the unknown worlds beyond their threshold. As a leader, he said that the encirclement regime in the area was over, and subordinates could safely come out of hiding without fear of ambushes or traps. Therefore, the people who live here will not be attacked, because all security measures and fortifications have been taken so that no danger will affect them. The hero thanked him and could not believe that all the main invaders would arrive here. It exceeded all his expectations and plans for the city. Libyan explained that the interdimensional gates are unstable at the moment, so there is a high probability that a large-scale invasion will not occur, and everyone can exercise some caution. They believe that there is nothing impossible in forcibly opening such a crack. The problem is that the opponents seem ready to seize this place at any cost without hesitation. There is also the option that they simply seek to kill the one who is the heir to 990,000 past lives, regardless of any consequences for themselves or others. The sword said that the master had a special skill that allowed him to gain all the abilities and skills of any previous life. Hyun told the team to be ready, as this battle would be decisive and would determine the fate of the entire region and the future of each of them. Han Seok wasn't sure if they could defeat such a powerful enemy, one that possessed incredible strength and combat experience that frightened even the bravest. They realized that if they destroyed the invaders, all of the main forces of the invasion command would also be eliminated, which would mean the end of their plans and the chance for peace to return. I didn't even want to say out loud what would happen if the hunters lost, because the consequences could be catastrophic for everyone who was around them. They remained silent because they realized it would mean the end of their entire world, destroying their homes, memories, culture, and the future of future generations. So the team stood in front of the gate and waited for the opponents to appear before them, tensely watching every movement of the shadow and listening to the slightest sound around. Instantly, the interstellar gate lit up with even greater brilliance, emitting lightning around it and creating a feeling of powerful energy that could change everything around. From there, shadows of creatures appeared, about to emerge, moving slowly in the light of the crack and creating a feeling of indescribable threat and fear. And indeed, it was Elena and Elsa who saw that the Chosen One this time had many more friends, ready to support him in battle and become part of a large team. But they loudly announced that they had not come alone, and allies appeared behind them, ready to join the battle and support the group to the last. In their world, people called this hunter SSS-Ranked, and his name was Vladimir, noting his incredible strength, skill, and fame among all heroes. Han Seok stared at his opponent in shock, realizing that before him stood the Ice Blade of Russia, known for his unprecedented strength and ruthless skill in battle. A combat-ranked hunter who was an awakened second type had two characteristics that made him extremely dangerous and almost invincible in any fight. One of which is his mastery of cold magic at the highest level, which allows him to create ice storms and freeze enemies instantly. So the man ordered that anyone who would obstruct the invasion would face death and imminent punishment, which would put an end to any attempts to stop his plan. No one would escape punishment. Alpha Group was only to follow the will of the invasion command, and they immediately agreed to follow orders without question, preparing for an uncompromising operation to the end. The sword ordered its master to be careful, for although there were not many of them, the magical power of the enemies was extremely powerful and could destroy anyone who underestimated it. The leader understood that the warriors had been hypnotized, like everyone else before them, and that any of his actions could be under enemy control, jeopardizing the entire team and the mission. Jin-A replied that such situations do happen, as Hyun had said earlier, emphasizing that preparation and caution in such cases are vital. She stood in front of Elena, and she said that the hunter was smarter than she seemed, and that her strategy and actions could exceed expectations. So she thinks it will come in handy, because any tip or help at this critical moment can be crucial to success. The girl mocked the invader and her weak magic, emphasizing the difference in strength and skill, thereby raising the fighting spirit of the allies. In response, her opponent only smiled, showing neither fear nor doubt, which testified to her confidence in her own abilities and readiness for battle. Telling Mr. Elsa that she can take care of Jin-A herself, thereby challenging the young lady to a fight, seeing her strength and courage. The man said that the Chosen One's main weapons were magic and vampirism, so he would have to deal with this on his own, planning his actions because his fate depended on it. But all these sacrifices and fights were for the sake of the invasion command, which sought to achieve its objectives at all costs, regardless of the lives and suffering of others. Vladimir ordered that no one interfere because he wanted to deal with him himself, relying on his own strength and skill in battle without outside help. And he left all the other comrades of the hero at his command, providing support and cover while he himself decided the fateful battle with the enemy. His appearance was eerie and terrifying, radiating menace and power that made even the bravest feel a chill of fear in their hearts. The leader understood that the opponent had learned about his abilities, but the mana restoration skill remained hidden, giving him an unexpected advantage at a critical moment. And if we look ahead now, there is a chance of being left in a disadvantageous position, which could jeopardize all the plans and the team's safety in the future. So he gripped his sword tighter, trying to gather his emotions and focus on the fight, feeling adrenaline and determination flood his body. He said out loud that they would conduct the operation again, emphasizing the hunter's determination and readiness for new challenges and difficult tasks. Jin-A had to deal with Elena because she was resistant to her hypnosis and could resist manipulation while maintaining her mental clarity during combat. The Russian Alpha Group was given to Teshik and Han Sok because in close combat they had a high chance of victory due to their training, strength, and coordination. Libyan had learned even earlier about his target, which was already heading towards him, and was preparing for the meeting, considering a strategy to avoid falling into the enemy's trap. And it was Alsace which looked confident in its victory, demonstrating determination, strength, and willingness to overcome any resistance in its path. It was he who had such a difficult past in the life of the man and his companion, leaving deep wounds and memories that influenced their every step and decision. So it is definitely impossible to forget about it, just as it is impossible to erase this enemy from their memory. His shadow and tangled past will haunt them for a long time, reminding them of pain and revenge. Alsace was the one who took the professor's life, leaving behind a sense of loss and a desire for revenge in those who knew and respected him. And it happened right before the magician's eyes, impacting his emotional state and leaving a feeling of shock, anger, and powerlessness that was hard to hide. So the punishment swirled in Libyan's mind even more strongly, fueling his determination and desire to destroy this creature for all the suffering and loss it had caused. His gaze was full of anger and hatred, radiating an inner storm of emotions that could frighten even the strongest opponents nearby. But Alsace only smiled, because for him all these things were just fun. He perceived them as entertainment, not hesitating to play with the lives of others. The leader saw that the entire team stood against each of their enemies, acting in a coordinated and decisive manner, ready to fight to the last to achieve victory. And for him, only Vladimir remained, who was most likely the strongest, and it was with him that the final test of his strength and skill would be decided. The hunters were on alert, the fire of revenge and victory lit up in their eyes, ready to resolutely attack their enemies and defend their honor and justice at any cost. Ahead of everyone stood the guildmaster, who decided that the time had come to act, to reclaim his land and protect his people, leading the team forward with determination and unwavering faith in success. Opposite stood the invaders, a black energy emanating from them, radiating menace and sinister power that could frighten even the bravest warriors. But still, only the chosen one interested them so much that all the others seemed like insects, unworthy of attention and completely insignificant compared to his power. The battle began, and the enemy, without hesitation for a second, created a field of icy energy around them, which bound the ground with ice and slowed down the movement of everyone around. The entire building nearby was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice, turning into a cold, silent iceberg, as if lost in the middle of an endless ocean. The ice quickly crept along the road, covering the stones with a shiny layer of cold, like a living stream that relentlessly stretched towards the guild, freezing everything in its path. Nuna concentrated, gathered energy in her palms, and tried to use defensive techniques to stop what was relentlessly creeping forward, threatening the guild. She abruptly released her mana, creating a massive glowing wall in front of her companions, stopping the onslaught of cold and preventing it from capturing everyone. Vladimir, seeing how the young lady held back the wave, exclaimed in surprise that the healer turned out to be much more powerful and useful than he could have ever imagined. The hero, enraged by the enemy's insolent words, thundered across the battlefield, ordering him to immediately shut his mouth and stop bullying his comrades. But instead of answering, he only smiled coldly, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and raised it upward, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. He swung his blade sharply, and an icy wave rushed forward with furious force, aimed directly at the Chosen One as if death itself were approaching its target. Hana's sword spoke in a stern voice, warning that this was no ordinary cold, and if its master allowed the blow, everyone around would instantly turn to ice. So the young man, gathering all his strength and determination, tried with all his might to repel the enemy's furious blows, feeling each blow break the air around him. He realized that in direct combat it would be much more difficult to figure it out, because every move could be fatal for him. He knew that if he was allowed to attack, he could absorb the attack through vampirism, transforming someone else's power into his own and restoring it at the crucial moment. But of course, all his assumptions and guesses turned out to be completely inaccurate, as reality took unexpected turns that no one could have predicted. Vladimir coldly said that the Chosen One was actually one of the main enemies of the Great Invasion Command, capable of changing the course of the entire war with one act. He will be destroyed by order without mercy when the troops will do everything without hesitation, and the battlefield will turn into a silent witness to the verdict, as if the end of all hope. The hero resolutely replied that it would be better if the man completely lost all thought of survival after this battle, because no one would survive in this chaos. The valiant sword of Siden Miller, along with the bright radiance of Durandal, instantly appeared to bolster the young man, illuminating the battlefield and granting him incredible strength and confidence. He concentrated, and a huge jet of energy burst from his hands, heading straight towards the enemy, cutting through the air and rolling out with mighty force. But the enemy instantly, in order to defend himself, cast a spell of ice wall, which grew in front of him, stopping the huge stream of energy and cutting off its power. Hyun noticed the fear in his eyes, but reassured him, explaining that there was nothing wrong with low-level magic, and there was no need to worry about it. Yet Vladimir abruptly applied his technique, and huge ice depths grew right in front of him, squeezing the space and creating a dangerous obstacle for everyone around. The leader stood with his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he saw before him, for the scene was too incredible and terrifying to be perceived as real. Soon the enemy sharply aimed his deadly blow directly at him, forcing the leader to react instantly. There was nowhere to retreat. However, thanks to the power of Hasashin, the young man instantly turned into darkness, merging with the shadows and becoming almost elusive to the enemy. He understood that the long and exhausting battle had put them at an extreme disadvantage, threatening exhaustion and unpredictable consequences for everyone. Hyun's opponent was SSS rated, and even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined he would find himself in combat against the most dangerous hunter in the world, ready to destroy anyone. Vladimir coldly said that he had analyzed all of the boy's skills and realized that they were just hide-and-seek and fencing, nothing truly unusual or dangerous. Now he will fight it as he is most famous of all, demonstrating his legendary skill and fearless dedication to the cause that brought him fame and fear. The hero instantly called out to Raikiri for help, and a lightning sword appeared in his hands, illuminating the battlefield with a bright glow and providing incredible power for the blow. So a majestic magical horse materialized before him, illuminated by bright energy, its mane shining with light, and its eyes radiating powerful magical power. The man's light led the young man into the distance, and he, becoming a single blinding flash of power, rushed forward to destroy all his enemies. The sword spoke to its master that the erosion of the cold could become deadly, and if the enemy attacked again, it would mean the end for everyone on the battlefield. Vladimir knew that the enemy should have died from all the attacks, but this did not happen, and reality threw him a shocking challenge, destroying all expectations. Instantly, the Chosen One was nearby, and with a sharp movement of his sword, delivered a powerful blow that cut through the air with a dull thud and went straight into the body. The weapon said that the more the master attacked, the stronger his resistance to the cold would become, turning every attempt by the enemy into even greater strength for himself. He realized that he could simply push an enemy into an ice trap, using their momentum against themselves, and watch as the ice completed their demise. He saw a magical burst before him, exploding in brightness and shooting into the air, sending a wave of energy that flickered and changed shape, shocking everyone around him. I looked at the enemy and felt that this was not just technology, this was the beginning of the freezing era, when all living things submit to icy silence and slowly die. The guildmaster returned to his team and strictly ordered them to be as careful as possible, to carefully monitor their surroundings, and to stay away from the deadly zone. Jin-Ah couldn't understand what was going on, because everything around was covered in ice, and the world looked like a vast icy desert that hindered movement and perception. But soon, huge chunks of ice began to fall rapidly in front of the team, crashing loudly on the ground and posing a threat to everyone nearby. Nuna instantly activated the Holy Shield, which illuminated the battlefield with radiance and created a powerful barrier wall that protected everyone from attacks. and this shining layer instantly began to repel the enemy's attacks, dispelling the icy force and neutralizing the danger that was approaching the group with tremendous speed. Meanwhile, Hyun relentlessly continued to attack the man, delivering powerful blows and pressing his opponent, not giving him a moment to rest or counterattack. The light of Raikiri led him into the distance, turning him into a single blinding beam that destroyed all invaders in its path, leaving behind only ashes and silence. And the leader moved extremely quickly, like lightning cutting through the night sky, leaving behind a trail of light and fear for everyone around. Vladimir was stunned and did not expect to see such a powerful technique from his opponent because its power exceeded all his previous ideas about the enemy's capabilities. He waited patiently for the young man to come closer so he could deliver a precise and devastating blow at the right moment, using every moment to his advantage. But the leader coldly said that it was useless to talk about an SSS rank hunter, because that level of strength was not visible in his actions at all at the moment. And he looked ordinary. It was as if he was mocking him, deliberately mocking and provoking him to inflame his anger even more, break his self-control, and force him to make a false move. Their swords crossed abruptly under an incredible force. Sparks flew in all directions, and the air around them shuddered from the energetic explosion of the collision. The man's subordinates rushed to his aid, trying to intervene in the battle and support their leader, but their actions only exacerbated the chaos on the battlefield. He replied that he would handle it himself and definitely wouldn't lose, so there was no point in interfering, as it would only hinder his plan and skill. And their task was to deal with the hunters who were the young man's companions. In their eyes they looked like small, insignificant insects that did not deserve attention. Han Seok and Tai Shik realized how difficult it was for the master to deal with a high-ranking hunter on his own, and understood that his strength and experience required extreme caution and strategy. On the other flank, Jean A was delivering powerful blows to the Eleni, trying to eliminate the invader and free the territory from a dangerous enemy. The leaders decided that caution would increase the chances of victory, so they decided to act immediately, coordinating their forces and preparing for a decisive strike. They positioned themselves in a fighting stance, awaiting the insidious adversary, holding their breath tensely, preparing to move into close combat and decide the fate of the conflict. The magic in the hunter's hands was powerful, its energy pulsing through the air like living fire, listening only to his will and obeying the slightest movement of his fingers. So both comrades tried to cope with the enemies, desperately fighting side by side, as if as one, putting their last strength and faith in victory into each blow. Han Seok explained that he was currently using his own form of magic, air control, allowing currents of wind to raise dust, stop arrows, and carry his voice over great distances. So he directed it against his opponents, creating a furious storm that knocked enemies off their feet, tore the ground apart, and filled the air with the roar of invisible but devastating power. Because if you get into this flow, you can fly high into the sky, feeling an invisible force pick up your body and carry it up, like a feather dancing in the wind. He admitted that when he looked at Jinnah, he remembered the magic that once flowed through his veins, awakening memories of ancient battles, training, and strength. And now, thanks to this, he can use completely different spells, combining elements, creating unpredictable effects, and revealing the true potential of his magical essence. Right now, for example, he wanted to show what he was capable of, focusing inside himself so that everyone could see the true strength hidden behind his calmness and confidence. And in an instant, the opponents were lifted into the air, like fallen leaves, swirled by an unstoppable whirlwind that scattered them in different directions, leaving only the noise of the wind and the echo of magical power. It turns out that the hunter created a gravity inversion using air control, lifting enemies into the air and changing their movement, as if the world around them had suddenly turned upside down. Taeshik understood that his comrade had become very good at magic in such a short period of time, observing the precision of his movements, the power of his spells, and the confidence with which he controlled the elements. And perhaps the leader himself could achieve this because he really wanted to. putting all his will, energy, and perseverance into every step of training and practice, not backing down from anything. The Alphas used their black magic to try to destroy them, releasing dark streams that flared in the air, inciting fear and chaos, trying to break the defenses and resolve of their enemies. But the Guild did not succumb to any provocations, maintaining common sense, maintaining discipline and mutual understanding, resisting black magic and protecting each member from danger. Tashik, in turn, revealed a lightning discharge spell, directing it with lightning speed, creating blinding flashes of light and a roar that dispelled darkness and fear. And Han Seok, under his wave, delivered his hailstorm blow, causing a hail of magical debris to fly in all directions, shattering the defense and increasing the power of his friend's attack. And in an instant, powerful energy covered the opponents, exploding around them with lightning, whirlwinds, and waves of power that knocked them off their feet and left them with a feeling of imminent defeat. Their bodies were lifted off the ground and thrown aside, like puppets on strings, spinning in the air under the influence of invisible forces and hitting the ground with a loud crash. The comrades tried to somehow help their leader, causing a furious onslaught, distracting the enemies and eliminating the unit. Meanwhile, Hen fought with Vladimir, their blades clashing, sparks flying in the air, echoing from the blows and creating a tense atmosphere of battle. Each had an indomitable will and spirit that supported them in the most difficult moments of battle, forced them to stand despite pain and fear, preventing them from retreating even a step. Suddenly, the Russian hunter saw that his entire Alpha group was dead, scattered across the battlefield, and his heart sank with horror and helplessness before this terrible picture. Just two laid down all the men, demonstrating incredible strength and skill that exceeded all expectations and made one tremble with fear. The hero analyzed that Raikiri had much more use than he thought, realizing its hidden capabilities and power that could turn the tide of battle in his favor. And you need to continue in the same spirit, maintaining concentration, determination, and a common strategy so as not to lose the advantage and end the battle in your favor. So he used the Sword Hail spell, sending hundreds of them spinning through the air and tearing through their defenses, creating a veritable wall of deadly force. And all the icy weapons rushed towards the enemy, gleaming with a cold brilliance, carrying ice and death into hearts without mercy. He, in turn, dodged as best he could, spinning and jumping, trying to avoid every sword and ice shard that flew at him with incredible speed and accuracy. Vladimir rushed in different directions, trying to avoid the icy streams, breaking the ground and leaving a trail of frosty, destructive force behind him. Sounds of blows to the body, screams of pain and tension mingled with the roar of battle and echoed across the field, emphasizing the brutality of the clash, erupted from it. Then blood flowed, indicating serious injuries and pain that awakened fear and sapped strength, leaving him almost defenseless. He realized that the more attacks he took, the deeper they penetrated into the center of his body, draining his strength and threatening his life with each new blow. But seeing that the enemy was confused, the boy rushed from above, using the moment of surprise to attack from above and deal a devastating blow to the enemy. Vladimir managed to block the attack, holding his blade firmly, deflecting the blow, and creating a tense moment where both wrestlers remained on the verge of victory and defeat. He said that the young man knew how to fight, and that wasn't bad, acknowledging his skills and courage, which allowed him to hold his defense and offer worthy resistance even to an experienced one. He advised him that it was better to retreat, otherwise he might die, warning of the danger and trying to somehow hurt him. But the young man did not listen and fully inherited Gilder's will, demonstrating unwavering determination and willingness to move forward, despite the fear and danger that loomed over him. Then, by the will of the Chosen One's zeal, any magical spell becomes meaningless, losing its power and effect, as if its energy dissipates before unwavering steadfastness. And with new strength, the leader continued to fight, feeling energy and confidence fill his body, allowing him to overcome his enemies and fight the battle with incredible determination. Vladimir did not understand how mana could be restored so quickly, watching his opponent, who after an exhausting fight was once again full of strength and ready for new attacks. And then the fight took on an even greater angry intensity. Blows and spells rained down without ceasing, the air filled with tension and the roar of magical power, escalating the struggle to the limit. The adversary said that although Hyung is a high-ranking hunter, he is still human, so there will be no mercy with him, and his every mistake will become deadly. He decided that this was definitely the end for the Chosen One, confident in his own victory, and certain that the hero's strength would no longer be enough to withstand the blow. His eyes lit up with an even more red light, radiating a fury and power that terrified his enemies and testified to his relentless determination to achieve his goal. But the hero quickly struck directly at the chest, his movement instantaneous and precise, piercing the enemy's defenses and leaving him defenseless for the next attack. And a scream erupted from the enemy, sharp and piercing with pain and shock, breaking the silence of the battle and emphasizing the force of the attack. His body twisted, his muscles tensed, and each breath came with difficulty, showing how intense and devastating the situation was. Elena and Elsa felt even more mana and understood that everything was not so simple, anticipating a growing danger that could change the course of the battle at any moment. Jin Ah was completely unhypnotized, remaining unwavering in the face of spells, while Libyan clearly possesses extraordinary magic, which manifests itself in surprising and unpredictable effects. Then the invader looked away, her gaze sharpened, filled with vigilance and cold determination, ready to react instantly to any threat. Because there stood the Chosen One, who became more powerful each time, radiating strength and confidence that frightened enemies and inspired hope in allies. And she ordered Alsace to prepare the same thing they had talked about, to buy some time, ensuring preparation for the next actions and increasing the chances of success. Clasping his palms together, the man said that this was all that was left, and they were enveloped in a dark energy that radiated cold and fear, penetrating the space around them and changing the atmosphere. They realized that they were looking down on them from a height, feeling a sense of dominance and power over them, which made the enemies even more threatening and unpredictable. But not only has the Chosen One improved all his skills during this time, his allies have also significantly strengthened their skills, increased their reaction and magical mastery. Elena knew that this could be the end for her, feeling the danger looming, the power that could destroy everything she had at any moment. However, the invaders will try to stop all of this, so you need to start by focusing and quickly coordinating actions to stay ahead and ensure the success of your strategy. The girl's energy enveloped her like a powerful sphere, spreading throughout her body in waves of warmth and light that pulsated in every cell, as if awakening her inner strength. Libyan calmly explained to the group that it was mental magic, ancient and complex, affecting not the body, but the mind, altering thoughts, emotions, and the very nature of perception. And it was necessary to immediately stop the enemy forces before they could destroy the defensive barriers, break into the city, and destroy everything that people had tried to defend for so long. Alsace cast a seal spell, concentrating all of his magical energy into one motion, and a bright light flashed from his palms, sealing the space in an impenetrable magical circuit. Jinnah and her companion were stuck in a magical cube, transparent but extremely strong, the walls of which pulsated with a strange glow, reacting to their every movement and attempt to break out. But the girl got out of the situation with the help of her mana, directing a flow of pure energy through her palms until the magic cube trembled and scattered around her in sparkling shards of light. Suddenly, a dark purple light enveloped the invader's neck, pulsing as if alive, squeezing his throat with an invisible force, causing him to writhe in pain and terror under the weight of unknown magic. Blood flowed from his eyes, and his appearance became terrifying, distorted by pain and horror, as if darkness itself had burst forth, absorbing his human features and leaving only a shadow of his former face. The leader shouted for the young lady to be careful, because at that moment the opponent delivered a reverse gravity blow, and the ground beneath her feet turned, drawing everything around into a dangerous vortex of magical power. and they were both lifted into the air, as if invisible hands of powerful magic had snatched them from the ground, spinning and carrying them into a vortex of extraordinary force, where every movement became a struggle for balance and control. Blood began to rush to his head, and his vision blurred, as if a dark curtain had covered his consciousness, causing every thought to wander in a fog and losing the clarity of his perception of the world around him. Elsa lowered her controlling hand down to make them fall, channeling all the power of her magic into controlling space, and the air around her trembled, creating an invisible pressure that forced her opponents to lose their balance. And there was a powerful explosion, destroying everything around, raising columns of dust, debris, and fiery sparks that flew in all directions, leaving chaos and burning behind. The man watched this intently, his eyes never taking their eyes off the destruction, analyzing every flash of magic, every movement and reaction of his surroundings, as if trying to predict the next moment in this chaotic vortex. But then Libyan created a magical book of life around him that shone brightly, forming a dome of energy that absorbed him and prevented him from escaping. This situation really confused the invader. His confidence wavered, and his heart began to beat faster from the unexpected magical power that he could not predict and for which he was not prepared. Despite this, the hunter summoned Pieta, his magic bursting forth in a bright stream of light, ready to bend his will and destroy everything in its path. And that same living statue from the past took the enemy in its arms, tightly gripping his body with steely strength, as if history had come to life to punish those who dared to disturb its peace and order. Alsace did not understand how the man could bind him like this, watching as the threads of magic tightly wrapped around his body, restricting his movements and forcing him to submit to a force that seemed impossible to resist. Because it was new and completely unexplored, it surprised even experienced magicians with its unpredictability, power, and ability to violate all known laws of energy control. Jin also joined her new companion, joining forces with his magic to confront a threat that proved to be much more powerful than anything they had faced before. She spoke that she would now end all this carnage, concentrating all her power and determination into a single blow, ready to destroy and end the chaos once and for all. With these words, she caused a deep, paralyzing fear in her opponent, which gripped his heart and mind, causing his body to tremble with powerlessness, as if silence had fallen around him. However, the huntress, without hesitation, threw fire into the wooden branches, and it instantly engulfed their surfaces, igniting a plume of smoke and panic with furious tongues. The flame instantly rose upward, engulfing the surrounding area and the trunk, throwing hot sparks into the air, climbing the crowns, burning them to ashes. After that, only ash remained, which slowly scattered across the city, settling on rooftops, streets, and the ground, leaving behind silence and a sense of emptiness and loss. Worried, Nuna ran up to the team, asking if they were okay, her eyes shining with anxiety and her heart pounding with fear for her comrade's safety and the possible consequences of the recent chaos. But Jinnah shouted for no one to come near them, her voice menacing and determined, establishing a line of defense and signaling readiness to repel any threat. Because the invader's magical field was still active, invisible streams of energy raged around, capable of striking anyone who dared to approach, leaving only danger and instability in the air. Elena replied that she had warned too late. She quickly looked back at her friends, realizing that their safety was already at risk, and her heart clenched with guilt for the delay. The young lady was confused and didn't know what to do. Her thoughts were confused, everything was pounding, and her eyes were darting around, looking for some kind of support or a way out of the difficult and dangerous situation. And her rival only smiled, her gaze cold and confident, as if she had already anticipated all of her opponent's moves and was enjoying her confusion without any weight of doubt. She spoke just one word, ordering them to forget everything, and its sound rang out imperiously and inescapably, forcing the minds of the listeners to contract under the weight of magical influence. And the entire team was swallowed up in oblivion, their memories and feelings dissolving into emptiness, leaving only emptiness and the trembling of consciousness under control. However, it then reached the master, who angrily called them scum, his words harsh and merciless, reflecting all the disappointment and contempt for those who, in his opinion, betrayed him. Elena loudly ordered Vladimir to finish his work of destruction, decisively and unwaveringly, forcing him to accelerate his actions and complete the destructive process without any delay. And he directed his attack at the team, releasing a powerful stream of energy that sliced through the air and headed straight for his comrades, forcing them to throw themselves into defense and seek cover from the devastating force. The hero's body suffered great pain from the blows, each blow piercing his flesh and bones, causing his heart to pound with suffering and his mind to balance between consciousness and unconsciousness. I realized that there was no magic left at all, and I felt helpless because all energy reserves were exhausted, and my body remained defenseless against the onslaught. It was necessary to make a decision very quickly, because even a second of delay could cost lives, and the surrounding chaos and threat left no time for reflection or hesitation. He gave everything for protection, he asks Deus, preparing to stand guard over his life and secrets until his last breath, despite the pain and loss, keeping the faith. He tried to concentrate to feel the new flow of mana, listening to the subtle vibrations of energy around him, feeling the power gradually flow into his body and nourish every cell. Vladimir wondered if the young man had decided to surrender, watching his behavior in confusion and not believing that anyone could retreat. But he remained silent, only mentally asking Deus's absolute will to help him, feeling weak rays of power penetrate his body, giving him strength and determination for the next step. And then, in response to despair and prayer, a past life intervened in fate, as if an invisible hand had guided events, providing a direction that changed the course of the struggle and opened up new possibilities for the hero. Hyung fully regained his strength, feeling his body fill with energy and his mind become clear and sharp, ready for any challenges that lay ahead. The invaders did not understand that this was magic that the Chosen One was endowed with, a special power that surpassed all their knowledge and experience and was capable of changing the rules of battle to their detriment. The forerunner of madness, Ares, was ready to fight on the side of reincarnation, filled with determination and courage, his heart pounding with the desire to protect a new hope and change the course of history. So the boy accepted his unknown and undisclosed help, feeling a strange power flow into him, strengthening his body and mind, giving him the confidence to confront an extremely powerful enemy. His body pulsed with waves of light and change, energy pouring through every cell, transforming his very being and making him strong, fast, and ready. Health and mana levels will be restored through the presence of a past life, which invisibly affects energy, heals wounds, and restores strength, allowing you to operate at full capacity without loss. Heng turned to his opponents, asking in a voice other than his own who dared to stand in his way, and his words rang out loud and eerily as if the very magic of his past life was speaking through him, instilling anxiety. The feeling of fear was all-consuming, filling every cell of the body, constricting the heart and mind, causing enemies to freeze in place, paralyzed in the face of an invisible but omnipotent force. And the magic he felt before was just a speck compared to this. The new one was spreading throughout his body, merging with his essence, multiplying his abilities, and making him almost invincible. Elena tried to hypnotize the young man, directing her gaze and willpower to penetrate his consciousness, limit the movements of his thoughts, and subjugate his will to her own command and plans. But he replied that such cheap tricks did not work on him. His mind remained clear and unwavering, repelling attempts at control and maintaining complete freedom of action in any situation. So she came to the conclusion that this could be the power of the Chosen One, whose strength exceeds all the laws of magic known to her and is capable of radically changing everything. Vladimir directed his attack to end it, releasing all of his stored energy into a powerful explosion that was meant to destroy his opponents and wipe out any resistance in its path. The young man expected the enemy to approach, listening intently to every movement and tremor of the air, preparing to meet him with maximum concentration. He took in his hands the Sword of Light, which would bring down its majesty upon the enemy, radiating a blinding radiance and powerful energy capable of cutting through everything in its path. That's when the red flowers are supposed to bloom, their petals opening brightly, filling the air with fragrance and symbolizing the beginning of change. The invader was confused and bewildered, her face reflecting surprise and fear, and her gaze darting around in search of a way out, finding neither defense nor a chance for advantage. She told Mr. Roskell that they were returning, her voice sounding confident and decisive, announcing their departure and at the same time warning of the possible consequences. But Heng shouted that he would not allow this, and if anyone entered the battle, one must be prepared to die, for courage demanded the highest price. The rival sincerely asked who the chosen one really was, her voice reflecting genuine interest and surprise, seeking to uncover the true identity and origin of the person who had caused such events. The leader decided that the question was meaningless, and without hesitation ordered to take Elena's life at that very moment, rush into the attack, and deliver an inevitable fatal blow. In an instant, the girl was suddenly and inevitably seized by an incomprehensible and at the same time incredibly terrifying power that completely changed her inner state and worldview. And then, using his newfound power, he unexpectedly and decisively deals her a lightning-fast, absolutely devastating blow that has irreversible consequences for everything. Even as she felt her last breath approaching, she could not realize and accept the fact that her chosen one was capable of such terrible attacks. When they first met, she immediately assessed his physical form and confidently thought that thanks to her extraordinary strength, she could easily finish him off with just one hand. However, thanks to incredible power and a selfless fight for freedom, at this crucial moment, absolutely all the insidious and cruel invaders on this land were completely defeated and dead. And before finally disappearing into the thick of events, she turned to Mr. Roskell with a sincere request, expressing her wish to be as careful as possible in her further actions and decisions. The leader, exhausted after a long and brutal battle, stood motionless on the devastated ground and gazed at the utter chaos and ruins that stretched before him as a bitter testimony to all the terrible consequences. At this critical moment, unknown forces finally and irrevocably removed the powerful magical protection of the patron, which had protected his body for a long time. After all the trials and battles he had endured, the young man, exhausted to the point of exhaustion, found support on his knees, holding on tightly to his trusty sword. After all the unbearable pain and immense physical and emotional exhaustion, suddenly and with double force, were felt on his exhausted shoulders, undermining his already weakened state from the battle. He was clearly aware that his body and mind were on the verge of breaking apart from the overload, but his trusty sword suddenly forced him to gather himself and asked him to look only ahead. Realizing that the souls of terrible enemies had been absorbed last time, he understood that he needed to immediately gather himself and concentrate before he had all his last internal strength left. The master realized that all the previous incomprehensible hints and mysterious words actually related exclusively to the all-important task of protecting the voids. The Begimos opens its empty, terrifying mouth wide and instantly swallows the tormented soul of the treacherous invader, and the boy is unexpectedly and generously granted a magical blessing at this time. Meanwhile, after experiencing a deep oblivion that completely erased their memories, the entire small team gradually and with great difficulty came to their senses. Since they remembered absolutely none of the recent events that led to their oblivion, the comrades, gripped by horror and confusion, held their heads, trying to recover their lost memories. The leader was deeply satisfied and felt great relief that after the terrible events they had experienced, everyone had finally returned safely. Immediately afterwards, filled with immense relief and emotion, he loudly proclaimed that all the trials had finally come to an end, announcing the long-awaited end to the battle. After uttering these decisive words, his body, completely exhausted by the heavy battle and enormous strain, suddenly lost all strength, and he fell motionless to the ground. The battle, which had lasted for a very long time, was over, and all its participants, feeling immense relief from the cessation of the confrontation, were able to breathe a sigh of relief. Jin-Ah was clearly aware that after her mind was subjected to the powerful influence of the invader's dark magic, she remembered absolutely nothing of the events that occurred during that critical period of time for her. The leader lucidly explained to the team that because of this hostile magic used by the invaders, everyone present would forget their names, who they really were, and most importantly, why they had come to this place. However, thanks to the intervention and extraordinary skill of an experienced guild master who used his extraordinary strength and knowledge, the critical situation was completely resolved. Within the walls of his private quarters, Mr. Roskal could not contain his furious anger and was extremely irritated, as recent events had completely slipped out of his careful control. In an uncontrollable fit of rage, he smashed dishes and absolutely everything that came under his hands, unable to understand why the Chosen One turned out to be so incredibly powerful. The leader could not in any way quell and curb the uncontrollable flow of negative emotions that had accumulated as a result of constant failures. Roskal clearly understood that his first meeting with the mysterious Heng, which took place on a specially created artificial island, was decisive. He recalled that at that moment the strength and capabilities of Ilan and Alsus were more than enough to implement his plans. They were so confident they didn't even suspect that the plan could go completely wrong. However, he continued to analyze in detail the entire situation that had occurred on the ground, trying to understand the reasons for his defeat, studying every moment that led to the collapse. Mr. Roskal made incredible efforts, trying to remember in detail and understand the nature and origin of the extraordinary magic that the main character was endowed with. He pondered that this extraordinary power might be that rare and legendary magic, described in detail in ancient and forgotten books, which everyone considered only a myth. Thus he concluded that the precursor who provoked all this grandiose and uncontrolled madness that swept the world was none other than the mysterious and dangerous Ares. And the invincible Chosen One, using his extraordinary power, was able to instantly and completely eliminate dozens of armed enemy soldiers with just a light and lightning-fast swing of his sword. Due to the unauthorized and forced opening of a spatial rift, which had catastrophic consequences for the entire structure of space, the loss of his troops turned out to be extremely large-scale. Mr. Roskal ponders deeply about the unpredictable and possibly catastrophic consequences that could ensue if his troops were to encounter this dangerous young man. He realizes that as a result of these events and the confrontation with a powerful enemy, the exact same unbearable and ancient horror that befell him in the past has every chance of recurring again. When Hyun finally lost consciousness from his injuries and overload, his body and mind were inexplicably transported back to the mysterious room of the past. He stood motionless amidst the terrible ruins and utter chaos that had resulted from the recent battle, contemplating all the devastation that now surrounded him and feeling bitter. And a little further, directly in front of him, sat on the ground a mysterious man, completely enveloped in a bright, unusual, and supernatural light, giving his figure an absolutely majestic and unearthly appearance. Then Ares, solemnly and calmly, said that after a long wait and many trials, the two of them had finally met in this place. The hero, having carefully analyzed the surroundings and the events that preceded his appearance here, made the logical conclusion that he had appeared precisely in the room of the precursor of madness. The man, intrigued and surprised by what he heard, calmly asked if his nickname, which he had just heard, was really that, because it seemed quite interesting to him. He made the logical conclusion that if this guy was standing right in front of him right now, it was clear evidence of his chosenness, and the fact that he had opened the door himself and entered meant that he was striving to become stronger. Hyun explained in detail that if he could not acquire a sufficient number of new, vital skills as soon as possible, he would inevitably and quickly die. The man, with deep sadness and equanimity, said that the place of his current presence was rapidly rolling into a deep abyss of complete destruction. However, the young man standing before him, with his determination and desire for power, demonstrates an irresistible desire to avoid this inevitable end. The predecessor, looking at him carefully, slowly said that before starting an important dialogue, he would like to ask the young man one key question. The young man, demonstrating complete confidence in his abilities and intentions, clearly replied that in this situation there was no need to ask any questions. If an urgent need arises, one can only ask him for a detailed and exhaustive explanation of all those incomprehensible situations. In response, Ares solemnly declared that the inevitable end of the hopeless and prolonged despair was approaching, and he, wanting to give a chance for salvation, decided to grant Hina his unique right as a god. Since in essence absolutely everything is at stake, I understood, you need to be completely sure that it is the hero, and no one else, who will be able to end this war and bring peace. So, guided by these considerations and realizing the importance of the mission, Ares decided to carry out the transfer and generously gifted the young man with the immense and irresistible power of God. And obtaining this divine power immediately meant that from now on he possessed the extraordinary ability to freely control the magic stones that were responsible for commanding enemy invasions. There was absolutely no more time for additional clarifications and detailed explanations, so Ares, in the end, very seriously asked the hero not to lose under any circumstances. After finishing his speech, the boy's body began to instantly and uncontrollably disperse into space, realizing that he had never moved like this before. Unusual sensations accompanied him. He felt as if someone had forcibly thrown him here, without any warning or help. After some time, the mysterious Deus came to Ares and, addressing him, said that the way he had acted in this critical situation, namely granting power, was quite senseless. Calmly, but with undisguised determination, he said that now, after everything he had done, the man would inevitably face a well-deserved and severe punishment. Realizing the inevitability, he thought for a moment that he would rest, just like the legendary Sidney Miller once did. But with bitterness, he realized that the punishment would be eternal. Obviously, this was so cruel and unjust that he himself considered it a manifestation of pure inhumanity. Therefore, Ares declared that from now on, Hung must arrange and determine his own future fate, and any direct interference in his life and affairs was strictly and forever forbidden. And now, many of those who once played a key role and provided the hero with their help have unfortunately disappeared without a trace, including the influential Karsago, the mysterious Kasashin, the legendary Siden Miller, and last of all, Zildre. Deus firmly stated that they all must act in such a way as to create the appearance that they, by mutual decision, had completely and irrevocably transferred the entire fate to Kang Hyung-jun. Ares categorically did not want to accept this, considering such an approach as interference with the hero's will to be completely normal, because he understood very well that in this unfortunate fate, too many innocent people had already died, and despair had become so unbearably strong because hope had burned for so long but not extinguished. Deus calmly stated that after their extremely complex process of completing the reincarnation system was finally completed, they would have only one most important goal, which is to completely destroy all their insidious enemies and finally return to all the inhabitants of the world the long-awaited hope for a bright future. Ares, looking at Deus, said that those who disappeared earlier could probably see the hidden potential and possibility of salvation, but now he himself was beginning to feel exactly the same. The crucial time has come to finally put a decisive end to all this long and unbearable horror. Finally, the leader, having recovered from a deep sleep, fully regained consciousness and saw that right in front of him his loyal team stood excitedly. Then Ares, realizing the inevitable separation and the end of their joint mission, said a last but very warm goodbye to the young man, wishing him success in his future journey. In the end, he made an important promise to the hero. They would definitely meet when the young man reached the very end of this difficult and unpredictable fate. And having said these important words, the man resolutely left the room, leaving Deus standing alone with his thoughts. But despite its previous reluctance and principles, the absolute will that Deus personified was still forced to agree with Ares' decision and action. Inzul could not believe what the officer was saying, for the words sounded so bad that his mind refused to accept and comprehend them. He tried to learn more information, listening carefully to every word and asking clarifying questions to understand the true meaning. When the head of the invasion command, Roskal, arrived, he felt a wave of tension and tried to assess the seriousness of the situation while remaining calm. The chief did not think that the man and the 281st Detachment would suffer such a terrible defeat, which completely turned his perception of the course of the war upside down. The officer explained that the crack was not stable and the gate remained open, which caused him to lose most of his soldiers, leaving him almost defenseless against the enemy. And considering all this, the commander asks if they haven't been too distracted, trying to understand the scale of their mistakes and the consequences for everything. Were Elena and Elsas's strengths not enough to complete the task? They put in their best efforts, but the circumstances turned out to be much more difficult than expected. But Roskal replied that both had fallen victim to the Chosen One, and their efforts, though valiant, could not change the inevitable course of events that had already been determined. That is, in such a short time, the young man managed to defeat 5th-level warriors, and now everyone knows that he possesses power granted by the will of God himself. The commander understood that the current situation was only getting worse, so he urgently needed to stop it by mobilizing all available forces, resources, and reserves. The crack is currently held by Elena, but this is not enough for the units to pass through it safely, as such a structure threatens them at any moment. Inzul explained that most of the command is at war with the Alliance, so there are very few troops, and besides, they are in extremely poor condition, which makes it difficult to complete tasks. You can't even call for support because the crack is unstable, and any outside intervention could cause it to collapse, putting the lives of all the soldiers at risk. There was no choice, so the commander ordered the portal to be expanded even further and an immediate landing operation to be launched, mobilizing all available units. Roskal knew that in this case the losses would be enormous because the Chosen One was becoming stronger every day, and his power and skills were only growing. The commander ordered all available forces and resources to be directed to the complete destruction of the enemy's land space, so as not to leave the enemy any chance or retreat at all. This decision shocked the officer because the order was so unprecedented and radical that it took his breath away. But he could do nothing about it, much less object, because fear of the order and helplessness before the authorities paralyzed his will, depriving him of even the thought of resistance. He agreed and stepped forward to implement the plan, firmly taking responsibility for the risks that threatened him and the entire squad. He placed his hand on the wall and spoke about the controller between the spatial gates, saying that if you direct magic in their direction, the spell should activate and open the way. Before that, he asked if the chief was sure about this, because this method was extreme and could lead to unpredictable, catastrophic consequences. Inzul saw no other option, as there were only 2 of them left, so he decided to act independently and risky, realizing that his fate depended on it. And on the other side, the Chosen One became stronger every day. His power grew steadily, casting a shadow of fear over his enemies and forcing his allies to prepare. The invaders had no more time left. This was their last chance to change the course of the battle, gather strength and risk everything to save their honor, chances, and the ability to hold the bridgehead. He ordered all forces of the 13th Invasion Command to begin a spatial landing on the ground, mobilizing troops and magical resources for a decisive attack. A dark night had already fallen in the city when the streets were shrouded in silence, and the shadows of the buildings seemed even deeper, preparing people for the unusual events that were about to occur. Jinnah said that it was time to end all this, resolutely setting herself up for a final resolution and decisive action without delay. She didn't know how many invaders there were, but she was sure that Alina was stronger than Vladimir and could handle even the overwhelming forces. And they could all stand up to such an enemy, combining their strength, skills, and strategies to give a worthy rebuff, despite the danger and numerical superiority. And now they also have an SSS rank, which testifies to their extraordinary level of skill, strength, and ability to defeat the most dangerous opponents without hesitation. This news shocked the leader, as he did not expect such a rapid rise to a new level, and was forced to urgently hear about it in more detail. Tashik said that this happened when the hero was fighting the invaders, and they were left to do nothing, watching his actions and having no opportunity to intervene. This left the master in a state of confusion, and he stood there waiting for an explanation, trying to understand the logic of events and the true motives of those standing before him. It was reported that countries around the world have declared their readiness to provide any support to the Defense Alliance Committee, including military, technological, and resource assistance. Jin Ah and Han Seok, who suffered the most in the battle, received well-deserved awards for their courage, self-sacrifice, and exceptional dedication to the defense of their unit and country. In addition, the manager tried to contact the leader by mail, but to no avail, so he asked not to worry, because all the guild awards had already been transferred and confirmed by the relevant documents. So the hero took the sword and said that the warriors had quickly dealt with the problem, emphasizing their efficiency, skill, and coordination in battle. Now they could go home to rest, enjoying well-deserved peace after the grueling battles and difficult trials they had overcome together. But suddenly, a gate appeared behind the boy, shining brightly, illuminating the surrounding space and attracting attention with its unusual magical energy. It was a crack filled with incredibly strong energy, which emitted a powerful current and created a feeling of danger and immense power. Monsters began to pass through it, emerging from the crack one by one and filling the space with a menacing presence that forced everyone around to prepare for battle. The team wondered if this was another attack by the invasion command and instantly tensed up, preparing for the worst-case scenario. There were so many of them, so much so that the number of enemies exceeded all expectations and created a feeling of hopelessness in the face of approaching danger. Libyan's eyes widened greatly, reflecting shock and surprise as he saw and felt something unexpected. There was a very strange surge of magic that spread through the air, creating a tense atmosphere and forcing everyone to be prepared for any unforeseen events. And this was definitely not an invasion team, as the creature's behavior and energy footprint were different from their usual attacks, causing surprise and alarm among the team. Jin-Ah thought it couldn't have been from another invasion, as the nature of the magic and the behavior of the creatures were radically different from any seen before. Han Seok then informed the group that it was approaching and felt very close, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need to be prepared for the encounter. The monsters continued to fall, one by one, pushing out of the crack and filling the space with chaotic energy and a menacing presence. Everyone was preparing for a possible battle, tensely taking positions, checking weapons and coordination, understanding that every second could determine the outcome of the battle. But a sudden burst of mana illuminated everything around, creating a blinding glow that revealed every detail of the terrain and caused everyone to pause in amazement and alertness. And all the monsters were destroyed in a second, their bodies scattered under a powerful explosion of energy, leaving behind silence and a feeling of incredible power acting upon them. It was as if a very bright star shone in the sky, its light cutting through the darkness and attracting the gazes of everyone standing on the ground, creating a feeling of something majestic and unusual. And then the silhouettes of someone became visible, moving slowly and mysteriously, creating a sense of mystery and impending danger. Heng was shocked when he heard human speech, as he did not expect to hear familiar sounds amidst the chaos of magic and the appearance of silhouettes in the light of a bright star. Elves appeared before them, announcing that they had finally arrived, bringing a sense of relief and hope for reinforcements at a critical moment. The leader carefully studied the strangers, assessing their intentions and strength in order to be prepared for any possible situations and not fall into an unexpected trap. The girl also looked back at him, her gaze calm, but at the same time alert, ready to instantly react to any movement. She extended her hand to greet her chosen one, demonstrating politeness and friendliness while also showing courage in front of the guild. She explained that she was the consul of the Interspatial Alliance and that her name was Issyria, representing official authority and explaining her presence in this critical situation. The guy carefully analyzed everything that had been said earlier, trying to find hidden meanings, logical contradictions, and subtext in the words to understand the true essence of the conversation. She calmly explained that they were seeking to resist all hostile forces, such as a large-scale invasion, and it was probably difficult for others to fully realize this right now. But the enemies relentlessly advanced and advanced, increasing the pressure every day, expanding the front and trying to break the resistance, leaving no chance for respite. And the man who arrived with Issyria stopped the monsters, using the incredible power that emanated from his hands, causing the creatures to freeze in horror before his power. The girl calmly said that they had come only to help, without any hidden intentions, seeking only to save those who needed support during this difficult time. It is necessary to immediately destroy the 13th invasion command that has come to the planet, combining the forces, strategies, and incredible courage of the Allies. Someone was walking quietly across from them, their footsteps barely audible, like a shadow slowly approaching through the darkness of the night, holding within itself a dangerous unknown. Roskal said that the Alliance had finally found the Chosen One, the one spoken of in ancient prophecies, who could change the course of the war and bring hope to a devastated world. They believed that if they killed him right now, the entire threat would disappear, and no more problems would arise, because that way their plans would be implemented without any problems. But Issyria calmly explained that for now she was giving the invader a chance to abandon aggression, a last chance to avoid bloodshed, and begin negotiations. He had to leave this place immediately, taking only the bare necessities to escape the approaching danger and save his life without looking back. Because no matter how strong he is, he cannot defeat the Chosen One and the Consul at the same time. Their strength and skill together exceed any of his abilities, making the task virtually impossible. She suggested he return to the fallen invasion headquarters, threateningly, as she did not want to start a battle. Then Roskal decided to open the gates and loudly announced that he would return next time, promising that his arrival would be even more powerful and that no one would be able to stop him. He will mercilessly tear everyone apart, set fire to every corner of this place, and leave behind ashes and screams that will forever erase the memories of this refuge. The team did not believe that the enemy would simply leave, as his strength and cunning had previously been invincible, and they expected deception or a new trap around every corner. When the monsters began to fall, they thought that everything would start over again, and fear would return, covering them with new strength, forcing them to prepare for an unknown and terrible battle. The leader asked about the guests, and it turned out that they were indeed consuls from the Interstellar Alliance who had arrived on the planet to find the Chosen One and determine his role in future events. Hyun understood that this situation was about him, realizing that all eyes, expectations, and hopes were now focused on his actions and decisions at a critical moment. The girl suggested moving to a more suitable place for the conversation, where no one would disturb them and they could calmly discuss important plans and make key decisions without rushing. So later they sat in the young man's office and were surprised by the retro style, furniture, and decor that reminded them of bygone eras, creating an atmosphere of comfort and unusual aesthetics at the same time. The hero did not understand from which century the strangers had arrived. Their behavior, clothing, and technology seemed both strangely modern and completely archaic at the same time, which caused great surprise. And then he asked what really interested him, namely, how they were able to find him among billions of people, and what exactly led them to him at this critical moment in their lives. Issyria explained that she had felt the magic of the Chosen One in Magic, a boy they had met before, and it was this powerful connection that helped her identify him among the many others. That is, the magic of the 990,000 souls residing within him, which grants incredible strength, energy, and a connection with all living things, making him almost invincible in battles and conflicts. They tried to find him for a very long time, overcoming numerous obstacles and dangers, but it seems that this time their efforts were successful, and they finally reached their goal. Hyun asked if they really knew his past lives, and they answered positively, confirming that his entire history was known to them and was important for future events. After all, they were part of an interspatial alliance, and for many centuries fought side by side with the Chosen Ones, gaining experience, knowledge, and strength to protect the universes from threats and darkness. They have secretly aided many Chosen Ones from all possible dimensions, providing covert support and resources so that they can carry out their fateful missions without their knowledge. But only a few of them came into direct contact because they met extremely rarely, limiting their interaction to only the most necessary moments to maintain security and secrecy. They had the strength to withstand the invasion team, and the potential was limitless. But it was impossible to win alone. The enemies acted in a coordinated manner and were numerically superior. Therefore, the consuls who faced the command traveled across different dimensions to find the Chosen One, tracking his power and traces of magic among infinite worlds and realities. The war is still ongoing and remains extremely brutal, with large-scale fighting and casualties, but it is gradually drawing to a close, and a faint ray of hope is appearing on the horizon. But Hyun didn't understand why the girl had said earlier that troops were approaching, since there were no visible signs of an attack at that time, and he tried to understand her warning. Then the truth was revealed that their numbers were too small to withstand the enemies, and each battle required incredible effort and maximum coordination to survive. As this protracted war has been going on for an extremely long time, and the Alliance and Command have lost a significant number of forces, each battle has become increasingly difficult, and resources have become increasingly limited, creating a critical situation. Therefore, Kang Hyung-jae is the key to ending this battle, as his strength, knowledge, and unique magic can change the course of the war and ensure victory for the Allies over the enemies. And the reason the invaders wanted to kill him is because they found him before the Alliance itself, seeking to neutralize the most dangerous before he could realize his potential. Isseria explained that if the young man survived, the enemy would be doomed to failure. His strength and role could turn the tide of the war and destroy the invaders' plans. However, an unusually large number of monsters had invaded Earth, and whether this was a normal phenomenon or not, the young man did not know, feeling a mixture of surprise and fear of an unknown danger. But new acquaintances knew how to properly help the Chosen One become even stronger, using hidden methods, magical techniques, and strategies that significantly enhanced his abilities. So they handed him a small chest, perhaps containing valuable artifacts, magical items, and important tools that could greatly strengthen him and prepare him for future battles. It was also explained that inside was a relic capable of awakening the hidden power of the Chosen One, enhancing their magical abilities, and giving them an advantage in the fight against enemies that threatened the world. What they recently found and brought with them, carefully preserving, was to significantly affect the course of the war and help Hyung accomplish his fateful mission. There was the blood of the Reaper, who was covered in blood, a symbol of his cruelty and strength, which could grant incredible power and at the same time carry immense danger. The Butcher's Dagger, which craved the blood of the masters who once wielded it, retained some of their power and cruelty, ready to transfer it to the Chosen One to enhance his magical abilities. It also absorbs the blood of its master, and the blood of the killer who has collected the most lives strengthens the weapon, making it incredibly deadly and capable of overcoming any barriers. The dagger also possessed the same power as the Aura Blade, regardless of who wielded it, granting the wielder extraordinary power and the ability to control magical flows in battle. The relics were scattered across many dimensions, and there was even one that resided in the homelands of past lives, preserving the power and memory of its previous owners. However, many of them turned into ruins the moment the dimension was destroyed, and the young man must find everything, restore the lost, and use them to save the world. The leader reasoned that he had 990,000 souls, and even if he could not find all the relics, some of them might be in his hands, which would give him a significant advantage in future events. And only then will he become even stronger than he is now, combining his existing powers and found objects, which will allow him to resist any enemies and fulfill his destiny in full. He will also be able to protect his family, guild, and everyone around him, using his accumulated strength, skills, and his own abilities for defense. This pleasant thought made him smile involuntarily, feeling the warmth and hope that filled his heart even amidst the dangers and difficulties that lay ahead. Informing the ambassadors that he agreed to their conditions, but finding everything he needed would take quite a while, as the relics were scattered across different dimensions and would require considerable effort to collect. Isseria said there was no need to worry, as they already knew where some of the relics were and could help move faster to complete the mission. The worried leader, tensely and with displeasure, asks why they couldn't find them themselves, trying to understand the reason for the failure and feel responsible for the situation. The girl explained in detail that until the young man was found, they had no opportunity to mobilize troops for an organized search, and therefore all attempts remained futile. The absence of a hero led to this matter being shelved and hidden in a distant drawer, where it remained forgotten and unnoticed by everyone for a long time. The search for this relic has proven extremely difficult for the Alliance, but now that Hain has been found, he is ready to go on missions on his own, even if their number is too large and requires considerable effort. This mission was considered extremely dangerous, as it was inhabited by creatures that had become mutants under the influence of powerful spatial magic, and any carelessness could cost their lives. They cannot leave now, as serious problems arose during the movement between spaces, and at the moment, Isseria needs time to restore her strength and energy. She thinks it will take her about 4 days to fully recover and prepare for further challenging tasks. Hang agreed to this because he did not want to create additional difficulties and sought to avoid the need for more help or resources to complete the task. And to begin with, I had to sincerely express my deep gratitude to them for all the efforts and support they provided during a difficult and dangerous situation. He would like to thank the consuls for saving them from the powerful rift and ferocious monsters, allowing them to survive and continue their work. Then the boy suggested that, for a few days of rest, they stay in the guild office, where it was safe and convenient to wait for further action. He also asked Kim to allocate 2 rooms for the guests to rest, so they could comfortably recover and prepare for the upcoming challenges. So the man said to follow him so he could personally show them every corner and explain where everything was, so they could easily navigate the new place. The leader asked them to rest for now and promised to meet later to discuss further plans and prepare for the search. The master then specially met with Libyan in the corridor, where they were able to discuss important details of upcoming events and exchange necessary information. He asked the magician how and when he thought the next invasion would occur, trying to understand the enemy's possible strategies and prepare appropriate defense measures, answering that it is too early to make assumptions because it has never been possible to deliver such a devastating blow to the enemy command, and the situation remains uncertain. Then, gathering his strength, the leader tried to ask several important questions that could change the course of events and determine the next steps in their victory. He said that if his place remained empty during the battle, then whether the team would withstand the onslaught of the enemy or collapse without his leadership and support. After all, Levian alone knew about his past lives and could appreciate his strength and experience, understanding how much his absence could affect the group's success during dangerous trials. He explained that those people from the alliance they had met with yesterday also knew about the young man's past history, and this allowed them to assess his potential and role in future events, adding that some of his past lives involved collaborating with them and fighting enemies. The hero now intends to find the relics to continue their work and strengthen his strength for future battles. He cannot say exactly how long this mission will last, but he is confident that this is the fastest and most effective way to defeat the enemy and ensure the safety of all allies. Libyan confidently explained that their forces and resources were rapidly being depleted, and they were unlikely to withstand a prolonged siege without immediate reinforcements and careful preparation. The leader needs to return to the team as soon as possible to lead the defense, restore order, boost morale, and coordinate immediate action against the enemy. The hero himself understood this perfectly well and unconditionally agreed with his comrade's opinion, realizing that the life of the team and the success of the mission as a whole depended on the speed of his return. Meanwhile, behind the wall, someone stood quietly, eavesdropping on the conversation between the young man and the interstellar traveler, listening to every word, trying to understand their plans and intentions. It was Jin-A, who, after hearing what she had heard, carefully drew her own conclusions, analyzing the information and considering how it could be used for her own purposes or influence future events. 4 days passed, and the young man patiently awaited the arrival of the ambassadors, hoping to receive important news and instructions on the next steps in their case. So they all gathered together, preparing for the upcoming mission, discussing a plan of action, assigning roles, and preparing for the difficult trials that awaited them ahead. The girl rested well and fully recovered her strength, feeling energized and ready for the new challenges that awaited her during the upcoming mission. So Hyun asked if they could set off now, ready to accomplish and overcome all the difficulties that lay ahead. Ysseria replied that now there was no problem, and they could safely carry out all the work because their strength had been restored and the preparations were complete. So she asked everyone to step back so she could safely open the gate and ensure a free and controlled exit for the team. The hero asked the man where they would go first, seeking to understand the route, prepare for the dangers, and assess what resources would be needed to get started. He explained that their first path would lie to the homeland of Siden Miller, where his magic had reached its highest level, and that it was there that important artifacts could be found and preparations could be made. There they must find the emblem left by his past life as a sign of strength and experience that will help them in future battles and mission accomplishment. The young man thought that his new comrades only knew the approximate location of the relics, and therefore he would have to navigate on his own and be careful during his search. It turns out that they are familiar with his past lives even better than the Chosen One himself, and this gave him a significant advantage in understanding his abilities and ways to achieve his goal. The girl had prepared everything, so now she could safely set off, feeling that the team was ready for any challenges that lay ahead. She ordered the boy to follow only the light so that he would not get lost and could move forward safely, guided by the safe and correct path. A second later, the hero found himself in darkness, where silence reigned all around, and he had to rely only on his senses and light to not get lost. He looked around, trying to assess the situation, and wondered what to do next, planning his next move in the darkness and carefully choosing a safe path. But then a bright light appeared ahead, illuminating the path, helping the hero orient himself and choose the right direction to move forward. So he followed the light, hoping to reach the open wasteland where he could assess the situation, prepare for new challenges, and move forward cautiously. The man explained that this was the dimension of rivals, and after surveying the landscape, they realized that they were in the central desert, where harsh conditions and dangerous trials prevailed for all who dared to pass through it. It seemed to Han that this place was extremely familiar to him, as if he had been here before, or his soul had a special connection with this desert and its expanses. And he remembered that at the very beginning it was here that Siden Miller had passed on his title to him, leaving a deep mark on his memory and associating this place with an important stage in his life. The girl realized that they were not far from their goal, and fortunately the mutants had left the place, so it was safe and they could safely continue their journey without risking their lives. So the group moved forward, heading towards their goal, focused on the task at hand and ready to overcome any obstacles that might come their way. As Heng walked, he wondered if this was where Siden Miller had died while resisting the invasion command, trying to make sense of past events and assess the dangers that might lie ahead. He told himself as if that the burden his husband had left behind was extremely heavy and almost unbearable, and now he would have to carry it himself, understanding full responsibility for future actions. But he realized that reincarnation would definitely end the war that was about to break out, and the fate of many people and the future of the entire dimension would depend on his actions. A giant stone tower appeared ahead of the team, rising high into the sky, evoking a sense of awe and at the same time curiosity about what awaited within. So it turns out that they finally arrived at the right place, where important tasks and tests awaited them that could determine the further course of their battle. Hen understood that he definitely needed to find the relic that Siden Miller had left in this room, because it was it that could give him the strength and knowledge for further trials. The man said that the young man should start from here, because the magic of the relic was palpable, penetrating the air like invisible waves, filling everything around with awe. But only the Chosen One can find it, so they must wait here until fate itself shows the way, because the ancient power obeys no one except its true bearer. Heng said it wouldn't take long, because he could feel the energy around him already beginning to move, as if answering the call of something ancient and powerful. So after these words, he slowly entered the middle of the tower, feeling the cold wind mingle with the whisper of the walls, and the shadow of ancient times enveloped his figure with an invisible veil. He tuned all his senses, focusing on every sound, breath, and movement of air, so that no shift in energy or the slightest manifestation of magic would go unnoticed. But then he realized that he knew where he needed to go, as if the very intuition or power that had been dormant within him had awakened and begun to lead him forward with an invisible hand. So he followed the path that came to mind, trusting his inner feeling that seemed to prompt every step, leading him through the darkness and silence of the ancient tower. He saw before him a pile of rags on which something glowed with a dim but unusually warm glow, as if this very place held the remnants of a forgotten magical power. He came closer, and it began to shine even more, emitting a soft light that enveloped the space around it, as if responding to his presence and recognizing someone important in him. And in a second, Siden Miller's magic manifested itself, spreading around in invisible waves of power, awakening ancient symbols and causing the air to tremble with an invisible energy flow. The leader took her in his hand and looked at her, feeling the weight of the magic pulsing within and trying to unravel the secrets she was hiding from everyone else. I realized that it was the same relic of Siden Miller, which had retained incredible power for centuries and could change the fate of those who dared to use it. He ran out of the room and surprised the girl, who wasn't expecting him so quickly, feeling her eyes widen in surprise and anxiety at the same time. He explained that the object immediately shone before his eyes, as if sensing its presence, radiating a power that instantly attracted attention and awakened hidden sensations. It turns out that the Chosen One immediately led him to the relic, so it was very good, because the circumstances themselves seemed to contribute to his success, emphasizing the significance of his role and choice of fate. The next target was the darkness of Hasashin, which appeared before him as a deep abyss and a mysterious threat, ready to test his determination and fortitude to the limit of the possible. They were originally supposed to head there first, but that dimension proved unstable, shifting shape and space beneath their steps and making it feel as if time and reality itself were resisting their intentions. The man, interrupting the speech, reported that it seemed they had been spotted, and the tension instantly rose, as every movement in the surrounding silence could be a signal of danger. The sword informed its master that these were the same interdimensional mutants that were being discussed, and anxiety began to creep into his thoughts, as danger approached imperceptibly but inevitably. Syria explained that they needed to hide somewhere, because if they entered the battle, there wouldn't be enough magic to move to another dimension, so they had to save it. Heng reported that there was nothing more they could do here, so they had to move on. Every lost minute could take them further away from their goal and increase the danger. The consul asked to buy her 10 seconds so that she could prepare and take the necessary actions that could decide the fate of the entire task. When the young man saw the enemy, he didn't understand why they were so huge, because his expectations didn't match reality, and fear mixed with a sense of an unknown threat. The man explained that all spatial anomalies had been mixed up and erased into sand, which meant that the normal laws of space no longer applied, and any movement could lead to unpredictable consequences. The girl said that in a few more seconds everything would be ready. Her voice sounded resolute, full of concentration, because the success of their dangerous operation depended on it. At this time, the mutants were approaching closer and closer. Their footsteps sounded threatening, and the air was filled with tension that foreshadowed an inevitable clash. Isseria shouted that the crack was open, so they had to leave immediately. Any delay could cost them their lives, and time was running out too quickly. And at that moment, when they disappeared, a giant monster opened its mouth to swallow them, and its terrible roar tore through the silence, frightening everything around. Meanwhile, the group appeared in a new place, surrounded by an unfamiliar atmosphere and strange sounds that indicated that they had entered a completely different dimension. The hero immediately asked where they were, his voice sounding alarming because the surrounding landscape was completely unfamiliar and resembled nothing from the familiar world. The man said that they had lost their way, but the relic was here too, and this gave them hope that even in an unknown place they could continue their important mission. Before them was a house blazing with relentless fire, its flames shooting into the sky, casting red and orange glares on everything around, creating a sense of a dangerous inferno. The boy waited for an explanation and information about this estate, listening to every word of his companions and trying to understand what secret was hidden behind the burning walls. And the consul explained that here was a relic of Danzig, the one who had failed to protect them, and the power remained in this place as a result of the destruction and tragedy of the past. Immediately, memories of his past life flashed through the young man's mind, vivid and painful, like old wounds that reminded him of mistakes, losses, and moments he had tried to forget. When a man fought for his kingdom, his heart beat with courage and determination, and every step in battle was filled with devotion, a willingness to defend the people, and honor, until his last breath. But the commander ordered it, and he was not to blame for it, because he was simply following orders, unable to change the course of events, which was determined by someone else. So his death was approaching too quickly, as if an invisible force was inexorably pulling him towards a fatal end, leaving only despair and powerlessness against inevitable fate. And the knight swung without wasting a second. His movement was quick and precise, full of determination and strength, ready to strike the enemy in an instant. Eliminating the head of the kingdom mercilessly, his blow was deadly and ruthless, leaving behind silence and fear that spread among the witnesses of the event. At the time, Hyun had no idea what was going on, but now everything became clear, and pictures of the past appeared before his eyes, explaining every detail and mystery of the events. So he said that we need to deal with this place quickly, because time is short, and we need to have time to complete many important tasks before the circumstances become even more dangerous. He mentally understood that he wanted to end everything in this life, to put an end to the endless struggle that stretched through time and worlds, giving him no peace. So he quickly entered the estate and grabbed the relic, feeling a powerful energy flow through his body, as if an ancient force recognized him as its new master. The commander told the team that they needed to go to another dimension immediately, as delay could lead to disaster, and every second mattered for their survival. The girl immediately opened a crack to move, her hands shining with magic, and the space in front of them began to change, creating a portal to an unknown dimension. And they appeared at Pierre's place, surrounded by an unfamiliar landscape, where the air was filled with strange sounds, and a sense of magic vibrating all around, whose control had completely weakened, and the monsters in front of them fled from under him, creating chaos and a threat that was difficult to predict or stop. The hero decided to return them to their place, realizing that lost control over the monsters could lead to irreparable consequences if they were left to their own devices. So began a dangerous interaction with Pierre, where every step and word could lead to unpredictable consequences, and the tension around grew with every passing moment. The Chosen One quickly found the relic at each location, feeling magical signals that guided him, as if an invisible hand was guiding him through dangerous spaces to his goal. Hysteria also wasted no time in opening rifts, her hands quickly creating portals, allowing the group to instantly travel between dimensions and avoid danger. Finally, in the young man's hands was a chest with familiar magic, which radiated warmth and power, reminding him of past victories and the ancient secrets it held. So it turns out that the team reached the darkness of Hasashin, where silence and a sense of danger reigned, enveloping their every step with an invisible veil of threat. It seems they collected enough items, and thanks to this, the hero realized how difficult the fates of his previous lives were, feeling the burden of time and the lessons he had to learn. To which she replied that the war was not over yet, and that we should leave these words for later, because now it was important to focus on action and survival, not on thinking about the past. And now they need to go get the last relic, because the final part of their mission and the fate of everyone involved in this dangerous business depended on it. The next place was Zildra's diary, which lay dormant in one of the forgotten dimensions, surrounded by secrets and danger lurking at every step towards it. They didn't send a search party there because it wasn't a priority right now, and the invasion team wouldn't have found him anyway, as these were Alliance possessions protected by powerful barriers. Voices could be heard in the invaders' room, echoing off the walls, creating a sense of tension and mystery, as if every word could conceal danger. Inzul said that the Alliance had found the Chosen One, and that very soon he would attain a powerful power that could change the balance of power in all dimensions and influence the fate of many worlds. This worried them the most, because the realization of it caused both fear and anxiety about the consequences of his actions. Roskal asked what the chief was planning to do in this situation, since everyone's fate depended on his decision, and he had to choose between risk and caution, weighing the consequences and listening to advice. He said that they needed to go to Earth because there they could find key clues and resources necessary to carry out their plan. The fact that the Alliance was now with them was a great opportunity to use its influence to accelerate their hostile goal. Roskal wondered if the commander had any plan of action, because in this critical situation it was important to have a clear strategy to avoid chaos and maximize the chances of success. He asked what he thought they would ask of their Chosen One, seeking to understand the Chosen One's motives and possible actions in order to anticipate the consequences and correctly plan their own steps. Most likely, they will beg to return the fragments of the already fallen Chosen Ones, because their hope for strength and restoration of influence, as well as an attempt to change the course of events of the past, depended on this. So it turns out that now the Alliance and the young man are in a completely different dimension, where space and time obey other laws, and every step can lead to unpredictable consequences. Meanwhile, on Earth, Jin-A and Libyan stood, fully convinced that without a leader they would not be able to withstand the attack, feeling the growing tension and danger all around. The invasion commander explained in detail that this was, in fact, their only and last decisive chance to completely destroy the Earth at that critical moment when the main character was not on the planet. Roskal, in accordance with his duties, officially announced that he would immediately and personally distribute this important operational order to all units. He also firmly stated that he would send into battle all available military formations and resources at their disposal. The officer, without expressing any objections or doubts about the expediency, flawlessly performed absolutely all the tasks assigned to him. Meanwhile, the team, led by its leader, thanks to persistent and coordinated searches, has already managed to successfully find and collect absolutely all the necessary artifacts. The hero held an ancient and important book firmly in his hands, and immediately, upon examining it carefully, realized that it was the diary of Zildra himself. Only a chosen person had the exclusive and special opportunity to fully, without any restrictions, use the powerful power of ancient relics. Hyun, seeking to fully understand the mechanism of action for himself, asked how exactly to use this item correctly. Assyria, referring to ancient records, explained that to activate and use the power, one only needs to hold the object firmly in one's hand and concentrate on feeling its magical essence. The young man mentally spoke and repeated this instruction, carefully fixing it in his head for precise execution of the task. Before his astonished eyes, as if by magic, all the unique and valuable objects that had been found so far suddenly appeared. The artifacts, as if by themselves, seemed to fall directly into his open palm, and at the same time seemed to him absolutely weightless and light. The hero concentrated as much as possible on his inner strength and energy, preparing for a decisive and important step. The hero abruptly and tightly closed his eyes, completely oblivious to what was happening around him at this crucial moment. When he squeezed all the artifacts in his hand, he immediately felt that the level of information exchange with his past lives had increased significantly. The relic received by Siden Miller, whose powerful power he deliberately left after his death, will definitely remain with the main character until the very end of his journey. The found and abandoned power of darkness of Hasashin will now allow the master to use complete stealth, and this ability will not be cancelled even when he actively uses magic spells. The young man was also completely freed from his fear and pain thanks to the powerful dark knowledge that was carefully left for him by the wise Pierre. So the hero consciously accepted all these powerful powers and knowledge by looking at the docking helmet, and thanks to this, his indomitable fighting spirit would not fade in the face of any adversity. So Hyun, fully concentrating, suddenly felt all this extraordinary and powerful power that completely filled and raged in the depths of his being. His eyes flashed with a bright light, like the most distant stars in the night sky, at the very moment when an incredible and colossal power raged around him. The girl finally saw with her own eyes how huge and limitless the true potential of this chosen one could really be. And he was getting stronger so quickly and rapidly that this incredible pace of his development greatly surprised everyone present. The consul also closely observed the hunter's actions and successes, recording his newly acquired skills and abilities. Isiria frankly admitted that she had heard numerous stories about the incredible power of the Chosen One, but she could not even imagine that this power would be so powerful. And thanks to this newfound power, they must now absolutely win a decisive and undisputed victory in this merciless war. The girl asked the boy if he intended to use their last, most important relic. But the leader immediately said that this relic had a completely different, legitimate owner, and he knew exactly who it needed to be handed over to. Meanwhile, complete chaos and disorder reigned on Earth, caused by the spread of strange and dangerous dark stones. There was an extremely clear feeling that the enemies were purposefully planning to carry out a large-scale robbery of a completely empty house. They obviously thought that if Hain was gone, then they could have absolutely no fear of everyone else who was left to protect the planet. Jinnah, seeing the situation, expressed his categorical dissatisfaction, as he absolutely did not like it. It seemed that the second operational detachment had already successfully arrived at the scene, but most likely both units were far from being in full combat readiness. Libyan was able to determine their total number very accurately, since this very dimension was destroyed by the same scum. The girl clearly remembered that the main invader, during their previous meeting, had solemnly promised to bring a much larger number of horrible monsters to the planet next time. Of course, the leader managed to significantly weaken him during the final confrontation, which gave hope to the Allies and created a chance for strategic superiority in the battle. And if only they had been patient and waited for the spatial rift to fully stabilize, their main forces would have appeared on site immediately. The hunter was naturally very frightened by this situation, as the surrounding circumstances caused a strong and overwhelming feeling of fear. Teshik ran quickly and, stopping, shouted loudly to those present that he had just received an important message directly from the association, adding that according to the message received, they sent the maximum possible number of trained soldiers to help. So among the members of the arriving guild team was also present the famous Eric Tin, whose reputation and skills inspired respect and hope for success. In addition, the arriving group included another famous interdimensional traveler named Duke, whose experience and knowledge of different worlds made him an indispensable ally. They even decided to send the unrivaled Drake Storm to help everyone, whose strength, skill, and strategic thinking could turn the tide of any battle in their favor. All of these experienced soldiers had the highest SSS rank, so they would undoubtedly be able to give a powerful rebuff to the enemy who had now invaded Seoul. The entire trained team, without wasting time, actively prepared for the upcoming decisive battle. Since there was almost no critical time left, they were simply obliged to resolutely defend their hometown. And even though Master Heng's guild was not with them right now, it was necessary to fully focus on accomplishing what they had to do immediately. The hunters unanimously said that they absolutely did not want to engage in battle and did not like to participate in such skirmishes at all. But despite their peaceful declarations, the number of dangerous monsters arriving became larger and larger. So, given the critical situation and the constant increase in enemy forces, they unfortunately had no other choice at all. All team members closely monitored the developments taking place in the vicinity of Seoul. And although each of them was mentally contemplating their own personal affairs, they were all united by a single common goal: to meet and completely destroy the insidious enemy. But in an instant, everyone present abruptly parted to the sides as they clearly heard loud footsteps approaching closer and closer. From around the bend, in full view of everyone, Roskal suddenly appeared, his eyes burning with undisguised anger and fierce hatred. And next to him, demonstrating power and absolute confidence, stood the team's chief strategist, whose authority and determination inspired fear. Libyan said anxiously that they had finally appeared, seeing those ahead, and his heart beat faster, for the danger was approaching instantly and mercilessly. This was their arch-enemy, the key invader and leader of the invasion command of Earth, whose presence caused fear and tension among all the defenders. A powerful and strong opponent, whom they understood would be incredibly difficult to defeat, radiated an aura of danger, and his every move spoke of deadly skill in combat. The man really expected that the Chosen One would not be among those present, and as a result only a few of his old friends remained nearby, whom he did not take seriously because he did not feel such power from them. Han Seok said indignantly that he was acting as if he had come home to himself, and yet he had the audacity to want to kill innocent people without having any right or reason to do so. The enemy realized that among all those present, there were several people who could be truly useful to him because they possessed knowledge, power, or information that could help in his insidious plans. And he used his dark magic, which stretched around like a thin, sticky web, entangling everything around and squeezing victims in its invisible but palpably cold webs. They immediately intertwined around the girl and the hunter, binding them tightly with their magical threads that squeezed their bodies, preventing them from moving or even breathing freely. And then this magical web abruptly swung over Nunu and Teshik, wrapping them from head to toe, like a living creature seeking to bind their will and stop any resistance. The invader made it clear in a cold voice that they could all become his loyal soldiers, and in return he would grant them a power so powerful that no one in the world could surpass or even strengthen it. He angrily asked if they were ready to follow him, inspiring fear and temptation at the same time, promising power and authority to those who would submit to his dark will, demanding a quick answer. Suddenly, the chains snapped with a crack, scattering sparks in the air as if an invisible force had broken the bonds that held them back, restoring their freedom and hope for salvation. Jin Ah, trembling with anger and determination, shouted that she would never do as he wanted, would never become his ally, and would not sell her will for any promise. And the man only laughed sinisterly at such an answer, his eyes shining with coldness and pleasure, because he saw in this a challenge that only fueled his dark intentions. He calmly explained that he had nothing more to say, because everything he wanted to convey had already been said, and now words had turned to actions, leaving only room for decisions and consequences. From then on, he decided that the entire team must die, because their mission had failed, and the price for failure would be a final and inevitable retribution that could not be undone forever. The hunters understood that it would not be easy to cope, and if everything turned into a protracted war, they would also find themselves in a very disadvantageous position with no chance of salvation. The invaders had a huge number of monsters, and the magic possessed by the main ones, as well as their abilities, were known in full, which made the confrontation extremely dangerous and almost hopeless for resistance. The girl did not like fighting such opponents at all, because their strength and ruthlessness aroused fear and disgust in her, making her heart pound with danger and tension. But she had no other option, and was forced to enter the battle, accepting the risk and danger, because retreat would mean defeat and the inevitable death of everyone around her. She asked herself many times how much she had changed since that day, feeling how the past ordeal had left a mark on her soul and taught her a new, cruel wisdom that could not be erased. She tried to understand where all her unbreakable will came from, which supported her even in the darkest moments. But she could not find any answers, remaining confused and surprised. And perhaps this unpleasant battle will finally give her answers, revealing truths about her own strength, inner resilience, and who she has become after all the trials she has endured. Therefore, she decided to take on Inzul, because she understood that this very step could be key to protecting everyone and trying to turn the tide of a dangerous and unpredictable battle. She ordered the team to fight with utmost caution, carefully planning every move and every blow to minimize risks and avoid unnecessary losses in this dangerous clash. Nuna firmly stated that it was absolutely impossible to go into battle without proper reinforcement, so first you need to gather reinforcements, prepare a battle plan, and get fresh weapons. The friend categorically assured that she could protect herself through skill, cunning, perseverance, and faith in her own strength without resorting to help. Roskal could not understand how the young lady dared to resist and challenge the main one, because her courage and determination seemed impudent to him. But he gave the order to engage in battle against Teshik and Libyan, not hesitating to ignore any doubts, believing that only direct confrontation could show strength and dominance over them. So the invader was ready to destroy the earth and ruthlessly carry out his carefully planned plan, which was designed to wipe from the face of the world everything that stood in his way forever. For now, his goal was to test all of the girl's abilities, assess her strength, endurance, and reaction in difficult situations to determine how capable she was of resisting his power and magic. After all, he was confident in his abilities and future victory, convinced that neither magic, nor cunning, nor the courage of his opponents could stop him or jeopardize his plan. He also asked what interested him the most, namely, who killed Mr. Alsace, the 6th-level invader, because this information could give him the key to understanding the enemy's weaknesses and strategic advantage. But Jin-Ah thought more about what the army commander was really like, his determination, cold mind, and true motives hidden behind his outward authority and brutal behavior. In front of her, the man held his spear in his hands, tensing his muscles and demonstrating readiness for an instant strike. His gaze was directed directly at her, filled with danger and determination. She saw him for the first time and immediately felt that he radiated a very dark and dangerous force that frightened and at the same time attracted like a magnet, promising unpredictable consequences of any contact. It was a violation of visibility, as the dark aura around him blocked out light, distorted space, and made it impossible to clearly discern his movements and true intentions. And it was obvious that an attack was about to follow. The tension in the air was almost palpable, and his every movement and look indicated his readiness to strike the first blow without any warning. But the huntress was ready for this, standing on guard with a keen sense of danger, ready to repel the blow and seize any opportunity to counterattack, not allowing the enemy to gain the upper hand. She counterattacked instantly, reacting sharply to the enemy, combining speed, accuracy, and strength to seize the initiative and force him to retreat or make a mistake. The invader, it seems, did not even feel the need to fight. His confidence in his own strength was so absolute that he perceived the battle as a formality, confident of an easy victory without any effort. He realized that no one could harm him. He was so confident in his strength and superiority over any opponent, considering himself invincible. He didn't wait a moment and rushed into the attack again, moving with lightning speed like a living element, trying to break the opponent's defenses and prove his superiority with strength and speed. His expression was powerful and focused, reflecting absolute determination, self-control, and unwavering readiness for any turn of events in battle. He closely followed his opponent, studying every movement of her body and shift of weight with extreme concentration in order to anticipate actions and find the weakest spot for a strike. When it touched his head, instantly activating the explosion magic, powerful energy burst forth, illuminating the darkness and striking the enemy with such force that he barely had time to react. Everything around them instantly burst into flames, the flames spreading in waves, engulfing the ground, air, and objects, creating chaos and forcing them to retreat under the pressure of heat and light. Meanwhile, in another part of the group, the enemy used the power of mutation, changing the shape and strength of their bodies, creating a creature that frightened and overwhelmed the team with its unexpected strength and cruelty. He had hoped that the hunters would receive a merciful and quick death rather than slow torture, imagining what the end of their suffering would be like. But then he changed his mind. Tashik watched in shock, realizing that the invaders' tentacles were extremely powerful and dangerous, not easy to fight, and their every move could cause fatal damage even to an experienced one. Kim ordered Huang and the Dimensional Traveler to engage Roskal, distributing their forces in a way that would effectively neutralize the enemy, coordinating their actions to achieve maximum results in battle. They understood well that if Hyung arrived in time with reinforcements and strategic support, their team would have a real chance of defeating the enemy and hope. They had to hold out until he arrived, withstand the onslaught, conserve their strength, coordinate their defenses, and not panic until reinforcements arrived. Libyan and Nuna did not expect to see the monster so close, so they were confused, not understanding when and how it appeared nearby so quickly, feeling a sudden threat and shock from the danger. But then she noticed that the monster had disappeared again, as if dissolving into thin air, leaving behind only a slight chill and a feeling of subtle danger that could appear at any moment. She shouted to the team, reminding them of the need to be as careful as possible, to keep their defenses up, and to watch their every move, because the enemy could reappear at any moment. The invader decided to get rid of Nuna first, as she was a healer, and her ability to restore the team's strength could significantly weaken his plans and make them dangerous. Then Libyan decided to save Nuni and instantly used his magic to create Gleipnir, wrapping his opponent with invisible, strong threads to stop his attack and give his companion time to defend himself. And the monster was immediately bound by strong, powerful ropes, blocking its movements, compressing its body, and depriving it of the ability to attack, leaving it trapped at the hunter's discretion. At that time, the hunters, ready to eliminate him, rushed into the attack, using all their experience, strength, and agility to seize the moment and inflict maximum damage. They struck non-stop, not wasting a second while the magic held the enemy, using every moment for precise strikes and maximum damage. They were then joined by Han Seok, entering the battle with new strength and determination, which gave the team an advantage and allowed them to increase the pressure. He cast a powerful spell, and a tornado immediately appeared in front of them, twisting the air with incredible force, kicking up dust and debris, and creating chaos. It broke free from his control, twisting and tearing the enemy to pieces, scattering them across the battlefield like misplaced debris, leaving behind only silence and an empty void. The team looked up at the sky, watching the magic raging over the invader, feeling a mixture of admiration, fear, and hope for victory. They knew that it could not end so simply, for the enemy's strength was too great, and his cunning and unpredictability made any victory temporary and dangerous. Because it was too easy to defeat such a powerful and experienced opponent, and the team understood that the real battle was just beginning, testing their strength and endurance. And then a huge magical flash suddenly appeared in front of them, illuminating everything around with bright light and radiating energy capable of destroying any obstacles in its path. So the opponent returned because he possessed the ability of rapid regeneration, which allowed him to instantly recover from injuries and losses, making him extremely resilient and practically invulnerable in battle. He asked with a sinister smile if they were finished yet, testing their resolve and patience hinting that the battle was far from over and the real suffering was just beginning. Jinna continued her battle, resolutely overcoming every obstacle that came her way, despite the fatigue and pain that fueled her determination. Inzul also did not give her a moment of respite, constantly attacking with unexpected speed, forcing her to hold on to her limits and show incredible resilience. The girl understood that if she delayed a little longer, his blow would punch a hole in her head, and this kept her tense, forcing her to seek salvation in a quick reaction. The opponent asked if she was surprised by this, watching her reaction closely, trying to understand emotions and assess inner resilience in battle. Having explained that this increase, although it did cause a certain amount of damage, should not be underestimated for its power, and should not be bowed down to in this battle. The young lady was angry and tense, her eyes glittering with anger, and every movement of her body betrayed a readiness for an instant attack, keeping her on the verge of self-control. Casting inferno magic on the man, a flash of flame engulfed him, forcing him to retreat under the onslaught of the fiery element that erupted from her hands with incredible strength and fury. And they began to attack each other, each move quick and precise, the air around them filled with the energy of battle and a tension that could be felt from a distance. She focused as much as possible on her actions, carefully monitoring her opponent's actions and trying to predict his next moves so as not to lose control of the battle. The girl, like fire, circled over the enemy, being fast and harmonious, creating the impression of a burning tornado that devours everything in its path. But he didn't give up at all. His gaze remained cold and unwavering, and his body was ready for any next blow, despite the flames and chaos around him. And then he used a magic of penetrating power which sharply struck her defenses, confusing and forcing her to retreat a few steps, momentarily losing control of the situation. Hundreds of spears were closing in on Jinna, the roar and whistling of metal filling the air, forcing her to maneuver frantically and search for a way to survive amidst the onslaught of attacks. But she knew how to deal with it, quickly assessing the danger, choosing the most effective moment to counterattack, and planning every move to avoid a fatal blow. And fire flared around her hand, enveloping her palm in blazing tongues of flame, radiating heat and power, ready to break through any enemy defense. And then the girl analyzed that the invader was not as strong as she thought, carefully observing his weaknesses and preparing to use them to her advantage in battle. She simply had to not let him get too far, constantly press him to the limit, controlling every step to prevent him from recovering and completing the attack. Try to keep them in close combat, not giving them a break, pressuring every weakness and using every opportunity to decisively and ruthlessly end the fight. Around the hunter were the same chains, quietly twisting and rattling under her feet, restricting her movements, but making her determined and ready for battle. And also, explosive energy was raging, shattering everything to pieces, causing the surroundings to shake from powerful explosions and emphasizing its incredible power. So Jinna rushed close to her opponent, directing all her strength and energy into the blow to maximize the damage and make him feel the full power of her attack. Her gaze was confident and serious, piercing her opponent with tension and determination, showing that she would not back down and was ready for any consequences of the battle. Inzul watched her, carefully tracking her every move, studying her strategy and weaknesses to understand her potential and opportunities in battle. And then he smiled ominously, his lips curving in a cold smile that radiated menace and hinted at the insidious plan he was preparing against her. He uttered only one word of banishment, his voice sounding hollow and menacing, filled with a power and threat that made one feel a shiver inside. In response, the hunter used Inferno. Burning tongues of fire burst from her hands, covering space and heading straight for the opponent with incredible power and speed. But the threat was already approaching, its dark presence felt in the air, forcing us to tense up and prepare for the next, even more dangerous strike. This threw the young lady off track a bit, making her heart beat faster and her thoughts search for a way out of the situation so as not to lose control and panic. And on the other side, the invader stood and didn't even move. His figure remained unwavering, creating a sense of cold menace and control over the situation, which made the hunter nervous. At the same time, when the chains were seized, Jinna realized that it was too late to act and felt how the enemy's strength completely restricted her movements, forcing her to accept the inevitable. Her eyes widened in shock and fear, reflecting the suddenness of the situation and the realization that there was almost no way out, and danger was very close at hand. And then the energy flashed, illuminating the body with a bright light that shot outward, creating an explosive wave of force and forcing the enemy to retreat. Inflicting pain on her body and mind, she felt each spark of strength pierce her insides, hardening her will and transforming suffering into relentless power, tearing her forward even further. The huntress screamed and tried to escape, her voice echoing amidst the chaos, her body striving to break free from her chains, seeking any chance to escape mortal danger. As the commander used his power of suffering, the air around him filled with pressure and pain, permeating the hunter's every movement and causing her to feel incredible tension and fear. Even more draining his opponent, his magic permeated every muscle and thought, exhausting body and spirit and leaving little chance of resistance. But he warned that this was not the end. His voice sounded cold and menacing, hinting at a new, even stronger attack that awaited ahead. Causing more and more pain, his actions penetrated the deepest corners of the hunter's body and mind, exhausting and intensifying the feelings of hopelessness and fear. She knew that the man had many abilities, and she understood that she needed to get out of these chains as quickly as possible so as not to become completely powerless before his next blows. And because of the pain, her mana concentration deteriorated, her power became unstable, and her control over magic weakened, making the fight even more dangerous and demanding of her maximum effort. But again, Inzul warned that this was not the end, his voice sounding threatening and unwavering, reminding the huntress that even greater trials and dangers lay ahead. A flash from above surprised the daughter of the head of the corporation. A bright light illuminated everything around, forcing her to take a step back and review the situation with increased caution. The enemy knew it was a force of destruction, and his eyes filled with caution and tension, realizing the danger this powerful energy could pose. And with his guesses, he made the young lady smile, her lips curling slightly, reflecting both surprise and recognition of cunning and skill. Her eyes lit up with hope, vividly reflecting her belief in the possibility of salvation and changing the course of the battle, despite the danger that loomed over her. When the fiery spheres reappeared above them, the air around them was filled with heat and light, and both enemies tensed, preparing for a new, decisive blow. And then the girl delivered a piercing blow, channeling all her strength and precision into one decisive movement that pierced the air and caused significant damage. Later, part of the team was already unconscious, their bodies lying motionless, and the surrounding atmosphere was filled with a sense of defeat and exhaustion after a fierce battle. Nuna was very worried about this situation. Her heart was beating fast, and her mind was trying to find a way out, worrying about her comrades and the consequences of the battle. Libyan knew that they would not be able to cope after all, and his gaze reflected a cold certainty of impending defeat, aware of the enemy's superiority over them. After all, only they and the healer were left, and the monsters saw this, assessing their vulnerability and preparing to seize the moment for a decisive blow. Saying that the woman who challenged the commander-in-chief has courage and strength, but her determination could turn into danger if she underestimates the enemy. She still seemed to be breathing, but it wasn't for long, and each breath was taken with great effort, emphasizing the fragility of her condition and the immediate danger. The magician thought he could hold out for a day, but in just half a day he had used up all his strength, leaving him exhausted and unable to withstand further attack. And it seems he could not keep his promise to the leader, because his every step and action reflected his determination to fulfill this word, even at the cost of his own exhaustion and danger. But then footsteps were heard, and words of apology echoed around, emphasizing a sense of guilt and a desire to make things right with those he had let down. The comrades froze in shock, unable to believe their eyes, because what was happening before them exceeded all their expectations and looked incredible. As the guild leader Kang Hyung-jun stood before them in person, his presence radiated authority and strength, making one feel the majesty and unwaveringness of his power. He said that all the participants had done a good job, his voice sounding confident and warm, acknowledging everyone's efforts and emphasizing their importance in achieving the common goal. And he simply couldn't let it pass, feeling an inner need to intervene and correct the situation to prevent a mistake or unjustified consequences. Libyan still couldn't believe that a master was standing before him, his mind struggling to comprehend the greatness and skills of this man, which surpassed all his expectations and imaginations. And then they shook hands, their gesture symbolizing mutual respect and recognition of each other's strength and courage, ending the tense situation in a peaceful and respectful manner. And the magician asked the hunter to fulfill the teacher's wish. His voice was calm, but filled with seriousness, emphasizing the importance of this request and the need to keep the promise. And the hero replied that everyone could rely on him. His words sounded confident and decisive, inspiring hope and strengthening confidence in his strength and responsibility. Armed hunters watched as only 2 people remained from a large group of enemy invaders. They firmly believed that no individual, regardless of their physical strength or exceptional skills, could effectively confront their organized group and accomplish the task alone. The young man fully realized the seriousness of the situation and unconditionally agreed that the upcoming task would be extremely difficult and would require maximum concentration and effort from him. But at this crucial moment, he unexpectedly remembered his faithful and reliable deputy, who had always demonstrated exceptional dedication to the cause and willingness to provide the necessary assistance. In addition, I immediately remembered all the experienced and reliable guild members who always demonstrated remarkable skill and willingness to act together to achieve the goal. Nuna was considered an extremely important and dear person for the entire community, so her protection from any potential threat was recognized as a primary and unconditional duty. At the side of the main character as unwavering moral and spiritual support stood his previous numerous reincarnations and lives lived, providing him with wisdom and incredible strength. Each in their own way, they consciously endowed the chosen hero with their accumulated skills and unique abilities, significantly increasing his overall weight. Heng was well aware that his selective solitude in the struggle was only an illusion, because thanks to his accumulated experience and loyal comrades, he had not actually come alone. Inzul watched carefully and noticed that the hero arrived at the meeting place extremely inspired, radiating incredible determination and unwavering confidence. At the same time, the commander solemnly announced that for the young man's maximum advantage and comfort, they decided to move the decisive battle to a more familiar battlefield. Immediately after this official announcement, the extremely tense and highly anticipated duel between the 2 formidable opponents immediately began. Without delay or hesitation, Heng immediately deployed his powerful Raikiri light technique, using it to achieve maximum destructive effect. The huge and formidable Roskal, with exceptional fury and lightning speed, began his merciless attack on the young man, seeking to immediately end the fight with one powerful blow. The experienced hunter carefully watched his opponent's actions, and then, demonstrating complete confidence in his abilities, smiled only faintly. The next moment, he quickly and decisively raised his heavy and sharp sword high above his head, preparing to strike back with a powerful blow. At that crucial moment, the Reaper finally awakened within his essence, and no living being could resist that instinctive and all-encompassing fear. And it was at this critical moment, when fear held the enemies captive, that a direct, devastating, and decisive attack was swiftly and ruthlessly launched against the weakened and demoralized enemy. The young man resolutely and categorically demanded that this unwanted adversary or obstacle immediately retreat and step away from his chosen life path. The eyes of the enemy invader widened incredibly in sudden shock, surprise, and the profound realization of his own imminent defeat. Next to the chosen hero, the mysterious and irresistible power of the legendary sword Durandal suddenly appeared, radiating a powerful aura. And suddenly, immediately after the clash of powerful forces, a blinding and extremely loud explosion suddenly erupted in the center of the battle, completely engulfing the area. The young man's demonstrated strength turned out to be so incredible and unstoppable that it far exceeded all the expectations of his opponents, causing them genuine astonishment. The meticulously developed and multi-step strategy with which the hero confronted the formidable enemy turned out to be so carefully thought out that it anticipated every possible move. Inzul persistently tried to eliminate Heng, as his existence posed a direct threat to the implementation of his large-scale hostile plan. The hero instantly used a powerful spell of immobilization magic, directing a concentrated stream of magical energy at Inzul to completely paralyze him and prevent any further actions. Hyun instantly realized that his dangerous opponent's first and most important tactical move was to try to neutralize his magic sword because it was the main source of his irresistible power. This epic battle, which unfolded between two extremely strong opponents, was extremely exciting for all observers and demonstrated incredible destructive power. Both formidable opponents demonstrated incredible tenacity and an indomitable will to win, so none of them showed the slightest intention of retreating or surrendering voluntarily. Illuminated by mysterious energy, Karsago's righteous shield constantly helped the hero, providing him with reliable protection, thanks to which none of the enemies could really threaten his life. So, despite the constant and brutal pressure, the young man demonstrated incredible resilience and continued to skillfully block all the powerful attacks of the experienced man. The sword quickly told the hero that, in addition to the obvious physical confrontation, a hidden magical attack had been insidiously used against him, which should be immediately detected and neutralized. As a result of the sudden and insidious attack, strong magical ropes instantly appeared from the air and tightly bound the young boy, completely paralyzing his movements. At that critical moment, when the powerful monster unexpectedly used a rare and extremely dangerous reincarnation technique, his physical form was completely restored. The uncontrollable and all-consuming anger that gripped his being was so powerful and concentrated that it radiated a destructive aura, capable of shaking the world around him. Roskal, in the midst of the battle, used all his power, and his hideous and endless tentacles instantly spread across the entire battle arena, trying to engulf and bind. The unbreakable and powerful will of the legendary warrior Siden Miller relentlessly tried to destroy absolutely all enemies who dared to stand in his way, leaving no chance of salvation. So, after a long and exhausting struggle, the powerful lord was finally completely destroyed, which was a decisive and triumphant moment. There remained only one, but an extremely powerful and formidable main enemy, the battle with which was to be decisive in this entire war. Heng understood perfectly well that to ensure everyone's safety, he needed to immediately develop and implement absolutely reliable and comprehensive protection for Gilder. Suddenly, at the most inopportune moment, a sharp, unbearable, and unexpected pain pierced his working arm, instantly causing him to flinch and drop his weapon. The ancient magic sword suddenly informed the hero that he should be as careful and attentive as possible in his actions, since the enemy's magic was significantly different from ordinary magic. Inzul watched intently and attentively for every slightest change in the wounded hero's reaction, trying to anticipate his next tactical move and use his pain to his advantage. Heng scornfully said that his opponent was only trying to present himself as an invincible and fearsome weapon, but in reality, one of his accomplices had already been ignominiously destroyed. Only here, at a critical moment in the battle, the powerful Begimos arrived to help the young man, who, without hesitation, gave the hero his unique blessing of rebirth, which ensured his restoration of strength. The commander felt a wave of uncontrollable anger and rage, so his jaws clenched tightly, and his teeth clenched so hard that it clearly testified to his extreme tension and determination. Seized with rage, he categorically ordered in a threatening tone that his enemy, this impudent man, should not even dare hope for a quick and peaceful death in this confrontation. Heng was clearly aware that the first strategically important step in fighting such a powerful enemy was to immediately close the distance to reduce his advantage in long-range attacks. A sudden and blinding energy form of Raikiri light instantly materialized, decisively commanding the hero to instantly transform into a blinding flash of energy and destroy enemies in a flash. So, heeding the advice, the young man, with unyielding determination, continued to relentlessly approach his formidable opponent, closing the distance closer and closer. In the next moment, when the distance was as close as possible, the young man used his magic sword with lightning speed and decisiveness. However, even in the face of such a decisive and lightning-fast attack, the cunning invader showed extraordinary agility, and at the last moment managed to effectively block it. Immediately, the invader instantly exerted extraordinary physical strength, and with a sharp, powerful push, threw the stunned hero away from him a considerable distance. The experienced hunter was well aware that the critical moment had now come, and he needed to attack decisively, not allowing his weakened opponent even a moment to rest. Showing incredible determination and steely will, the hunter loudly declared to his exhausted opponent that for him this cruel and exhausting battle was finally over. So, in response to his bold proclamation, a flash of lightning-fast and concentrated energy immediately and uncontrollably attacked the hunter himself. Even the experienced and formidable lord immediately deeply realized that even his inhuman endurance would not allow him to withstand such a devastating and concentrated attack. And this unstoppable, destructive force, which he could not repel, was rapidly consuming him completely, taking away all his life force and dissolving his essence. The sword quickly told its master that the current situation had become extremely dangerous, and to preserve their lives and advantage, they needed to retreat immediately. The enemy, exhausted and surrounded, finally fully realized that after such a devastating attack and the loss of all advantages, he had absolutely no other choice. After a clear realization, the young hunter suddenly felt and absorbed a strong shock, understanding the full tragedy and scale of the situation. Indeed, in response to his attack, the cunning and powerful commander suddenly revealed his true potential, unexpectedly applying his terrifying true form of an invader. His newly acquired, unusually massive and strong armor looked quite high quality and reliable, and the young man immediately realized that it could indeed pose an extremely serious danger. Inzul, in his true form, angrily and haughtily shouted that even after 100,000 magical reincarnations, the chosen hero would still not be able to completely destroy their invincible essence and power. He strictly ordered the man to surrender and calmly accept his inevitable fate without resistance, realizing that resistance would be futile. I watched as the magical reaction actually turned out to be extremely unusual and completely unlike any other phenomenon I had ever seen. He felt that a real disaster was about to unfold, one that would bring incredible trials and force everyone around him to change forever. The commander never expected that the chosen one would be able to go so far in his actions and surpass all the boldest predictions. He ruthlessly tried to eliminate the young man, resorting to tricks, devious plans, and ruthless determination to make him disappear and never return. Hyun noticed with horror that there wasn't even any reaction to the mana, and his heart clenched with an unknown anxiety, for it meant the impossibility of control, and he understood the consequences. He had not expected things to turn out so badly, and each new moment brought him even greater shock and despair than the previous one. The Reaper's thirst for blood was suddenly awakened, and no living creature could even try to resist this fierce, bestial fear that ruthlessly gripped everything around. The guy knew very well that he had to break through all obstacles, overcoming fear and danger, in order to achieve the goal he had set for himself. But he had no idea where exactly he should break through, and this vague feeling filled his mind with anxiety and doubt. For the enemy was advancing more and more strongly and relentlessly, pressing in from all sides and making him feel constant danger and fear for his life. And at that moment it was too late to do anything, because time had passed, and any attempt to resist could no longer change the inevitable outcome. The conqueror was glad that he could finally corner his chosen one, feeling triumphant and in control of the situation he had long sought to control. And he had enough strength to easily break the shield, destroying its strength and leaving the enemy defenseless against his incredible power. The battle was ruthless, brutal, and relentless, with every blow and step accompanied by suffering, blood, and unspeakable fear for all participants. The hero did not want to lose his vigilance, keeping his mind clear and his eyes open so that no danger or trap could overcome him. But Inzul tried to put more and more pressure on the young man, increasing the tension and making him feel constant fear and fatigue. By doing so, he shocked him even more, causing him to become confused, making the young man doubt his own abilities and lose control of the situation. Then the boy resolutely decided to take a step forward, gathering all his courage and determination to confront the impending danger. And he clearly knew that he had to act now, without delaying for a moment, because any delay could cost him everything and leave him with no chance. When the opponent lowered 2 fingers down, preparing to strike, the tension in the air rose to the limit, and the boy's heart beat faster from the approaching danger. And the magical weapon cut sharply into the young man's body, piercing his flesh with energy that filled his pain and made his body shudder from the impact. Blood poured from his mouth, red and hot, leaving behind a terrifying trail of suffering and the cruelty of the moment. The man asked if Hyun had given up yet, his voice sounding cold and ruthless, hiding his impatience and desire to see the result immediately. And then he could already announce the end of the human world, feeling his absolute power and the confidence that no one was able to resist him. The hero remained conscious, although his body was exhausted and his mind was trembling from the pain and severity of the blow he had suffered. He understood that he could not simply retreat and that he needed to move forward resolutely, overcoming fear and all obstacles in his path. Suddenly, his past life appeared before him, showing him all his failures and informing him of the impossibility of confronting this incredible and terrifying challenge. The hero realized that it was Deus, and his heart sank from the realization of the incredible power and danger that stood before him without any fear. It was quite strange, and he couldn't believe his eyes, wondering if this really meant the end of everything he knew and valued. The man explained that this was the power of the invaders' commander, so immense and invincible that none of them could match his might. Even Ares, who was a madman but weak in comparison, could not accomplish this task due to Inzul's immense power. Hyun didn't want to believe it, because he had so much work to do that he hadn't yet finished, and the thought of the end scared and saddened him. Deus informed him that there was only one way to win, and this truth weighed heavily on the Chosen One, forcing him to think deeply about his next actions. Since he himself had not yet transferred his will to his Chosen One, Hyun realized that the chance of victory remained, but it required decisive and dangerous actions on his part. But if you surrender your will, the system of reincarnation will end there, and the entire cycle of life and death that has existed for centuries will stop forever. He will feel an unbearable pain, so strong and deep that he has never faced anything like it before, and this ordeal will test the limits of his humanity. His personality could have been completely destroyed, so the question arose whether the young man was really ready to endure this incredible ordeal and preserve himself. The answer was positive, and so this long-awaited time finally arrived, opening up unknown challenges and incredible opportunities before him. Deus granted him a blessing, allowing him to break the established order and boldly change his own destiny, opening a path. The will was that there was no need to stop at anything, and the young man had to act decisively, ignoring all fears and obstacles in his path. Hyun sincerely thanked for this help, feeling deep gratitude and warmth in his heart for the support that gave him the strength to move on. And the young man accepted what was offered to him, resolutely putting everything he had on the line, ready to risk everything for the opportunity to change his fate. Now the Jester of Fate was to take his card, performing a mysterious ritual that would determine Hain's future path and test his resolve. And then after that he pulled it out, and this moment became decisive, changing the course of events and opening a new stage. And the guy saw the infinite regressor card, which radiated powerful energy, promising incredible trials and changes in his future fate. He asked if the hero was willing to endure eternal suffering, causing Heng to reflect on the enormous burden that now rested on his shoulders. He smiled in response, showing determination and inner strength, ready to accept any challenges that lay ahead of him. He didn't even think about what the answer should be, because the moment required instant determination and courage from him, without time for reflection. He remembered how the invader had cruelly mocked him, and these memories awakened anger and determination in his heart, spurring him to action. He also mentioned an unusual magical reaction that he would have to fight against, realizing that the test would be extremely difficult and dangerous. So he returned to the invader with renewed strength, feeling determined and confident, ready to confront the enemy at any cost. He called upon the skills of Raikiri to help, activating a powerful force that gave him the advantage and a chance to defeat even the most dangerous enemy. He rushed into the attack, using all his strength and skills, determined to break through the invader's defenses and change the course of the battle. Because he knew that this time he had to do it, because his fate and the ability to protect everything he held dear depended on it. The enemy saw that this was the same Raikiri whom the commander of the 8th Corps had once killed, and his words sounded too impudent. And the man's strength was not enough to impress the commander-in-chief, who was nicknamed the Fastest, because he possessed incredible fighting skills. Hyun knew that this was a precise provocation in his direction, designed to throw him off balance and force him to make mistakes during the battle. His body began to move differently than he wanted, as if his own will was being subjugated by external influences, making it difficult to control his every movement. Then the hands were washed with blood, leaving a sticky mark and a reminder of the brutality of the battle and the cost of every blow. It was hard to breathe, and my body was clearly exhausted to the point of exhaustion, as if every breath and movement required incredible effort and willpower. The invader said that this was definitely the end for the Chosen One, his voice sounding ruthless and confident, as if there was no chance of salvation. At this time, the Regressor's blessing was activated, and powerful energy began to flow through Heng, granting him incredible strength and new abilities. But here an exchange occurred that shocked the hero, making his heart clench with surprise and the incredible turn of events. He looked at his hand and could not see Raikiri's blessing, which caused him deep surprise and uncertainty about what was happening. And it turns out that in exchange for using Deus's blessing, he loses one random memory from his past life, and this loss was painfully felt inside him. Suddenly, hundreds of spears were approaching him, gleaming in the sun, like a cruel rain of iron, approaching relentlessly, ready to tear apart everything in its path. Heng knew that he no longer needed to think much and be distracted, because every moment could cost him his life, and now all that remained was to act quickly and decisively. Concentration on the battle should yield good results, because only complete concentration on every movement, blow, and breath can open the way to victory, even in the fiercest battle. He had already lost twice, and before taking any risks, he had to carefully consider each step, weigh all the options and possible consequences to avoid another fiasco. The invader expected the Chosen One to fall after one blow, but he stood firm, feeling a surge of incredible strength, and realizing that this was a true blessing from the great Datsing, granted at a crucial moment, who lost to them in defense because he was too weak, although records about him were still preserved in the system of past lives, reminding him of past mistakes that he now sought to correct. But he still remained someone no one could protect, alone in the midst of a storm of events, powerless before a fate that once again tested his resilience and faith in his own strength. So the hero should not rely too much on this protection, which will not help, because true strength is born only in a heart hardened by pain, doubt, and faith in one's own victory. The battle continued, and the monster, mad with rage, directed all its merciless attacks at the young man, seeking to break his will and wipe out his last hope for victory. But he blocked them every time, demonstrating incredible agility and resilience, as if his body and mind were the only invincible shield against the relentless force of the enemy. Karzago's righteous shield began to protect the Chosen One, shielding him from danger and attack until nothing threatened him, giving him a sense of unwavering security and strength. Inzul saw the man's familiar aura and felt both anxiety and hope, realizing that his presence could change the course of events at any moment. But he was also unable to help or save Heng, feeling the bitterness of powerlessness when his powers and abilities could not affect the impending danger. The adversary's magic continued to advance ahead, enveloping everything around with a dark and ominous atmosphere that was frightening. The guy understood that with these explanations, the enemy was only trying to disorient him, distract him from the true plan of attack, and force him to make hasty decisions that could cost him his life. But he didn't listen to anything, concentrating only on his movements and the battle, feeling every blow and every step, as if everything around him had disappeared, leaving only him and the relentless struggle. Defending himself from attacks, he felt tension in every muscle, constantly anticipating the enemy's movements and using all his agility to withstand the onslaught and remain standing. They were pouring in from all sides, and there was no reaction from the mana to them, as if time had stopped, and each attack flew past him, leaving only tense anticipation and fear of the inevitable blow. The young man didn't even feel any movement. His body and mind seemed frozen, completely immersed in the moment, as if the world around him had disappeared, leaving only the calm before the storm. Each time he analyzed and thought about everything, but he was already tired, feeling heaviness in his body, and realizing that he could barely withstand the strain of the continuous struggle. He didn't know how to deal with it all, feeling inner chaos and helplessness when every decision seemed too difficult and dangerous for his life. The sword quickly explained that there was a deadly threat right in front of him, and missing it would certainly lead to his death, forcing him to act without any delay. Then he said that the threat was behind him, and warned that one should not lose vigilance, because danger could appear at any moment, requiring constant readiness for battle. After which the leader was badly wounded, and blood flowed down his armor, forcing him to fight through the pain and shock to keep from falling and maintain control of the situation. He felt a heaviness that permeated every muscle and bone, as if his body had become a burden, barely holding on to the limits of strength and endurance. The invader asked again with a sneer if Hyun was really giving up, trying to break his will with words, although internally he was preparing for the next ruthless blow. But he smiled in response, explaining with his confidence that he could not even expect him to be able to surrender, demonstrating an indomitable spirit and willingness to fight. The commander ordered that if he did not complete it himself, the man would end his world without pity, erasing everything he held dear from his memory and destroying his last hope. Heng understood that now was not the time to retreat, because every fatal minute could cost his comrades their lives, and he had to stand firm, fighting until his last breath. He was sure that in the next duel he would have to eliminate his opponent forever in order to put an end to the threat to everyone and finally protect humanity. Then again, in exchange for blessings, the Chosen One lost someone's memories from a past life, felt an emptiness in his soul, and paid a high price for the power that had settled within him for a long time. He launched himself into the attack, already more confident, feeling strength and determination in every movement, ready to overcome any obstacles and meet his opponent face to face without fear. Once again, Siden Miller's will came to the rescue, and the sword shone upon him with light, filling the Chosen One with incredible strength and confidence, ready to dispel darkness and fear. The monster said that it was all useless, trying to undermine Heng's faith, although his words could not shake the Chosen One's determination and strength of spirit, dealing an even more devastating blow to his body that pierced him through and through, causing excruciating pain and forcing him to struggle for every breath and moan. Blood spattered all around, spreading like a dark river, leaving traces of horror and reminding us of the ferocity of the battle that had raged without mercy. But the boy had come back 1,000 times and continued to fight, despite the pain and fatigue, demonstrating incredible resilience and an unwavering determination to win at any cost. And again he was reincarnated, giving him new strength and a chance to win in this ruthless battle where every moment was decisive and required maximum determination and endurance. Thus, his body was pierced by weapons 2,000 times, rising back up again, forcing him to experience pain and suffering endlessly, but not breaking his will and desire for victory. In the end, the enemy said that his opponent was too noisy and dared to step on his hand, demonstrating not only anger, but also unwavering confidence in his own superiority and control over the situation. Heng explained that it would not end so easily and that the final events were still far away, warning the enemy that the struggle would continue and victory would require much more effort and determination. But the invader struck him on the head with a spear, saying that this was the end, trying to finally break his will, although Hyung felt only throbbing pain and an unwavering desire to continue the fight. After that, the blessings kept changing for the young man, bringing him back to life 5,320 times, each time testing his endurance and ability to endure endless suffering. Inzul said that even after 100,000 reincarnations, the hero would never stop the invaders, emphasizing the boundlessness of their power and the relentlessness of the trials that awaited the Chosen One. He orders him to surrender and calmly accept his fate, not to waste time fighting, because any resistance, he says, will only hasten his inevitable death and the loss of everything he holds dear. The sword immediately felt a rather unusual reaction of mana, which permeated the blade from tip to hilt, forcing it to tell its own owner to be on his guard. Hyun thought the battle began with a piercing blow, feeling adrenaline and fear merge into a single force, forcing him to react instantly to danger. Next, he used the skill of an all-round jab, without thinking about his hand or the danger, completely immersing himself in the attack and trusting his body and feelings to guide every movement. Since Heng's main goal was to kill the man in front, he focused all his speed and accuracy into each strike, ignoring pain and fatigue to achieve his goal without compromise. The power of madness activated the Chosen One's body, filling him with incredible strength, causing his movements to become superhuman and transforming him into a nearly invincible warrior in battle. He then used his spear-throwing skill, directing the weapon with incredible precision to strike the enemy from a distance and force them to retreat or lose the initiative. Inzul said that the young man was well-trained, but immediately afterwards he pierced his body with his energy, causing him to feel a sharp pain and a sharp shock that destroyed some of his concentration. The hero gritted his teeth to avoid showing his weakness, feeling tired and under pressure, but keeping his face unwavering so that the enemy would not notice any vulnerability. His hand lit up with a blinding glow that shimmered across his fingers and wrist, and in an instant it was about to deliver a powerful, decisive blow in close combat. And so it happened. Han's hand struck an accurate blow, and the monster cried out in pain, feeling all the strength and determination of the Chosen One which broke through his defenses. The hunter at that moment quickly analyzed the situation, assessing the enemy's positions, weaknesses, and possible paths for further action in order to make the optimal decision at a critical moment. And he realized that this very moment was his chance, when the opponent was vulnerable and circumstances favored decisive action that could change the course of the battle forever. So after the blow, the enemy was thrown aside with incredible force, and he found himself off balance, vulnerable to subsequent attacks and forced to urgently regain position. The young man quickly took his sword in his hand at this time, tightly gripping the hilt and preparing for a new blow, using every moment to prevent the enemy from regaining consciousness. He sharply pierced the invader's body with his sword, causing him to freeze in pain and blood, and those around him fell silent, looking at his decisive victory. The man did not understand what had happened to him, but he was already feeling his defeat when the pain, shock, and unexpected strength of his opponent forced him to realize the inevitability of his own fall. At that time, the young man circled above him with his aura, which glowed with powerful light, enveloping the enemy with invisible power and emphasizing the Chosen One's complete superiority in this battle. Their gazes met, and the invader's eyes reflected utter despair as he realized his own defeat and helplessness in the face of the young man's unyielding determination. And Hyun, on the contrary, made it clear that he must win this battle at any cost, radiating unwavering determination, strength of spirit, and willingness to overcome any obstacles on the path to victory. After which the decisive blow fell on the true form of the commander, breaking through the defense and causing maximum damage, forcing to feel the full power and accuracy of the Chosen One's attack. He fell, and immediately after that, there was a powerful explosion that enveloped everything around, raising dust and fire, emphasizing the destructive power of the hunter. He screamed because he absolutely could not lose to the Chosen One, feeling fear, anger, and despair when he realized that his strength and cunning were unable to withstand Heng's determination. The blade of Heng's sword appeared before his weak body, gleaming in the light of battle and carrying an imminent threat that left no chance of escape. And the master confidently said that now it was definitely the end, emphasizing the hero's final victory and the inevitability of his enemy's defeat in this decisive battle. The hero eliminated the invaders and put an end to this endless war, finally ending the long struggle and bringing his power, courage, and invincible spirit to the end. Several days passed, and the sun shone through the hospital windows, flooding the rooms with warm light and creating an atmosphere of peace. Nuna sat by the bed every day and asked how Hyun was doing, worrying about his health and trying to support him after the grueling trials and battles. But during all the hours, not once did a response come, and she just watched in silence, worried and hoping for one little word. She looked at him with tearful eyes, feeling sadness, anxiety, and helplessness, not taking her eyes off of Hyun's quiet but important face. As her friend was once again simply staring into space today, her heart clenched in pain, watching him as if he were locked in his own world of suffering and memories. Believing that he would be able to hear her voice, despite the silence and fatigue, hoping that her care and love would break through the walls of his indifference. Each time she told him who came to visit him, describing each person, their words and behavior in detail, trying to maintain his connection with the outside world. She constantly stood at the door of the ward, her shoulders slumped in despair, feeling helpless and sad when she saw that her concern and words were not reaching the young man. Jin-ah asked how the girl was feeling, seeing her condition, and worried about her emotional and physical health after the long wait. Nuna replied that the guy hadn't been looking at her at all, had been watching her out the window for a whole month, remaining locked in his own world and not responding to any attempts to make contact. Jin-ah asked if the leader would return, trying to hear an encouraging answer and hoping that everything would fall into place. They all hoped for this development together, not knowing where to put themselves while they waited, feeling a mixture of anxiety, hope, and helplessness as the minutes dragged on like hours. Meanwhile, the hero was subconsciously in a completely different place, feeling the surrounding atmosphere and incomprehensible sounds that strangely fascinated and frightened him at the same time. Given that he still did not understand where this territory was located and what it was, the subject felt a certain confusion. The pain he felt intensely weighed down his head, turning his usual thoughts into a heavy burden that prevented him from focusing on the world around him and forced him to seek at least temporary relief. He constantly reflected on all his past actions, analyzing their consequences, and carefully planned future actions to achieve his goal and avoid mistakes. His mind was completely blank, like a blank slate, devoid of any specific thoughts, ideas, or expected answers that usually filled the mind. He clearly felt an inner emptiness and understood that he was missing some extremely important detail or information, but his memory seemed to completely block access to this critical memory. Then, completely unexpectedly and without any prior signs, a mysterious figure named Karzago appeared next to him, causing him instant surprise and alarm. He radiated genuine joy, as it seemed he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and was extremely happy to finally meet and begin communicating with this young man. Meanwhile, the main character was in a state of complete amnesia, and could not remember not only the circumstances of his life or his mission, but even the most important information, his own name. Given the main character's complete memory loss, they had to start all over again, so they began the process of getting to know each other again, as if they were meeting for the first time in their lives. The young man, having listened carefully to his story, finally realized that this mysterious man performed an important service guarding the northern borders of the great empire. What was particularly impressive was the realization that Carzago also acted as a righteous shield, protecting with his honesty and devotion. The young man, feeling a strange inner unease and instinctively knowing that there was something wrong with their conversation or circumstances, asked to wait. The hero was confused, as he was clearly aware that he did not know how the name Carzago had been preserved in his blocked memory, when he could not even remember his own. However, he, remaining absolutely calm, replied that complete memory loss and strange failures were quite common for the hero, which confused him even more. He explained that such a partial mention of the name was quite logical, because they had known each other for a long time, and this strong friendship or working relationship had left a mark on his mind. In fact, Carzago was not just an acquaintance, but rather his past life, with which the young man had a special, deep, and unbreakable connection. The young man himself played the role of reincarnation, a new physical form that carried within itself the echoes and essence of a previous existence, which struck him to the core. This life that appeared before him was the very first of all his past existences, which decided to be the first to appear and introduce itself to the hero, to reveal the secret of his origin and destiny. Carzago assured that if the hero had truly lost all memories of his previous life and skills, he would patiently reteach him everything he needed, using the simplest and most familiar methods. Despite all the explanations, the young man, due to memory loss, was still deeply confused and could not fully comprehend and understand the strange situation. Overwhelmed by a complete inability to comprehend the information, Hyun felt such intense fear and a desire to hide from the unknown that his only thought was to flee the place immediately. He was also clearly aware that deep within his soul a vague but painful feeling of deep longing had arisen and was constantly growing, the cause of which he could not explain. Even when the hero's memory was completely lost, the man decided to continue beating him, following a horrific scenario that, in his opinion, would stimulate the return of memories. Neglecting the necessity of trials and suffering in the process of development, a person will never be able to achieve a significant result, because it is these difficulties that harden the will. If a hero truly needs indomitable strength to meet his destined fate with dignity, then he must immediately raise his shield and resolutely stand up for a fierce battle. Despite all attempts at reconciliation and possible compromises, both rivals stubbornly refused to yield, so they continued their endless and exhausting rivalry. Overwhelmed with impatience and alarmed by the lack of progress in restoring his memory, the man leaned over the exhausted young man again and quietly, but persistently, asked if he remembered anything. But I clearly understood without any words, just from his alert and exhausted appearance, as well as from his empty, thoughtless gaze, that no memories or fragments of the past had yet returned. Realizing that the efforts made had not brought the desired result, and confident in the correctness of the chosen cruel path, he resolutely decided that it was then necessary to continue. Regardless of his pleas or condition, the man systematically and ruthlessly attacked the young man, following through on his inhuman plan. However, the young man, in turn, instinctively and desperately defended himself, using the only means available to him, a magic shield. Because the young man, although he knew how to defend himself, was completely disoriented and devoid of memories, which is why he had absolutely no idea how to counterattack correctly and effectively. However, despite the constant brutal attacks, the hero demonstrated amazing resilience, as even at these critical moments he did not succumb to his tormentor's attacks. Carefully observing how the hero instinctively and skillfully defended himself, the cruel Carzago saw that the body, despite the amnesia, still remembered perfectly honed combat skills. Carzago loudly and menacingly ordered the young man to stop defending himself, to remember every detail of his past life, and never forget it again. regardless of the complexity of the task, the level of his opponents, or the challenges of fate. Hyun always consistently won in everything, demonstrating to those around him his unrivaled talent and impeccable perseverance. Hyun was determined that this time, as before, he would easily overcome the existing memory lapses, using his fighting instincts to restore his memories. Because forgetfulness is his greatest weakness, Karzago orders Hen with fierce insistence not to succumb to this curse of amnesia. Having carried out the order, the boy tightly closed his exhausted eyes, concentrating all his remaining strength on his inner world. The ultimate goal of this painful process was to remember his previous life down to the smallest detail, and most importantly, to fully restore his true identity. Even when the sword and the blessing of Siden Miller appeared in Hong's hands, he still felt a significant burden of responsibility for the future. The spear flew straight at the young man, swiftly cutting through the air with remarkable speed and treacherous precision to deliver the decisive blow, but he managed to dodge in time. But he, without wasting a single second, tried to defend himself from the deadly threat, instantly using all his acquired combat skills and reflexes. Kasashin and Reaper, understanding the seriousness of the situation, also bestowed their powerful blessing on the young man again, significantly strengthening his protection and granting him additional strength. Little by little, like water seeping through soil, the hero's memory returned in the form of perfectly honed combat skills and ancient memories of his past accomplishments. As the fierce battle between him and the mighty Karzago continued with increasing tension and incredible speed, each of them demonstrated all of their unparalleled fighting abilities. The man, carefully peering into the tense struggle, finally saw the familiar and determined expression on the young man's face. Now Hyun, having fully regained all his lost memories, skillfully used them at a critical moment against his old comrade, once again gaining a well-deserved and important victory. And at this point, after his crushing defeat in a grueling battle, the role of the mighty Karzago in this story finally came to its logical and inevitable end. There will now be no more regrets or doubts from past lives, as Hyun has fully accepted his true destiny and power, ready to move only forward resolutely, without looking back. Because they all took turns without hesitation and believing in his power, giving their powerful blessing to the young man, endowing him with invincible strength and extraordinary courage. These gifts created an invisible shield around him that helped him resist any threats. The man, observing the final events of the battle, spoke with a sense of deep relief and pride that the hero had indeed done well in this extremely difficult and dangerous battle. After these words of recognition and approval, realizing the importance of the moment, he left the hero alone with his thoughts, giving him time to fully comprehend everything. 990,000 past lives paid their deep and sincere respect to the Chosen One for the successful fulfillment of their shared, long-cherished desire from the past. In the cozy ward of Jail Hospital, illuminated by the soft morning light, the leader, still lying motionless on a clean bed, slowly regaining his strength. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, he came to himself after a long oblivion and weakly reached for a glass bottle of cool water with his injured hand. Nuna, as if sensing his awakening from a distance, quietly peeked in through the open door of the ward as soon as he moved to make sure her leader was okay. She was incredibly surprised and at the same time sincerely happy that after such a long and disturbing time of helplessness, the hero had finally come to his senses. I was very worried about his life and health during this entire critical period, so I immediately went to the bed and began to hug him tightly and cry with great relief. Deputy Kim and Hwang, upon hearing this incredibly joyful news, also immediately rushed to the ward to personally verify the awakening of their leader. Nuna immediately reported that according to the doctor, his vital organs were not affected, so as soon as he fully recovered and regained his strength, he could be immediately discharged from the hospital. The team, gathered together at his bedside in the ward, were incredibly happy and discussed his condition with relief. Finally, their revered guildmaster was with them, alive and well, ready to lead them once again in future adventures and struggles. Exactly 1 month has passed since the end of that grueling and extremely large-scale battle with the treacherous Legion, which took up a lot of strength and resources. The hero clearly heard rumors that after the death of the cruel commander of the invaders, due to unforeseen circumstances, he had the highest level of magical summons in the world. And news also quickly spread that the numerous magical cracks that had appeared all over the world after the collision had finally begun to slowly close, gradually losing their destructive power. So, if the powerful headquarters of the enemy forces' invasion was completely destroyed, then the mass aggression and onslaught of monsters that terrorized the world completely stopped. Park asked the leader, who had just regained consciousness, if he was satisfied with all the services and quality of care in the VIP ward of Jail Hospital, where he was receiving treatment. Also, Isseria, addressing him with deep respect, thanked him for his invaluable help, and sincerely congratulated him on his full return. Heng knew well and was clearly aware that at any moment, despite the temporary lull after the recent victory, new serious threats and dangerous enemies could suddenly appear again. And no matter what happened in the future, he understood very well that he would never be able to cope alone without the reliable support of his loyal comrades. 990,000 past lives that were part of his essence and power are always ready to immediately come to his aid at any critical moment. And Hyun, feeling their unwavering loyalty, never doubted it, knowing that this powerful support would always be with him when needed. Now he was absolutely not afraid to face any new challenges and enemies. After all, there were always those around him who, without hesitation, with complete devotion and loyalty, would share this difficult and extremely heavy burden of responsibility with him. His relatives and friends, who waited every day with impatience and great hope for the speedy and safe return home of their respected master, were his main support. Therefore, Hyun, feeling immense support and responsibility, finally decided to continue on this difficult path without stopping, for the sake of a bright and best future for everyone. The dungeon was filled with thick, impenetrable darkness that enveloped every corner, creating an extremely eerie and oppressive atmosphere. The monsters, making threatening sounds, were uncontrollably approaching him, their shadows slowly and steadily growing on the walls, foreshadowing imminent danger. The hunter resolutely raised his powerful shield, gripping the handle tightly, preparing for the inevitable blow that would be his only chance to repel the enemy attack. Heng felt unwavering faith in his own strength, as all the previous grueling battles he had endured and won had proven to him his unsurpassed skill. So, showing his determination, the hero quickly and effectively eliminated all the monsters in the dungeon, after which he thoroughly cleaned the entire room. The worried comrade, feeling immense relief and gratitude for the rescue, sincerely thanked Heng for his courage and the excellent job he had done. Libyant stood motionless next to his unchanging leader, watching as, after a long period of chaos and instability, everything in the world around him finally returned to its usual cycle. When the mighty invasion headquarters finally collapsed after a long siege, Hyung sincerely believed that these terrible cracks in the fabric of their world would never appear again. And after the sudden and final death of their commander, the former invasion leadership quickly disbanded most of the fighting force. However, there were also those who resolutely refused to carry out this order, and as a result of this act of disobedience, a small but dangerous remnant was formed. Libyan explained in detail to his leader that although the remnants of the enemy forces appeared to be quite numerous and organized, their true fighting power and intentions were not worth considering. After a difficult and final victory over a fierce opponent, all hunters around the world felt a significant boost in morale. Heng clearly remembered how the invaders constantly talked about countless terrifying monsters, claiming that this war would not end quickly. The team was fully aware that their mission in this particular location had been successfully completed. All tasks had been completed, so now they could return with a clear conscience. After emerging from the shimmering portal and finding himself in a safe place, the determined hero immediately stopped Libyan with a sharp gesture. He discreetly reminded Libyan of the long period when he himself had been absent, engaged in extremely important and exhausting searches for ancient relics. The hero solemnly declared that of all the ones they had been looking for so long, only one remained, an extremely important one, and it was currently with him, informing them that this unique relic, which looks like an ancient book with mysterious writings, would probably suit someone else on their team. The magician was completely bewildered by the unexpected appearance of this mysterious and powerful object. Hyun instantly understood from the surprised and confused reaction that he shouldn't have revealed any details. Everything was clear. Indeed, Libyan could not forget his difficult past, which always haunted him, as the events he experienced and the choices he made shaped him as a person. Feeling deeply moved, with trembling hands, he held tightly to this mysterious book, which was too dear to him not only because of its potential power, but also because of its personal memories. He bent over her, holding her carefully, and his face expressed a mixture of deep joy at the find and simultaneous intense pain. Heng now understood with absolute clarity that he had made the only right choice when he decided to hand over this unique and extremely powerful artifact to Libyan. He categorically disagreed with the idea that this book would be more suitable for him, because he realized that his abilities and knowledge were very different from those possessed by a real professor. So now, after a long and fruitless search, Libyan admits that they will, to their great regret, find no more new traces of their common teacher. The hero explained to Libyan that this ancient book actually contains a huge number of powerful magic spells, most of which, unfortunately, he can no longer use. Then the young man added that, despite the difficulties, he was absolutely confident that Libyan, as an experienced and talented magician, would definitely be able to cope. As the only living descendant of the great Hildra family, this gave him a unique right and hereditary kinship with the magic of the book. So, given the unique connection and his origins, the leader made the important decision to leave the will of his past life entirely to Libyan's discretion. The comrade was deeply moved by such a display of trust and understanding, as this decision was extremely important to him, so he sincerely thanked him for such a generous and wise act. Later that day, after completing all the important tasks, the young man was already calmly in the bustling city. Nuna, standing out from the crowd, confidently and swiftly approached him, holding a mysterious expression on her face. Realizing that their dangerous battle against the remnants of the enemy forces was finally over and peace and tranquility had finally been restored, she sighed with relief. The girl asked her friend to remember what day of the week it was today and what date it was. But the hero had no idea what could be so special or unusual about ordinary weekdays. Nuna was visibly angry at his indifference and lack of understanding, so, not wanting to explain further, she firmly asked him to open the small box immediately. The boy, carefully, intently untying the numerous decorative bandages and ribbons that held the lid in place, tried to carry out her order as quickly and accurately as possible. He saw an incredibly beautiful cake in front of him, decorated with intricate cream patterns and candles, immediately realizing that it was a birthday present. And suddenly he remembered that today, on this day, his faithful and dear friend Nuna was celebrating her birthday. He immediately realized that not only had he not prepared a single gift for her, but he had also completely forgotten about this important holiday, which made him feel guilty. The young lady immediately explained to him that this incredibly beautiful and exquisite cake was given to her by the director of the shelter herself. After all, the woman already knew in advance that Hyun, constantly preoccupied with battles and important missions, could easily forget about such an important event. And it was she who suggested that Nuna ask Hyun this innocent question about today, to confuse him a bit and test him. Outside, the first little snow fell slowly and gently, swirling in the air, creating an extremely cozy and pleasant atmosphere. The girl, looking at the snow-covered city, already knew exactly what she wanted to receive from Hyun instead of a birthday present. So she slowly and decisively approached the boy standing next to her and, looking him straight in the eye, expressed her one and most important wish. Hyun was deeply shocked by this surprise. His eyes widened in surprise because he had not expected such a turn of events at all. But Nuna only responded to his shock and confusion with a soft and sincere smile, radiating incredible warmth and tenderness, demonstrating that her request was absolutely serious. She gently asked just today, on this especially important birthday for her, to give her all of her time and attention, putting aside all her affairs and worries. The young man's cheeks instantly filled with a deep blush from embarrassment and pleasant surprise, because this situation made his heart beat faster. When his companion, radiating tenderness and warmth, placed her soft hand on his shoulder, this unexpected and gentle touch instantly increased his confusion. Without any hesitation or unnecessary thought, Hyun immediately and resolutely agreed to fulfill her request, because he sincerely wanted to please the girl. So, holding hands, feeling each other's warmth and support, they slowly walked down the crowded street, surrounded by soft light and the hustle and bustle of the city, enjoying each other's company. In the end, after all the trials, the heroes returned to their normal lives, to routine duties, training, and preparation for the new missions that inevitably awaited them.